Was it Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Station.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
They surround Jokic. Ball gets tipped. Murray, he's in the lap. Jamal Murray cannot be stopped.
And that was the story of last night. This is the story of the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live in studio on the 11th floor of Odyssey Radio Tower. We got Peyton Phillip Russell running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Roberto Belt will be back tomorrow as there was another Deion Sanders plant at the AAC last night. This is starting to feel Odell Beckham-esh. We'll get to that in just a second, but Jamal Murray was in the zone. The Nuggets cruised to a victory over the Mavericks, 118-99. Jamal with 45 and 19 in the first quarter.
Couldn't stop him, and they couldn't cover him either because he was open in the corner about a half a dozen times in that first half. It felt like anyway, and they just could not stop Jamal Murray. That is a guy that, when the Nuggets are, to me, a very dangerous team still. I know that we've forgotten about him, it seems, as a title contender.
Yep.
But I mean, if they had gotten by Minnesota last year, I don't know. Would they have beaten the Mavs? Who knows? But they're clearly still a title contender. They let everybody know it last night.
Joker only scored 10, but he played 29 minutes. Still came out with a triple-double, 10, 10, and 14. Last night, someone hit me up and said, how is SGA, who started 10 of 10 last night, best start of his career in a game, how is he not the front runner for MVP? Because you still have the Joker voters hanging on saying, look at his season. This feels like it's going to be a Shea MVP year. 32-9 yesterday as they beat down the 76ers.
It looks it. I mean, it's like he's like the next progression. Him and Luka are the next, Anthony Edwards too, the next progression of.
And Luka already disqualified
from
the postseason awards.
Which, I mean, I don't know. I get why they did it. I like it. I also think it's dumb too at the same time. Like if you get hurt, you get hurt, right? Like you're just gonna be disqualified. But I mean, yeah, I don't think Joker's numbers are gonna dictate or warrant another MVP this year.
The highest scoring Maverick was 13 off the bench for Daniel Gafford. That's how bad and putrid the offense was. Starting 5-point production, 5, 4, 11, 11, 8. And 11 of those did come with the return of Kyrie Irving, who went 4 of 18 from the field.
A little bit of rust.
Yeah.
A little bit of rust there. But still, look, they're not. You can't kill them for losing to Denver. Denver's a good team, and they didn't have Luka still. Like it's not like this was a Mavs team at full strength that was down damn near 30 in the first half. I mean, they're still an overmatched team at this point.
Mavericks are 6th in the Western Conference. How much can they hold on till 77 returns? They are tied with the Clippers, and they're just a half game up on the Lakers and the Minnesota Timberwolves. So the Mavericks are 22-18. The opposite of struggle happens here on the ice.
Goes low. Nice move. Score! Matt Duchene. A gorgeous move. Beautiful hands in tight. And a power play goal doubles the lead.
By the way, the NHL legend Jeremy Roenick will join the show at 7:20 this morning during the commercial-free Expressway. What a road trip. Whale watch, whale alert. What a road trip for the Stars. 5 games on the East Coast, 4 wins, and 8 out of a possible 10 points. And they get the big win in Toronto, 4-1. That was the audio from Victory Plus. The Maple Leafs, RJ, were unbeaten in their last 7 against the Stars.
14-4 when they score a power play goal for the Stars. Otter with a nice night. And, I mean, listen, this is a tired hockey team, too. They've played 5 games since January 7th. They're going to continue that stretch. That's 5 games in 8. By Thursday, they're going to play 6 games in 10. They don't have back-to-back days off until the end of the month, January 24th. They need a break, and they're still winning, and that's the most amazing thing about this.
Stanky scored twice to lead the charge. That broke a 25-game goal drought for Stankoven. Duchene with a goal and 2 assists. He now has 41 points in 43 games, and the Stars moved within 1 point of Minnesota for second place in the Central with a game in hand. Day off, and then Montreal makes their one and only appearance tomorrow night at the AAC.
Still don't think there's a better name drop in the entire town than Stankassen.
Stankassen.
Just without question the best.
Also making an appearance at the AAC last night was Spits and Suds for even more hockey, wherever you get your podcasts. Shador.
Yes, he was.
Now, was Shador sitting in the Jones seats? The Jones seats, if you're watching TV.
I didn't know they had Jones seats.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there he is. He's sitting in the Jones seats. You'll see our buddy Shy there. You'll see Charlotte there sometimes. You'll see some of the kids, the grandchildren. It's the scores table, and then it's the 2 seats right to the right of it. That's the Jones seats. So if Odell Beckham is going to be brought in town, if someone is going to get the first-class service, roll out the red carpet, look for the Joneses to be there, or for someone else important to be there. And there was Shador, who was quoted by Brad Townsend when asked about Deion as Cowboys coach. He said, "I think it would be cool."
Do you believe?
I think it would. I think it would be cool. So, man, the marketing, the planting, the PR machine continues to roll on with. And then Deion, I guess, tweeted or said something about Greg Anthony's jacket on the broadcast. So Jared Greenberg, doing sidelines, went and took Greg Anthony's jacket, gave it to Shador to say, "Pass this along to your dad. This is his now." And Shador has no idea what's going on.
No clue.
In the
No
video
clue.
clip.
And this is like you could chalk this up to a mere coincidence. Maybe this was planned. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe this was a plant. Maybe this was maybe Shador was always going to go to this game. Because Denver, Colorado, Nuggets in town. He plays at Colorado.
Oh, he's just following around Denver. On the road.
There's a tie. There's a tie in there, and of course, Shador having grown up here, but very, very, very real possibility. This is just a marketing arm.
Someone thinks someone is throwing out the theory.
By the way, over under 50% that Deion's a coach.
Under.
Way under. Like under 20%.
And why do you say that?
For a myriad of reasons. There's no singular reason. I think there's about a half a dozen reasons why I don't think it'll happen.
Okay, let's get to the guy who actually broke the story. It was not Adam Schefter. It was Jordan Schultz, whose father is?
The founder of Starbucks.
Is it Howard?
I think it's Howard Schultz, yeah.
Howard Schultz. Look at Peyton. Peyton, you didn't
know that.
I just went along with what you were saying. I was hoping it was right.
I could have been like, who's the Starbucks kid?
Yeah.
And I was Roger Starbuck. And there it is.
Wouldn't have known.
Bring it up. Jordan Schultz broke the story that Deion and Jerry spoke yesterday. He was on the G-Bag Nation, and they asked him, how real? Seriously, come on. Be real with us. How real is this possibility?
No, I think it's very real. One of the things that stood out to me was that over the last week or so, when you had Mike McCarthy in limbo, Jerry was having internal conversations inside the building about where do we want to go next if we ultimately don't extend Mike. And obviously they never had negotiations, and here we are. And Deion's name has come up not only because of how good of a job he's done in Colorado, but I think the relationship that he has maintained with Jerry over the last 3 decades is pretty significant. And to that point, Deion has said publicly that he does not want to make the jump to the pros, that he's happy at college, and that's what best suits him. But when Jerry Jones calls, when it's the Cowboys, when it's the gravitas of an organization that very few, if any, else have, it was just a call that he had to take. And I think it's been made very clear to me that Deion is going to be one of the top candidates. Now, there will be other candidates. There will be other interviews. They put themselves, the Cowboys did, in a predicament to a degree because of waiting. They were not able to get the slip in for Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson, among others, this week. So we'll see what ramifications that plays. But this is very real, and should Deion want to continue pursuing, or should Deion have the interest, I would say he's one of the top guys.
So look, common sense would tell you usually have to follow the breadcrumbs that Jordan Schultz has an in with Deion's agent. I don't know who Deion's agent is. It was Eugene Parker, but I believe Eugene Parker passed away.
He died 10 years ago.
Yeah, he died like 10 years ago. So my mind's telling me Jordan Schultz has the connection with the agent. The agent gave the story to Jordan Schultz. Maybe he got lifetime coffee because of that hookup and that tip. But Jordan Schultz is, of course, no insider comes on and goes, yeah, the story I broke, it's just to make headlines.
Just to make headlines. Yeah.
There's a theory out there that Jerry's actually doing Deion a favor.
To get him more cash?
To get him more cash. Many people forget this. The original Tolos will remember the new school Tolos. I spent an entire football season, Peyton, with Deion Sanders watching Monday Night Football games one-on-one. Just me in primetime.
Well.
Yeah. I was at the Fan Sports Lounge.
Yes, it was.
And they set up a deal, rest in peace. They set up a deal where I would just sit in that cool little studio, the Arnie Spanier studio, after his fight with.
Why don't I have a line open?
Was that Bassick he fought with?
I think so. It was a dumb idea. You don't fight a professional athlete. Like just odds are telling you.
Well, he's Arnie.
Especially when you're an 80-year-old man.
Yeah, he's Arnie.
Kind of hunched over.
And
osteoporosis.
Anytime I would have these conversations and interview Deion, he would never say anything negative about Jerry. You got the Jerry defenders. Michael Irvin, Deion Sanders are on the front line.
Emmett's there. I mean, but a lot of the guys. Like,
Emmett's more critical.
He is.
And Troy's the most critical.
And they are.
And Moose falls somewhere.
Yeah.
Romo's never going to say anything.
No, a lot of the guys take the approach. Michael's told me this. He's like, Jerry made me rich. What am I going to say?
Yep.
And I always thought, like, you kind of made yourself rich. You were getting paid regardless.
Yeah.
You're going to get paid.
Now, how much does Jerry help them afterwards?
Sure.
Michael has a bar that is kind of set up like the Cowboys Ring of Honor.
Yeah, if Jerry wanted to.
If me and you were setting up that bar, we may get hit with some paperwork there.
Copyright infringement.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Not trying to bring up any red flags here, but Jerry's probably not going to send over that paperwork to Michael Irvin. So I wouldn't think it's crazy. It's a win-win for both. Jerry got the headlines, got the splash, and Deion is probably going to get more money at Colorado if indeed that's where he wants to be. Stephen A. Smith isn't buying. He's fully in that Deion would take the Cowboy job. Fully in. Mm-hmm. Yesterday on First Take, he explained why.
I don't believe Deion's sentiments about Colorado one bit. I've never believed that Deion belongs in Boulder, Colorado. I know he appreciates what they've done for him, just like he appreciated HBCU and Jackson State hiring him. But in the end, this is the damn NFL. And I don't want to hear about coaching his son either. I don't believe that. Guess what? You ain't going to coach your son in college because he's about to leave. Okay, so evidently you're prepared to coach without him on a collegiate level. Why wouldn't you be unprepared to coach to coach without him on an NFL level? I don't believe that 1 second. Yeah. I believe if Jerry Jones offers Deion Sanders this job, Deion Sanders gonna take it.
So that's Stephen A. absolutely convinced that it's real interest. Stephen A. on why it would actually work between the two.
Understand that he's such a vibrant personality that Jerry won't affect him. Jerry being Jerry doesn't affect Deion Sanders being Deion Sanders. And it's not going to dilute the impact he's going to have on the players he coaches and how he chooses to coach. I'm telling you this. And unlike a Bill Parcells or unlike somebody else, Deion Sanders has the ability to wrap his arms around Jerry and say, Jerry, come here, man. Listen to me. Let me talk to you. Other people had to sit up there and succumb to Jerry Jones saying, yo, this is what I want to do, and here's how I want to do it.
So I buy that. Certain people have a closer relationship with those hardcore figures. Like if you watch The Dynasty, certain guys, not many, can go up to Belichick.
Right.
And, Randy Moss. Randy Moss can sit down with Belichick and be like, I want you to come to the Halloween party. Most everyone else sits down in front of Bill, and Bill's like, get the hell out of my sight. Yes, Deion would be able to wrap his arm around Jerry and say, hey, let's do this, let's do that. Now, would Jerry listen? I would think probably not. But there's Stephen A. Smith saying it would work, and Deion would take it if offered.
Yeah, I question that it would work. I think, could Deion do that? Sure. Yes, he could. He has the cachet. Will Jerry allow that? I do not believe that Jerry will allow someone to come in and be the face of the organization.
Of course, the number one candidate that everyone names is Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore responded to all the Cowboy rumors. We'll play the audio and see what you make of it as the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. It's just getting started with the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Res Way. Best carpet cleaner in the industry. They don't use soap. They don't use chemicals.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, it's freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kellen Moore has addressed the Dallas Cowboy head coaching rumors. Yesterday at his Eagles press conference, he was asked about all the noise. Let us know what you make of this on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Bobby sent this over to us in what many people think is the leading candidate for the Cowboy job.
I mean, obviously I spent a lot of time there, 8 years there, and so obviously have plenty of relationships about that place, and so I love it here. I've had so much fun here. It's been a really fun process, and we're in a really special situation right now. Getting the chance to play this Sunday, have a chance to make a run at this thing, and that's really all you worry about. Everything else is what it is, and we'll see where it takes you.
We'll see where it takes you. A perfect PR answer from Kellen Moore, not shutting it down and also entertaining at the same time.
Sounds like somebody he used to work for. Old Jason Garrett. Sounds a whole lot like Jay Jeezy. This is, I'm getting more and more, is it nonplussed?
You're coming to the realization?
Yeah. Like it's, I think
setting in.
Yeah, I think Kellen is, Kellen's a fine football coach, fine offensive coordinator. Nothing wrong with Kellen Moore as an offensive coordinator. I don't see him leading a team of men.
I agree. Bobby keeps sending out all the offensive numbers.
Don't care.
Tomorrow, Bobby's going to be in studio. They were number one in the league in terms of points scored when Kellen was here. Well, Bobby's big problem, well, he had a lot of problems with Mike McCarthy, which he will unveil tomorrow. Unless I keep getting these morons, these annoying morons on social media killing Bobby. Why didn't you report it live?
Bobby is going to take a lot of heat for that. He's going to take a lot of heat for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we want it. Well, I want the content, and I want to know the tea, as he called it, the McCarthy.
The McCarthy.
Spill the McCarthy tomorrow on the show. But otherwise, we're just going to cancel it if I keep getting these complaints of, why didn't you just do it then? What's the point of being a Cowboy insider? If you understand media relationships and some things that we all have to keep to ourselves, then you're just being dumb. Now, yeah, so he's sending out all these offensive numbers, but I'm like, you're not saying anything about him leading. No one has sold me on Kellen Moore being the CEO of the Dallas Cowboys. I haven't heard any selling point yet. What I have heard is Dan Orlovsky sounding like some Cowboy fans many Cowboy fans who wanted to run Kellen out of here. This was Orlovsky the other day on ESPN. It's not the best audio quality. We searched for better. We couldn't find it. People have a problem with the Philadelphia Eagles passing game right now, led and designed by the Whiz Kid.
My biggest concern with all this, and again, it is not Jalen Hurts. I thought Jalen Hurts didn't look rusty at all. My biggest concern is, how does it look like Green Bay knew what every pass play was? How does it look like Green Bay knew exactly what the pass concept was going to be? How does it look like Green Bay knew exactly where the receivers were going to be on a consistent basis? My mind, after I watched that tape, wasn't, man, Jalen Hurts struggled. I actually thought Jalen Hurts played well. My mind went to Kellen Moore, who's a friend of mine, and I think a really good coach. The pass game concepts got to grow. They got to get better. They got to infuse more, because my takeaway is Green Bay, pass game-wise, knew exactly who was going to be, where, and when they were going to be there, and that's how everybody got covered up.
By the way, first time in the show's history that Dan Orlovsky has not responded to one of my DMs. I DM'd him the other day to try to get him on, because he was right. He's been on a good run. Bobby will never recognize it, but I'm FAF. He's been on a good run of Cowboy takes in saying they should have blown this up. He said that in this past offseason. He was talking about McCarthy's offense being stale. Now he's doing the same thing with Kellen Moore. So I DM'd Dan. I was like, hey, I know you're in Arizona, Monday Night Call. He left me on read.
Oh, no.
He left me on read. It said it was seen, and he never wrote back. But I tried to get Dan on while Bobby was out, Peyton.
He's just thinking about an answer. He's talking to his bosses at ESPN thinking, okay, they had me on the Super Bowl. Can I go on their show? He's just waiting.
He's checking Belt's vacation schedule. make sure Bobby was out. But that was Dan being critical of Kellen's passing attack.
I want, if you're going to move on, if you moved on from Mike, I just want to start completely fresh. Completely fresh. And
that's unfamiliar.
That's unfamiliar. I know. God forbid.
That's the thing. That's another thing that's crazy. And I know you touched on it last night in your prep email. There's these two Jerry trees that he looks at. It's experienced coaches, and it's people with ties to the Cowboys organization. After 30 years, wouldn't you think about trying something new? Why would you sit down and say, all right, this is what we usually do. We pick from one of these two categories for our head coach. It hasn't worked. You can't sniff the Super Bowl, but you're going to continue to go back to your same formula of trying it. It's maddening.
It is.
It's the definition of insanity.
It really is. But such is life. Such is life here. I just don't. I don't see there are plenty of examples of coaches who are these young offensive minds, whatever. But if you go around and you look at them, you can either envision them all or you've seen them all given leading a group of men, giving a post-game speech, pre-game speech. I don't see him doing, he's not as energetic as Sean McVay. Sean McVay's a super energetic guy. All right? You can absolutely see how he would go in and he would command a room. Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett commanded a room. He had kind of a statesman feel to him.
Yeah.
Even McCarthy commanded a room. I don't see Kellen Moore doing that.
You know what the sad thing is? You know what the really sad thing is? That may be a check that Jerry wants. When we were bringing up Mike Vrabel, some people said, Ian Rappaport, I don't know Mike Vrabel and Jerry Jones work. Why? Because Mike Vrabel's going to say something back? So you're eliminated? It goes back to the puppet thing.
Yeah.
He may like it more that Kellen Moore is not this really strong personality.
1,000%.
And that sucks. That's terrible for your organization.
Yeah, it is. And that's the reality, I think, of it. And that's the way it's been. If you go look, who were the big-time personalities he hired? It was, obviously Jimmy, who he knew from college.
Yeah.
Barry, who he knew from college. All right, he knew those guys. And then you go with the Campo and Gailey and Campo, not mega personalities. He brings Parcells in because he had to bring Parcells in. He was forced to bring Parcells in. They had gone 5-11. They needed it. And Bill, which there's no Bill in this class, by the way. There's no Bill Parcells in this free agent coaching class that has the cachet, all that stuff, and Jerry needed a stadium. What happens when he gets it? Right back to the well. Wade, bumbling doofus. I love Wade, but he was, I'm not going to questioning. It's he was Peepaw. Wade's Peepaw. That's what he is. And Jason, again, same thing. Mike, quiet, but Mike's smart, commands the room, but not going to ruffle the feathers.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going with again.
Micah Parsons reacted to the departure of Mike McCarthy on the Edge pod.
It is devastating. Coach Mike's a great father, coach, one of the most winningest coaches. And, he's always been good to us as a unit, us to coaches, players. So, losing a great coach like Mike hurts. But it's going to be very interesting off seasons. It's going to be very interesting, due to the free agents, the coaching. It's it's going to be a complete reset. So it's going to be a very interesting and challenging offseason. But listen, I already know I trust my owner. I trust our GM. I trust Will McClay that we're going to make the right decisions.
All right.
Mike McCarthy is supposed to speak with the Chicago Bears today, and even Rappaport came out and said early next week it'll be Mike McCarthy expected to speak with the New Orleans Saints.
Imagine McCarthy goes to Chicago. They go 10-7 and just go to the playoffs next year. And it'd be a little disappointing.
10-7 playoffs. If they went to the NFC Championship, I would jump.
Well,
I would jump here from the 11th floor. It'd be a really nice turnaround. You know, a lot of these insiders have come on and said everyone would sign up. A lot of teams would sign up for double-digit wins and a playoff berth. The latest odds are out from Bet Online. Many people are laughing at them. If you're laughing at these odds, that means there's a money-making opportunity. Choppy, degenerate, tell us where it is. Deion is take advantage for once of Vegas trying to screw with your emotions. Deion plus 150. Don't bet it. That's my advice. Jason Witten plus 175. Don't bet it.
Stop it.
And then Kellen Moore plus 220 in third. Can I make some cash off plus 220?
Yeah, you can. It's not great cash.
Yeah.
You'll double your money.
Okay. So put down $200.
Yeah.
Put down $200 on that.
I think the likelihood is it's Kellen.
Ben Johnson is 16-1. Belichick is 16-1.
God, that's sad that it goes from 2-1 to 16-1.
Yeah.
That there's like virtually no chance.
Joe Brady 20-1. Kingsbury 20-1. Gruden 22-1. Brian Flores and Lane Kiffin 25-1.
There's some Brady, Gruden, Kiffin value at 20+1.
Liam Cohen, Lincoln Riley 25-1. Nagy, don't waste your money, 28-1. Slowick, Kirby Smart, Saban, Spagnola, Monken 33-1.
Saban, I could see some value there. That's got. I could see Jerry doing that.
How about $10 on Aaron Glenn at 40-1?
It's not bad. That's not bad value. You know, $10 to get 400. Yeah, let me sign me up.
I mean, I'm signing up for that.
Yeah, I don't think it'll happen, but yeah,
just in case. All right, Franklin LaFranco, injury attorney text line is open. Hit us up. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We have tickets for you to win to go to the Dallas Open at 7:20. The NHL Hall of Famer Jeremy Roenick to talk all-time stories and the Red Hot Stars also during the Expressway. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman getting your grills fired up at 8:20. And, of course, all of you Tolos who turn it on, leave it on. But we have a Texas Ranger announcement on a way for you to watch these games in the upcoming season. Is it going to be as big of a headache as the Dallas Mavericks put us all through? Rangers TV news. Maybe you went and bought the Philadelphia Eagle book, and an update on the stalker in Denton who is still not shutting his mouth over Caitlin Clark. It's all on the way with Sean and RJ. But speaking of firing up your grills, you can do it with her.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Favorite entertainment companions, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Jason Garrett with his opinion on what the next Cowboys coach should bring to the table. That's coming up at 7 o'clock. Hockey Hall of Famer, the always entertaining Jeremy Roenick will join the show live at 7:20, and we'll have a Dallas Open ticket giveaway. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. We are not only your home of the Dallas Cowboys, we're your home of the Rangers. So, of course, you can hear every single game with the Hall of Famer, Eric Nadel, Hicksy, and our boy Jared Sandler. But in terms of watching it, Evan Grant, RJ, came out with this yesterday. Ranger games in 2025 will be available to be streamed on the Victory Plus app for an annual subscription. That from Evan Grant.
You got to pay for them. Not like the Stars where you can just get them for free.
That's what annual subscription means to me.
That's what it means to me as well.
I've gotten lost in all the Roku. That's and that's what they want to do, right? They just want to sneakily hit you with $5 of this, $5 of that, and you're like, do I still even use this app? Am I watching Peacock for that one show that I wanted to binge? I get an Apple charge for like more space on the computer. I don't even know if it's actually doing anything. I had to cancel the OnStar in the wife's new vehicle the other day. That was like $30 or $35 a month. Now, this is work related, and of course, you can expense these types of things, but there's a lot of people who think, in my tease, I said, are the Rangers going to make it as difficult as the Mavericks did? And I got a tweet from Willie saying, bro, the Mavs are literally the easiest team to get. They're on free TV. Well,
no, they're not. They're not for us.
And yeah,
we don't get the games. We don't get. Sean and I both have a DirecTV stream. We don't get that channel.
I thought they were supposed to add it.
They talked about it, but then they were like, we're not adding it.
Yeah.
They said that like after like the first game.
And even if you figured it out, it was confusing to many in the beginning, and it was also a factor that many people named and why the NBA is having problems.
Yeah.
Because of the difficulty in finding where you need to watch. Now we're going to have it on Amazon with Dirk and Blake Griffin included on that coverage. So trying to track it down, trying to find. There's going to be a lot of people who find out late after kickoff that one of these NFL playoff games is not going to be on regular TV this weekend.
Yeah, it was going to be a Peacock game, right? Is it a Peacock game you got?
It might be Amazon. I'll double check.
Yeah, I mean, it is. This is the way it is. This is the way it's going.
Yeah.
And it sucks. I mean, it
sucks.
You gotta, because either you have the subscriptions or you have to buy them, and are you really going to buy them for one thing? Like, you buy Paramount for one show.
Right?
You know what I mean? Like that's like that's a difficult question to ask. Like, you gonna buy for one show? I don't know that I am.
Maybe these games. Maybe I was wrong about the 4 games this weekend. ESPN, ABC for Texans Chiefs Saturday 3:30. Fox for Commanders Lions 7 o'clock Saturday night. Sunday NBC and Peacock 2 o'clock, and then 5:30 CBS and Paramount Plus. So I think there are streaming options.
Yeah.
But also on the main.
It's on the main channel as well.
But they've done this. I mean, the NFL's put games just exclusively. We know Thursday nights. Amazon.
Thursday nights on Amazon Prime, but they had the Chiefs Dolphins game last year in the playoffs was on Peacock.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean they've done this before, and there was regular season games this year. I think one regular season game that I remember was on Peacock. The Amazon Prime obviously was on every Thursday night. Every Thursday night's on Prime. But the Rangers thing, I mean, it is going to cost you. It is not going to be like the Stars where it's on it and you just got to watch through a couple of videos.
We'll ask Bassick about it, see what he knows since he's part of the TV broadcast. Well, at 9:40 during Crosstalk, A.J. Brown making a book writer very, very rich.
Yeah, how about that? The A.J. Brown book vaults, and I mean vaults, to the top seller on Amazon.
Inner excellence.
He could launch a book club. I mean, he really could. The self-help author Jim Murphy made him that little book he got, Inner Excellence, the #1 hottest seller overnight. Literally that night, it became the hottest selling book.
Why would you go and just buy the book? Are all these sales coming out of Philly who can't read anyway?
That's true, right?
I wish we could see where the demographic breakdown was. Is it coming from Pennsylvania where people I want to be like A.J. Brown?
It was previously listed. It had yet to crack the top 100 for sales in 2025, but it was previously listed at 523,497th, and it jumped. It jumped it to the top spot.
This is
overnight.
like for you old school MTV fans, Heidi and Spencer. What was their relationship nickname?
Spidey.
Yeah. Their house burned down in the California fires. Spencer Pratt, MTV, Heidi, his wife. He's like, hey, can you go and download her music from back in the day? Amanda told me it went to #1 on iTunes. Went to number 1, saying, hey, can you go ahead and just try to help us out?
Were they not unlikable? And they were. He had a creepy flesh-colored beard and everything, and they were just an unlikable couple. And now, obviously, it's a sympathetic situation.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of empathy for them. But that was just for them to go to #1 on the charts.
By the way, I hate to do this. Gosh, I have to though. I have to.
Oh, it's a good move. I know where you're going with this.
Do you?
Real classy move by the Eagles. Super good move.
Props to Big Dom.
Dude.
Props to Big Dom. He's not only on the headset with plays, he's not only separating Nick Sirianni from his players who may not be able to stand him. Apparently, he identified the piece of crap up in the stands, identified the girl, and they're going to do what they can to make it right. The guy, of course, I think fired from his job. They found him in Jersey and banned from the stadium.
Yeah, and the cool thing is they sent the couple a ton of Packers gear.
Wow.
So the Eagles went and bought Packers gear, or they probably didn't buy it. They probably just went and told the NFL. But they sent them a ton of Packers gear because they're Packers fans.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's
nice move.
That's a nice move.
And they're
man.
crediting Big Dom. This guy is the fixer.
He is.
He's
he
the
really
fixer.
is. The guy, he should be in the mafia.
Yeah.
He really should be. He probably is. He should be in the mafia, though. Just get out of the football. Go right to the mob.
Someone who does not have remorse is the Caitlin Clark stalker from Denton, Texas.
No, the Caitlin Clark stalker was, he appeared in court. He appeared in court yesterday in Indianapolis, and he had what you would describe as a little bit of an outburst. Sitting there in court, and he enters the courtroom, gets to his seat, sits back in his chair, and yells out, "Guilty as charged."
And the judge is like, "Stop talking. This is not your turn to talk. We got to get through the proceedings first."
Yeah, no cameras in the courtroom or anything like that, but it's like, I expect you to she's like, "You have the right to remain silent, and I expect you to exercise that when it comes to this and on me." And, he faced up to 6 years in jail and a $10,000 fine.
So he yelled guilty as charged, but then he entered a not guilty plea. The judge says, "No, you don't do that here." Well, at the initial hearing, I'm not accepting a plea, but he entered a not guilty plea after sitting down and going, "Guilty."
Yep.
That's right.
Held on $50,000 bail. He was given a public defender, which, that's what
my brother probably.
Oh, is he a public defender?
I can't remember. Just tell me exactly what your job is.
So that's the situation with Michael Lewis.
No contact with Caitlin could face up to 6 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. And hopefully he does not have the $50K to get out after he flew to Indy to stalk her. And he was arrested at the Indianapolis hotel when the FBI tracked him down.
She felt, quote, terrorized, frightened, intimidated, and threatened.
All right, speaking of hoops, Choppy, what's going on with... Well, actually, you know what? We were talking about flights in the commercial break with your honeymoon that you're planning. Did you see MMA superstar Khabib throwing off his flight? Exit row communication issues.
What's he doing on a Frontier flight?
Save money.
I guess.
I flew Frontier once.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, I wouldn't think a professional athlete is on a budget airline.
The story goes he was sitting in the exit row, and, they come by, and they're like, "Are you okay to sit here?" Well, they say that Khabib was unresponsive. I don't know whether they're trying to make it a language barrier thing, but then people started rolling video, and they're like, "Are you fine to sit here? If not, we need your acknowledgement. You can either move to another seat or get off the plane." And in the video I watched, he was not that cooperative. He's like, "No, this isn't fair. This isn't fair." So they're like, "All right, we're going to go ahead and call someone." I was just thinking, if you're the guy who gets the call on the other line or the female, and you're walking up to one of the baddest men ever.
Maybe the
guy who owns Conor McGregor. But he got up peacefully, walked off the flight, caught another flight. Now he's going on social media saying, is this race? Is this prejudice? Because we did not get the part of the initial confrontation on video. And then, of course, Conor McGregor had to troll. McGregor goes instantly and follows Frontier Airlines.
Yeah, it's that was... I've sat in an exit row before. I don't remember them needing verbal confirmation. They just...
No, I think they do.
But they just sit there and say, "Are you okay sitting here?" And
but they come up to your row and ask everyone in the row. So that's verbal consent.
It is, I guess. I don't remember them coming each individual person and asking. But this is clearly a language thing, I would imagine, from Khabib's standpoint. He probably wasn't paying attention, didn't understand things. But yeah, you're right. Could you imagine, if he wanted to... And he wouldn't, because he's probably registered as a lethal weapon. But imagine you're the security guard or you're the officer and you recognize him and you're like, "I'm not getting him off this plane." You do that. I'm not going in. I know who this guy is. This guy fought a bear. This guy wrestled a bear. I am not going anywhere near this dude. I can't spell his last name, but I know it.
Everything you need to know for the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. That is why we want you to win the Dallas Open ticket giveaway. Just a little way for us to try to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, and that is what TOLO stands for. Jeremy Roenick for you hockey heads at 7:20. It's a Meat Church Wednesday for you grill heads at 8:20. But next, Jason Garrett on what the Cowboys need for their next head coach. What does Mike McCarthy have going on? And Mike Tomlin with a message to anyone interested, Jimmy Johnson included, in trading for his services. That's next. Jason Garrett's Cowboy Coach Advice right here on 105.3 The Fan. But my advice, if you ever get involved in an accident that was not your fault, hit up the Frankels. It's Mark, Scott, and Gene, chosen by the people, feared by the insurance companies. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. They will guide you through the legal process, answer any questions you may have, and fight tirelessly for your rights. For 3 decades, Frankel & Frankel have been fighting for those injured in car and truck wrecks in DFW. So if you or a loved one has been hurt, call Frankel & Frankel first to get the medical treatment you
that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt back tomorrow. We're trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. Jeremy Roenick and a Dallas Open ticket giveaway right around the corner during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. Mike McCarthy is supposed to meet with the Chicago Bears today. NFL Network says New Orleans Saints early next week. We have a New York Jets connection, or I should say an Aaron Rodgers connection coming out of New York, as there's speculation that Aaron and Mike McCarthy may want to get back together. Yeah.
It's interesting.
How interesting is that? Now, the New York Jets, as it stands, may not even have Aaron Rodgers back.
Right. Didn't even know.
Rex Ryan was apparently wiped out.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Done.
That was the report from Rich Cimini. Rich Cimini is like the Todd Archer of the Jets.
Yes, he is.
And Cimini is also saying that he does not think the Jets would have any interest in Mike McCarthy. They interviewed him before the Adam Gase stuff.
Yeah, they did this. He was like, that was the other interview he took. With the cow, during his gap year, it was the Jets and us. Like, those were a couple of interviews that he took.
Yeah.
And I guess they obviously went with Peyton Manning's recommendation of Adam Gase.
So it seems like there could be some interest. He believes Mike McCarthy would be interested in talking to the Jets, and the idea of reuniting with Aaron Rodgers would intrigue him. But Cimini is reporting, I do not believe the Jets have the same interest in that idea. So maybe we follow some Aaron Rodgers future breadcrumbs from Mike.
Oh, like where Aaron might go if Aaron might leave. I mean, that makes sense.
Because I'm assuming he leaves. I'm assuming he's gone. Does he still want to play?
Yeah, I would assume he leaves too, but where's he going to go? Like, everybody was saying, Minnesota, right? Targeting Minnesota because it's the easy, hey, Favre went to Green Bay, then the Jets, then Minnesota. People are targeting Minnesota. Well, so Kevin O'Connell, even if that happened, Kevin O'Connell's not going anywhere. You see Aaron Rodgers going and wasting away in New Orleans for the final year of his career. I mean, I think the Raiders are an intriguing team, but and because aren't they like sixth now in the picks? So they're not going to get one of the top two quarterbacks. So there's an intrigue there. But do you see McCarthy going to Vegas? I mean, everybody's pointing to Ben Johnson going to Vegas. I don't know. I mean, I think it's legitimately dead. I think McCarthy has like four options. I do think there's four options for him. I don't know that they're all likely, but I think the Jets are one of them. Jacksonville, New Orleans, and Chicago. Obviously.
Here's the actual report from Rich Cimini, Jets insider on ESPN Radio New York.
So there'd be no interest in Mike McCarthy who became available today?
That's interesting, Don. I've done some reporting on this, and I think McCarthy would be interested in talking to the Jets. I think the idea of reuniting with Rodgers would intrigue him. I do not believe the Jets have the same interest. They interviewed him in 2019. That was the year the Adam Gase cycle. We know how that ended up. They should have hired McCarthy then. I don't think they came away blown away by his interview, and so they hired Gase, and 2 years later they were looking for another coach. So I think McCarthy is a good coach. He's obviously hasn't won it all since 2010 with Rodgers, but he wins. He'll get you double-digit wins, and he does have a good relationship with Rodgers, despite what some people think. I know Rodgers has a lot of respect for him. We're putting the cart before the horse there. I don't even know if Rodgers will be back, but the bottom line is I do not think the Jets would be pursuing Mike McCarthy.
By the way, one prominent coaching agent told Cimini Woody Johnson cannot make a good decision. He's 77. He took ownership of the Jets in 2000, saw Belichick walk out the door the very same month, and now is on the verge, RJ, of hiring his 8th head coach and 7th general manager since 2000.
He's David Tepper. He's a more mentally sound David Tepper.
Mike Zimmer told Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, all options are open for his future. Zimmer and other Cowboy assistants whose contracts expired are now allowed to interview elsewhere. Zimmer said, quote, "I really enjoy coaching." Reporter Jeff Darlington, ESPN, said Mike Zimmer is contemplating retirement. So little Mike Zimmer buzz out there.
Yeah, this is a tough situation because you have on one side, you know what's going to happen if you bring in a new defensive coordinator. There is going to be a growth period, right? Just like we saw at the start of this year. The defense got much better as the year went on. I mean, look at Dan Quinn in Washington. The defense got a little bit better as the year went on. They were giving up a ton of points early. It happens, right? It happens But the other side is, so that makes you not want to make a change. That makes you want to bring Zimmer back. But on the other side, I don't know. Like, if you have a guy who's contemplating retirement, is he all in? And are you doing a disservice to a new coach by giving him a DC, like that? It may not be all in. It's got 1 foot in retirement.
Well, someone who may have some insight is another former Cowboy coach. Jason Garrett was on the This Is Football pod, and he was asked, what type of coach do the Cowboys need now?
The kind of coach who thrives there is someone who's a really good coach. There's no doubt that ownership is involved. Jerry Jones is the general manager of the team. So the owner / general manager is involved, and he should be. That's how the organization's set up. So I think you have to be an excellent communicator. I think you have to be an excellent leader. And when I say communicator and leader, it's not only communicating and leading to your staff and to your team, it's also leading upward in the organization. I think you have to have a really clear vision for what you want the team to be. And this is what I want it to look like as a team, on offense, defense, kicking game. These are the kind of players we want to have. And I think you have to be able to clearly articulate that and get everybody on the same page.
A lot of people are using the A word during this head coaching cycle.
Apathy?
Apathy? No, don't use that word. That's a no-no over there in Frisco.
No. We'll be all in.
Don't use that word. And it's not all for all in. It's alignment. And Jay Jeezy hit on that for the Cowboys.
The teams that have success in the NFL are aligned. They're aligned from ownership to general manager to head coach to coordinators, quarterback, all the way down through. Look at the obvious examples: Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, some of the other ones, the teams that are there year after year. So you're trying to create alignment, and when you're the head coach, you're really in charge of that. You're in charge of the creating the vision and letting everybody know that this is what we want this team to look like, and we have to be disciplined to making the decisions to make this vision come alive. And I think it can be challenging in Dallas because of the ownership general manager, but also can be advantageous in Dallas because the ownership and the general manager is the same guy. So it's incumbent upon you to do a great job communicating what the vision is, being disciplined to that. And when we did that, when I was the head coach there, we drafted really good players and we had really good teams. And when we deviated from that and we were less disciplined, we weren't quite as good. And I think that's a really important thing to understand.
This is just a guess. Bobby may spill all the beans tomorrow in the giving us the McCarthy. But Jason is someone who I feel like could walk the Jerry bridge better than McCarthy did. Like, I could see Mike, I'm just guessing, I have no idea. I could see Mike being like real irritated with, I have to fill Jerry in on this. I have to report back to that. And Jason knew what it was, right, from being a player here. And Jason has that CEO mentality of, look, this is part of the job. I got to report to my boss. I got to report to the boss who's the owner and the general manager. I don't know. I get the sense that Mike was probably more irritated with the setup here than JG.
He might have been more irritated.
That's a total guess. I don't know.
The thing you have to do, like, you could be irritated with it. You can't show it to the media, and I thought Mike did a pretty decent job of not showing it all the time.
Not better than Jason, though.
No, but nobody did it better. Jason's like a congressman. Like, Mike, the advantage Mike has is Mike has shown, like, he was able to work with two polar opposite type organizations. Like, he was able to work with Jerry and Ted Thompson, and was Gutekunst there when he was there, and Mike Murphy. So he's been able to kind of mold between the personalities.
And then final clip from Garrett. If you were asked by Jerry Jones, what should I change? How and what would Jay Jeezy change about the way Jerry runs things?
Well, Jerry's 82 years old, and he's done things a certain way for a long, long time. So, I think if you go in there as the head coach, you have to embrace what those dynamics are.
Yeah.
And you have to learn. I learned a tremendous amount from Jerry Jones during my time there as a player, as an assistant coach, and as a head coach. He's a really, really bright guy who has great perspective on a lot of things inside and outside of football. So, having a beginner's mind and someone who wants to learn from someone like that, I think is important. But then also having your own vision about how things need to be and being able to communicate that vision is critical. I don't think you should spend a lot of time trying to change Jerry Jones. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you have to understand what his strengths are and then maybe some of the areas where you guys can work together to make the organization better than it's been in recent years.
That's another reason why I don't think Belichick would have worked here, even though that's who I wanted. Belichick
does not have a beginner's mind.
He also looks down his nose at even his boss asking him stuff. He went on McAfee and gave a viral answer of, you wouldn't believe NFL owners reading the papers and asking you about that stuff.
Yeah.
And the disgust that Bill Belichick even had at times for someone like Robert Kraft, who was so hands-off, it seemed, at least if you watch The Dynasty, he wouldn't be able to handle all the stuff that happens around here, in my opinion. He can compliment the Jones publicly all he wants.
Well, no, because
he wouldn't have been able to handle it.
Listen, the number one. All right, so what is the number one job of a football coach at 31 other places?
To win?
Coach football. It's the number one job. The head coach of the Lakers, the manager of the Yankees, and the head coach of the Cowboys, their number one job is not coaching or managing that team. It's managing the front office and the owner. George, Jerry, and Jeannie. Like, that's the number one thing you have to be. You have to be the best at that. Like, and that's the problem. Like, the coaching aspect of it is the secondary aspect of it here. And that's the frustrating. You've got to be able. Joe Torre was not the greatest manager in baseball, but he handled George better than anybody.
Yeah.
And you could put up with the fact that he didn't know how to handle a pitching staff to save his life. But he can handle George. And Phil Jackson handled Jeannie in more ways than one. All right. And Pat Riley handled Jerry Buss. You've got to be able to handle Jerry Jones. Garrett did a good job of that. I'd rather Garrett come back to Kellen Moore.
No. Come on.
Oh. I'm out. I'm out. Very disappointed.
Well, it's not done.
Yes, it is.
You think it's done?
Yes, it is.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up for the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. That is also the number to win the Dallas Open ticket giveaway, which we have coming up for you next in the commercial-free expressway. That's going to start off with a whale guess, the hockey legend, the always entertaining Jeremy Roenick, to talk about your awesome Dallas Stars and more next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. QC Kinetics, get you healthy and keep.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
whiskey expert, possibly. Jeremy Roenick joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. How you guys doing? And listen, I'll take all those accolades that you just put out there. I appreciate that. Hope you guys are doing well.
Well, I'd like to start with the Hall of Fame, but I know Choppy. Well, I don't know, Chop. Would you like to rather go golf or whiskey?
Man, I mean, they pair well together. They pair well together. You can only choose one.
They did that weekend. I'll tell you that. It was a great weekend. I was thoroughly blessed, and the gratitude was just oozing out of my body. It was a great weekend. I waited a long time for it, and I can tell you it was worth every second of the wait.
What's that, 90 proof?
It was
70 proof.
70 proof.
It's good. It's a good number right there. Now you can only do one for the rest of your life. Drink whiskey or play golf.
Oh, I'm playing golf. There's no question about it. It's better on the body. It's better on the body, and I'm good at it too. So I'll have just as much enjoyment doing it.
The Tournament of Champions is something we're going to talk about here in a second on 105.3 The Fan. But we got to talk about the Stars, man. What is your impression of this hockey team so far this year and the recent run that they've been on?
I've liked this team for a long time. My good buddy Joe Pavelski was on this team, and he's fantastic. They just seem to be their own worst enemy at times, and you think they're going to go great, and then they just can't get over the hump. But I've always liked the way that they played. They're very very disciplined, good both ways, good offense, good defense. Their goaltending is good. I always wish great things for them, but. It's always a crazy place for me because I had a lot of traumatic times in that city, but it's one that I really love. There's no question about it. I know they'll get over the hump at some point, especially because of their goaltender. But again, it's a very difficult trophy to win. Trust me, 21 years it eluded me.
It feels like when they've been so good. It's been 5-6 years where they've been at the top of the near the top of the West. That the run would be coming to an end, but it doesn't seem like it is because they've been able to grow so much, through the draft. Is this a team that's window is probably going to stay open more than just another year or two?
I hope so. I mean, you look at, their veterans are getting a little bit up there. Jamie Benn, obviously, Sagan, and all these guys that have been getting older. They still have one of the best defensemen in the game, I believe. But They definitely do have gotten a very good sense of young guys that are coming up. I think their scouting staff has done a great job. But again, it's all luck, and you have to be playing right at the right time. Everybody's got to gel at the right time. You can have the best team in the league and be out in the first round. That's just what playoffs are all about. So it's you just got to hope for the team just gelling at the right time. But I do think that maybe the window of being very good is a little bit bigger for them.
You mentioned the word luck. You don't hear athletes talk about like the luck factor. How much plays into luck and winning a championship?
A lot. It comes down to breaks. It comes down to getting that lucky goal, getting that big save.
Health.
Health,
yeah.
Exactly. That was my next point is how many guys can stay healthy through a very, very treacherous 2 months of playoffs. I mean, you're playing every other day and traveling between cities and playing one of the most brutal games that there is to play at speeds that nobody else plays in a physical contact sport. So it's luck has a lot to do with it to win a cup. Like, listen, I can't say I didn't have 21 years of bad luck, but I was on 4 President's Cup trophies, best teams in the league, and 2 of them we got bounced in the first round. So my luck was not very good.
When you look back on that, Jeremy, are you like, all right, this was what was missing? After all those years, and you look back on what was obviously a Hall of Fame career, are you like, all right, that was the component, that was the ingredient that was missing, and I'm trying to apply that to the Stars who were trying to get over that hurdle?
Yeah, and everybody thinks that they have the team to do it, and it's the one sport where absolutely every individual's preparation becomes very important. If there's if the third line, if there's two players in the third line that aren't doing their job, usually that's a big defensive role, right? They're going to be playing against the other team's best team. If they're not playing at their best, they're going to lose. It literally is a trophy where pretty much everybody on that team has to be running in unison. And, that's very hard to do. That's why it's such a hard trophy to win. And there's some teams that have learned how to do it. The Florida Panthers got to the finals 2 years ago. They lost and learned their lesson and learned how to win. Next year, they went back to the finals and won. That's a very, very unique situation in hockey. And I'm very envious of the people that have learned it and the teams that have learned to play the right way at the right time of the year.
Jeremy Roenick joining us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Dallas and trauma, and we all know 99, Madonna and Hatcher and the hit and the suspension and all that. Because of that, did Dallas become one of your least favorite cities? Was there a hatred that developed there, either for the club or just coming here when they came there?
I loved that kind of competition. I loved those rivalries that got me motivated. So as much as I hated going to Dallas because I knew it was going to be a tough game, I knew it was going to be physical, I loved going in there because I knew the fans were going to be excited. I knew it was going to be a good game. I knew it was going to be competitive. I knew going into that game in Dallas after I knocked Modano out, I knew I was in for a tough game. I was in the front page of the Dallas newspaper. So I knew it was going to happen. I mean, I didn't know I was going to get my jaw broken in 6 places by Hatcher, but I knew, I knew it was going to be tough, and I love that. I still today love Darian Hatcher. Obviously, I love Mike Modano. I have a total amount of respect for them because that's the game. I'm not going to get mad at them. If Darian Hatcher didn't do anything to me that night after what I did to Modano the night before, I would probably lose respect for him. But he didn't. He was a captain, and he acted like a captain, and the team rallied around their best player, and the fans rallied around their team. That's what sports is all about, and I totally love that about Dallas, and I love that about that team.
Are you getting frustrated, similar to a pitcher who can't pitch inside without having someone charge the mound, a hockey player who can't land that good heavy check without having to drop the gloves?
I found a way to get it all done. Trust me. I laid that big hit, and when I needed to drop the gloves, I wasn't the best fighter in the world. I'd fight anyone. So I did have that sometimes harder job of landing a good punch against a good fighter because they could defend themselves. I just held on for dear life, but I was a gamer. There's no question.
Who's the enforcer today that reminds you of somebody like a Hatcher from back then, if there is one?
There's really not. There's not too many guys that like to drop the gloves and do anything like that. Tom Wilson in Washington has kind of morphed his game into, he wants to be more of an offensive guy, and he's done that, but he is very tough, and he has been able to do that. There's really the game is void of any of the real tough guys. What's the kid in New York? I forgot the kid's name. He was kind of a phenom a little bit last year. He was fighting everybody. His name escapes me, but you guys can look it up. But that's how hard it is to find somebody in the game now that likes to fight, because it is more of a talent game more than just a physical toughness game anymore.
Jeremy Roenick here on 105.3 The Fan. So we love Darren Woodson here in the Metroplex, and some people have compared you to Woody in terms of the Hall of Fame wait, where people are like, no, this should have happened years and years and years ago. How excruciating was all those years? How did you change the waiting game of, I'm not even paying attention, I'm not sitting by the phone, screw this? I've said to certain Hall of Famers who should be in should be like, you know what, I'm not even accepting your invite. Y'all made me wait too long. Take us through that process.
Oh, you just hit every single emotion that I had throughout the last 12 years. There's no question. And the first 4 or 5 years, it was June 26th usually when the Hall of Fame announcement comes out, and I was by my phone every June 26th, and my friends were calling me, good luck, JR, good luck, and then nothing. By the 10th year, the frustration had really set in, and all the fans, all the great fans that I've had, and even when I'm in Toronto and I'm walking, people don't even know who I am, or they're not even fans of mine. They're like, "Jer, how come you're not in the Hall of Fame?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't have an answer." But literally, this past year was the first year where I didn't care. I wasn't looking at it. I didn't know what the date was. I wasn't expecting it, and it came. But it was June 25th this year, and I literally got the call, and I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what's the date?" Because I got an answering machine. My answering machine got it on my phone, so I checked my voicemail, and it says, "Welcome to the Hall of Fame. Press 3 for tickets. Press 4 for tours." And why am I getting a call from the Hall of Fame? Oh, wait, what's the date? And then I got all sweaty and nervous. And then the call came in again about 5 minutes later, and it was Lanny McDonald and Mike Gartner accepting me and welcoming me into Hall of Fame. And I lost it. I started crying. And I will tell you, I was so happy with the way I felt by the call and the way that it affected me and hit me. Because like you said, after 12 years, I thought I didn't care. I thought I was it's not a big deal anymore. But it really is. It was actually probably one of the biggest deals that has ever happened to me. And I feel different. I really do. I feel different as a person, as a hockey player, it's changed me a lot.
That's awesome. That's a great story.
And it changed that signature price.
Yes,
too.
it did. Go to a card show now.
We like those. Yeah, we like when a number goes up, not down.
Yeah. Jeremy Roenick joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. Look, I love golf. Sean likes Michael Jordan stories. I know he's an old golf buddy of yours. What is playing golf with? Is it? It sounds like it's an intense nightmare to play golf with Michael Jordan. Is that true?
It is, because he's very intimidating, because he loves to trash talk. So he's always in your ear. He's always saying something, and it's Michael Jordan. So obviously you are going to be intimidated when you're playing with Michael Jordan. And it's been a long time since I played with him, but it doesn't matter, because he is without question the most competitive and the most I think toughest mentally to try to beat. And he's a good player. So for me, if he loses, he's going to find a way to get his money back, or he's going to find a way to get you back. And that's another frustrating thing, is it's never ending. So you might as well let him win the first time, so you don't have to have him keep coming back at you. But he is without question the biggest competitor, and have the highest competitive level of any athlete that I've ever seen in my life.
Give us your dream celebrity foursome of guys or girls that we would know, the other three, to go play the perfect round with for whatever reasons.
I think number one would be Clint Eastwood. I don't know if I'm a big Clint Eastwood fan, and I know he's a big golfer up in the Pebble Beach area.
Wow.
I always thought that would be really cool to play golf with Pebble Beach with Clint Eastwood. And I'm a big Ronald Reagan fan. I would love to have played Ronald Reagan. And yeah, so I would throw those two in there. I can't put Michael Jordan in there because I've already played with Michael a couple times. I've played with Trump a couple times. I wouldn't know who that. Probably Arnold Palmer. I think Arnold Palmer would be a great guy to spend the day with. I did meet Arnold Palmer one time. It was in Bay Hill after I jumped on one of the alligators that was out in the fifth hole, which was not a smart thing to do.
I'm sorry. What?
And, yeah. There was an alligator out there, and I tried to jump on its back, and I got its tail, and it zipped into the water. But the funny part was after the round, we're in the men's grill, all about 8 of us, just having a spirit and talking about the round. And in comes Arnold Palmer, and he's standing at the edge of the table, and he looks at me and goes, "Hey, hockey boy," he said, "will you leave my alligators alone? They're scared bleep out there." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm sorry, Mr. Palmer." And he's like, "Oh, I'm just kidding." He goes, "You're a crazy bastard." I'm like, "Oh gosh." I said, of all things to meet Arnold Palmer, it's like jumping on one of his alligators.
Jeremy Roenick here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Hilton Tournament of Champions. Does the trash talk carry over with, Pavelski or Madonna? Talk about this event, Jeremy.
It's the best golf event outside of Tahoe. So this is like the Tahoe golf tournament on the East Coast. I think it's better than Tahoe. It's a 4-dayer. We get to play with the LPGA Tournament of Champions, so the best female golfers in the world, which obviously humble us very quickly.
Yeah.
So we get to share the course with the best female golfers in the world, and then we get to compete for our own purse, playing against the best celebrity golfers in the country. I've had a chance to win it in the last 2 years, and unfortunately have come up a bit short. But it's a 4-day grind, and if anybody tells me that golfers aren't athletes, I might resort into my hockey days and hit them, because it's a hard grind to play 72 holes, walking, keeping your head about you, the competitive level. A tough golf course, Lake Nona, is a very difficult golf course. The greens are fast, but the competitive level and the playing level is second to none, if you ask me. And it's a fantastic tournament, and it's great for fans to come out and watch, because you get a little bit of LPGA and they get a lot of celebrity.
And that's going to be on the Golf Channel starting Thursday, January 30th. How different of a golfer are you, if at all, in front of people versus by yourself with your buddies? Are you pretty much the exact same, or having a gallery there that Caitlin Clark could take out? Does that change your scoring?
I've played in celebrity tournaments now for almost 30 years, and when I started, I was a train wreck. Yvonne Lendl nicknamed me Mr. Yippee back in the 90s.
Original Barkley.
That's not good.
Yeah, I would 4-putt every hole because I was so nervous with all the people watching. But as you play in front of people, you get more comfortable. And now it's the same. For me, I get more focused. When I'm in front of people, it's almost like I feel more like I did on the ice in front of the people. I don't feel nervous as much anymore. They're out of the way enough to where I know I'm not going to hit them. So that's a good thing. I know I'm not going to shank one that bad. But for a lot of players, it's hard. It's very, very hard playing in front of people and having eyes on you, and and it's just a little bit of nerves, and that ball can go in a lot of different directions. But I have it under control now, finally, at 55 years old.
When you were playing with a PGA golfer, are you, because you mentioned the trash talk with Jordan, can you get under their skin? Because golfers aren't trash talkers at all. Like, they're not compared to NBA, NHL, stuff like that. Can you get under their skin, or do you try to anyway?
I can get under anybody's skin. You guys know my reputation. I can get under anyone's skin at any time. It just depends on how brutal I'm going to go. But even if I'm playing against some of my PGA buddies, I will negotiate more strokes. And if I'm playing good, then I start being a little bit more quiet so that they don't get too angry, because they're going to come back at me. But yeah, there's some guys that I've really gotten. I played Tom Lehman in a tournament a few years back and shot 67, and I thought he was going to pull all of his hair out of his head. Like, what? You're a celebrity. Like, you can't be shooting 67.
Whoa.
I was like, yeah.
Dude.
You have any favorite Dallas courses to play?
I've never really played in Dallas. I've had people ask me out to Dallas National. What's the other one? What's the other big course out there in Dallas that a lot of the players belong to?
There's Trinity Forest. There's Vaquero, the Preston Trails.
Preston Trails. That was the other one that they asked me to. And I know they just built the new PGA PGA course out there. So, but unfortunately, I haven't had an opportunity yet. When I'm down there, I'm usually playing hockey. But I did play in a tournament where they had the senior tour tournament out there at.
It was a Las Colinas, right?
Las Colinas, yeah. I played Las Colinas, but I don't think the tournament's there anymore that we played with the Tournament of Champions, which was a great one also.
Jeremy, before we let you go, who's your NFL team?
Well, unfortunately, it's the LA Chargers, the once San Diego Chargers. I live in San Diego. I'm a big Herbert fan.
Okay.
But I think now if I have to root for someone, I'm going to root for Buffalo because I'm a big Josh Allen fan, and I don't want to see KC win it
again. Nobody does, really.
No. I think I'm totally done with that team. I don't like never see them again. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Mahomes and all them, but they can lose now.
It is the Hilton Tournament of Champions with the Hall of Famer, the legend, Jeremy Roenick here on 105.3 The Fan. You were just as good as we knew you would be. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, and keep killing the golf courses, man.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you saying the nice things about me and promoting the tournament, and hopefully I can get it done this year.
And what's the whiskey?
Whiskey in the Wild. Whiskey in the Wild, the best chocolate whiskey you've ever had in your entire life. Trust me, you go to whiskeyinthewild.com, you'll never have an experience like that in a glass.
Does it come with a flask? They all come with a flask?
It does. All comes with a flask. Yep. You get by the way, they're in my golf bag too, so maybe that's why I'm
Thank you, brother. All the best. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Man,
see you later.
Some guests you just know.
Yeah, that was great.
You just know.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks to Gavin Spittle for setting it up. And Jeremy Roenick, the Hall of Famer, live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. So that's an event that you can check out on TV. This one, we're sending you to in person.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Open on February 3rd and 4th at the Star in Frisco. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. The next guest will be Matt Pittman. It's a Meat Church Wednesday at 8:20 to get you back on your grilling game. But since it is Wednesday, commercial-free expressway, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
We said AI was the worst thing or one of the most dangerous things ever, and it is proving to be. I was wondering why Brad Pitt was trending yesterday. And we found out. We found out the easy way. This French woman found out the very, very hard way about Brad Pitt. She was DM'd on Instagram and convinced by this scammer that AI-generated videos and edited images were actually Brad Pitt, and that Brad Pitt wanted to be in a relationship with her. She divorced her husband.
Oh, my gosh.
Thinking that her and Brad Pitt would get together.
Is there pictures of this woman?
I have not seen
do we have a
photos.
Name? Okay.
No,
was she like filthy rich? I mean, I imagine if you have $800,000...
Yeah,
or did she just wipe out all the life savings?
She appeared that she had some money, right? Appears she had some money. So her name was Anne. The issue here, I can't believe this is a real story. I really can't. So here's the issue. Brad Pitt, fake Brad Pitt, scammer Brad Pitt, says that he is in the hospital. And he sends... or the scammer sends all these photos, and if you saw these photos, you're like, these are not real. All these photos of himself in a hospital bed, surgery, an IV in the arm, everything, right? On an operating table. Jeez. Photos of him on an operating table. So he convinces her that his bank accounts were locked because of his divorce with Angelina Jolie, and that he needed money for a kidney surgery.
Oh, my gosh.
So
lost blood because of the vial, the necklaces that Angelina wears around her throat.
She sent over 800,000 euros to this fake Brad Pitt. She realized it was fake when she saw Brad Pitt on the news with a girlfriend. I mean, she divorced her husband. Could you imagine? Like, obviously...
It's hard sometimes for me to feel bad for these types of people.
Yeah,
if it's an older, elderly person, like even the other day, I don't know. I have to get a new debit card because I'm not sure if I was the victim of someone trying to use it or did I use it somewhere else. Or I booked a flight the other day and a man is like, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Why are they redirecting you to this or that?" So I do feel bad because of all the pieces of crap out there and the elderly who fall for this stuff. My dad sends us like all this stuff, and I'm like, it's a scam. Stop. But you thought Brad Pitt was getting with you. And then even if you saw him on TV with the girlfriend, that's your moment of, oh my gosh, he's such an upstanding person. He's got a girlfriend. He can't be DMing anybody else.
He's not DMing anybody else.
Celebrities don't cheat.
So she said...
That was your moment that broke your heart, that he's on TV with a girlfriend? Like, I'm not the one? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, he had like... She said she got divorced and then sent basically all of her divorce settlement directly to Brad Pitt, or to this fake Brad Pitt, the scammer Brad Pitt. What a wild, wild story. I don't even know. Like, there's really nothing more to say about this. This is literally the dumbest lady in human history. The dumbest generation in human history.
Oh, gosh. Wouldn't be a chop it up without 14 Gen Z stories.
Listen, it's my favorite generation. They're going to change the world, but they can't change a light bulb. They shockingly admitted that a vast number of Gen Zers have no idea to do basic tasks. Now, we've talked about them. You know, they have very big work-life balance.
And Gen Z is what age exactly again?
It's like 1996 to 2010.
Okay.
Somewhere in there.
No,
So
I'm not in this. It's at least 97 because I'm in Sean's generation.
I think you're in this one.
No. I think we've proven this. Don't make me a Gen
Go
Zer.
to the Googles.
No, I can change a light bulb.
You're in my generation? How old are you?
I'm 28.
I'm 43.
I know. I think Bobby has proven it, though, that it started at when you were born and it ended in 96. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we found this out.
Investigators found that 25% of Gen Z has no idea how to change a light bulb in a ceiling lamp. Many claiming that climbing a ladder is too dangerous.
Oh, my gosh.
1 in 5 worry that the light bulb might be too hot. So instead of risking their lives to complete a very common task, they would rather get others to do it, which is got it. G-O-T-D-I-T. Get others to do it. Got it. That's what they would rather do.
So look, I'm a dummy in terms of these types of things, but come on, even I can change a light bulb. Smoke detector. Sometimes I second and third guess myself.
Yeah.
You know, am I doing it correctly? But I still change the smoke detector in my house. But a light bulb, the biggest problem with changing a light bulb, am I going to the store and getting the exact type of match? Am I getting the same yellow hue?
Absolutely. I've got boxes on boxes of light bulbs that I bought.
Yeah.
And turned out either it was the wrong hue, like you said, or whatever. I don't want to have to go to the store.
Yeah.
And they always run out.
They're expensive too, right?
We just ran out of those, what are they called? Can lights, the inside. We just ran out, all 3 of them burn out at the same time.
Well,
which is
that's good at least.
It's good, right?
Yeah.
So I was able to have it. The average Gen Zer spends about $1,500 per year hiring professionals to knock out basic chores.
Okay, so there are those apps and services, a handyman come over and install and put together that piece that you got from the store.
Right, so it could be like anything you bought or fire alarms, all that stuff. Gen X shells out about $500 a year. Boomers about $300 a year, which that's probably going to rise as they get older. Or maybe have your kids do it, because most boomers' kids, I guess, would be either Gen X or millennials. But Gen Z, not really knowing how to change a light bulb. We mentioned Jordan Schultz earlier in the show.
NFL reporter. He's the one who broke the Deion Jerry Jones story and was on G-Bag yesterday.
Yes. Not with us, but with G-Bag.
I can't get a hold of this guy. I mean, he DMs all the time. He DMs the station account to come on. I text him back. Nothing. I think he came on one time when I wasn't here.
Yeah,
with you guys.
I think he was. His father, like we had mentioned, is Howard Schultz, the founder of Starbucks.
Oh, we're going to fight over this.
And Starbucks will now no longer allow people to sit in their coffee shop. A lot of people just go to Starbucks, sit in there and work. And they will not allow them to use the bathroom without purchasing something. Now,
you're not allowed now to use the bathroom without purchasing.
Correct.
Yeah.
The Starbucks thing with working is like everybody just goes in there. You gotta send an email. You go in there, send an email. I always purchase something when I go in.
Yeah.
And it's coffee. It's $2. Or
is it
$4? Whatever.
Is it?
But I don't get the. I'm on the Dan Campbell coffee plan. Just give me the straight black coffee. The straight black espresso.
Why do you make me do this? Why do you make me call you on your choppyisms, your contra-choptions? You used to rip off the 19 named drinks for years and years and years and years. No, forever.
Yeah.
Forever you would sit there and rip off the drinks that you would go ahead and get. I guess maybe at the Super Bowls you get a black eye or
black
pink
eye or you get a red eye, a black eye, or a green eye. You get the green eye one too, which is just coffee with espresso. It's basically an Americano. But it's it's not the double mocha latte, 3 pumps, no sugar, non-fat with whip.
Yeah.
I've gotten those before.
I'm so terrible at Starbucks. The last time I ordered at the counter, I got something back cold, and I intended it to be hot. I can't even order the right damn temperature First it was the size, and now it's the temperature that I can't get straight. I have Starbucks anxiety.
There are people that go in.
And my wife, I try to, walk up to the hotel room in Nashville with the coffee from my wife, and she's looking at me with disgust. I'm like, how about the fact that I just tried? I tried to get you a fancy, nice coffee. It just ended up being a slushy instead of something hot.
You mentioned temperature. There are people that will go in and say, I want this drink at 196 degrees.
Shut up.
They will tell the...
What, you got a thermopen to stick it in like a brisket?
Yeah, they want you to heat it to a certain temperature, and sometimes they want to heat it so hot that it ruins the coffee, and the baristas are like, no, it's that's not. You're gonna really, it's gonna ruin the drink.
But back to what I think we're gonna argue about. Good.
Oh,
don't be going in. I have bathroom anxiety too. If I stop at a convenience store on a road trip, I worry. It's like I'm sneaking down to a seat at a game I don't belong in. I'm like, do I buy this bag of chips? Do I get this drink that I don't want? I feel bad. I feel like I'm sneaking in to someone's home to use their bathroom and then sneaking out. I don't want you sitting in my place of business, just sitting around not buying something. This ain't some living room for you to just chill in.
The sitting around thing, it's one thing.
Loitering.
If I'm TCing out there, and I need to go use the bathroom.
Yeah, no, I'm not killing you for doing it, but I don't have a problem with the business policy of if you come in here, buy something.
I don't have a problem. What I do at a gas station is you park at a pump.
Yep,
you park at a pump.
Yeah, so they think that's good.
Yeah, just park at a pump, but park on the side, kind of, so they don't necessarily see. Just park at a pump and walk in and use their facilities.
Yeah,
if you got to buy a Gatorade or whatever.
Hey, do you worry about this? I can't imagine that you're too paranoid or worried about the free restroom stop.
No, I mean, look, if you got to go to the bathroom, if I'm in business, if you run and use the bathroom, if you really got to go, then leave immediately. But if you're like a common person that comes back and forth, and doing work there for 6-7 hours, that's a little ridiculous.
The worst is stopping at a little taqueria or something. It's not a big Buc-ee's where you get lost in the mix and you're the only person that's walking in there, and they're looking at you like, what are you going to order? What are you going to order? And you got to fake okay, hang on 1 second. 1 second. You run in with your kid, and then you got to sprint out without them being like, hey, we got carnitas. You better buy some.
Again, Starbucks says they've been tinkering with this idea for a while, and they finally have gone full on and say no more loitering and using the facilities.
Chopping it up every hump day. Here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Roberto Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, will be back tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, man, the Jeremy Roenick
blew up.
Tweets saying best interview of the year so far. So thanks to the Tolos for listening, the boss for setting it up, as we are almost to 1,000 off of Hockey Talk here on DFW Sports Station. That was OG Wade, Papa Bear, Anthony. They're all giving major props to Jeremy Roenick, who was absolutely fantastic. And he hopped on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and Zoom like Matt Pittman Meat Church will do at 8:20 this morning. Choppy has the list of Mike McCarthy replacements. Do they excite or fright you? Need you on the fan text. The next Cowboys coach, excite or fright, after this.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. We got Peyton Phillip Russell firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you guys for turning it on, leaving it on. Congrats to the Dallas Open ticket winners. And in the 9 o'clock hour, we're now trying to kick out tickets every day in the 9 o'clock hour AEW that Kevin Hagelin is jealous of. So some AEW wrestling tickets in the final hour of the program. Of course, we are on Cowboys Coaching Watch nonstop all the time, bringing you all the latest rumors and possibilities. And Ralph James Choppy has come up with his own type of list.
All right, are you excited or frightened? There's 25 names here that I've thought of that, and I'm probably missing some.
Were you out for Bobby's exercise where he put together like this program of what type of coach you want in 5 different categories and it spit out the name?
We did that. I know we did it off air. I don't remember if we did it on air.
We did it at the party that night. We did it at the company party.
Yes.
I think maybe you were out the days after that.
I might have been. Yeah, I think I was. So I don't know, but I don't think we did that. I did on air, but. What I want, and I've said that I want like I do want a Dan Campbell CEO type coach. Like I want a leader of men. I don't care if you're like this unique OC. If you are, great.
See, I'm really surprised by that from you. I thought that you rolled your eyes at the intangible stuff, the leadership stuff, the emotional stuff, and you just you wanted the X's and O's offensive genius dweeb.
No, what I want is hats on hats. That's what I want. I want a Jason Garrett type. Line up our 11 best against your 11 best, because that's toxic masculinity right there, Sean. And these people.
That's why you hate McVay and Shanahan and Ben Johnson.
Yeah, all these people
whose brains give them the advantage.
Right. I don't want that. Okay, smartness. That's not a skill.
I mean, Garrett was Princeton.
Yeah, but he was a Neanderthal from Princeton.
No,
he wasn't.
He was not.
Yeah. Witten. For all of Witten's flaws, and by I say flaws, I mean like he's not ready. He's a high school coach. Like that's a guy like I can get behind that. I can get behind that. Just a meathead. Just give me a big meathead.
Okay.
Somebody that you have to wonder.
But Pete Carroll, is he a meathead?
No, but he's got that kind of CEO type, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I just feel
you got me all twisted up in a pretzel here.
Yeah, I just feel like the I'm smarter than you guys. I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't sit right.
All right. Well, before we get to it, and I'm pretty sure you're going to start off with this dude. Kellen Moore yesterday was asked about the Cowboy rumors at his filthy presser.
I mean, obviously, I spent a lot of time there, 8 years there, and so obviously have plenty of relationships about that place, and so I love it here. I've had so much fun here. It's been a really fun process, and we're in a really special situation right now. Getting the chance to play this Sunday, have a chance to make a run at this thing, and that's really all you worry about. Everything else is what it is, and we'll see where it takes you.
All right. It's a non-answer. It's a good answer. It's a Garrett answer, right? It's a very Jason Garrett-y type
That's
answer.
not a no. That sounds like he would be entertaining. My two recent translations from coaching possibilities, it sounded like Deion said, thanks, but no thanks. I want to be in Boulder. And it sounds like Kellen is like, hey, we'll see where it goes. It's a possibility.
All right. So, I totally agree with that assessment. So let's just start off here with Kellen Moore. Excited or frightened?
For the purposes of the exercise, I'm going to pick one of the two words.
Like, really, that's probably neither.
Well,
I'm not frightened.
I'm not frightened. I'm hitting snooze. I'm not getting any movement there. I'm not getting. Deion at least would give me that excitement for the content. Belichick would give me that excitement. For the purpose of the exercise, I'll lean towards fright. I'll lean towards fright because I don't see in Kellen Moore, or haven't heard the things about Kellen Moore that I think the Dallas Cowboys lacked under Mike McCarthy. Are they going to be sharper in terms of details, more intelligent? Maybe, possibly, because of this whole Kellen brain thing. Is Kellen Moore going to be able to crack down enough and stand in front of that room of 53 people? I haven't seen it. I haven't heard it. So I would lean more towards fright. Bobby can kick out all these offensive stats that he wants. And I know everyone can say, well, the perfect combo is to have Kellen's brain and the emotion from your coordinators. No, at some point in time, the leader of your organization, the leader of your company, we have to know that that person can bring it. We have to know that that is the leader, not, okay, he's the head coach, but that's really the leader. Yeah, you can get the different components from a collection on staff. I got to know that our leader can lead us into the battle when the S hits the fan. I'm not feeling it from Kellen, so I'll lean towards fright.
I would obviously in this exercise, excited or frightened. You can't do snooze, I think, or I'm neither. I'm not scared of Kellen being the head coach. I think Kellen, he knows what he's doing. He knows it from an offensive standpoint. I don't have a problem with him from an offensive standpoint. He would need to, for me.
I have a problem from an emotional / intangible. Kellen Moore, the book on him, I'm not going to let people forget. All right, I'm not going to let people forget that the Metroplex wanted to run him out of here. People were making all the jokes about the curl routes. I'm not going to let people forget he was in Los Angeles, and it was totally forgettable that people have forgotten his Charger tenure. And I'm not going to let people forget Kellen Moore, the book on him, he, in interviewing in other places, either made no impact, according to reports, or didn't get different offers. We've talked about Kellen Moore interviewing before with nothing coming out of it. Kellen sounds like he hasn't sat down and landed the interview and knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, that is a problem. I mean, because if you're not a super emotional guy, I think sometimes you're charismatic. I think sometimes you fail in these interviews. He would have to surround himself with really good coaches,
or really good motivators.
He would have to do that. And I'm sure he would, but he would have to do that.
Or would Jerry and Steven surround him?
Oh, they would pick? Well, you assume that the thought is that Witten would be on the staff. I don't know. I mean, is Witten going to leave his kids with 2 years left in high school?
I know. Someone told me that's not a factor. Someone told me that he would.
Would leave?
Yeah. Someone told me that would not be a hurdle, but we'll see.
Just get a bunch of meatheads on the staff. Just get Witten on there. Get Colombo. Get Marco Rivera on there.
Yeah.
Just throw them all on.
Proctor.
Let's go to the next one here. Dan Lanning. Excited or frightened?
Excite.
Totally. You don't really even know what he does. What position does he coach? No. But we saw that one clip of him
trashing
Deion. We love that. I would be excited with that. Pete Carroll.
Well, also what he's done there, and he does some Mike Vrabel-esque things in terms of loopholes.
Yeah. Yes.
Vrabel got turned into. I was guilty of this. I'm like, oh, Vrabel might be a coaching genius because he out Belichick Bill. No one does that. Finding a little trick of the rules, and Dan Lanning has done that at Oregon and had a very nice program. They were number 1 in the country.
Yeah, I think Lanning would be. I don't think he's going to do it. He wouldn't. I don't think he's going to leave. He's going to stay at Oregon,
Or that Jerry would hire him.
Pete Carroll.
This is one of those ones I wouldn't say outright excite, but I'd be for it. But for the purposes of the exercise, I'll say excite. The biggest problem about Pete Carroll is having
75?
this old. No, it's that he's got a 75-year-old offensive mind. It's not that he's 75.
He's more like 40.
Yes. No problem, no question, no issue with the energy. I think of Pete Carroll's a winner. I do. Like, with what happened in Seattle post-Russ, the Seattle Seahawks, I don't think, should have had as many wins as they had over the past couple of years. Now, this last one was with Pete Carroll's replacement, but you hear some nightmare, prehistoric offensive philosophy stories about Pete Carroll. If that's my mix and match, Pete Carroll's the CEO, and you make him take on, I don't know if you can, Pete's got enough skins on the wall, so he can be, I don't need this. Pete's got to take on an inventive offensive mind.
Right. Pete Carroll was, so
I'd rather have Pete with the exciting offensive mind than the exciting offensive mind with Kellen as the head coach. Give me Pete and the exciting OC.
I would be totally fine with Pete. I would be totally fine with him. So we remember him. He coached one.
And I think of him as a player's coach. There's a little bit of mystery for me about Pete Carroll. Does Pete Carroll crack skulls? Is he a disciplinary program? I'd have to go and look at Seattle's penalties, by the way. My mind is telling me that they were up there in penalties. But Pete seems like your rah-rah players type coach. I don't know how disciplined he is. You'd have to ask your Seattle guys.
Do you think that being a player's coach leads to more penalties?
Yes.
I wonder. Okay. I wonder if there's like a study done on that.
I mean, I'll listen to this clip I've been saving from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Now, this is one of those things for you not understanding if Bobby spills the McCarthy tomorrow. You're just not getting it. We all have stories of people while they're here that you can't say to protect relationships, access. We got a weekly coaches show as well. Those that get it, get it. Those that don't, you're just a bunch of numbnuts out there. But this is an example. Nick Eatman wasn't going to say this. It couldn't say this for own job self-preservation in the building while Mike was here. This was Eatman on DallasCowboys.com.
But everyone loved the sub, right? When the sub came in, you're like...
The substitute teacher?
Yeah, everyone loved the substitute. Yeah. You're like, okay, why? Because he's easy. Because he or she is not going to be the same. It's going to be easy, and that's all good. Paper airplanes flying across and all that stuff. Well, yeah, everyone loves Mike. Well, of course.
Turns on a movie.
You ever been on there? You ever been over it on Friday? I mean, like... They don't practice like other teams. I'm sorry, I'll just say it. They don't practice like other teams do. No. Other teams practice on Fridays. They don't. He takes them off their feet, off their leg, and he's taking care of them, which is great. Mm-hmm. Certainly didn't help from the injury front, but still. But my point is that the players love him, because he does a good job of taking care of them. But sometimes, they didn't like Jimmy Johnson early on.
Yeah.
The Giants, they didn't like Parcells because he was an ass to them. Was he a good coach? Yes. So there's got to be that balance. And I'm saying, while everyone loves having McCarthy here, the players, at least that's what they said, it's okay not to like your head coach because he's doing his job to get you ready to play. And so that's where I think it's okay for them to say, well, maybe the next coach doesn't have to be the most well-liked person in the world.
I love that. I think it's very telling.
I wonder how many teams practice on Fridays and what they do on Fridays.
Well, Nick just said that others do.
I know, but is Nick around? Is he another, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, nobody knows.
Look,
what
there
other
were
teams
plenty
do.
of people. There were plenty of people for the last couple of years who talked to us about how hard they don't work. I got that from multiple people. That they don't work as hard as other organizations, other teams. I had heard that.
Like in terms of like the practice,
practicing.
Yeah, they don't practice as hard. Yeah, I mean
that's just what I don't know what's happening in other facilities. I just have to take other people's word for it.
I don't know. One thing about Pete Carroll, we think of him just as being successful at Seattle and USC.
Yeah.
In 3 years at New England, how many losing seasons did he have?
I would guess 2 or 3.
None.
I totally forgot about his Patriot run.
10-6, 9-7, 8-8.
By the way, real quick,
and he was fired for Bill.
By the way, I'm just doing a quick research study of penalties over like the past 5-6 years. Seattle, I'm not seeing Seattle like in the top 10. I'm seeing a 12. 1 year here in 2019, I'm saying 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They were 9th, but I'm not seeing them ever top 3, top 5 in terms of number of penalties. That they got flagged for.
And you really need to break it down because I don't consider like roughing the passer or pass interference or holding as discipline. I consider,
roughing a passer if you're 5 seconds late. That's
right,
a stupid.
That's
penalty.
stupid. I don't put that on the coach. You know what I mean? Like that. Like,
I do.
To me, because Parcells would even say the penalties are on the players. Now,
Cowboys Seahawks game, by the way, in 2023, there was 257 yards and penalties.
In what year?
2023. It was Cowboys Seahawks. Dallas came back 41-35. The game had 25 called penalties, 19 accepted between the two.
Oh.
It tied for the third most flags in a game. 257 yards and penalties, most in an NFL game that year.
Woo! It's a lot.
All right, let's continue this. I like this. We got to run through them all. We'll do them all. Let's just keep going. 840. 840 because we got Pittman.
Below the belt.
840 below the belt. Excite or fright on the Franklin and Franco Injury Attorney text line. But it is a Meat Church Wednesday. Let's fire the grills back up and see what you and hear smoking. Matt Pittman, Meat Church, next on the
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I absolutely love this song, but it looks like we're playing the wrong one. Looking at the text messages from Meat Church, a.k.a. Matt Pittman. It is a Meat Church Wednesday here on Sean and RJ. Roberto will be back tomorrow. Why should we be playing No Diggity instead of this, Pittman?
Well, back in the day, I was an usher at Texas Stadium for 5 years, a.k.a. a water boy for the cheerleaders. And I used to walk down the visitor sideline, up the tunnel, and out like where the visiting buses came in. And I was there the day that Michael Irvin drove Deion Sanders to the stadium for the first time ever. He had a convertible Mercedes. He was playing No Diggity. I'll never forget it. I mean, that's been like 25 years ago or something like that. And just, strutting their stuff. So I think it's going to be round 2 soon.
And now look.
That is not insider information.
All right,
wow.
Last time you did that, that's what you would be hoping for Deion to be the coach?
I didn't say hoping. I said, that's my guess. I mean, Jerry likes the primetime, likes the splash, likes the big news. Like, just a Matt Pittman guess.
Okay.
I wouldn't be shocked.
And do you think it would work?
Who knows what would work at this point? I'm not happy about I thought Big Mike would be back, and he ran the program that allowed me to cook for the team on the weekend. So I don't know. I thought we had a good thing going, but fans are going to get what the fans wanted now.
Hey. Results, baby. It's about results. Maybe the next, head coach. What head coach would not like barbecue that Pittman should be rooting against? Who's on your list? You think Kellen Moore is...
Oh, that's a good question.
Is he scarfing down some pork ribs?
I'm going to tell you.
Pete Carroll?
I don't see Pete Carroll scarfing down.
You don't want Pete.
You don't want Lincoln Riley because he'll just totally screw your brisket up anyway.
That's right.
Well, he likes barbecue. He just can't make it.
He just can't make it.
He just can't make it. All right, where have you been? What have you been doing? I see the smoker. By the way, get on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to check out the Meat Church kitchen. My buddy in Virginia that you took care of. He's like, I'm watching a Meat Church video per day. What have you been doing?
Man, yeah, look, right now it's a video shoot day right here in the kitchen. We're cooking. Got the mill scale 94-gallon offset going here. We get a little peek. We got a little chicken in there right now.
Look at that!
Wow, look at that, man!
Yeah,
my neighbor made, what was it? The poor man's brisket? He made your recipe. It was phenomenal.
Awesome.
It was
tell
phenomenal.
Your neighbor I said thank you.
Hey Matt, real quick, put the camera back on that smoker. I got a couple questions. Like, so I have a green egg and I have a pellet. How much better does that thing cook? How does that cook differently from what I have if I'm smoking stuff?
Well, I tell people, I do think it's the best. Is it 100,000% better than what you have? Not necessarily, but it's about the experience and just it's spiritual to be able to light a fire and like maintain it all day. Now, a lot of people don't have the patience or time. Now we watch social media and we're trained to be entertained in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So it forces you to slow down, and it's very rewarding. There's that. You'll use it less than your other tools because of the time that it takes, but I highly recommend it. And one that's this nice, you'll pass down to your kids.
Now, do you roll your eyes at a temp regulator, like a Flame Boss, Choppy? This is something I connect to my green egg, and it's supposed to keep me from having to wake up every hour to keep the temperature. It keeps the temp for you. It tries to keep it close with a fan and everything. Can you use a temp regulator with that?
Not with this, because you've got to like run like a real fire with, big pieces of wood. But, I think the temperature regulators, particularly on Kamado grills, are fine. Otherwise, a big green egg, a Kamado Joe, they can't run a fire for 8 hours and not have any fluctuation. It's not possible. So what's going to happen if you don't do it? At 5 a.m, your fire is going to be super low or something like that. So there's nothing wrong with it. Unless this is your profession, where you're like running this all day. You're going to have tools, to make it a little more practical.
Now, does that is part of the fun of cooking this, the chore of getting up every couple of hours? Does that take the sport out of it?
Well, people say that for sure. And I used to say it when I was younger and dumb. But is it practical at our age with kids to be waking up 3 times a night? No. I mean, if I woke my wife up, she would kick my ass. So, no, it's not practical. I mean,
and
look,
walking back in bed, like for me, the problems were
smelling.
When I lay back in bed and I'm full of smoke, I'm like, hickory.
Yeah.
My wife ain't feeling that. And when I got a baby and a 4-year-old and the in-laws are coming over, when I put on that pellet grill, I executed the prime rib for Christmas perfectly without having to run in and out and then being exhausted at 5 or 6 p.m. because I'm up at 1 or 2. Right, Matt?
Exactly. Hey, I got an idea. How about we do a Tolo overnight cookout one night where we can get together and we can do an overnight, because there's nothing better than drinking beer and whiskey and running a fire all night, especially if we go somewhere we don't have to answer to the other halves,
Yes. And then you do, maybe the show, or it'd be more fun without a show, like on a Friday morning, and just go ahead and do it for work purposes. Heck yeah. We'll go to you and Derek Collins Ranch.
Yeah, the one that we don't know about. We're not allowed to know where it is.
He'll be out there in his $200,000 truck trying to get it muddy so he can impress the guys at the country club, and I'll cook for him.
Matt Pittman joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. So what is the chicken for?
We're doing, so I'm trying to start doing some more like everyday meals to attract a broader audience, maybe people that aren't smoking. So the plan today was to do chicken and dumplings, and we couldn't resist the urge to throw the chicken in the smoker. So it's going to be smoked chicken and dumplings. So baby steps, but we're doing a bunch of comfort food right now. We did like a creamy potato soup yesterday that I said it might sound exciting. It's probably the best thing I've made in 6 months. It's so good.
Whoa.
You're going to love this one. We made chili yesterday with beans in it.
Oh man, don't say that.
Wait.
I don't know what you made, but it wasn't chili.
Mr. Chili Judgment. I have mushrooms and zucchini and corn, and y'all may call it stew. And you created the biggest Texas sin out there. You did that. Just to catch hate.
Well, I did say I've never done this, and so let's see what it tastes like. And I resisted the urge to go with a bunch of shtick and whatnot. So we put kidney beans, we put pinto beans, and you'll have to wait till the video comes out to see what my reaction was at the end.
That's probably too many beans, man. You get 1 can of chili beans, and it's more than fine. It's totally fine. I made your recipe. I made your chili recipe, by the way. I finally did it. My wife was skeptical. I'm like, no, this is Texas chili. I got the peppers, the de-seeded. I did all the steps. It was phenomenal. It was fantastic. But if there was a couple chili beans in there would have been nothing wrong with it. Why instead of this Texas ragu,
Look, I mean, I've had
brown meat sauce.
I've had great chili that has more than just meat in it. All right, with some mushrooms and grape jelly.
See,
I've had that's good. I don't know what you call it.
We ran a grape jelly. All right.
He puts Oreos in it.
I put Oreos in it. I put crushed Oreos in it.
We ran a poll of all of our customers, and we asked, do you prefer chili with beans, chili without, or you like it both ways? And 38% said they preferred it with beans. 37% said either way.
Oh.
And just under 30% said no beans. So it's
What?
not, I'm not, look.
I
I'm
thought
not
that was
saying-
sin here. I'm shocked by that poll result.
When I say our customers, it's, hey, look, we're worldwide.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, they're global.
Yeah,
They're global.
Yes.
Those bean answers could have been coming from, Chicago. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's right. I'm just trying to serve my customer base. So we put the recipe out there and we'll see what the results are.
Official pitmaster of the Dallas Cowboys, Matt Pittman here on 105.3 The Fan. Let me ask you a nerdy demographics question. Outside of Texas, where do your number 2 or 3 sales come from statewide? State-wise.
Our tied with Texas for our top state is California.
Very bad place. Terrible.
Tied?
Yep. California. So
what's your best tri-tip seasoning?
Must be inland, that's where the barbecuers
holy
are.
cow, for sure. My big states are Florida, Georgia, California are the tops for sure. We're obviously big in the South, Southeast in particular, where barbecue is a big deal. But I got 2 theories on California, or maybe 3. Obviously, it's a big state, a lot of people. There's great weather. Like in Texas, you can be outside cooking 12 months a year in most parts of California. And then also I partner with Traeger, and it's their biggest state. So I've got a lot of factors, but love us some California here at meatchurch.com.
Well, speaking of that,
real quick, what is their preferred
tri-tip?
That is it. That number 1.
Yeah, they love tri-tip. But there's guys doing barbecue. Like when we hold events, the number one visiting state is always California. My barbecue schools, there are always California people here. So they're really into what we do, which is honestly super cool.
Wow. All right, speaking of California, we saw a picture the other day that you're supposed to be cooking for the big man. Tell us where you were and what you were doing. RJ Choppy, try to contain your excitement.
You're talking about when I was in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I became friends with Eric Trump a couple years ago. I was on Jay Cutler's podcast together with him. Great guy, avid outdoorsman. So three of us connected over outdoors, like hunting and stuff like that. And so great guy. He described himself to me as a Fifth Avenue redneck. Apparently is like lethal at 1,500 yards. So we kind of hit it off, and we've kept in touch. Back when I was on the Tonight Show, I took my friends by his office to meet him beginning of the year. And he said, "Hey, my dad's got some new hats. Do you want some?" And he pulled out his typical hat. But in February of last year, on the side, they said 45 and 47. I was like, "Oh, wow, that's pretty ballsy." So, but anyway, he turned 41 last week. And so I went down to Jupiter and cooked his surprise birthday party. His buddies bought him this insane smoker.
Okay, so the other day after the show, this was a 5-minute conversation about this smoker in the hallway with the boss about you. That was not yours. You did not decorate that.
No, that's his. It was a birthday gift for him last year. And he had asked me in February, "Would you ever come cook on it?" I was like, "Absolutely." So went down and Laura surprised him. Him and his assistant, Kim, they set this up. And so, yeah, I was on the phone with Laura Trump from my deer camp. All the guys were like, "You're talking to who?" But it was a ton of fun. I will tell you, so I stayed at Trump National on 18, beautiful place. And I've never met people more happy to work for an organization. Everyone there was so nice, like they were loving life. And it was a ton of fun. Really great group. They invited me to the inauguration, which is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it, but I thought
you don't know if you're going to be able to make it. What are you, shucking oysters somewhere in Florida?
5 days from now.
What else are you going to be doing?
My daughter has volleyball this weekend, and that's pretty sacred. So,
well, hang on, isn't it on a Monday?
Yeah, it is, but it's like
there?
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's not the invite is like a multi-day thing. And
Matt.
But anyway, I was disappointed. His dad was supposed to be there, but former president passed away, and as soon as I saw the schedule, I thought he ain't gonna make it. So we're working on potentially cooking for his birthday, which is on Flag Day or July 4th. So my dream would be to haul my 1,000-gallon smoker to the White House to cook for a sitting president.
Now, one of the things I love about you, you're not afraid to mix it up. I saw your comment the other day on Facebook, which we loved. You'll mix it up. And you talk about some of the people who give you some crap for being the official pitmaster of the Cowboys. When you post a presidential video, where's it going to go? Where is it going to go in terms of the psychotic comments? How do you weigh that, judge it?
Well, so look, I've only ever posted the George Bush thing. We don't do politics, right? Because Democrats and Republicans buy our seasoning. And I grew up in an era where we had differences and that was okay. And you could talk about it and be friends. I hate the fact that we're supposed to hate each other. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
And if you don't like a candidate, cool. That doesn't mean you don't like me. I'm not the candidate. And I understand it, right? And sometimes it's like, whatever. It is what it is. But I'm at the point in my life where I'm like, I posted the Bush thing, got all kinds of comments. I'm like, no, look, I'm gonna post this in the next couple of days, and I'm gonna lose on Instagram. I've already told my team, I'm like, we'll lose thousands of followers, but it's a buddy. I don't give a crap. Like if they knew this person, like personally, then they might have a different opinion. I don't care what your opinion is, but it doesn't mean that it changes your impact or your like how much do you like my product or what I do. It doesn't mean I'm a different person than you thought previously.
Well said. And I know someone who is not going to unfollow. Did you hear the Ian Rappaport commercial he basically did for you last week as he bumped your time slot?
Ian's a great guy. I met him at a Traeger event, a Traeger grill launch years ago. We keep in touch. I helped him with that pastrami brisket that he talked to you guys about. He's just a fantastic guy. Like he gives me advice on what I should do with kind of like my appearances and things like that. But I had no idea he was going to air a straight up commercial. So that I owe him a huge thank you for that. I got to send him a little thank you package.
That was awesome. It's been too long. We'll keep up the regular schedule moving forward. Meatchurch.com for all the comfort recipes, chicken and dumplings. Coming off the smoker today. Thank you, brother. Missed you. Appreciate you.
Hey, missed you guys. I'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Yes, sir.
Matt Pittman. It's a Meat Church Wednesday on the D&M Leasing Hotline and live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The rest of RJ's Cowboys coaching list excite or frighten you next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
gotta forget.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do.
All right. We've gone through the excited or frightened candidates of Kellen Moore and Pete Carroll and Dan Lanning.
Will they excite or fright you as a Cowboy fan? As Tolo Curtis just tweeted 2 days later, and not one official interview or request.
No, of course not.
Out of Frisco.
Will there be one by the Super Bowl? I hope so. But you know, and I noticed when I was writing all these names down, I wrote 25 or so names down. But this is not the most inspiring list of candidates. I mean, some are fun.
A lot of people thought it was a weak coaching pool.
Yeah, I agree. So it's some of them are fun, but some of them are very uninspiring. So we talked about Kellen, Dan, and Pete. Let's continue.
We did excited for Pete and Dan Lanning, frightened for Kellen because the CEO aspect.
Yes, I think Kellen's like a good mind. He needs meatheads on his staff. He needs a good staff. He needs a really good staff around him, I think. The other two, they'll put a good staff together. You know, and they have that personality that jumps at you. Speaking of personality, Deion Sanders. Excited or frightened?
Excited.
Oh, baby.
Excited.
For a football standpoint or for Mondays or maybe Fridays, depending on what day he would come on with us?
You know, the biggest content, I mean, we'd float into retirement.
Yeah.
Deion Sanders would allow us to retire early with the amount of ratings.
Yeah, that's very true.
The world would explode.
Yeah, it would.
It really would. Like he might outdo Belichick. He would probably outdo Belichick if Belichick was the head coach here.
He would.
From a football standpoint, my big question about Deion is how would Deion get along with the players? Would Deion have zero pay? Nick Saban and Deion Sanders can be themselves in college. Mm-hmm. Now, you can't be yourself as much because these kids can pick up, transfer, and roll out, but much easier to be like that with young kids than grown men. That's my big question. Nick Saban, some people are throwing out Saban. I'm like, Nick Saban, he couldn't get along with NFL players 15 years ago. I don't think old, grumpy, surly Saban is getting along with players better now. How would Deion?
Plus, there's not enough Bama players on this team that would know how to handle him.
Like, I would love Deion. I'm intrigued by Deion's CEO and then your brilliant X's and O's coordinators next to him.
Yeah. All right, so my issue...
But the answer for me is excited.
Yeah, so obviously, like...
And from a football standpoint, intrigued.
It's intrigued from a football standpoint. Like, excited for the whole thing.
Yeah.
We would have to... He would cancel, like, he would not answer questions from Bobby after about 4 games. Because, you know, that's the one thing he did there this year at Boulder. I mean, he basically, like, banned people, started banning reporters. Like, you can't do that in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, you could try, but I don't know. In the NFL, I don't know if you're going to get away with it.
Think he's too sensitive?
Might be. He might also be able to make it work at the NFL level because of that.
And, of course, his son, Shador, was at the Maverick game last night, sitting in the Joneses seats.
Yes.
He was asked, what do you think of your dad coaching the Cowboys? He said, I think it would be exciting.
There you go. Excited or frightened? John Gruden.
Excited from a content standpoint, frightened from a football standpoint.
I want him away from anything that has to do with personnel.
I think John Gruden is a football spaz. I love him on Barstool. The interviews would be absolute gold. I don't know if I trust John Gruden running my whole football program.
He shredded, baby. Like when he was at the Raiders, I mean, they did a good job getting that roster. Like, he did a really nice job. But remember, he won with Tony Dungy's players at Tampa. That's what he won. He took him over the hump. That's what he won the Super Bowl.
I just don't trust his personnel judgment.
I don't
at
either.
all.
I mean, he couldn't spot it. Like I said this yesterday. He couldn't spot a quarterback if you put Tom Brady in the room.
The problem is he spots too many. He's a quarterback.
Oh, yeah, I love this guy. I love that guy. I love this guy.
He's a QB hoe.
Yeah, he really is.
His time in Vegas, what do you think the record was? In 53 games.
Is that counting the last couple, or is it the early part? Well, I mean, they were really good at the when he left there the first time. I would guess he had.
No, I'm talking about this last run.
Oh, this last run.
Yeah, the last run.
Oh, terrible. I would say he probably had 20 wins in 53 games.
22-31, so close. 4-12, 7-9, and 8-8. You know, I never really felt like they were getting ready to turn a corner.
No, I didn't either.
But you just said you thought he did a nice job there.
Well, I was talking about the first time with the Raiders.
Oh, the first time.
The first time, yeah, he built a nice roster there.
Oh, hell yeah. I love that that Rich Gannon offense. They were fun to watch.
Yeah,
Bill Callahan.
He built a good team there. Okay, so
what about you? I'm frightened for
I'm
Gruden.
frightened. I mean, I'm excited about the interview with him every day. I am frightened for him as a head coach with this team. Lane Kiffin.
Frightened. I don't know if I trust Lane Kiffin as a CEO. I don't trust his personality. He's sensitive. You know, he's doing the Sidney Sweeney Sidney Thomas responses. I don't know. I don't know if I trust. I mean, he'd be amazing content as well. From a football standpoint, you could probably speak to this more than me. Do you consider him like still this X's and O's great offensive mind?
Yeah, I think he's kind of like a quarterback whisperer of sorts. I think.
Like, talk to me about Lane as a coach.
Honestly, Lane got a lot. So when he was at Tennessee, the 1 year he was there, he had a quarterback named Jonathan Crumpton, and this kid had tools, but he was terrible. And the 1 year he was there, he got him drafted in the 5th round. Like, this guy was not getting drafted by any stretch. He was there 1 year. They put up decent numbers.
Would you take Lane or Sark?
Lane.
Oh, no hesitation.
Yeah. Well, I think they both have their flaws. I just think Sark sometimes gets in his own way. I think if you gave Lane Sark's talent, I think he would do more with Sark's talent.
How do you think Lane would get along with NFL players? And he was the wild card dark horse on Nick Harris's list yesterday, Fort Worth Star-Telegram.
I think Lane would be all right. I think he'd be all right. He's not he's not an overlord like a Saban is. I think he'd be okay.
He's like too arrogant.
He's definitely arrogant. But you don't even do. He would give you he would give the players
freedom,
moxie, freedom to be themselves. I think he's got he's Rex Ryan without the feet. From that standpoint,
okay.
Bill O'Brien.
You answer this first.
I think Bill O'Brien is a really solid football coach. I want him, same thing with Gruden, nowhere near any decisions when it comes to players.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this dude dragged some lifeless Texans teams to the playoffs.
I think he's a good coach. I'm going to lean towards frightened just because of his personality in dealing with this show.
I agree.
I think he's a good coach.
I do, too. I think he's in a good spot at BC. At Boston College. I think he's going to do well there. As well as you can do there. Next one, excited or frightened? Lincoln Riley.
Frightened.
Absolutely. He could coach one thing, and that's a quarterback, and that's it.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley.
I mean, he's been a disappointment at USC.
Yep.
I don't know if he can handle the heat as the CEO, and his defenses suck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm frightened.
Yep. Jason Witten.
Excited.
Yeah, me too.
I love that we're aligning here. NFL's your favorite sport now. Leadership, intangibles, the gut, the grit. I think, I'll say it again, I wish Troy Aikman would have been an assistant GM or in an executive role for the past 3 to 5 years, and I wish that Jason Witten would have been an assistant coach somewhere the past 3 to 5 years so that we could just elevate both of them right now. I'm scared. I'm a believer in experience. I want Jason Witten in the organization yesterday. I want him as the tight ends coach. I want him as some type of assistant quickly. I would be excited. I mean, I'd be frightened as the head coach.
I'd be frightened as
I want Witten on a staff quickly.
It'd be exfrightment. I'd be excited.
I love it.
I'd be excited about hey, look, it's something new. It's something different. I'd be frightened because of him as a head coach. Yeah, it's a little bit of both there. Marcus Freeman.
I don't know enough about Marcus Freeman, but right now I lean towards excitement.
Yeah, I'd be stoked. Totally.
What do you know about him?
I think he is. I mean, the players love him. When he got that job, there's a video out there.
What is his football expertise? Does he have one? A specialty?
I don't know.
All right.
When he got that job, so when Brian Kelly left, they had this other assistant coach, this older guy.
Which that quote is now haunting Brian Kelly when he goes, I want to go to LSU. I want to go somewhere to compete for championships. What a jackass.
This assistant comes out there and was like, hey, we're all going to sit together, but I want to introduce you to your new coach. And it was Marcus. And Marcus burst through the door. And, I mean, he's got moxie, right? And he comes out.
That's a CEO.
The players are loving it. They are jumping for joy. And, I mean, he's a great dude. I think he's a really good coach. He's shown that he can win. He got, he had the 10 men on the field thing with Ohio State. He owned it. He had a great answer. He owned it.
And he had that awesome special teams play that they ran.
Phenomenal. I love him.
I have to find out what his specialty is. Go ahead.
Aaron Glenn.
Got to do more homework. I've done some. I'm going to lean towards excited. Brian Broaddus really advocated for him the other day, has been advocating for him. I love Lions fan Jeff, who hit us up and said, this is the guy. It's not Ben Johnson.
Yep.
It's Aaron Glenn. And I pulled this clip of Aaron Glenn sitting down with the pivot, talking about his coaching philosophy.
Today's coaching, man, you have to be relatable. All right? The players have to be able to sit down and talk to you and have a conversation. Man, there are so many players I'll talk to this day. Say, man, I've never had a chance to just sit and talk with a coach. I've never had a chance to have interaction and confrontation with a coach. It's almost like I got to shut up. And I said, no, man, tell me exactly what your issues are, right? And we could talk about it. Man, me and Tracy Walker, Tracy came to my house, right, before training camp. Me and Tracy was sitting there just knocking tape out. And one day he was just quiet. And I was like, what's wrong? He said, Coach, I've never, ever had a chance to go to a coach's house. Your wife over there cooking dinner, your daughter is running around, all right, and I'm sitting here watching tape. Man, that just don't happen. And I was shocked, like, why?
Right.
Why can't it happen? Because you know what? As a player, man, I would love to sit down with my coach and sit there and pick his brain and watch. And so, man, that's what I want to offer to all my players, right? Dude, this is coaches over here and players over. That's not what we are, man. We right here, right? Because my job is to help you get better. That's my only job. All right, my job is to create a winning environment for you, get you paid, right? Because everybody wins, right? The organization wins and you win if all those things happen. So, yeah, I'm going to sit here and spend as much time as I can with you because that's my pleasure anyway.
Love the clip.
Sit here and watch tape with you and get you better.
My bad. Love the clip. I would lean towards excited with Aaron Glenn. I'd have to do more work.
I think he's forget the defensive coordinator aspect of it. I think this is a guy that could lead men.
Let's knock out the rest of Choppy's list as part of the final hour of the Hump Day edition. Let's talk about teams that are actually competing for something, not just headlines. NFL playoff overreactions or not, and another Tolo ticket giveaway next. But first, let me get you hooked up with Gimme the VIN.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, free.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy getting it. Peyton Russell getting it. Carter Freeman in the back getting it. Hopefully you are as well on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Okay.
So weird to see traffic back out on the roads again after a month and a half.
About that.
That's what it felt like.
It did feel like that. And, this year we've got quite the year ahead of us. I think we have Valentine's Day on a Friday, 4th of July on a Friday. I think Christmas and New Year's are on a Friday this year too. Something like that.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah. Something like that. I know Valentine's Day and 4th of July are.
Okay. So we've spent so much time on the Cowboys, McCarthy, Deion, Kellen. We'll get back to it at 9:20. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Let's go around the NFL with RJ's NFL playoff overreactions or not. By the way, did you see the wild card game saw a little ratings dip? And
I didn't see that. I didn't look at the ratings.
Yeah, well, Jerry probably did because the numbers are in, and the Packers-Eagles wild card game Sunday got 36 million people on Fox. 36 mil for Packers-Eagles. Last year, the same game, Packers-Cowboys, got 43.5. 43.5 million, and it was a blowout. Someone wrote, if Deion ends up in Dallas, they won't play one game on Sunday at noon next season. Everything will be 3 p.m. or prime time.
Just because of him?
Just because of him and the whole scene and circus. And then Florio put this out, profootballtalk.com, that the games did dip a little bit.
8%, yeah.
Yep.
Down to 27.8 million versus 30.2 per game last year.
Yep.
Okay.
So they dipped a little bit. And look, 3 of the 4 games stunk, but a lot of times it doesn't matter with the NFL. Doesn't matter.
That's right.
So that's where we stand with it. And then a lot of people are saying, hey, there was too much crying about the way the first round was formatted, right? It was unfair that the Minnesota Vikings had to be a road team against the Rams.
Oh, because they had 14 wins. Yeah.
This was the 7th time a wild card team had 4 more wins than a division winner headed into the wild card. 7th time.
All right. So I guess the division winners, let's say 5-2.
The team with 4 fewer regular season wins is now 5-2 in those matchups.
Yeah. I mean, the 2 that stand out is the Saints at the Seattle Seahawks. That was the Marshawn game.
Well done.
And I know the Colts lost to in 08 as the defending champs lost to, or 07. They lost to the Chargers.
Well done.
In overtime.
Well done, Ralph James.
Was, what's his name? Darren Sproles had a 30-something yard touchdown run.
Vikings, Rams, Cowboys at Bucks.
Oh, yeah.
That was 12 wins against 8. Buccaneers at Washington in 2014. Cardinals at Panthers in 2011. Steelers at Broncos 2010. Saints, Seahawks, which you already said. So what does this tell us?
Home field. Home field matters, for one. But to me, it also tells me that you really are doing a disservice to the team that had the better season. It is diminishing the regular season. I don't like divisions. I don't think geography should dictate who gets in and who doesn't. It should just be the best teams. I get why they have to do it because the schedules are unbalanced, but still, it stinks.
Oh, look at the early spreads. Texans at Chiefs, -8. Opened Kansas City, -7.5. Ravens at Bills, -1. And the spread opened last week, Bills -2. That was opening. Didn't you tell me the Ravens are favored?
Yeah, that's what I got. So are they not anymore?
This was opening spreads.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw yesterday. I saw the Ravens were a 1-point favorite, which
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised.
The game's
too.
in Buffalo, right?
The game's in Buffalo right now. It is on Bovada. It's Ravens -1.
All right. So
the other Eagles are 6-point favorite over the Rams, and the Lions are a 9-point favorite over Washington.
All right, some of the early spreads so far. Let's get to the overreactions or not. You answer them on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, and we have an AEW wrestling ticket giveaway coming up.
All right, playoff overreactions or not. Matt LaFleur needs to reach the NFC title game next year to keep his job.
I'll say overreaction. How long has he been there? Is this like year? Did he took over from Mike?
Yeah.
So that would be 5 years?
2018, 2019, something like that. Let's see. He got there 2019. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 6 years. He's been 6 years in.
I'll say that he can lose in the divisional round and still keep his job. Also, has he never been to the NFC Championship? Has he not been?
First year with Aaron, they lost to
Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah, in 2020, right?
Yeah, it was 2020.
Rodgers Brady?
Yeah.
Is that what that was? Mm-hmm. I'll say because it's the Packers, it's an overreaction. You?
I'll say
there's a lot more Jordan Love questions right now than Matt LaFleur. Now, maybe they blame LaFleur. They're like, you're responsible. You're a quarterback developer. People think the Cowboys have to hire an offensive person to get Dak back on track.
I will say it's an overreaction. I think he's getting close, though. I think he's getting close. He'll get a job in 2 seconds. He's a good coach, but I think he's getting close. The loser of the Josh Allen-Lamar Jackson game,
Bird Magic,
will not be able to recover from the legacy hit.
Overreaction. What are their ages? Lamar Jackson is 28. Still so much time. And Josh Allen is 28. They're both 28. Overreaction.
I think it's an overreaction for Josh. I don't know that it is for Lamar. Lamar's people.
What if you lose to the 1 seed in Buffalo?
2 seed.
2 seed.
But you're losing in Buffalo. He doesn't have a great playoff record.
And the MVP does not have a great playoff record. That may have been his best playoff game ever the other day against Pittsburgh.
It might have been. My issue with the Lamar situation is I truthfully don't think the Ravens are ever a true threat to win the Super Bowl. Like, they're good. I just don't trust them in the playoffs.
Because why?
And, a large part because the game changes, and you've got to play a certain way, and you got to make some big time throws. That's just Lamar. Lamar is. He is a good thrower, but I think you truly got to be dang near an elite thrower to win.
I agree.
To win, in order to beat Kansas City, you got to be an elite thrower.
And do you feel the same way about Hurts?
I think Hurts a better thrower. I think he's a better thrower.
Okay, I would take Lamar throwing. But those are the questions.
Yeah, that's it. So I think Josh has a chance because I think he can win a Super Bowl. I don't know that Lamar does if he loses this game. Next one. The winner of the Josh Allen-Lamar Jackson game will win the Super Bowl.
I will say it's not an overreaction. I still have Detroit winning it all. But it's not an overreaction.
It's not an overreaction. I would pick Kansas City or Detroit to beat them both. Actually, no, I don't know that I would pick Detroit over Buffalo. But Buffalo went in there and really kind of handled them. But I would pick, I would probably say it's an overreaction. Next one, overreaction or not, Tampa has reached their ceiling with Baker and Todd Bowles.
Not an overreaction. I think their ceiling is the divisional round.
Yeah, that's last
the
year.
Ultimate ceiling.
Yep.
But that's as far as I think they can get. And that's a tough decision for an organization.
It is.
That's a tough call. It's like, this is a really nice story. This is a success. Todd Bowles has won 4 straight division titles and no one gives a crap, it seems like. And Baker Mayfield has resurrected his entire career and proven many of us wrong.
But Brady showed us that's a Super Bowl caliber roster. It's older.
Yeah.
4 years older.
Yeah, 4 years older. I think it's as far as they can go. And if you're the Bucs GM, you got to say, how do we get further? Do we have to have a lights-out defense? Do we have to run it even more with the great Bucky Irving that they have? I feel like this is as well as Baker can play.
I think it's as well as, I mean, I think Todd's a good football coach. I think he's reached his ceiling there with him and Baker. That is, though, tough because if you're an organization, like, do you scoff at relevance? Like, Tampa's a relevant football team. Like, they're a good team. Like, they're not going to win the Super Bowl, but they're going to go to the playoffs every year. And there are a ton of teams that would trade places with you.
Yeah.
Like, a ton. Like, that's tough. Especially in a market where you don't have a huge fan base. Don't you have to kind of string them along a little bit? Next one, overreaction or not. Both Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers need a fresh start from each other.
Overreaction. Mike Tomlin should be celebrated for what they did this year. Anything opposite of that, I think, is moronic. And yesterday, Mike Tomlin was asked, it was a great question from the reporter in his season-ending presser.
What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time.
That's it. I mean, that's short and to the point.
Save your time.
The issue that they have to, I mean...
It's quarterback. They have to sit down and say, how are we not going in a year with Fields or Russell Wilson or Kenny Pickett or the dead corpse of Roethlisberger? This is the problem. They overachieved making the playoffs. Like, everyone has forgotten that Russell Wilson is, like, almost washed and done.
Yeah, they need to separate him from the personnel department. He has too much power. He's in total control over there. All the decisions.
You believe that from whoever you talked to?
Yeah, I believe that. Because there was a couple people that said the same thing, like it's his team. And he has to wear part of that. I think that what they need, like the best interest of the Steelers is would from them. They need to have a year where they're 3-14. And you can't do that with Tomlin.
Yeah.
The only way to get better, the only way for Pittsburgh to win a championship again is probably to fire him and find somebody else. Because he's too good of a coach.
Go acquire a quarterback. Go get a real quarterback. Go trade or buy one.
Well, but but you want the cheat code, right? Your goal is to get the cheat code. You're trying to get
ideally
a rookie quarterback guy.
Ideally.
Yeah. I mean, you could pay $60 million, but they're hard to find.
What's your answer to it?
Like, truthfully, like they probably do need a break from each other. And it's not because he's a bad coach. It's because he's too good. He's too good to stink.
Adam Schefter was on McAfee talking about Tomlin's future.
We said before, I don't see that ownership group, the Rooney, they're not moving on from Mike Tomlin. I don't care how many people in the city of Pittsburgh are unhappy with the results or Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is a great head coach. He's going to be the head coach there. He's got a no-trade clause in his contract. So any team that's looked into it, and there have been teams, has been advised that there's a no-trade clause in his contract. Mike Tomlin controls it. Owners aren't getting rid of him. And now they have to sit down, examine the roster, and figure out what they're going to do to get this team back to where they belong.
They need to force him. They need to force Mike to tank a season. Say, we're going to give you a 10-year extension. We're forcing you to sit out a year, tank the season, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. There's your overreaction.
NFL playoff overreactions or not with RJ Choppy, a wrestling ticket giveaway. The rest of RJ's Cowboys list of frightened or excited and why Deion would and would not work here. Next on the Fan.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Bobby Belt with a text message 6 minutes ago. I don't know if I should read the last part, but I think I will. Bobby is back tomorrow, Cowboys Insider. Peyton loves when I do that.
Just do it. Come on. He's not here.
Peyton loves when I do that, when I get myself in trouble. Sean Sharif, it's for the listener. It's for the Tolo.
For the Tolo.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt back tomorrow. Bobby said this Deion thing feels a little more legit than I thought it was. Still don't think it happens, but it's possible. Should I read the last part?
Sure, because I don't.
Because you just don't think it'll happen?
Right. Well, I don't think the last part would happen either.
There would be people in the organization who would quit, though. This Deion thing feels a little more legit than I thought it was. Whoa. We got a phone call after the show and a segment. We got a couple segments tomorrow. We got a couple segments.
A couple.
Jordan Schultz broke this. Adam Schefter followed up. It was Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, who broke this, and the G-Bag Nation had him on yesterday and said, come on, are you carrying the water for an agent here? Are you doing a favor for Deion to get a Colorado raise? How real is this Cowboy possibility?
No, I think it's very real. One of the things that stood out to me was that over the last week or so, when you had Mike McCarthy in limbo, Jerry was having internal conversations inside the building about where do we want to go next if we ultimately don't extend Mike. And obviously they never had negotiations, and here we are. And Deion's name has come up not only because of how good of a job he's done in Colorado, but I think the relationship that he has maintained with Jerry over the last 3 decades is pretty significant. And to that point, Deion has said publicly that he does not want to make the jump to the pros, that he's happy at college, and that's what best suits him. But when Jerry Jones calls, when it's the Cowboys, when it's the gravitas of an organization that very few, if any, else have, it was just a call that he had to take. And I think it's been made very clear to me that Deion is going to be one of the top candidates. Now, there will be other candidates. There will be other interviews. They put themselves, the Cowboys did, in a predicament to a degree because of waiting. They were not able to get the slip in for Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson, among others, this week. So we'll see what ramifications that plays. But this is very real, and should Deion want to continue pursuing, or should Deion have the interest, I would say he's one of the top guys.
Deion is the favorite at Bet Online at plus 150. Would you like to respond to Bobby's text? Here's someone who says why it would work, or someone who says why it would not work.
Well, I mean, Bobby's text, yeah, sure. Like, I think it, they wouldn't have reached out, I don't think, if there wasn't some interest. There has to be. I don't know that this is just for PR. Who knows?
I think it could very well be just for PR.
I think we want to think that it's just for PR. I don't
want to think it's just for PR. I want to think it's an actual real football thought and move.
Yeah, I don't think like Jerry's first thought when he's doing this is
like Jerry has given no indication prior to this in interviews on the station. Someone reset it yesterday. I got to remember who it was. They're like, yeah, it was John Machota was on with Rich Eisen, and he's like, when Jerry Jones talks about this, he talks about Deion's real key in college being recruiting and how you're not recruiting in the National Football League like that. Although, let's follow up with it. Jordan Schultz was asked, because Jordan is in the league circles, could Deion attract free agents if he was the coach here?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Deion has a way of communicating. I don't know if how many of your listeners have watched Coach Prime on Amazon, but I would implore him to check it out, even just for a few minutes, because he has a very specific way of getting his message across. And I use that word authentic. I don't want to overuse it, but I think it's very telling for him. And because of that, I think guys will relate. I really do. And does that mean he'll attract free agents from other places? I wish I could tell you yes. I don't know, but I would assume it would help. And I also believe that Dallas, because they haven't had the sustained playoff success that any of the fans all the fans would certainly want, and I think Jerry probably feels they should have had, I think it's time strongly consider going outside the box with a hire like this. And that's not to say that Deion will be the next head coach, but just the fact that they're having this conversation and that both sides are interested, there's mutual interest, I think says a lot about where the organization's at. And if you're a Cowboys fan, hopefully where Jerry's at in terms of thinking outside the box. It's very important to me.
Yeah, I don't think, because we do think that like they do everything for clicks. I don't think Jerry's sitting there like Montgomery Burns doing, how do we get on First Take today? Like, that's not his first thing. It's like they'll release it, they'll leak it if they know it will help. But I truly think Jerry just has such a limited number of candidates that he's even willing to reach out to.
Yeah.
And Deion was one of them. And it just happened to be, this would also be really cool on First Take every day.
Okay.
That's how I mean, we really, because I don't think that their first thing every day when they wake up is like, hey, how do we get on First Take?
Well, on First Take, Stephen A. Smith said it would work with Jerry and that Deion would take the job if offered. He's been pretty adamant about it. It makes me wonder, is he talking to Deion behind the scenes? I tried to send this to Michael Irvin the other day. He has not replied or responded. Louis Riddick, though, who is interviewed for GM positions, I respect what he has to say. He was on Get Up, and he said it wouldn't work.
Look, there's the business, and then there's the profession. Look, from a business standpoint, this has a lot of people excited, including you, Greeny, and I get it, and I understand why. These are two of the biggest personalities in American sports, in the history of American sports, for obviously different reasons. But then there's the profession. And see, I know Deion the professional as well as the businessman, but I know him even more so as the professional. And this is just not a match to me that seems like it makes a whole lot of sense from a professional standpoint. Deion is the ultimate alpha. The ultimate alpha. He has his hands on every single part of the Colorado football team and of the Colorado football organization. He won't have the same kind of influence in Dallas. We all know this. We talk about this on Get Up every year. We understand what head coaches are up against when they're going and working for Jerry Jones and you're working at the Dallas Cowboys. It's a unique situation. It's a situation that probably on its surface looks a lot differently than it does once you get in it and once you're kind of like going through the motions every single day. Does that to me sound like a match for Deion? Look, I don't want to speak for the man. You should never try and speak for the man. But I'll speak from experience. It doesn't seem like a good match for me. Could it be something that absolutely would light headlines on fire for forever? Yeah, it would. But there's a difference between the business and the profession. And professionally, I just don't see this as being a match.
I mean, Lewis he seems pretty level-headed to me. He doesn't seem like he's a clickbait guy.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's not going to try to. So, I mean, I buy what he's saying there. That makes sense. Like, it might not be the best fit from Deion's perspective. That doesn't mean he would say no, but maybe he's right on that.
All right, so that's the latest on Prime Watch here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Chop, let's finish up the Cowboy coaching candidate list that would have you either excited or frightened.
All right, we've already gone through Kellen Moore, Dan Lanning, Pete Carroll, Lane Kiffin, Deion, Bill O'Brien, Lincoln Riley, John Gruden, Jason Witten, and Marcus Freeman and Aaron Glenn. All right, so let's go with the next one. Ben Johnson.
Excited. I mean, how could you not be excited about like the hottest coaching candidate in years? I'd be excited with major questions. My number one question that comes into my mind now when people bring up head coaching candidates, what's their personality? I love how we all sit here on talk radio and on TV and go, I want him, and I want him, and I want him, and you could not even sometimes know what they look like, and for damn sure could not hear their voice. That's why the first thing I did the other day on Kellen Moore, I went and tried to look up his mic'd up clips, and I did the same thing with Vrabel. What's your command? What's your presence? How do you relay your message? What is your message? I have no damn idea.
No idea.
I have no idea what Ben Johnson sounds like.
I don't think I've ever heard his voice. I don't think. Maybe I have once in passing. I don't know. I mean, I would be in. I'd be excited about it because I think he is he is a mad scientist. But, you know, sometimes scientists are in a lab for a reason because if you get them outside that lab, they don't know what the hell to say. They're literally mad.
Right.
Arthur Smith.
Frightened. He's got a really boring reputation and everything. But he did a nice job. He was in Pittsburgh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got to give him credit for resuscitating Russ's career.
Yeah,
he has to get some credit for that, but no, I would not be excited.
He's the Jordan Schultz of coaches.
Meaning?
His dad founded FedEx, or grandfather, or whatever.
What?
Yeah, he's like the FedEx heir, something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, big time. Big time money.
Wow.
Brian Flores. I'm going with these guys because they're former coaches, and that's kind of one of Jerry's things.
Frightened because I'd be excited for the defensive mind. Now, you tell me you get Brian Flores as your defensive coordinator. Holy crap. I'm doing backflips. Brian Flores may rat you out.
Yeah.
He may sing. He may sing on your organization, be a problem. And then I can't get what Ryan Fitzpatrick said the other day out of my mind on how Flores was with him and the team in Miami. And I had another former player talk to me about what a problem Flores was. I have to stick with that in my mind versus giving him the total benefit of the doubt that he's changed his ways and is a different person. Now, if he sits down with me and goes, man, these were my problems in Miami, and I learned from it. I was next to Kevin O'Connell. Here's how I've changed. And I'd have to be sold on that change. I'd be excited, but for now, the way things stand, frightened.
The way things stand is frightened. I don't want anybody that had anything to do with two organizations, the Jets or the Patriots. The Jets for obvious reasons, and the Patriots because it's proven it doesn't work anywhere except New England with Tom Brady. Doug Peterson.
Frightened.
Yep, totally agree. I'm out.
Bored. Boring.
Bored. Matt Nagy.
Bored. Frightening. No thanks.
Yeah, Bobby said, he was like, he had better years in Chicago than we give him credit for, we think about.
Bobby was intrigued.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything special. Like, I don't think there's anything special with Matt Nagy. I would say no. Robert Saleh or Saleh, however, I mispronounce it every day.
I'm putting him in a backflip defensive coordinator category, like Flores. I think he could handle Jerry, and I think he could handle the media. I don't know how much control. I don't know. I feel I started thinking Robert Saleh is a little bit of a victim now. I have some sympathy for him, but I would lean towards frightened.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The Jets scare me. He's tainted by that franchise.
Yeah.
But I mean, you want to talk about fitting the part of leading people. I mean, he looks like an athlete. I mean, he is an athlete.
Their defense was good.
Defense is good. So from that standpoint, that would excite me. I think he can motivate, but I don't know. I would shy away from anybody that had anything to do with the Jets.
They made him take off the all gas, no brakes signage in the facility.
I mean, they're idiots.
You love that phrase, don't you?
All gas, no brakes.
All gas,
I
no
live
brakes.
my life a quarter mile at a time.
Crosstalk with the K.
Fill me up.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece is next, right here with Sean and RJ. But
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see AEW on July 12th at Globe Life Field. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Philip. It's time to crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece. Mike Bassick will be in a little bit here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning.
How's it going?
Let's go. I'm in heaven. I mean, this is like sports talk heaven for me.
Because of Victory Plus and no McCarthy, or because of Deion?
Cowboys.
Okay.
I don't celebrate Cowboys' actual football success. I get caught up in the circus.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it.
Which is it, the Deion angle that you're most excited about right now, or is it just all the possibilities still feel possible?
All the possibilities. I want to believe the Deion thing is possible. I feel like I'm getting set up for Kellen Moore disappointment.
Yeah.
Jason Witten. Maybe you should go through like the top 5-10 names for these guys.
All right.
The exercise from RJ was excite or fright. All right, so the name would excite you or frighten you.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Before we do that, what's coming up?
Guys, we do dive into the Victory Plus stuff at 10:20 today, so we'll dive in on everything involving that. Plus, my buddy's an idiot. We do that at 11:20 today.
And the Victory Plus is what? Where you're supposed to have to watch the Rangers?
Don't forget, you can listen to the
pay
Rangers
for it.
absolutely free right here on 105.3 The Fan, where they have Hall of Famer Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, and Jared Sandler, and all the interviews weekly, from front office to players to Bruce Bochy.
Well, I don't think this rollout's going exactly how the Rangers had hoped.
No?
People are so mad about this already.
Yeah. I can't imagine
They
why.
haven't even seen the price yet. And they're like, this is
I'm out
bull
on this.
crap.
99 cents.
Give me
I mean, doesn't matter what it
$3.
is.
Yeah. I'm out.
Be mad. All right, let's go. Excited or frightened? Kellen Moore.
Frightened.
Okay. Dan Lanning.
Ooh.
Didn't he just get rolled by Ohio State? Give me Ryan Day. Frightened.
There you go. Frightened. Okay.
Can you imagine the Cowboys hired Ryan Day?
That feels different. I'll say excite.
Yeah, he'd be the first. He'd be the first guy with a painted-on beard to be an NFL head coach. Pete
Are
Carroll.
you sure about that? I don't have an answer for you. I'm just saying, are you sure about that?
You're right. I'm sure somebody has painted on a beard before.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
You guys
are amazing.
Turned me on this morning to Pete Carroll.
Did.
I'll take
I've usually been out on Pete Carroll, and I know Babe brought it up yesterday with us.
Did Babe advocate for him?
Yes, he did.
Yes. When y'all started discussing the penalties in Seattle, I was like, ooh. Like, I got very excited about that because discipline is something that we lack.
You still have dumb players.
Yeah.
Or you don't, right? It's like,
and that's the thing. If you're in control of your thing and you hate the dumb player and he's a problem with it, you say, get him out of here. What was it? Sherman Williams? You say, hey, take your pads off. You fumble the ball. Get off my field.
What about the fact that no coach has ever won a Super Bowl with multiple teams?
That is a reality. He could be the first. We tried it with McCarthy.
Tried it. Lane Kiffin.
Right.
It's gonna be a field goal. No, I don't like that dude. I don't like that.
He's just arrogant enough for me to like him. Deion.
That makes sense.
Excite. I mean, look.
On the field or just off? We're just doing on the field here.
Yeah, I still think excite.
I'm excited, yeah.
So different. It's so different.
Very different.
Than what they're trying. Look, I'm an advocate right now of, like, if you keep doing the same thing, you're going to keep doing the same result. So do anything different. It could be a disaster.
I'm stunned that you could be a Deion advocate.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So I've watched pretty much all of Coach Prime. He's not playing coach. He's really coaching. And I think
Is he striking you at all as like X's and O's?
Old school. No, he lets his guys do it.
Yeah.
He's old school. He lets his offensive coordinator that he's taken everywhere with him do his thing. He's old school. I'm the manager. I'm telling the message. I'm setting the culture. I'm doing all these things.
He's the prototypical walk around.
Yeah, he really is.
And the one that I think could tell Jerry, look, this is going to get me the best here and the pub you want. I think that's the one he can play both of those things. I can get the publicity, but I can also be a good coach at the same time. So that's what gets me excited about him. He's old school.
Do you think it's ridiculously unreasonable? It's not possible.
I mean, I just think that Jerry and Deion are helping each other out right now. Jerry needs publicity. Deion needs a raise. And so they're very convenient for one another right now. So I don't think that's going to happen, but who knows?
Let's go the next one. Lincoln Riley.
Right.
I saw his brisket.
And if Cliff Kingsbury's on this list, you can throw him in.
We didn't do Kingsbury.
We got. I got 50 guys on this thing.
Terrified.
All right, so Kingsbury terrified.
Yeah.
The end. Yeah, I'm out on Cliff too.
Why are you out on Cliff, Choppy?
I mean, anything past week 7 is usually pretty poor for him.
He's failed up everywhere he's gone.
And Jerry pretty much said when he was on with us, if you've seen his offense, then when you see it again, you get it.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like somebody you would hire, right?
I mean, they're about to hire Kellen Moore.
He kind of giggled about it, too.
Yeah.
He kind of giggled about it as he was saying that.
John Gruden.
I excite. Like for media purposes.
No, on the field.
He's got so many quotes.
Media dream.
On the field, that's going to be exciting to watch, too. He knows offense. He knows how to play the game. He excites me, but
He's
there's
not going
also
to
a lot
insist
of
that Mike Mayock is his GM, is he?
Yeah, that's going to be that's a thing.
What about
Huge
you?
talent.
You were hesitant.
Man, because I'm trying to go by the rules that you set. Because I
Well, answer for. We all know that it's a look. This gets us out
Most
of the
of
way.
these are in the middle.
The top 3 media dreams here for us.
Yeah.
Is Deion 1? Is Gruden 2?
I would say Gruden's 1.
Gruden's 1.
He would be a much better interview. 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
put Deion 1.
Deion's 1 for creating the headlines.
Okay, I get that.
I mean, you can do one-on-one interview, but I just mean like the stories, the content. I think it's Deion by a mile.
Oh, who's
anyway,
number 3 then?
Is it Belichick?
Ooh, if that's the case, then I would move Belichick to 2, and I would put Gruden at 3.
Hold on. You want to interview Belichick every
Oh,
week?
my God.
No, I
Ask me a question.
I voted for
Ask
that
me a question,
yesterday.
Sean.
I
Ask
don't
me a
want to
question.
interview him.
Ask me a Belichick question.
Why did you do that on 4th and 2?
We're focused on Washington.
Yeah, that's it.
I know.
He asked me that yesterday, and I go, that's Sean and RJ. They have to deal with that, not us.
Yes.
Aaron Glenn.
Yes. Big thumbs up.
Big thumbs up.
Excite.
I'm a very
It's
big
an
Aaron
Aggie
Glenn
thing,
fan.
though, right? That's an Aggie
I
thing
mean,
for
look,
you.
that's another person that I think would bring a different culture. I think the defensive focus would be phenomenal. I'm pretty high on Aaron Glenn. And plus, when you talk to people that he's led, it feels like he's a leader of people.
When he was here as a cornerback for the Cowboys under Parcells, which he was under the Parcells vision, right? He gets that. I had about 3 or 4 conversations with him, and I was blown away by the introspection, just the way the dude thinks, how thoughtful he is about the game, the way he thinks about his teammates.
He'll never be introspective.
I really liked the way his brain worked.
You got to finish answering Gruden on the field. I'm not going to let you off the hook.
On the field, that's fine. Look,
I'm more frightened about Gruden.
And this is probably not fair. When there's names like Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson out there, I feel like this is taking a step back too. I used to know the game of football. I don't know if I know this game of football.
Do you know
anymore.
anything about Ben Johnson's personality?
I know there might be some thought that Aaron Glenn is a better leader than Ben Johnson.
I have asked this question time and time again when it comes to Ben. I have zero clue what he's like if Dan Campbell doesn't give him the freedom to be aggressive. If he's a head coach, does he do the same things because he has to answer all the questions, or he's like, nope, I'm more conservative, and then everybody's like, oh, crap.
All right, so Ben Johnson then would be
excited,
okay,
but excited, yeah.
Witten.
He's a football coach. A lot of people talk offensive mind. He was a defensive end his whole life until he got to Tennessee, and then they switched him to be a tight end. So he's a football guy, a football mentality. I don't know what kind of culture he sets because he has a private school where he has the culture, and I don't know exactly. Like, that's a very easy culture, I feel, to build. when you're dealing with lots of different personalities. But on the field, I think that you're going to get a very intense personality that's firing at it, but it's going to take a long time. It's going to take 2 or 3 years for him to get that thing off the ground. If you're willing to wait on that, then you got 2 or 3 years to get it rolling.
See, I think I'm right without steps in between. Like, if he's our next head coach, and I'm like, he went from that to that without any steps in between.
Yeah.
I think you're set up to fail there.
That scares me.
You need to have him on the staff for a little bit.
And that I could see.
Yeah, I could see that.
I wish that Witten and Aikman had been in the NFL in front offices or on the sidelines for the last 2 or 3 years.
Because then you'd get somebody that you know isn't a Jerry Yes person in Aikman, and obviously you'd have more credibility with Witten.
Marcus Freeman.
Love him.
Yeah, I do too.
But he has to be, this is like Saban. He has to be able to do it his way. Because his way is, I love his way. But
what is his way?
It's classy, aggressive, intense. Like, there's all these things that he set a program. Everything Jason Garrett wanted to do was very Saban-like. But he didn't have the respect or the credentials to get it. But he wanted to build a program like that. That's what Jason Garrett wanted, just didn't work out. And I think Marcus Freeman, if given the opportunity to do that the right way, could implement that kind of program.
Excite.
Matt Nagy.
Right.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, big time. Brian Flores.
So
Kevin's struggling.
Because some of these are really tough because, like I said, my immediate thought is, but then I'm like, but that's not what y'all set the rules at. My immediate thought is Jerry Jones going to hire somebody who's in the middle of an active lawsuit against the NFL? That feels unlikely.
He hire Gruden?
Look, that's a tough sell for a whole different set of reasons as well. I think Brian Flores is the most badass DC you can have. Head coach, I don't know.
What about Saleh?
I think my answer is almost exactly the same as the last one.
Saleh, excite or fright?
He couldn't get the respect in New York that he needed. And I don't know why.
You think his departure has made him look better, though?
Yes.
Because, like, once he left, they're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
It might have even been worse.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, when it comes to defense, like that dude knows how to light up a defense, but I like that. I mean, I like that part a lot. I still want to tie an offensive coach with the quarterback for the next 5 years. I prefer that over having a defensive coordinator because then you have those two guys working together for a long period of time. You're not replacing offensive coordinators.
All right, the fellas are up next. It is the KMC masterpiece. Roberto Bobby Belt returns tomorrow.
Oh.
KMC next on the Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the more famouser Alec Medford. And in about 20 minutes, we are going to talk more about Victory Plus. But as Corey said, you can still listen to all of the games for free right here on your home of the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into more of the specifics about Victory Plus again in about 20 minutes. But the last time, Mike, we planned to do this, Mike McCarthy was out as the Cowboys head coach. So we didn't get to do our Mavericks and Stars super segment. And the Mavericks might not be deserving of being in a super segment today.
They got super blown out.
Yes, they did. Go ahead and give me cut number one. We'll start the Mavs and Stars super segment with the question, is this the worst or at least one of the worst Mavericks games of the year?
They surround Jokic. Ball gets tipped. Murray, he's in the lab. Jamal Murray cannot be stopped.
I need to go back and look because the 5-7 start, I'm going to guess one of those 7 losses
was felt this bad.
I mean, I know it was a close game. I thought when Luka quit playing basketball and let the Utah Jazz win in Utah, that was pretty disgusting to me.
Yeah.
But this was from opening tip a blowout. And so that's the tough part.
So like the one I thought about was the Christmas game against Minnesota. At least you came most of the way back. Like I know you still lost, but at least you made your push. It didn't really feel like there was a real push in this game. You got owned from the beginning, which I'm a little surprised since Kyrie came back. I'm not saying that Kyrie alone fixes all your problems, but I'm a little surprised that they were getting worked just about from the opening tip.
Corey, I don't know if you heard this, but I heard it on the morning show. Jason Kidd in his, or maybe I was watching YouTube this morning too. Jason Kidd in his post-game press conference said, we were playing well as a team. We can't rely on just our superstars because Kyrie came back. They were like, Kyrie's back now. We just all watch and he's just going to
change our game.
So he felt like the other guys playing around Kyrie decided Kyrie's back. We don't have to try as hard.
I understand the concept of that. I totally get it. Because, look, whenever Kevin's out, what do? We get very serious. We have really good quality radio.
What?
Kevin comes back and
That feels like a good
finally
thing.
somebody can be serious around here. But, that part of it, it does take a second to kind of get back into the groove of things, I think, sometimes. So maybe that's something that needs to happen. But, yeah, they need to be active. Everybody has to be active on the court and on the floor for that team to be good. I wanted to present this to you, Mike and Kevin, if you like. Iztok Franco, who I really like. I really enjoy what he does. He said, I mentioned something that's been on my mind this season, the Mavs having 4 other guards who are negative defenders, Dinwiddie, Hardy, Williams, Gortman, on the roster with Luka, Kyrie, and Clay. It's puzzling, but here's the quote. The Mavericks have filled those spots, the end of the roster spots, and that's crucial. They filled them with a surplus of guards who have a similar mold. Undersized, lacking defensive pressure, such as Dinwiddie, Williams, Gortman. For some of those spots, having defensive-minded guards like Chris Dunn or Dennis Smith Jr. to be able to mix into it. He said, I've been thinking about this for a minute, and then I thought, am I being too aggressive with this thought? And then Jamal Murray goes out and drops 42. So maybe I'm right about this. When you get deeper down, what are you going to do? Do you have any guys that can be defenders in that realm?
So quick note, since they're putting out a release about it, that we have Victory Plus for the season for the Rangers is going to be $100. All right. We're going to get more into that in about 15 minutes.
There is a lot more to this.
Yes, about $100. So that was really disappointing from the Mavericks standpoint, just because I go back to that they should have won. Nobody can change my mind. They should have won the last Nuggets game. So
they only lost the final 15 minutes, 33-12.
That's it.
So
yeah. They only had an 18-point lead with 15 minutes to go and got blown out at the end of the game.
Yeah, boy, that's impossible to keep that big of a lead.
It's tough to close a game.
They say, you probably need to be up by 30 with 15 minutes to go to hold on.
I don't know if I'm familiar
and
with
I think they might have still lost.
that saying, but it's a loss at a time when I understand why the losses are piling up. But I'm just not going to be of the opinion that you can be wherever in the playoff seeding and make a good run at it. I understand why people think that because you saw something very similar to that. But when you're like teetering into falling into the play-in version of the playoffs and you're halfway through the season, that causes me concern, especially because we still don't know for sure Luka's back on this date.
If you're including the Christmas Day game where Luka played some, but not much, they're 3-8 from Christmas on.
They had been so good without Luka.
I said this, I'll say it again. I think they're going to be somewhere between the 6 and 11. The 6 and 11 seed. This is what I thought after Christmas. Especially then when Kyrie has the back situation that now he's dealing with. I think when you get to the All-Star break, you could be completely out of the playoffs. I'm not saying you're not going to make the playoffs, but I think you could find yourself in the 11 seed out of the All-Star break and battling back. I think that's extreme. I think they'll be probably somewhere in the play-in situation, 7 through 10, with not much separation to get back to 4 or 5. But I think at this point, with the injuries that they've dealt with and probably the injuries they are going to deal with, I think best case scenario for this Mavs team is to get to the 4 seed and probably won't accomplish that this year because of the injuries. I love this team if healthy, but they're not healthy. They're not going to be healthy anytime soon. January 25th is supposedly the date they reevaluate Luka to see when he could come back.
Yeah, and the more people have talked to about that, it does sound like Mike's theory is correct. So, and Mike just threw that out as a guess, but that whole reevaluation part of it really could set it back. And that, Kevin, will mean that you won't be settling things, squaring things away heading into the playoffs. I mean, it'll mean you're kind of trying to ramp up into the playoffs, and hopefully
it's probably like a 6 or like a 7, hopefully 7 or 8, because at least you get a home court advantage game in the play-in.
That being said, they know the style Luka plays with, so they know what to expect whenever he shows back up on the court, and I feel like they kind of know their roles whenever he gets there and how this thing functions. But it's just until then, how much fun are we going to have? And then whenever that happens, are they going to be having fun? Because they looked like they were having fun to start this season. And that makes a season light. That makes a season you able to get through. And right now it's going to be a grind for a minute.
Well, going into Christmas, they were playing great.
Yeah.
They were playing great as a team. You felt good about it. But unfortunately, Luka going down, Derek Lively's in and out of the lineup all times because of his body structure right now at his age. And then you just have other guys here and there out. And it is what it is. There's not much they can do except, like Jason Kidd said, you have to almost play all of these games, which is unrealistic in today's world, but you have to play them all like it's game 7 of the NBA Finals to win these games because you're limited in your talent.
And then by the time you get to the playoffs, you'll be done.
Right.
Like you'll get smoked because you got nowhere else to go.
Right. The league is you play at 70% now, and you play about 70% of the time in the 82 games. And the Mavericks, especially probably after the All-Star break, are going to have to play every game with hopefully a healthy lineup, are going to have to do a 16-2 run. They're going to have to do what they did last year and finish the year going something in their last 20 games, something like 16-4 or 18-2. To get into a decent spot.
Now, I do have positive news as part of the Mavs and Stars super segment. Give me cut number 3. Welcome back to Logan Stankoven.
Steal with a shot, another rebound, score on the doorstep. Logan Stankoven. The monkey can exit stage left.
Because it was on his back from not scoring for 1,000 years.
Do you know how long it had been since he scored a goal?
Was it like 25 games or something?
It had been 2 months.
Is that
2?
Is that a long time?
Yes.
In hockey years?
Yes.
Was he trying to score?
Yes.
It's a good question.
I mean, because if he wasn't trying to score, we're all right.
Was he available? Was he healthy?
I guess to be fair, 2 months is not a long time if you just won the Stanley Cup and they started the regular season early and that was the 2 months. You just didn't score. But he's been out there. It has been 2 months since Stankoven scored a goal, and he had 2 goals in this win. And the reason why this was a big win, well, first of all, there's a variety of reasons. As we've talked about, every 2 points you can add to the board in the Central Division is important. But also, you won another road game, which we talked about. That has not been the Stars' forte this year. However, 5 games on the East Coast, 4 wins, 8 out of 10 points. So thumbs up to that. Also, Toronto is a good team. You've been kicking around the clunker NHL teams, which there's nothing wrong with that either. But Toronto is an excellent team. And you went there into their building, got the 2 points, boom. You love to see it.
Absolutely. Stankoven, I feel like Stanky is a nickname, but Logan, right? Logan. If you go back and look there was a comic book with the Wolverine, and he was a short fella. All right. All I'm saying is, do we consider him the Wolverine at some point? If he goes on a tear, if he goes on one of those,
does he need to change up his facial hair?
Maybe grow,
really,
maybe on his helmet, put those little wings or whatever, just for the big moments, just for the big fight scenes. I love the guy. I'm glad he got that. That probably does break Mike, whenever you're having a slump like that, whenever those guys have a slump like that, something like this happens. They usually break out of it, like in like a hitting spree, and they're like, okay, now I've found it. You feel pretty you get a little confidence back, or does it kind of build?
I think that obviously going into the sport I cover the most, you had Corey Seager start off really slow last year because of injury, and then when he seemed to finally his body recover from the offseason surgery, he then took off. I think of the first 2 months of Wyatt Langford. Now, it's the first time he played Major League Baseball and had very little minor league experience.
And Logan's young. Yeah, very young.
But then he won Rookie of the Month. Like, he took off and won Rookie. It was like, oh, no, like, maybe we shouldn't have started Langford in the major leagues. Oh, no. And then all of a sudden, I do think what helped, and I'm not saying this was good, Evan Carter getting hurt and Langford playing in the field helped his development as an overall player. But I'm going to get one veteran, possible future Hall of Famer in Corey Seager, and then one guy starting off his career last year that got off to slow starts. And yes, I think that it can now start something where you just feel like, okay, I'm not just fighting for that goal.
Yes. And I think the fact that he scored again in the same game maybe kind of lends credence to that. Now, we'll have to wait for future games to see if that's the way it plays out.
How long do we have to wait, Kevin, for future games to see if it plays out?
Let's say 5 more games. Is that acceptable?
When's the next game? Can we just...
It's tomorrow.
Okay, then we have to wait until tomorrow to start seeing, Kevin.
Okay.
And then you know what? You're right. I'm sorry about that.
That's fair.
I was asking a different question. That was miscommunication on my part early in the show. You know what? We can pick up where we left off later.
How good do you think, because he got the win last night, how good do you think that Jake Ottinger is in the hierarchy of NHL goaltending? I like him a lot. I think we all think oh yeah, he's really good.
He's in the top 10.
Okay, top 10. So
I couldn't even name a goalie better than him.
I believe him.
Okay, let me ask you this. If I said the name Joe Puck, do you think that's a real goalie?
I don't think it is.
Okay, it's not. If I said Igor Shesterkin.
That sounds like a hockey guy.
Okay, all right. Okay. If I said Igor Shaputskin.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to check.
If you're adding the name Puck in there,
okay,
there's a good
you're probably out. All right. So The Athletic, they interviewed all the folks across the league and some NHL coaches and former goalie coaches to kind of break down. Igor Shesterkin leads the way. He is the goalie for the New York Rangers. So the top 5 has, as Mike, I believe, would describe it, a lot of hockey names. And these are the Vezina caliber goalies. So these are the top of the top. But in the next group, that's the tier 2, that's the high-end starter group, Jake Ottinger is second on that list.
Okay.
So that would essentially put him as he is ranked as the 7th goaltender in the NHL, which I think is probably a fair spot to put him.
NHL's fantasy hockey staff has him listed as 5th.
Okay.
Behind Connor Hellebuyck.
Yep.
Andre Vasilevsky.
Okay.
Jacob Markstrom and Andre Vasilevsky.
Do you remember Andre Vasilevsky?
No.
He's the goalie for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Okay.
That we all hated in the
because they beat us in the COVID.
Yes. They beat us in the COVID.
They won the COVID Cup.
Essentially, that is what happened. But he's a damn good goalie, too. So, yeah. 5 there, 7 here. That feels
somewhere in the top 10.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I put it. I don't think I honestly, Kevin, wouldn't probably put him below 7, but I felt top 10 area was the best place because I don't think he's a top 3, but he's somewhere between 3 and 7 for me.
Okay, I think that is a fair.
Again, I've said this time and time again. In the playoffs, I need one of those magic moments, and that's when you'll get the cup. He's really, really good. He's really, really solid. But if you get a magic moment where you're like, dude, he was giving up .92 the entire playoffs. you're feeling like, wow, that was special.
And I like the job that DeSmith has done in spelling him, so hopefully he can be a little bit more rested.
Spelling Ottinger is definitely difficult.
Going into that is a very clever thing.
You're welcome.
That you just said. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, coming up next, Victory Plus. Let's explain what's happening, get your immediate thoughts, and yes, we have a price point. Let's get into all of it next on The Fan.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now's the time we're going to talk about Victory Plus. And a lot of people last night on social media had a whole lot of feelings about this. Let me see if I can recap the way the roller coaster ride felt like for me, for a lot of people on social media. Oh my God, the Rangers are going to be on Victory Plus. This is awesome. A couple minutes later, oh my God, they're going to charge to be on Victory Plus. The Rangers are the worst people in the world. Like, it did feel kind of like a roller coaster. So here's what we know as of now, and we want to get y'all's feedback. Like, how are you feeling about this? Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053, as well as the Twitch, as well as the YouTube. The Rangers are going to be on Victory Plus. The price for the season-long package per the Rangers' own release is going to be $100 for the season. Now, what they said to go along with that, it will give access to a full season of Rangers baseball, including select training, spring training games in March, and they're going to give viewers the opportunity to win prizes, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff is great, and I'm not saying that stuff doesn't matter, but immediately I feel like most fans are, can I watch my team, and how much is it going to cost? It's going to cost you $100 if you want to sign up for Victory Plus and you're in the market. If you're out of market, I followed where the Rangers told me to go. Texas Rangers games are still going to be available to some fans outside the home territory on MLB.TV and select additional cable and satellite providers. Evan Grant has an article out there where he repeatedly says this is the first step.
Games may be available at no subscription cost via some regular cable or satellite providers, but which are not clear yet. So there may be some options, but at the moment, that's not clear. The first step is Victory Plus.
And so, on the one hand, maybe every single person listening who still has cable will find out it'll be available on their cable system. Yeah. And they'll be like, oh, great, that's awesome. I don't know that right now. So we're just going to go off the information that we know. And I see the pros and cons about it. On the one hand, I understand that people are pumped because maybe they didn't have the opportunity they felt to watch Rangers baseball. Well, there it is. Now you can get it for $100 for the season. So that's the pro. The con is, the obvious con is you're going on the exact same app where another Metroplex team is, and they do it for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I understand how that could rub a lot of people the wrong way.
Yeah, no, it definitely, initially, it makes me go, why? What's different and special about you? Now, Kevin, we broke down last year sometime in November the money.
Yes.
And baseball relies very heavily on regional sports TV. So that's why the Rangers are trying to make that up. Now, that does, that's the price of, do you want Kirby Yates? That's the price of these things. That's the way that the owner looks at it when he's doing his balance sheets. For me, regular fan guy that just grew up with HSN, is that what it was?
HSE.
HSE had those types of things. I paid for it. My dad paid for it. I just didn't think anything of it because my dad was paying for it, and I thought I was just getting Nickelodeon. That's what I was paying for. But I was realizing that I was also getting that at the same time. And it is frustrating, though, Kevin, for people like me, my dad, my grandfathers that are looking at it going, where do I find this one tonight?
Yeah.
It's just frustrating to have to go search for it whenever it's just so easy to turn on 105.3 The Fan and know exactly where something's going to be.
Look, and I do want to point that out there. I realize how self-serving it is, but it is a fact. You can get all the games free here, right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to know more about the people who say, I miss when baseball was free. Like, when are you talking about?
Yeah, I'd love to know that too.
Because are we talking about when the games were on like 33 or 27, like 25 years ago? If that's the case, like, rock on. Or as I told Corey, I also wish all of my cards were worth what they said they were still worth in the Beckett. Like, it's just, that's not the case anymore. You have to move on. And if you say, well, it was free when it was on Bally, but not really.
Yeah, you definitely had to. Yeah, that was not a Channel 4. That wasn't Fox 4 or NBC.
You had to subscribe to it. And I understand football. There's a lot of places that you can get football for free. But even now, you've seen, you got the Peacock exclusive wild card game. Last year, I might have those backwards. The Yahoo exclusive wild card game. I'm just saying, for people who want to watch all of the games for free, I want to know when the last time was that you could really do that, because I think people have a distorted idea that that was like 5 years ago. That's not the case at all.
Time. Yeah, it's been a very long time.
And I do know this, Corey, what you said, and I don't know the NHL rules. I'm 99.9% sure. I will leave out a 0.1%. You cannot put this on an app and have it for free. MLB will not allow it.
Interesting.
Now, I don't know. I have no clue about this. I have no clue what you have to charge, like a minimum amount that you have to charge. But MLB, I'm 99% sure, would not allow the Rangers to put this on Victory Plus the way the Stars do, because there's different rules for MLB teams versus NHL teams.
I wonder if MLB understands like how that can affect people negatively.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't know the answer to any of that. I will say, though, if you paid a lot of money last year to watch the Rangers, the product you got didn't live up. Like, the announcing was fantastic. I'll say that. But the on-field product was just not exactly what you were hoping for, because most nights you were like, are we going to score any runs today? And then they gave us a run. They gave us a couple of them. But that's another thing that factors into this. Which team are we getting? Are we getting, just to say, this is Bruce Bochy's off year, or on year, based on things, but am I going to get a good product for it too? Or am I going to go, man, am I wasting $100 this year?
And that's two questions that come up. So this I don't know. I'm gonna go try and find out the answer to this. Will the Rangers games be geo-fenced? I travel all over the country, can't watch the Stars when I'm on the road. I would assume yes, but to be fair, I haven't sought out that answer. So I'm going to go check on that. And then somebody asked, will it include all the games, including national games? Specifically on the Rangers' own press release, it says for regional games. So I'm assuming once they go for a national game on Apple or whatever, that's not going to be part of this, all right? I'm just passing that along. The other thing that's a really tough look just today.
Well, I also tell you this, I'm 99% sure about that, because when the Rangers are on Apple TV or the Fox game of the week,
on?
Yeah, we don't broadcast it.
Okay, so there's a good answer to that. Here's the other way I know. I just think last night and this morning, it hurts for Rangers fans, or it's a bad look specifically for the Rangers. You can essentially, depending on how bad you want it and all of that and how much technology you're willing to engage in, you can watch most of the Mavs for free, most of the Cowboys for free, and most of the Stars for free. And that's just a tough sell. I love the Rangers, and I get it because of the economics of baseball. That's a tough sell to some people in the Metroplex when you're like, hey, the Mavs figure out a way to run a lot of their games on 29 and the rest are on cable. Hey, I can see most of my NFL games, though not all, on free TV. Hey, I can watch the Stars free on the Victory Plus app. So there's two things about that. First of all, the Victory Plus app is not as accessible as you should think, or you would think it would be at this point. And secondly, you can get them for free. With the Rangers, it's $100. I understand if people are upset about that.
And you know what? If you are, keep speaking out. That is the freedom of this capitalistic market, Kevin, is if you keep speaking out about it and you have a thought about it, think about down the road where it could be. What it is now, what it could be later, what they might decide is the best way to deliver this to you.
Can I just say, when we say down the road, and we talked about this as soon as the Stars got on Victory Plus, I don't think the Stars are going to stay free on Victory Plus, because
I think about 7 years from now, you'll start seeing something interesting.
They were one of the products that was part of the launch of Victory Plus. I know Victory Plus has the Ducks and some other things, but I don't think the Stars are going to stay free. You've seen more and more of a movement of NFL specifically being on streaming sites, which is not free. So I also want to live in the world where I can access all sports for free. It's not going to happen.
I won't say the Mavericks were free, but they were. It cost me $30 to buy an antenna off of Amazon. So, I mean, it wasn't perfectly free for me. I had to get channel 29 in my house. I had to buy a $30 antenna, which works on one television. I cannot watch it in the back room, and I cannot watch it upstairs. I could pay another $30 and buy another antenna.
Yeah.
Or I can just keep unplugging the antenna, take it up, plug it in. Like, I can do that. So there are ways that I don't need another antenna. But if I was like, I'm going to go upstairs and watch the rest in bed, I do have to unplug the antenna, which it's not the hardest thing in the world to do. But if we're looking for super convenience and totally free, and I'm not trying to, I get it. I'm not trying to defend this. If you're upset, I understand why you're upset. And like Evan Grant said, I would say be patient with this.
Yeah. I see, for me,
that could change a lot. I don't know.
For me with the Mavericks, Kevin, it's on Fubo. And so I have it accessible on my phone, on my laptop. With Victory Plus, I can only watch on my laptop or phone. And I can't like screen share to the TV because it's just a black screen because it's encrypted. So I can plug my laptop in. But that's, again, like Mike was saying, that's convenience. And I kind of want convenience. That's what I'm paying for,
and
right?
I didn't know this, but reading through when Evan Grant posted this on Twitter X, a lot of people said, that are Stars fans. The thing about Victory Plus is you can't, if you have a Samsung TV, I believe it is, or there's certain TVs. There's literally certain TVs that will not allow you to download the Victory Plus app and just have it on your television. Because Evan Grant
LG
was
does
like,
not.
Yeah, so I think there's certain televisions that will not allow you to just download Victory Plus as an app, which means you do have to screen share it with your computer or your television, or with your phone.
I want to throw this out there. For the 903, if they want to grow the sport and initiate more interest, they'd make it free. Let's make this very clear. Everybody wants to grow their sport and initiate more interest while they're still making money. If that's the option, grow your sport and initiate interest, or keep the status quo and make tons more money, you're going to pick the money.
Kevin, I have two interesting notes of news. I don't know that it's breaking news like the Mike McCarthy news.
Do we hire him back?
No. The Cowboys have interest in and are expected to interview former Jets coach Robert Saleh for the vacant head coach position.
Okay.
If I'm the Cowboys, that dude coached for the Niners, and they whooped your ass a bunch of times.
Right.
What was it that they were doing better than we could do?
Right.
And that's where I'm like really diving in with him is how do I get over that? They're a physical team. How do I get over that? How do I become that kind of team? I would treat that as a very real interview. There's no way I would look at it any differently. And it does look like Quinn Ewers is declaring for the draft.
Breaking news.
In the NFL.
And that's
the NFL draft.
That's interesting. I get why he's going that direction. Maybe he hears different stuff about his valuation. I think with the NIL landscape, I think he could back up the money truck to go somewhere.
I also wonder, when Matt Leinart decided to go back to USC, of course you go back to USC for a fourth year. You're the king of the campus there. Like, it's an absolute blast. You get to live your last year in college there before you have to go to work. And he
was getting six figures.
Yeah, and for him
under the table, it wasn't legal.
But for Ewers, now you got to go to another campus where you were at Texas, dude. You were kind of the guy, and then some other dude took over, and you're not quite that guy anymore. So this is just next step, in my opinion, for him. I understand what you're saying. You can make a little bit more money, but that king of the campus thing isn't there anymore. And being king at Texas probably has a lot of perks to it.
And look, there could be multiple teams that have told his agent or whoever, we see you as a second rounder. And if that's the case, then this makes a lot of sense.
And all it takes is one team.
Exactly.
That's the thing is 31 other teams probably had Tim Tebow as a third or fourth round pick. Didn't matter. The Denver Broncos had him as a first round pick, and so he was a first round pick.
Exactly. And so if the same thing happens with Quinn Ewers, it's going to be a great decision. It gets you to your second contract quicker, which is where the money really, really is in NFL football, obviously with the quarterback position. Just me personally, I would even consider him as a round 2 quarterback. I don't even know about round
draft
3.
him as backup.
Yeah.
And see if I can develop him.
I hope I'm wrong. Southlake fans, Quinn Ewers people, I hope I'm wrong. I don't think he can play it down in the NFL.
Okay.
I have no clue what he does on watching him play. He's a good college quarterback. He's slow. He's small. He gets injured. He doesn't throw the ball hard, barely ever. Doesn't fit it in the tight windows. And I get that that's the system that Sark has there. He gets guys open and in a bunch of lob passes or screen passes. I just have not seen anything, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope he's the next Tom Brady. But I can't figure out what he does in the NFL that is considered good.
And then somebody did ask this question. The only pricing structure I see for now is the year long to stream the Rangers at $100. I wouldn't be surprised if they came out with month by month or even micro game by game packages. I just haven't seen that just quite yet. And as Evan Grant said, this is the first step, so I'm sure we'll hear more. For the KNC Masterpiece.
60 cents a game. What if I sold you that for that?
Yeah, because then it would come out to pretty much the same price.
Fish
right?
used to do that for a month. You can get your donuts for
cheaper than your cup of coffee. Yeah.
I always like that.
Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, we look at which teams are likely to repeat as division champs in 25 next.
Coming up in the...
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has low fee products? You gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bowser.
Let's jump into it. Who's most likely to repeat as division champs in Major League Baseball in 2025? The easy one, and they said this is leaps and bounds above everybody else who won their division last year. It's the LA Dodgers.
Yeah.
They were 98-64, 5 games over the Padres, and they just talk about, hey, they won the World Series, this and that, and guess what? Suzuki in the next probably either today or next 5 days.
I was going to say, he could sign today.
Not with the Rangers.
I think he's going to choose the Dodgers, and I think that he has known he's choosing the Dodgers since October. But maybe I'll be surprised, and maybe he'll go to Toronto where it's freezing cold and they're going to finish either last or second to last in their division.
I was going to throw out the other team. If for some reason he picked the Padres.
It'd make a little bit more sense to me.
And does that change your slam dunk division rating? Not yours, but does that change the slam dunk divisional ratings?
I'd have to more look into the Padres.
Okay.
I get that it just shows you they were only 5 games back of the Dodgers, but Shohei's going to pitch this year.
Yeah.
Yamamoto, I do think, and here's the deal, I don't think Suzuki's going to be great this year. I think it's very tough to go from Japan to the United States. I get it was easier for Colby Lewis. He had grown up in the United States. He grew up in the minor league system. He was pitching every 5th day for the Rangers, struggled, went over to Japan, and came back. I can see when that happens and guys immediately come back and they're like, got it figured out now.
Yeah.
I figured out my stuff in Japan, and I know what it's like to go through a major league schedule. I know the major league cities. I know the major league mounds. I know all these things. Think of Yamamoto last year. Was he good? He was good, but he was limited.
Yeah.
Yu Darvish was good for the Rangers to start off. He was very good. So was Hideo Nomo, but for the Dodgers way back in the early 90s. But I think Suzuki's going to be a solid pitcher next year, but I also think it's a different ball. It's a different strike zone. There's a lot different that you have to deal with. So if he goes to the Padres, it helps out the Padres, but I just think the Dodgers are going to run away with that division. It's a very tough division because the Diamondbacks are good too.
Yeah.
All right. And you have to remember they ended up getting Corbin Burns. So that's
a good point.
With Zach Gallen, I always say Gallen.
Go ahead and say Gallen. It works. That's how I say it.
If you take him and you take Burns, if they were to make the playoffs, the Diamondbacks, watch out.
Yeah.
That's arguably the best 1-2 combination, pitching tandem right now if you're looking at teams in baseball.
Let's start
Number
a
2,
rivalry with them.
This is where we go to, I can't believe this, the AL West. They say the Astros, who are 88-73 and 3.5 games over the Mariners, are the second most likely team to repeat as division champs. And
I don't know about all that.
I don't like it, but they pretty much just get into the history how they've owned this division for about a decade now.
Okay.
And they said this. if there's ever a year when we only have one team successfully defend its division title, it might be this one, as the gap on this list between the Dodgers and everybody else is rather dramatic. So when I'm reading that, I'm like, you say it might be this one, but then you keep reading, and I guess they're saying the Dodgers might be the only team that repeats as division champs. But they had to say, in my personal predictions, the Dodgers are, in fact, the only team I have repeating as champs, but we'll get into that over the next few weeks. The best way to illustrate this is that you can make legitimate argument that the next most likely division champ is the team that lost Kyle Tucker and almost assuredly Alex Bregman this offseason. So he's already putting doubt that the Astros can do this. They did lose two guys that bat in their top four. If I have their lineup right, Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez, Tucker. And sometimes they'd get switched up because Tucker and Alvarez are both lefties. Maybe it went Alvarez 2 and Bregman 3 if I'm trying to remember right. But I mean, two of their top four hitters are one's already left the team, and then they're saying, look, most likely it sounds like Alex Bregman isn't coming back, and I do think Alex Bregman was a big team leader there. That says more about the rest of the AL West than it does the Astros, given the Mariners have been surprisingly idle. The Rangers have serious bullpen questions. I agree with that unless they sign Kirby Yates.
Does that eliminate like a ton of your bullpen questions then?
Yeah.
Like if that happens.
I think everything sets up right. Now, Kirby Yates had the best year of his career last year.
Sure.
He's been, I believe he was an all-star one other time in his career. So I'm not saying he hasn't been really good in his career. Last year was a career year. Do I expect him to have an ERA in the ones and almost be perfect on saves? No, but what if next year he has an ERA of 2.65 and he's 33 of 38 in save opportunities? I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that in a heartbeat, and that does not get close to what he did last year, but that gives you a chance to win the division. So it just says Yordan Alvarez, Jose Altuve are still there. The Astros look weaker than they have in a while, but so does the rest of the division. So that's what they say about the AL West. I was shocked that the Astros, who I do think the Mariners on paper always look good on paper, and they always disappoint. The Rangers,
agreed.
They won 90 games the year before. This year they won 78 games. I get you just don't go, well, the Rangers are going to get back to 90 wins. I don't know. And if they go into the year without a closer, good luck trying to win 90 games. They did it before by piecing together random people at random times to randomly close 48% of their games.
What a disaster that was.
Isn't it amazing when you really think about it? How in the world did they win 90 games with a bullpen that was under 50% in save opportunities? That just sounds impossible. Even if you take if the Dodgers this year blow 52% of their save opportunities, the Padres or Diamondbacks will win that division, I think.
How many save opportunities were there?
I'd have to look, because
that could be it. Like maybe
it
they
does
just
go into the seventh inning, right?
Okay, gotcha.
If you're up by 3 or less and you're in the seventh inning, let's just say it's 3-2 going into the top of the seventh, and your guy gives up a solo home run and it's 3-3 after 7. That is a blown save. Does that, because you have the opportunity to save a game from the 7th, 8th if you pitch all 3 innings. So there is that you can take into account. It's just not the 9th inning of being up by 1 to 3 runs. But when you add it all, I don't even care. Like if you blow 50% of those opportunities, you're in bad shape.
Yeah, I think the Rangers were the first team in history to have more than 70 wins. Let alone make the playoffs.
Yeah. Yankees are the third most likely team. They were 94 and 68. They were 3 games over the Orioles. The Orioles are fascinating to me how they've decided to not build upon what they have. Making the playoffs back-to-back years. Having Gunnar Henderson, I think Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman make a combined $2 million next year.
And when you use fascinating in this sense, it feels like you mean in a very bad way.
Yeah, I don't get. They have an opportunity. They got new ownership. Everybody knew with old ownership, they were screwed, and they better hurry up and win with these young guys while they're under somewhat league minimum contracts. But once they got new ownership, I thought they were going to try to build around these guys, at least for the next 3 to 4 years, where, hey, we don't have to pay. Gunnar Henderson, when he becomes a free agent, Gunnar Henderson will get a Juan Soto contract. Might even more. Because maybe inflation is there with that. Adley Rutschman, no, but Adley Rutschman's probably, and last year was a bad year for him, but he's probably going to get $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Jackson Holiday, very disappointing rookie year, but I mean, they have a lot of hope for him. There's still a lot of hope for Jackson Holiday. So they have a lot of guys making, not a lot of money. The Brewers are number 4 in the Central. The Guardians are number 5 in the AL Central, which, gosh, that's the one that probably has the most best teams in the American League now.
I gotcha.
The most best.
I like it.
Understood.
The Royals and the Tigers both making the playoffs. They had 3 teams make the playoffs last year.
I would not have predicted.
I'm surprised with this because I still think they're a great team, but I get their competition. They have the last team to repeat as division champs would be the Phillies at 95-67 over the Braves and the Mets. Think about how now I can see the competition there. Braves, Mets, Phillies. Good luck. That is a tough division, and there's a good chance all 3 teams, if they're somewhat healthy, all make the playoffs. But it's interesting because I think the Phillies can win the World Series this year. I'm not predicting them to, but I think they can. I don't think the Guardians have a chance of winning the World Series. I don't think the Brewers have a chance of winning the World Series. I'll give the Yankees a chance. They did get Max Fried, so if they get into the playoffs and they're both completely healthy and pitching great, Garrett Cole and Max Fried could be real trouble. But and to be honest, I don't see the Astros winning the World Series either.
Okay.
So
we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent edition of Baseball Nuggets. Coming up next, power ranking the NFL and quarterback playoff power rankings. Next on The Fan.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, it's time. We're going to combo these up here.
Combo platter. Let's go.
No, it's not a combo platter. To power rank the NFL playoff power rankings and the quarterback power rankings. Would you like to start with the teams or would you like to start with the quarterbacks?
Just a reminder with quarterbacks, Dak finished second in MVP voting in 2023.
It's true. He has not made this list of top 8 because he's not in the playoffs.
Right.
But never forget.
I will not.
There's a couple things you want to never forget.
Yeah.
And one of them is Dak was second in MVP voting in 2023.
Gotcha. All right, let's go with quarterbacks then.
All right, you want to go quarterbacks first. Now, here is your next opportunity. Alec, do you want to get the USA Today quarterback power rankings? Or do you want to get the Kevin Hageland quarterback power rankings for the playoffs?
This is tough because I work with Kevin Hageland and I used to work for USA Today. So I'm torn.
Wow, really? And you came here?
I'm torn. I did both at the same time, Mike. Both at the same time.
Whoa. And you quit USA Today?
That's right.
Yeah, that happened.
US. Weird.
I'm going to go with the Kevin Hageland power rankings.
All right.
He has Lamar Jackson 1.
Of all the quarterbacks left in the playoffs, here's a tease for you. USA Today's number 1 quarterback is Lamar Jackson. Do I follow suit or no?
That's a good question.
Who is the least best quarterback remaining in the playoffs?
I will say Hurts.
Are we going off of this year or their career?
I think both are baked in to it.
All right. I will go with CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud is the least best on my list at number 8. Not to say that he's bad, but clearly he's struggled this season. I know a big part of that is because of his offensive line, but I just think the next 2 people on the list also performed better in their wild card game than CJ Stroud.
And if this was the start of the season, he wouldn't be there for you.
If this is the start of the season, CJ Stroud might be third.
Yeah.
How about
fourth?
this, Corey? The next 4 quarterbacks are all in the NFC. What do you think?
Yeah.
Because if it's Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen, then now
Hurts.
I think we're ranking the 4 NFC quarterbacks.
Stafford, Hurts. Where do you put Jaden Daniels? And
I'll
Goff?
go.
Okay.
I'll go with Jaden Daniels next, just because of the lack of known from him, because it's his first year.
I'll stick with Hurts.
Okay.
Oh, you hate Matt Stafford, though.
I don't hate Matthew Stafford.
That Highland Park.
The transition to this answer is going to be tough for me because the answer at number 7 is Matthew Stafford. So you really put me in a tough position here, Corey.
I don't hate him.
To try to say that I do not hate Matthew Stafford.
Are you embarrassed?
So a little bit. I am a little bit previous, Corey. So I went Stroud 8, Stafford 7, Hurts 6.
Okay.
Now.
Oh, hold on. Really?
That's right.
You think that high of him then?
That's right.
Wow. This is impressive.
Dude, Jane Daniels is badass, and he has been badass in the moments where you've needed to be most badass. And him and Dan Quinn teaming up to say, you know what? Being conservative in the playoffs is stupid. Let's go for it. Has helped him. So he did make the top 5, but where in the top 5?
5.
Okay. So would you put Goff ahead of Daniels?
I would for this year. He's 15
would as well.
and 2.
I would as well. Jared Goff.
And they scored a lot of, as the defense got hurt, they had to score a lot to win.
It's a shame that Jared Goff is not like really talked about in the MVP race. I think he'll finish like, I don't know, 4th or 5th. But like,
he's not Dak.
That's a good point. But he's had a great season. It's just there's been some amazing season ahead of him. So you guys were right in going all NFC next. So I go Stroud 8, Stafford 7, Hurts 6, Daniels 5, and Goff 4.
I got you.
I'm flipped where I have Stroud, Hurts, Daniels, Stafford.
I got you.
Then Goff.
I get that.
My top 3 are weird though.
Okay.
Because I have to.
Okay, tell me where you go at number 3, because the top 3 are all the AFC people that you would think.
Allen, Lamar, Mahomes. That's 3 to 1.
3 to 1.
Allen, Lamar, Mahomes.
I'm going to go Mahomes, Allen, Lamar.
Is that 1 to 3?
Yeah, so Mahomes number 1 because of his 6 for 6 right now, making the AFC championship game. So I'm going to go with Mahomes 1, and I get it. Stats weren't great this year, for sure, and I get it. Allen and Lamar, if you look at stats, played better. He still went 15-1 as the starting quarterback and knew how to manage those games to wins.
And this is exactly why you guys picked the right list, because the USA Today has Patrick Mahomes at 3. I just do not think that is in touch.
I think that's what he had.
Are you proud of that?
No,
that's why I quit.
Oh,
he went the other.
Yeah, I was reversed.
He went the opposite
Mahomes
way.
1,
Yeah.
Lamar 2, Allen 3.
So we only had one difference.
That is exactly the order that I went in. Now, 2
and Allen and Lamar, you could probably both put it 2.
That's a tough call. I went with Lamar Jackson on this just because, and they are a slight favorite. We can get into that a little bit more in a little bit in the playoff game. Last I saw, the Baltimore was a -1 in that game. But I think Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are really close. They're going to be defined in part by what happens in the game this weekend. But until Patrick Mahomes gets beaten in the playoffs, I don't see how he's not number 1. I just don't.
Exactly.
All right. Now we power rank. There is no Kevin list for this, but you have the opportunity of going with Yahoo or NFL.com.
Yahoo!
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me.
All right. So in case you missed it, my power rankings for the quarterbacks left in the playoffs: Mahomes, Jackson, Allen, Goff, Daniels, Hurts, Stafford, and Stroud at number 8. All right. Let's flip it this time. Who is the number 1 team in all of the playoffs?
I still think it's Kansas City.
Yep.
I use that exact same logic.
Are they the biggest favorite this week? I saw they're an 8-point favorite to open. I don't know if that still is, but
I think that they are.
I mean, that just goes to show you, if you're trying to kind of power rank these, the most, at least in Vegas, maybe the most likely team to win the division game, they're saying, is Kansas City.
So let's see. Kansas City is 8.5. Detroit's actually 9.5.
Okay.
So I take that back.
We screwed that up.
And then the Eagles are 6-point favorites over the Rams. So honestly, those are all pretty hefty spreads for a divisional game. And then Baltimore's favored by 1 over the Ravens. All right.
And this is something I don't think we're going to break away from in the power rankings this season. The Lions are number 1 on the list, and the Chiefs are 3rd.
Okay.
So who do you put at 2 or 4?
I got Kansas City, Detroit.
Okay.
Buffalo, Baltimore.
So
you have Buffalo ahead of Baltimore?
So you think Buffalo's going to win?
I do.
I do too. I think it's going to be a great game.
I can't wait.
But
I cannot wait.
But I think that is going to be that's a Super Bowl matchup.
Sure.
I think that this
Cowboys, Niners in the 90s kind of thing.
Yeah, a little bit. And I get as long as Kansas City wins, the next round is a Super Bowl matchup.
Yes, absolutely. And it'll depend on what you get in the Super Bowl. Because if it is Detroit, I might kind of feel that way. But the Super Bowl could be a letdown from these 2 weeks of AFC games.
The thing about Baltimore is their defense since the last 12 weeks has been phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
Early in the season, maybe because they had a new coordinator, it took a little time to kind of square things away.
Do you want me to dive into that specific stat?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna shorten it even more. Since week 11 against the Steelers, the Ravens have allowed, consider this, 100 fewer yards per game than they had been. 100. That is crazy. And they've been giving up 10 fewer points per game. So if you've been looking for Baltimore's defense to turn it on, here you go.
Yeah, the thing about it is Buffalo made this season look like a formality. I know Kansas City had 1 loss. They made it look difficult to do that. Buffalo, most of the season, it just looked like they were cruising, and their defense was a big part of it too. So that's why I have them a little bit higher. I think that I'm very interested to see that matchup, though.
So for Yahoo, they put Baltimore at 2 and Buffalo at 4. So I wanted to throw this out there because
I stupidly want to put the Rams probably higher than you guys do.
Okay, well, let's get to that in just 1 second because I found this stat to be amazing. The Ravens are now 1-point favorite against the Bills in this divisional game on Sunday. Did you know that Buffalo, since the merger, 1970, has never been an underdog in a home playoff game?
Yeah.
They've had 18. So if you're just like, I probably don't get a lot. They've had 18 home playoff games since 1970. Never been an underdog. Now, that could still shift. It's only a 1-point spread. So it could shift, but Buffalo opened early at about -1, -1.5, and the money quickly flipped it to Baltimore.
Can you imagine back in, what year was it? 1991, if Buffalo was favored by 2.5 and they're losing 35-0 at halftime, and you bet like a lot of money, and you're like,
buying stuff.
I got it done. I got my $2,000, and then the game ends. You're like, how in the world was I up 38 points on a spread at halftime and lost?
Fair.
It is interesting looking at Buffalo's season, and so early they were just destroying teams, and it was Arizona, Miami, Jacksonville.
And they should have lost that Arizona game.
And then Tennessee, Seattle, 34-10, 31-10. Then late in the season, what happens against Los Angeles and Detroit? 44 and 42 points given up. And again, I kept saying, I think that's good for your defense to learn to see, hey, here's the holes that we need to fix before the playoffs.
Yeah.
But now that does kind of give me which team are they at this point? And maybe that's a good thing for them.
Now, Mike, you said something really intriguing to me. You might put the Rams next. So the Rams are playing the Eagles, and it's a 6-point spread. Does that mean you like the Rams to win that game?
Now I'll turn on my mic and answer it again. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Mike goes, you are going with the Rams at 5. Yes?
Yeah,
okay.
Because I think they're going to win. I think they're going to be in the conference championship.
Corey, what say you?
I got Eagles 5 and Rams 6.
I just don't. Yeah, I'm inclined to maybe not agree with Yahoo here either. They've got Philly 5, Washington 6, the Rams 7, and then the Texans 8. I get the Texans are 8 because, first of all, we've talked about all the struggles they've had in this season, and also they're facing maybe the most insurmountable foe. I realize that the point spread is a point higher with the Lions, but I'm being dead serious. let's say the Commanders won and the Texans won. Don't you think the Texans winning is a way bigger deal? Now, I realize the Commanders winning would be hilarious for a whole new reason, because that means they would be in the NFC Championship game ahead of the Cowboys as well. But don't you think if the Texans won, that's a bigger deal than if the Commanders win?
I think so. Just because I get that you could look at the talent of Kansas City and go, I knew it. I knew that they were lucky.
Yeah.
I know Bobby Belt's not here, and I believe he'll be back
He'll
tomorrow.
be back tomorrow. That is correct.
I wonder what he thinks about that. Is he just going to say, well, they got lucky by drawing the Texans instead of the Chargers? I don't know. But I just cannot see Kansas City at home coming off of almost a double bye.
Yeah.
Losing that game, especially because you did the quarterback ranking. CJ Stroud has not repeated his rookie year. They did make the playoffs and they won a playoff game, and Joe Mixon and CJ Stroud was solid in that game. Joe Mixon was awesome in that game.
It would be ridiculous it would be ridiculous in my mind if Bobby said they got lucky to draw the Texans. You earned the number one spot.
Sure.
That's not getting lucky. I'm sorry, my God, to take those words like that, but if he was to say that, I'd be like, you earning the number one spot's important. That's a big deal.
No, I agree with that.
And the Chiefs only lost one game in my mind, Kevin.
Sure.
I will stick to that. Our last game.
That's why I say 15.
They really didn't want to see the Bengals, I know.
I know Travis Kelce disagrees with that. I'm not saying that's the case, but we can all agree that the Chiefs walked up that day and they're like, we don't care about winning this
year.
game.
Mahomes lost one game this year. Carson Wentz got one start, lost it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, and yes, I see the one texter who wants me to go into My Buddy's an Idiot, and I understand that. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Do you have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did you not put Matthew Stafford in the top 5? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
No. Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Ant inside in midcourt, 75-58, up by 17. Around his back, he'll free himself, firing on the three and hits. 4th three of the night for Anthony Edwards. That one came with a little bit of distance behind it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Why did he make the list? From my buddy's an idiot. Do you have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, 877-881-1053, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Can I nominate my buddy's an idiot?
Yes.
My buddy's an idiot. He keeps forgetting to let our friend Michael Talbot, and who's doing a lot of plumbing work for him, into his area, locking him out. He's trying to do some plumbing work for you, Mike.
I got him in. He probably actually just texted me to close it, to be honest, and I just forgot about that. So I'm glad you're calling me out, because I am an idiot. Yesterday, totally forgot. So
he's lucky that's a class act dude right there. You know, that's
Man,
class act
he
dude.
really
He's working
is.
hard.
Yeah.
You know, in Dallas, they like putting lead in our water.
I don't know that they like it. It just happens.
Well, they
but
said it was like unknown, and then Michael came out there and tested our water. He's like, "Oh, you got lead in your water," but it was unknown when the city of Dallas tested it.
And did you get the same thing where they're like, "We'll let you know in the next 3 years," and you're like, "Oh,
takes that long to
thanks."
test. So that's mine. But you know what? He said it's okay. So
Okay.
I let him in during the break. Thank you, Corey.
Thanks,
And
Mike.
Michael's doing a great job. It's costing a lot of money to get our water fixed in Dallas, but you know, when you live in the hood,
Sure. And if you need a good plumber, Michael Talbot he's the man to
either
go
they
with
don't
it.
know, don't go, or don't show.
That's true.
You
Very
know, or
true.
don't know what's going on in the hood. I don't
You
know.
already said don't
I
know.
screwed up that whole Boys in the Hood thing.
Man, because you said something about Boys in the Hood a couple weeks ago, I watched that with Jess, and she had never seen it before. Oh, devastated.
You were?
She's never seen that?
She'd never seen it. And when he's running down the alley,
what happens?
Well, I guess if people haven't seen it, they get mad about spoiler alerts, but she was just devastated by that moment. She's
He ran
like,
down the alley?
Oh, no.
Somebody backed out of their driveway and hit him?
No, it was much more
Tripped over recycling.
It was
can?
more horrifying than that, for sure.
But the killer liked a lot of ketchup. Remember how much ketchup he
That's
was
a good
using?
point, Mike. That's a really good point. So, is Anthony Edwards an idiot? He made an obscene gesture to a game official the other day, and the league announced he got fined $50,000 on Monday. The thing is, he's already been fined $285,000 this year for 5 different, quote, behavioral transgressions.
Wow.
And he put this statement out that I bet he definitely meant. Quote, I made a careless, young, dumb mistake shooting birds. That has nothing to do with the refs at all. That's all me mentally making a dumb mistake. I won't do it again.
Well, there you go. I appreciate that.
That's nice.
Don't shoot birds out of trees is what I was always told.
He meant the middle finger.
Oh.
No, I think you're, in a way, supposed to shoot birds out of trees.
So you shoot them out of the air. The tree is where a bird lives. So just let them live in their place. But if you scare them out of the tree, you can shoot them.
Shooting a bird in a tree is easier than shooting them in the air.
You're probably right because they're
I've
still.
never shot I shouldn't say I never shot a bird. One time, those birds that get raised up by dogs, when the dogs go and get them out of the
quail.
Yeah, we quailed them.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the yep.
Well, we shot them. I got quails. It tastes good too.
Quail does taste. Dude, when
And the
Hurtado
person who,
over
they have to take out the pellets and everything because you don't want to eat your own bullets.
Or probably anybody else's bullets.
True. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a fact.
You'll break a tooth, or you'll be pooping bullets.
Or it'll be like the city of Dallas water.
But don't you think some people have probably bitten into a bullet in like a fish or a quail or something?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Plenty of times.
Okay.
The first person that ever shot a quail probably did. They were like, oh, let's cook it, eat it. And they went, oh, crap, forgot to take out the little BBs.
That's a good point.
Shotgun.
Now, do you want a serious one or a ridiculous one?
Sounds like I'm being pretty ridiculous right now, so let's keep it going.
Okay. I didn't think
Mike's here for the party.
I didn't think this would come up again. But let's talk about the Jonte Porter case one more time. And this time, it's not Jonte Porter's fault. He didn't do anything else extra wrong.
Okay.
Authorities arrested Shane Hennon, who is one of his betting conspirators.
Conspirati.
There we go.
Doing great.
Tell me if you think this looks suspicious. They arrested him Sunday at the airport. He was attempting to board a one-way flight to Colombia. He also had multiple cell phones and $10,000 in cash on his one-way flight to Colombia. I know that alone will not get you a conviction, but it really doesn't seem like that helps your case, right?
He was trying to go to Colombia for vacation.
Mm-hmm.
You need cash. Like you need money.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us probably take $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
He took 10. He wants to have a good time. Multiple cell phones. One's for business. One's for pleasure. I don't see what's going wrong here. I don't see any problem with what this guy's trying to accomplish yet.
Okay.
He's trying to go out of town and hang out.
Okay.
Was there something I missed here, Kevin?
No, I mean, there's also the text that he got from Jonte Porter that's like, hey, I'm about to go out of the game for the rest of the game, so now would be a good time to wager.
Mm-hmm.
That probably doesn't hurt his case. I mean, doesn't help his case. But you think the rest of it is probably fine.
Kevin, texts these days are very easy to replicate. You know, like do we know it's his number?
So you're supposing
I'm about to go out of the game for the rest of the game. He was just letting him know.
Or fabricate?
He was just letting him know I'm going out of the game for the rest of the game, so you don't have to stick around. You can go ahead and get out of here early.
But the part where he said, so if you want to go ahead and wager now, would be a good time.
I guess that's an important part of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's the part that a lot of people from the 817 guys, you don't need $10,000 in Colombia. $20 is pretty much it. So maybe you're right there. And somebody also asked, did Kevin say he bit a bullet out of a fish? Are you shooting fish, Kevin?
No.
I didn't even think about that.
I meant
in a barrel. That's how you do it in a barrel.
Yeah, I meant a bird.
You shoot fish in a barrel.
I probably was thinking about shooting fish in a barrel. That's a fair point.
Yeah, I guess Kevin.
Or it could have been from The Simpsons. I don't know.
That guy should be in a lot of trouble for what they did together.
And
That's
if
dumb.
fish are in barrels, just dump out the water. They die. You don't have to shoot them. They stop breathing.
Yeah. I think they're just talking about how easy it is to get the fish at that point. That's what shooting fish in a barrel is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Also, more fresh that way. You're not even pulling them out of the water dead.
That's true. And you don't have to clean the bullets out of
When
them.
they say, man, that fish was fresh. I mean, that just means that they cooked them like immediately.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Now, we're going to get to the serious one just because I feel like we have to, because this person is from Denton.
Kevin, I heard G-Bag say that they are no longer claiming this person. If this is the story I think,
they shouldn't.
Then Denton is no longer claiming this guy because he could be from lots of areas.
Okay.
Is this the league that's going to overtake MLB?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So Michael Lewis is listed on court documents as being from Denton. I didn't get a chance to bring this up yesterday. The judge told Michael Lewis, quote, "You have a right to remain silent, and I expect you to exercise that with me. Stop talking." This after he caused a ruckus when he sat back in his chair. So he's being accused of allegedly stalking Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
And he went into court yesterday and it was immediately in trouble with the judge because he leaned back in his chair multiple times and said, "Guilty as charged."
Sounds like he has some other issues going on.
I could see that.
And he may need to seek some other form of help if he's looking at it this flippantly.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it feels like. Kevin, I was watching a show called The West Wing recently. And there was a website that one of the guys in The West Wing found out was a fan site for him. And it was called joshlemonlyman.com. And one of the things,
I wonder if that still exists.
What his assistant said, what he doesn't know is a lot of the people on this site haven't taken their medication. And he was like, what does that mean? And sometimes, Kevin, I think that people may have some deeper issues that they need to deal with. And it's good that this guy is in the right hands at the moment, right?
It is. And I hope he gets some help because one of the things he said was, they said, this is a real thing. They said I was sending threatening texts, but the only thing running through my mind was Caitlin with like a million eyes and N's.
Didn't he say he was like going to sit behind the bench, right behind it and everything too?
Yes, yeah. And he goes, if I'm getting tickets, I'm sitting behind the bench.
Okay, yeah.
And so he is accused of not only stalking, but threatening with responsible belief of potential sexual battery and just some really messed up stuff. So you're right. I hope he gets the clinical psychological help that he needs, but also we'll see how this plays out. I could see him not being a part of regular society for a bit of time.
Oh, lemonlyman.com is on a wiki site. So there you go. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now we take you to Pac-Man Jones. Do you think that Pac-Man Jones is an idiot? On yesterday's edition of the Pac-Man Jones show, which I did not know existed until yesterday.
I didn't either. Gotta go look it up.
He was talking about the Cowboys head coaching vacancy. And then he talked about CeeDee Lamb. And he said, quote, I love CeeDee Lamb, but CeeDee is a number 2 wide receiver. If CeeDee Lamb came to the Bengals right now, would he be a 1, a 2, or a 3? He'd be an effing 3. He'd be a 3, and there'd be no question about it. End quote. All right. I disagree with all of this premise. First of all, I disagree that CeeDee Lamb's a number 2 receiver. Second of all, I definitely disagree that if he went to the Bengals, he would put 3rd on the depth chart behind T. Higgins.
I love T. Higgins.
Higgins is really good, but get serious.
Yeah, I love T. Higgins. Y'all know that. But there's no way that I'm putting him behind CD or ahead of CD right now. Now, him and Jamar Chase, 2 different stories. That's a fantastic conversation.
And that's an argument I'll listen to.
And if you're considered in that top 3, that kind of bunch right there, then, I mean, that's a different category. So, no, I won't. Why do they bring his name up? Why, I don't understand the reason of bringing CD into that conversation.
Because I think it sprung off of him talking about the Cowboys coaching vacancy.
Gotcha.
Go
I
ahead.
think this about Pac-Man Jones. This would be the thing that he would have the highest IQ in, would be football.
Yeah.
I think this shows how low of an IQ he has as a person.
And from the 214, this is a true story. Kevin would make a pretty good defense attorney. When I was in high school, I did mock trial. I was on the mock trial team because I knew what the ladies were looking for. And when we did one of our cases, it was in front of 3 Dallas County judges. One of them pulled me to the side and said, is this really what you want to do with your life? Do you really want to be a lawyer? And I said, yeah, I think I really do want to be a lawyer. And he goes, all right, I think if you work really hard, you could do it. But don't ever become a defense attorney because you're just not a naturally sympathetic person. And
be a prosecutor.
I thought that was a great bit of advice where you're supposed to feel bad for the defendant maybe, and they're like, oh, he might be innocent, but I hate his fucking...
Oh, wow. This is a fun show today. Let's go.
Okay, I pushed the button too.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna argue I stopped short.
You want to be on the Pac-Man Jones podcast.
That word. But Alec is right to push the button. I also pushed the button. Hey. I'm gonna argue I stopped short of saying that word, but I will admit that was really, really, really stupid.
Hey.
I got
Corey.
too casual talking.
No. What happens sometimes at 12:40ish, which it seems like people aren't listening to him anymore?
They got a T-shirt that says "Take a load off."
Dude, you just took a load off.
Dude, you took a load off early in the show.
You were relaxing so much.
You're very casual with that.
You forgot we were doing radio. Who were you putting that word on?
I was talking like sometimes I do in my personal life.
Excuse me?
What?
Are you
You-
serious?
Sorry
You
to let
cuss
you
in your
know,
personal
I
life?
do
I
You
in
need to
my
stop that.
my personal
I'm
life.
pearl clutching right now.
Okay.
Wow.
Thank you from the 469. I heard the first 2 letters, not the last 2. From the 214. Kevin got caught off sides, and it's not even Friday.
I think we're changing our name in 25 to the F and KNC masterpiece.
Hey, Kevin.
It's Wednesday. I'm sorry about
Kevin,
that.
The YouTube is just, they are having a blast with this right now. Look at that face. Hagee dropping a bad one. And then the Twitch is having a fantastic time with it, too. Could you imagine if that... Yeah, man, this is amazing to see how they're responding to this because, Kevin, you're just so wholesome. And, wow.
Look,
do you know what that word means?
Yeah. I do. This is going to be the first time that I got dumped for a word I definitely didn't know I could say. I got dumped at least 2 other times, but I swear I thought it was something that you could say on the air. Now, I didn't go full Blake and defiantly restate that I could say that word.
I hope Carter has video of Kevin trying to get to the dump button. That right there.
He's already playing it back.
Was the
here.
most epic thing I've ever seen. He almost threw his chair out the window.
Yeah.
And to try and
He
get
had a
to the
swim
dump.
move.
He panicked. It was panic on his face. I
was
saw it.
listening to you pretty strong, but I won't say 100%. But when you dropped that bomb, I was like, wow, here we go. This is a show now.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Who are the Cowboys going to effing hire next? We'll effing tell you after the break. I don't know what.
Okay.
Oh, guess what? We're talking about the NFL coming up. Jeez.
So the point was that I would be sympathetic.
Oh, man. God.
As
If you were a lawyer, how would the judge take you when you're like, this is an effing disgrace? I don't think you can do that. I think they put you in a court thing.
From the 214, when did the commercials come on? All I've heard is talking today. That's a great point. Coming up next, commercials.
Remember, we're commercial free from 12:20 to 12:55. Unless you hate it, then we'll play more commercials.
After that, gridiron. Should this
effing gridiron?
No, should this playoff change?
What does football start with?
Be made
F.
next on the Fan.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet, together let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Fakes the throw. Allen going to step up in the pocket. Now he's going to take it and run, and he's got the first down and more. 10, 5.
drive and muscles his way into the end zone for an unbelievable 26-yard touchdown run. Are you kidding me?
And we're back here with Corey and Mike on 105.3 The Fan, having a good show as we are getting ready to do some gridiron gravy, ladies and gentlemen.
Deep clean version.
Here we go.
Am I out?
I guess you're back.
Sent a message that said,
Yeah. Limit the talk from the cussing guy.
From the 214, I've lost the whole respect of humanity. I thought you were the good one, Kevin. I'm sorry about that. Look, I think Carter's going to put a video up. Zach Wolchuk already said it was hilarious.
He's
He
apologized
watched it
to me
back.
3 times in the break. And I'm just like, I have no clue why you're apologizing. We're all human.
Because we're hurt.
We are hurt, though.
Okay, I'm sorry for anybody that I hurt or disappointed. All right. In Gridiron Gravy, if you missed it earlier, don't look at me, Mike. Quinn Ewers.
He wasn't even looking at
I
you.
know, but I just know he's going to look over and he's going to be like, screw the number.
Look, you got 7 minutes,
Okay.
man. Just keep it clean and give us the story.
Trevor Etienne declared for the NFL draft as well. We talked about Quinn Ewers earlier in the draft, or earlier in the show, declaring for the NFL draft, and the Cowboys are expected to interview Robert Saleh. If you missed any of that from earlier in the show, hopefully catch you up.
And it looks like the Bears are conducting their in-person interview with McCarthy this afternoon.
Okay. All right. Another excellent note right there. I'm curious to see how that goes, or if he still ends up with the Saints. I mean, obviously, we're all fascinated with what happens with McCarthy.
McCarthy flew in from Dallas to Wheeling in private accommodations.
Oh.
Which is a departure from team protocol.
Ooh. By the way, a lot of people are abuzz. Jordan Schultz shared it that when they put the post up about Deion Sanders talking with the Cowboys about the head coaching vacancy, that CeeDee Lamb liked it. And of course, that is the currency that we operate in nowadays, likes and shares. And so that means obviously CeeDee Lamb must want Deion Sanders as the head coach.
I mean, it doesn't mean he doesn't.
Sure.
I don't know the relationships with a lot of different people. You know, what if what if he follows Deion?
Yeah.
You know, or what if they have a connection via agent or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're friends. And if he likes Deion, that's fine. It's okay to like something, especially in a time where you don't have a coach.
Yes.
You don't know who it's going to be.
The Colts are going to give up a home game next season to play a game in Berlin, because that's always the big deal. It's like not only who is playing, but who's giving up the home games.
I woke up this morning and my entire Twitter timeline had pictures of the Colts, but everything was in German. And I was like, what is happening right now? So that's how I learned that news.
That makes sense to me. So big news for Prime Video. The Ravens-Pittsburgh Steelers game drew 22.07 million viewers for them. This is the most ever for viewers on a Prime game. Now I realize this was a playoff game, but it topped the previous high, which was the Lions and Packers, by almost 5 million viewers. And so because of that, you would think, hey, good job, NFL. I bet NFL playoff TV ratings are up. They, of course, are not. Chargers-Texans, 31.1 million. That's about a 2 million increase from last year. The streaming-only game did about 800,000 fewer than last year's Peacock streaming-only playoff game. And then the Broncos-Bills, 31.1 million. That's about the same as last year. And you're like, oh, well, that feels like it should go up.
Still great numbers.
Absolutely. The one deficit, of course, was the highest drawing playoff game of the weekend, was $35.6 million for people for the same slot that last year was occupied by the Packers-Cowboys, which drew 40.2 million.
Okay.
So the reason why the playoffs are down are almost entirely, at least for this round, because of the Cowboys. I think you'll get a better sense.
Thanks a lot, Cowboys.
For the ratings being up or down after this weekend. All right. We talked on Monday, I believe, about how A.J. Brown reading Inner Excellence on the sideline made the book go insane. Did you see the percentage increase that sales went up? You want to take a guess?
348%.
751%.
The sales for Inner Excellence went up 53,273,200%.
They didn't sell a book before this.
I guess not.
It feels like that.
A.J. Brown had the only one.
And to your point, it is now ranked number 1 in books for Amazon, which we said on Monday. It was previously ranked 532,733rd. So they're going off of ranking. It jumped from that to number 1.
Wow.
And that's how you get a 53 million percent increase.
How much does this show how much self-help all of us feel like we need? Whether this book can help somebody or not, you'd have to read it to be like, does it personally help me, or do I think it's a load of crap?
Was there a new thing that I didn't think about?
Right. But I mean, I think it just goes to show how many people in, at least I'll say, the football world, because I'm sure my wife has not heard of this story, is like, well, if A.J. Brown, who is an elite wide receiver, the top 1% of the 1% type of deal at his position and what he's doing in life, maybe this book could have value for me that I could improve my, whether it's status in job, just status mentally, whatever it is. So, I mean, I think that this is an amazing story just to show how much we think we're all screwed up and need help getting better.
So you're saying when I get my children's book written, because it is baseball related, I just need Corey Seager to have it in the dugout?
Absolutely.
All right. I got to get started.
Honestly,
on this
that
before the
is,
season.
if you just have a play, I mean, now let me ask you this. If it was, I'm trying to think, this isn't somebody who's unsuccessful.
Okay.
The 5th receiver of the Eagles was on the bench who barely plays. Like, he's a special teams guy. What does the book do if it's just that person?
It's probably not a story. Like if Brandon Aubrey had, and he did recently release a children's book, but if Brandon Aubrey had a book, they'd be like, oh, the kicker's reading because he has nothing else to do.
See, and I do wonder if just the fascination
A.J.
of
Brown.
somebody sitting on the NFL playoff sideline reading a book would still get it through
Maybe
the news
so.
cycle. I'm not sure. A couple more
It might not go up 53 million percent.
Exactly.
But it'd probably go up a little.
A couple more quick things for you. The league is going to once again review seeding format as they had 3 teams with better records facing road games. This has been something that has come up time and again. It came up when the Cowboys went on the road against the Bucs, so they're going to revisit it one more time. And then I just thought this stat was weird. You know, the Vikings only lost 4 games all year, and both times they were back-to-back. In week 6 and 7, they lost to the Lions and the Rams. And then in week 18, and then in the playoffs, they lost to the Lions and the Rams. And they now have the most playoff appearances at 32 without an appearance without winning a Super Bowl.
Wow.
32 times
The
they've been in
Lions
the playoffs.
and the Rams both times this year.
Yeah, and they were back-to-back both times.
Back-to-back. And as Broad has pointed out, you play the Lions. Most teams have a bad record against the Lions this year.
True.
Against the next team the next week because they physically put you through the gauntlet. So like that's a fascinating. I didn't even think about that.
Kevin, I just want to congratulate you on not dropping an F-bomb in this segment.
Thanks, Mike.
I do want to warn you, though, our boss is waiting outside the door as soon as you go to commercial break.
He is staring into the studio right now.
So I don't know if you want to go to commercial
and
break.
Wolchuk is not smiling, and now his hand, he's doing more like the...
Oh, dear.
So, hey, let's just give him praise.
Coming up
good
next.
segment.
Hey, man, I'm proud of this segment.
I know it's not going to go well for you during the break.
I
but
gotcha. Coming up next.
We'll give you a hug.
If Jimmy is first and Campo is last, how would you rank the rest of the head coaches Jerry has hired? Let's put that list together next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL overreaction or reality in about 20 minutes. But first, let's go off the assumption, though if you disagree with this, I definitely want to hear. If Jimmy is first and Dave Campo is last, how would you rank the rest of the head coaches Jerry has hired? And perhaps where do you think the new one will fit? Because, Mike, I got to tell you, I had a really difficult time deciding where to slot Barry Switzer. Because on the one hand, I know everybody's like, he did nothing. But they did technically win a Super Bowl and go to the NFC Championship game. So I really struggled with that one.
I think this is a good question because he was part of there is no more discipline. Do whatever you want. White House it up. If you don't know what that was the whorehouse in Valley Ranch for all the players. Well, and maybe other things that were white were there too. And then drugs.
No, I got it.
And
Thanks.
then it just was, he's part of the complete destruction of the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm not going to put him next to Jimmy because he also has a Super Bowl title, because Jerry and Barry started the total destruction of a great franchise. So it's tough. It's a good question. It's tough because I would put him higher than Dave Campo, but Dave Campo didn't, just show up and go, you want to do coke? Do as much coke as you want. You want to do 20 women down the street? Do 20 women. You don't want to show up to practice? I don't care. I'm barely showing up. I'm going to bring a gun on the plane too.
Yeah, that did. Yeah. By the way, and an aside, supposedly it's heating up between Ben Johnson and the Raiders. So Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator for the Lions, somebody that we've talked about a whole lot. Just keep an eye on that situation. All right, Corey, how Do you want to start these
I'll let Corey
rankings
go
off?
first, 'cause
Yeah, sure.
This is tough.
And I listen. I totally understand that about Switzer. I will also add, and this is while he was a Cowboy, had that discussion. He was 157, 29, and 4 with Oklahoma.
Yeah,
he did something right. Now the program itself was doing, it was a machine.
Well, I think he's one of the, not the best, but one of the best college coaches. He was trying there.
He was 40-24 as the Cowboys coach, and he had top 3 offenses every year that he was here, except for his last.
Okay.
And I guess offense did fall off a little bit in 96, but he had fantastic offenses, fantastic defenses, which were teams built by Jimmy Johnson. Now, Jimmy Johnson then at the same time deserves the credit for GM and personnel because of the moves that he made for that time. But I will put Jimmy number 1.
Do you think
surprise?
Do you think there is a consensus on Jimmy 1 and Campo 8?
Somebody said Gailey's last. I still have Campo. And ask Broadus, they'll say they didn't give Campo a real chance with the talent they were drafting at the time.
That's true. He does say that.
But the team just never was able to get going. So,
okay.
But I do have him 8. I have Parcells too. And I have Parcells too because as an NFL head coach, that dude was fantastic. And entertainment-wise, there was nothing. Every day I had to hear his press conference. And I gained a lot of respect for the way that he coached football.
I'll agree with you. I agree.
I will too. I think our list is going to differ after this, but I also have Bill Parcells second.
I have McCarthy 3.
I do too.
And then I have Barry Switzer 4. McCarthy for the first year that he was here, one of the most unique, weird circumstances that COVID. The COVID year is just weird. And then you lose your quarterback. The last season, lose your quarterback. What happens in between? He does very well. And he wins games without his quarterback as well, oftentimes. So I thought McCarthy did an admirable job here and gained my respect while he was here in that short time period. And it's sad to me that here we are going to the 9th coach in our era as Cowboys fans when we had Tom Landry for so long, and there was that stability that came along with it, and now you have this small window to make everything happen.
All right.
So I got to have McCarthy at 3 and Switzer 4.
So you said you agree with that.
I agree with McCarthy at 3.
At 3. Is it odd then that I realize he's not Jimmy, he's not Landry, but is it odd that people seem really excited to get rid of the number 3 best coach you've had in the Jerry era?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think that this is a pretty crappy list.
Okay.
So I think this is the tough part about this. You're saying rank them, and then if I rank them 3rd, I'm saying, well, that was a great coach. I think Jerry's pathetic at hiring coaches. And the thing is, I think he's intentionally pathetic at it.
What do you mean by that?
He knew that Bill Parcells was a good coach and could do certain things. He just doesn't. We heard Babe yesterday. He just doesn't want to go through that. And now he's, I don't know, 15 years older, maybe 20 years older. Yeah, he's 20 years older. He's now in his 80s. Like, he's not going to go through somebody who he knows could be a great coach and could change this thing into something special because he knows that he won't have a major part of it goofing off the way Jerry goofs off. So I don't know. I get it. I put Mike McCarthy at 3. I think he's a solid coach. I think this is a really crappy list of coaches.
Okay, I put Mike McCarthy at 3 as well, and this is where I thought we would veered off, and you and I are different.
And I'm putting a dude that won a Super Bowl 4th. That's weird to me.
I put Jason Garrett at 4, and that's where I thought our list would start to diverge.
Interesting. I have him pretty low.
Okay.
Can I throw this out for Jason Garrett, Barry Switzer, Dave Campo, and Chan Gailey? Nobody wanted those guys to ever coach again as a head coach. There are 4 people that, now I get that Jason Garrett got an offensive coordinating job and showed how bad he was at that. And they're like, it's over. Go do TV. That's how Cowboys work.
Right.
But you've hired out of the 8 guys, right? We're hiring the 9th guy.
Yeah.
And 4 of them, nobody ever wanted him to coach again.
Yeah.
I get that Chan Gailey coached Georgia Tech, and there was other things he did. But nobody considered these people as real NFL head coaches. This is where Mike McCarthy, I don't know, but it sounds like the Bears are really interested in him. It sounds like the Saints are really interested in him as of today. But 50% of your coaches, when you let them go, nobody even wants to talk to those people.
From the 817, how is Tom Landry not number one? And then also from that number, clearly this is the Jerry era. I'm an idiot. So I appreciate that sense of commitment to everything there.
Yes.
I did have Wade after Switzer.
Okay.
He won all the Super Bowls after he left here as the head coach of other teams.
The last year here was bad. And granted, the dude did not he never commanded the room the way you thought, but everybody really liked him around. The players seemed to really like him, but then that last year they didn't play for him.
Yeah.
But in the 3 years prior to that, they put together a pretty damn good record, and his defenses were pretty damn good too. Did you want me to keep going here?
Yeah, go, keep going.
Then I got Jason Garrett.
And this is at number 6?
This is number 6.
Okay.
I think he had a lot of time, but I never felt like I had an era of dominance from him.
Yeah.
I always felt like I was whew, it was just a back and forth yo-yo with him.
See,
and I don't know if I know what he wanted to build. I say this all the time. He wanted to build a Saban program. He wanted to build a Coach K program. He wanted that, and he had a vision for it. I'm not sure everybody was always on board with the vision, and I'm not sure that he ever could quite get that thing built the way he wanted to, and I don't know if he had the skins on the wall to be able to do that.
So I think this is why I have Jason Garrett higher. But I am with you, Mike. This is not a prestigious list whatsoever. I guess in my mind, he had 2 of the 3 most dominant Cowboys teams that I thought of, and that's 07, 14, and 16. I know 07 was Phillips, but in 2014 and 2016. Now I realize the counter argument is, well, guess what? Those teams didn't get any further than any of the other teams that failed. But I did really think with Dez caught it and Dak and Zeke in their rookie years, I did think that those were 2 of the 3 best teams that I remember in a while.
I'm with you on that. I agree with that. Now, here's
that's
the deal
what he wanted
about,
to build. He just couldn't consistently keep it.
Yeah.
And Corey, I'm going to be with you on Jason Garrett in building. I do think if the Cowboys would have hired Jason Garrett as a general manager, I think that's how his brain works. I think that's where he would be best at. I know Chris Young personally. I don't know Jason Garrett at all. I think Chris Young and Jason Garrett are similar. And I think if I hired Chris Young as my manager, it wouldn't go well.
Yeah.
If I hire Chris Young as, I know he's called president now, but the person kind of running baseball operations, I think Jason Garrett is a thinker. I think he can assess talent well. I think he can look at other teams on film and slowly look over it and say what the strengths and weaknesses are of other teams and his team. But you have 10 seconds to put in a play right now. That's not enough time for Jason Garrett. Mm-hmm. That screwed him up tremendously. How quick a game moved as on the sideline as a head coach. I just don't think he was great at it. But I think his qualities in football, I think he could be a great general manager. I don't think anybody's looking at him for that, and I don't think he wants to do that. But I think that's where he has his blessings and gifts, would be a general manager, not as a head coach.
Yeah, and if he had his opportunity, Kevin, to discipline maybe the way he wanted to, I feel like there were a number of times. Mo Claiborne, I think I'll throw into that. I remember that situation. There were times where I feel like he wanted to do one thing, but the organization, he understood he had to answer all those questions first. And I think that if he could have just gone his gut direction with it, it would have been better in a lot of situations.
I'm with you. I like that.
And then I got Chan Gailey. Now, Kevin, he was here for 2 years. I don't remember
the playoffs both years.
I don't remember the Chan Gailey era.
Aikman and Emmett and those guys hated him. They thought he was a horrible coach.
That's all I remember was if Troy Aikman hates him, I hate him. Sure. I just stuck it to that. So that's where I put Chan Gailey. And maybe he could have been better.
To your point, it's just kind of some of the middle ones that we differ on, because I also have Jimmy, Parcells, McCarthy at 1, 2, 3. I also have Gailey 7th and Campo 8th. It was the middle where I went Garrett, Wade, Switzer. And I had a really difficult time figuring out Switzer because I kept bumping him lower on the list. And I'm like, man, he made it to a Super Bowl and an NFC Championship game. And then I was like,
Yeah, but there's no reason those teams shouldn't have won both of those Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And I think that's what caught me up and lowering
I get that
him.
too.
I think Switzer, now I'll give him a compliment. I think he could have been a good head coach. I just don't think he wanted to really be a head coach in the NFL. Jerry just needed somebody to just sit there and not mess it up. And that was his job. Hey, don't mess it up. And so Barry pretty much was like, well, then I'll just stand here, let the assistant coaches be the assistant coaches. I'm not disciplining these guys. They're adults. They're making money. Hey, you want to do what you're doing and ruin your career? I don't care. Ruin your career. Eric Williams, you want to ruin your career? Ruin your career. Like there wasn't any type of standards or rules or anything. He's like, I'm not going to have any rules for me. I'm not going to have any rules for my coaches. I'm just here. And that's what Jerry wanted at that time. He wanted to prove that you could actually not have a head coach and still win with the talent that they had. And they actually did prove that.
And that's where Kevin, looking at this list and looking at kind of where that stands, is like, does he know what greatness is when he sees it?
Yeah.
And is he willing to let greatness be that if it presents itself?
So I want to pick back up on that conversation, maybe like an hour or so. I want to kind of talk about where you think the new head coach will slot, which I know is unfair because we don't even know who the new head coach is. But I'm saying it goes more into that idea of what is the new head coach like actually going to be allowed to do.
Hey, Kevin, knuckles real quick.
Because I didn't swear.
Yeah, it's 2 in a row. That's 2 segments in a row. Let's keep it's kind of like when you're going through things.
Like Logan Stankoven got a couple goals. Maybe he got get some confidence back.
Yeah, I got you.
That's 2 in a row, Kevin.
Okay, thanks, Mike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we got Mike Likes It as well as NFL Overreaction or Reality next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, listen, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Website for details.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Darnold slings it, and he's picked. Intercepted by Durant.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in this segment, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the Dallas Open, and we got Mike Likes It coming up. But right now, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. Now, Mike, you brought this up earlier in the show, and I've been thinking about this for a couple of days now. So NFL overreaction or reality, too much rest is a bad thing. So think about this for the Chiefs. Not that they shouldn't be heavy favorites over the Texans. The Chiefs haven't played a meaningful game since they beat Pittsburgh on Christmas Day. That's when they clinched the top seed. They sat most of their starters in that loss to Denver. Then they had a first-round bye. So by the time they get to Kansas City, you could argue they've essentially had 23 days of rest. I get rest is good in football, but now you get into the rust. So my argument or my question, overreaction or reality, too much rest is a bad thing.
It can be, but they've played in the Super Bowl almost every year. I mean, like Cincinnati made it one year. Well, they played up to the Super Bowl. They played in the AFC Championship game that year. If I have it right, it was Patrick Mahomes' first year. He lost to the Patriots.
Was that the overtime game?
Yeah, by a coin flip type of deal. I don't think he got the ball in overtime. So in his career, and so all the guys that have been with him, I know that a lot of guys are not part of the 2018 Kansas City Chiefs that are still part of the 2024. But those guys have played a lot of football, more football than anybody over, let's say, the last 3 or 4 years taking out.
Sure.
So I do think in a case where it would have been maybe I'm trying to think of a team that's just new on the scene this year that's having a good year.
I was just going to say, Detroit's a great example. I know they were in the NFC Championship game last year, but they had everything to play for in the last week of the season, and then they got their bye.
So I think, Corey, you can look at it multiple ways, but I'll say with them playing so much football every year for 7 years now, I think it was probably good to get this much time off.
And that hearing Mahomes, they were talking about Travis Kelce's worst, year of his career, and Mahomes like, look, great players show up in the playoffs. For me, when I was watching Travis Kelce this year, there were routes where I was like, he took 3 steps and turned around. Didn't run. Is he saving his body?
Yeah.
He's older now and he's dealing with that. But then when it comes to, even when he's talking about the Super Bowl, sometimes it feels like the first half is a warm-up. Those guys, because they've had so much time off, they're trying to get back into a rhythm of some sort. So I understand being out of rhythm, finding your accuracy, finding your vision on the field a little bit is difficult if you weren't to it. That's why I say if you're having that time off, if you're having a bye week, treat that week like you're preparing for a game again.
Okay.
So that you can, still give your body the rest, but have that focus in that bye week so that you won't have to catch back up the next week.
And I forget the exact number, but didn't we hear recently that Andy Reid's like 22-5 or something?
Off of that bye.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that as the exact
record. It is
record,
an excellent record, though.
So I think that they're going to be just fine. I think that they're going to win by double digits, but I do think that next week I'm going to still pick Kansas City, but I can definitely see Buffalo or Baltimore beating Kansas City. I can't see Houston doing it.
What do you think? This is just a quick side question because I saw these numbers and I was like, really? What do you think the look-ahead spreads are? Like, I realize the spreads will change depending on like what happens in those actual games. But if it's Buffalo at Kansas City and Baltimore at Kansas City for the AFC Championship, what do you think those spreads look like?
At most 3.5 Kansas City, but I think it'll be like a 1.5 or 2 point spread for Kansas City.
Depends on the opponent. Buffalo -1.5.
Buffalo would be favored
for Kansas City. I'm sorry.
I got you.
I'm sorry. Kansas City would be favored by 1.5.
Thank you.
If it's Baltimore, the look-ahead line has it as a pick-em.
Okay. Yeah. I don't disagree. I think
right?
It'll be I think most people think that Buffalo and Baltimore are maybe better than Kansas City watching all of them play this year. At the same time, you're like, how can I put a spread out there? I'm not a spread maker at all, but how could you put a spread out there going, I think Kansas City's going to lose?
That's fair.
When they never do
in these moments.
Why did I expect Mike to say I'm not a spreader at all instead of a spread maker? You did it the right thing. I just figured you'd do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
It's been a day.
My wife likes it when we're trying to find our kids on, I think it's called Find Me app or something like that. I just call it Finder. And so I'm like, I'll get on Finder and find where Jake is, or I'll get on Finder and see where Cal's hanging out tonight.
NFL overreaction or reality? And this is the most in your feelings question I've got for the question.
Yeah. Do you have that on your adult child?
I don't.
Yes. Mary Grace took it off.
What? Well,
and I get it.
Yeah,
and my
she's an
wife
adult
told me
now.
we should not be like I guess she's technically an adult.
We're to the point where he's gonna mess up. Brandon. I know he's gonna mess up. He has messed up, but like
if he goes out of the country, I want to know where he is.
That I could see. We've given him as much information as we think we can at the moment, and like some of these things you just have to learn yourself.
Yes.
Like that's just the way it is.
That's how we learned.
Absolutely.
Like my daughter the other day asking, how do I get this fog off of my front windshield?
The
defroster.
Yeah. But
it doesn't say.
Yeah.
I guess you just have to look at these wavy lines.
My kid was walking out. My kid was walking out to his car with a boiling pot of water, and I was like, "What are you doing?"
God.
He said, "My friend said that I can just pour it on the windshield." I said, "Your friend's an idiot. Don't ever listen to him. He's trying to screw you over right now."
He really was.
What you do is you lick it off.
Hey, to be fair, he'd be able to see through the window just fine after that. It'd be gone.
I can just see Avery out there trying to lick it and melt it with his tongue. And you walk out like, what are you doing? And he's like, isn't this how you get this?
I heard on the radio you lick it off.
I'm fixing the window. Yeah, I know. I got you. NFL overreaction or reality? The Rams, much like the Saints before them, can be propelled by fighting for a cause bigger than football.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. And I kind of want to talk about this because, like, the Los Angeles pro teams, Fanatics, they've already raised more than $11 million in money and merchandise for the wildfire victims. Now, I realize in the bigger picture, you're
That's
like,
awesome.
oh, great. That it's going to take a lot more than that.
Right, for
You've
sure.
seen GoFundMe. You've seen people's lives get lost, lives get ruined. So I'm just throwing it out there. The Rams could follow the path of the Saints and be pushed a little bit by something that's bigger than just football.
I don't know because what they were already doing.
Have any players lost their home?
I don't know.
I know Reddick. I know this is a different deal, but I know it was a big deal that like Wemby and I think it's Chris Paul did the jerseys for Reddick and his kids because their house had just burned down.
Okay.
But that's a good question. I'll check on that.
I don't know because the Rams were already on track. Like they were doing well before all of this.
Sure.
Now this is an additional thing. If I'm McVay, I'm using it.
Yeah.
If I'm the PR department for the Rams, I'm using it. I'm definitely applying it. Every time McVay gets on the podium, he says something about that. Every time one of the players, they mention that. Hey, this. And so maybe it's not like something in the locker room that they all, like, what was it? Pat Riley put a swimming pool and a blanket over it and everybody knew it was inside. And maybe it's not one of those things, but maybe it is one of those things that they start to talk about it and then it speaks itself into existence. Like that's a possibility for sure.
All right. Because, I mean, logically, they'll be underdogs probably in every game they have remaining. Like, I know there could be upsets, but you would think they go play the Lions, they'll be underdogs.
And
they make the Super Bowl underdog.
I also am not living there. those guys are living there in it, so every day it's on their minds. Every day it's got to be something that they're going through that they do think about to overcome.
I don't know. I'm a big I think the Rams are going to be able to upset the Eagles.
Do you have the Rams second right now in your NFC hierarchy, right?
Yeah, I think whoever wins the Rams or the Eagles, whoever wins that game goes to the Super Bowl.
Okay, so you might have do you think the Rams are 1 in your hierarchy?
That's what. Remember,
I'm
when
not making fun of you.
No. Remember when I said I might do something stupid here, and we let you do? I was like, I might stupidly put the Rams at 1.
Wow. Okay, I like it.
I'm gonna be. Look, they'll probably lose by 3 touchdowns, and everybody like, that's why you're a moron. I'm like, there's way more reasons why I'm a moron.
That's true.
Yeah.
Huh, that's a good counterpoint. The NFL overreaction to reality.
That was supportive.
That is good.
I agree.
You like the old playoff format with 4 wild card games and each conference getting 2 byes. I know a lot of people complain this weekend.
The baseball.
There's a lot of blowouts and stuff
football.
like that. Okay.
I like more football.
I was going to say blow-offs, relax.
I want more.
I don't know what's happening today with you.
That's fair.
I want more baseball playoffs. I like more playoffs. I know some people don't, but I like it. Give me more of it because it gives me something that I can get excited for that day.
So you like the
even
6
if it doesn't
games.
turn out, I get excited before the game.
Okay, so you like the 6 as opposed to the 4.
Give me more.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. It's football is such a short schedule. I get that it's a long season because you're only playing 1 game a week with a bye. So I get the season is long, but you're only playing 17 games. To have 14 teams in the playoffs, I'm fine with it. Obviously, you look at the last teams to make it. Denver made it, and then why am I drawing a blank on? Was it? Oh, it was
Tampa.
Washington. No, because Tampa won the. That's the thing is you'll have way worse division winners. That's why you said they're going to reevaluate
the Chargers,
the home field advantage stuff. So
NFL overreaction or reality, and this kind of since you were just talking about the Rams, the Eagles' passing game can't get them any farther. Now I realize they've won 13 of 14. The Eagles didn't throw the ball great in the game against Green Bay. Jalen Hurts is coming back from a concussion a couple of weeks ago. A.J. Brown is still nursing his knee injury. Their passing game is not clicking at a time when you don't need everything clicking, but it feels like you probably need everything clicking.
I agree with you on that. It doesn't. Him and A.J. Brown really don't look like they're clicking together perfectly. Smith and him seemed to, late in the season, they seemed comfortable. But that is playoff time. What did I show you? What I've shown you all year, and what did I show you
the rushers
this week?
That are making a bigger
If your
difference.
running game is productive, you give yourself a better opportunity, and you can strike with big plays. So what is the thing that Troy Aikman said the other day on air? When in these big games, Jimmy Johnson used to always say it's not who has the most big plays, it's who has the least dumb bad plays.
And the Cowboys aren't a coveted job.
And that too. And when you're running the ball, it lends itself to more opportunity for less bad plays. When you put the ball up in the air, more opportunity for bad things, but opportunity for big plays. The way they run the football sets up for bigger plays whenever Dallas Goedert snatches one out of the air and stuff like that. So I think they're going to be fine.
I mean, you might just like the matchup.
I forget.
It's the Eagles, and they're going up against the Rams. So I was going to say, maybe you just think the Eagles aren't going any further because of the Rams as opposed to their own passing deficiencies.
Yeah, I was shocked at how the Eagles didn't really have much of an offense when I know that they have great offensive weapons. Is that like I know how great A.J. Brown is and Devontae Smith, and obviously Barkley, arguably the best running back in the NFL. Obviously him and Derrick Henry are in that's the conversation to have. But I just was like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Jalen Hurts, but he's well exceeded my expectations of what I thought he was at OU/Alabama. I think
he's
the
not
Rams
a prolific
have
passer.
going.
That's fair.
What was that last part?
I just think the Rams have something going. That they look like that team that's going to shock. Like, who's going to be the surprise? I thought it was the Rams. I don't know. With about 4 or 5 games left in the regular season, was going to be the team, if they could get in, was going to make a run.
Yeah. I mean, look, keep in mind, the Rams were 1-4. So they closed out the season 9-3, and you could make a pretty strong argument 9-2 because that Seattle game did not hold the same weight for them. So they have absolutely been on a roll. All right, I'm going to go with somebody who's not in the playoffs anymore. NFL overreaction or reality. You are still bullish on Jordan Love and the Packers. Jordan Love is coming off a terrible playoff game. Awful passer rating, the turnovers, everything that goes with it. But we're getting to the point in the career, and this happens for every single human, where you go from, man, that's a nice young player, to where are my results?
I'm not bullish on them, and I think that they need to be a little more patient within the game. Because it seems like they want to get it all in one play every time. And I understand that.
I can see that.
Sometimes some opponents aren't going to let you. And whenever you have the 3 interceptions like you did, that's going to be the root of it, is because you were impatient trying to get it all at one play when it's the entire 4 quarters that's going to get you there.
I think that this can go with Tony Romo. It can go with Brett Favre. It can go with different people. We've heard it from different people. Let's use Broadus as a major example. When you have a Jordan Love quarterback, a very talented quarterback, who struggles with risk reward in his head, give him the first, how you script plays, give him the 5 most simplest passes you can give him to start a game. Try to get him to a rhythm, because Favre, Romo here, they're going to want to try to make every time the ball snapped, they think they need 7 on the play. And I think Jordan Love's brain can get into that too quick into a game, and it's like, relax. And I just think you have to give them simple passes for easy completion, so they feel like completing a pass is easier than it actually is in the NFL. So I look at other quarterbacks that are very methodical, and let's just put Tom Brady, the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Joe Montana, one of the greatest ever. You could argue he's the greatest ever. They didn't have this risk thing in their brain. You almost maybe at times had to force them to get more risky.
Yeah.
So they were just like, I'm going to Bill Walsh this thing, and I'm going to Bill Belichick this thing, and just going to make these easy passes, and then not going to get really risky unless I'm down 28-3 in a Super Bowl. And so I just look at guys like Jordan Love need to have coaches, let's say like a Mike Holmgren, who can take a Brett Favre, a super talented guy, and go, I'm going to give you some really simple plays to start off. Please don't think that's how I'm going to coach the rest of the game for you, but I need to not have you throwing 20-yard passes down the middle of the field, because you will overthrow it for an interception, or you will stupidly do something that really hurts us, and it's going to be really tough to overcome.
Now, can I play a bit of audio for you that I think you would enjoy as part of Mike Likes It right before we start that?
Okay.
All right.
Is it a song?
It's not.
Oh.
So this is cut number 13. We talk about, we got the Dallas Card Show this weekend in Allen. I love them. They've been super, super helpful for Peace-a-thon. But a lot of people get caught up in the business side of this. This is a 6-year-old with his family when he pulls an amazing Paul Skeens card.
Why are you crying? Skeens, 1-of-1.
Easy.
Literally 1-of-1. See? Guys. I can't.
What did that come out of? This?
Yeah.
I can't breathe.
That's great. I love that reaction.
I get it. The card will be, and it
wasn't the card, right?
It wasn't the rookie debut
But
patch.
it said 1-of-1 on it. I just want to make sure people aren't thinking, all right, that one was pulled because they're playing the audio, because that's the one where Pittsburgh's trying to give you 30 years of season tickets behind home plate and all that.
So I just, when we get caught up on what's it worth, one of the things we always throw out is collect who you love too. But that kid's 6. He's with his family. He's like, I can't breathe. He's freaking out. I love it. Now, we got Mike Likes It coming up in about 20 seconds. But before we get to any of that,
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
right now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to see tennis's biggest stars. They're coming to Texas to compete in the Dallas Open. Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack for either February 3rd or February 4th. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 doing this giveaway all week long. And now, Mike Likes It.
Well, I was going to segue into something else, but I'll just stick on cards for a second. And what you said is really cool to see a 6-year-old, at least here. I have not seen the.
It's tough in the video, but because you just kind of like see the back of his head.
Yeah.
But he is flipping out.
I will be Saturday. I'm going to be at FanFest.
Nice.
From 10 to 10:30, I'll be interviewing Chris Young on the main stage. So we're going to have a conversation.
Hard-hitting questions.
Are you nervous?
I don't think hard-hitting. I've been thinking about it a lot. You know what I'm thinking about? Because obviously you lead this show. I'm going to be leading that is how short or how long 30 minutes can be.
For sure.
Is that so?
There are times when I'm like, I wish we had more time.
It depends on the person.
I want to feed off of Chris Young. I obviously have like 2 to 4 questions that I know I want to get to. But then I want to work off of those just see where we're going to go. The thing is when you plan like that, you might look at the clock and go, oh, I got 10 minutes left and I don't know where else to go, you know? And so, but I don't want it to be, boy, last year you said you were embarrassed. Like that's a fact that he said that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Everybody's there getting excited about this upcoming season. So there will be like a few questions that I'll ask. Hey, just an update because he's one of my favorite players. How's Evan Carter doing? Is he looking like he's going to be a full go when, the players report to spring training? Stuff like that. And then we can work off of Evan Carter and, hey, I know that nothing's perfect, but where do you see him and Leody Taveras in 2025?
Ask him how he thinks Bochy does on our weekly interview with him, and just ask a lot of questions.
If he always listens?
Yeah.
That would be a fun question.
Chris Young, do you take a load off at 12:40 every day?
I don't know if I'm going to do that in front of maybe there'll be kids there, but at 2 to 2:45 at FanFest, I'm going to be with Josh Young, and we'll be opening packs of cards. And then
that's awesome.
So it's going to be more of not an interview about Josh Young, like, hey, Josh, this and that. Yes, I can mix those in, but we're going to be talking about cards, his card collection, what he likes opening. He has a whole YouTube where he opens up 2011 tops with Mike Trout. That's his rookie year. So I'm just going to be asking him about who else collects on the team. How do you guys collect? Because I'll just show when you say buy what you like.
Yes.
Okay. It is very tough people do make money in cards. It's not easy.
That's
recently
true.
I've bought an Evan Carter card. I bought some Josh Young rookie cards, hopefully to give away I'm hoping they get here on time, but I don't know. I bought a Wyatt Langford. I bought another Evan Carter. I bought an Adrian Beltre I really liked. I bought an Evan Carter. I bought a Marcus Semien. I bought a Troy Aikman. I bought a Corey Seager. I bought a Wyatt Langford. I bought a Adolis Garcia. So if you're seeing what I'm buying, I'm not going, oh, I got to buy this. This is going to make a lot of money.
Stuff that you like.
Stuff that I like.
Yeah.
So if it does go down in price or if it becomes worthless, it's like, I bought them because I like that player.
Yeah.
I do at times buy players that I don't care about. And I'm going to tell you, most of the time I regret it because I don't have a connection to it at all. Let's just say I'm just going to give you a player I don't care too much about, but I get he's awesome. Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is awesome.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a strong connection. It's not like my kids love him to death. Like Francisco Lindor, my 16-year-old loves him and always will. And he treated my kids awesome back in 2019 before a game getting ready for Cleveland versus Texas. So there are certain players where I'll look at Lindor cards, but I usually buy cards based off of, not always, but based off of, I just really like this person or I like the way they play and I enjoy it. So there's a connection with that card. In fact, I want to get rid of maybe a lot of cards where I'm just like, I just don't feel a connection to this player or a connection to this card. Now, next, Mike likes it. Guys, I would like to say I did it, but I really will give all the credit to my wife, or at least most of it. Today, we celebrate 25 years of marriage.
Wow.
Congratulations.
So today is our 25th wedding anniversary. Like even today.
That's awesome.
We're doing marriage counseling or marriage therapy, and it's inconsistent because it's just tough with our schedules to do it. But it is not easy to be married for 25 years to Mike Bassick.
That's true. That's
it is very easy to be married to Sue Myers. Her last name's Bassick. She had to take it. I demanded it. No, just kidding.
That was where it started.
And you wonder why they no.
But I'm not going to cuss like Kevin.
Right.
I know we're taking a load off here, but Sue's had to deal with a lot of crap for 25 years.
What do you think is the most the like? Is it anger? Is it honesty?
No, my anger.
Yeah. What is the thing that you think she's like? I've had to deal with that.
Yeah, I think that. Look, it's probably difficult to be married to a lot of different people for a lot of different reasons, and some people get mad at this. It is who I was at one point, and then I carry it over. My dad was a former Major League Baseball player. At our marriage, I was a professional baseball player and a Major League Baseball player. The only difference I make is a professional player is getting paid. So in the minor leagues, you're a professional. At the major leagues, yes, you still are a professional, but then it adds to the major leagues. Is that when you marry somebody like me or my father, and I would say a lot of professional athletes have this, not all, but a lot of us do. We are coached by fear. We are coached by competition. So a lot of times we want to parent by fear.
Okay.
We want to parent by competition.
Makes sense, yeah.
We want to have a lot of our relationships are who's more of the man in this relationship. Even in a way, I get it. Being married to a woman, I know my wife's not a man, but that there are times where I'm not meaning to, but there is a part where it's like, well, who can be the more, I guess I'm trying to use the right words here. And this
more dominant, more alpha.
Those are great because I was going to use the word intimidating, and I'm not saying I'm trying to be intimidating to my wife, but at times if we get into confrontations where there's a definite difference in parenting or how I'm coaching / parenting, right? So I think that it can be very tough for a woman to be married to any man, but to be married to a particular man where their whole life has been about competition and who's the bigger man.
Mm-hmm.
And that can happen definitely. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen in a military household, but I know in a professional baseball, or I'm going to assume basketball or football or hockey household, that there can be a lot of where the way that I was brought up and then the way that my coaches, like, the way I kept getting coached. Like, let's say you played high school baseball and football at Bryan Adams, but that stopped when you were 18, 19 years old. That was over. But then I got from my coaches, like from Kevin today.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm making fun of you, but also like, hey, you F and C, figure it the F out or I'm going to replace you, and flipping tables. And then guys, like, there's no way at other jobs, most jobs, obviously military. If you're a lawyer, you're not going to find two 25-year-old lawyers throwing punches at each other and they're on the same team.
Yeah.
Maybe a lawyer would say, oh, no. But, like, I think it can be very tough. I'm very happy that my wife has stuck with me for 25 years. Hopefully she does it for another 25 years. But I can be tough to be around. The person I get most tired of isn't Sue. I get most tired of me. So
yeah,
I think that, no, I'm not saying there can be in another relationship, there can be where the man has put up with a whole bunch from the woman, but that's not the case in our relationship. Yes, there's been times where Sue has disappointed me or Sue has let me down, but I would say it's, I don't know, 10-1. If I was giving how many times has she let me down versus the times that I've let her down. And guess what? If you're not married and you're thinking about getting married, I do think marriage is unbelievable. Thank God that I do believe in God. I believe in Jesus. Thank God that God created a spouse for me in Sue that could put up with a lot of me. And it is very tough, but is one of the most rewarding, if not the most rewarding thing in my life. And then the other one would be being a parent, because guess what? That's one of the toughest, if not the toughest things. Yeah. You guys can talk about doing that. And obviously Kevin's had a different experience with being a parent and is now having another experience with being a parent. So it can be a tough road, but we have made it 25 years today. So it's really easy to remember how many years I've been married, because whatever year it is.
See, my
Yeah.
My grandparents made it over 75 years.
That's unbelievable.
And I was just talking to Adrian about it last night, and I was like, I sat down and said, I wouldn't do it any differently. How many kids we've had with her, I love that. There are things that I would do differently around it to get us into maybe a more successful position, but I've loved that part of it, being a dad. I am always curious whenever you mess up or you're wrong or you shouldn't have blown up a certain way. Do you apologize? How do you I'm very and this might be a different discussion, but
yeah.
It does take me a minute to go, okay, I need to go admit that I'm wrong or have the conversation of, hey, look, we need to compromise on this. But we try to make sure that if we blow up, we also work together in front of the kids. And we've had very few blow-ups, like maybe one or two, but show them in front of them how we execute being together, how we come to the compromise. So that's something I always thought was important too.
No, I like that. And then you lay one on me, and then your kids have to watch you kiss your wife.
Yeah. Because the kissing part, that's my favorite part.
Yeah.
Is the kissing, and the kids are like,
have you taught Brandon how to kiss with your eyes open?
No, I have not.
Have you taught him how to kiss?
No.
Did
you teach your kids how to kiss?
I think everybody should teach
watch
their kids
this,
how to
and then I
how to
lay
kiss.
one on Sue, and then I'm like, that's how you do it, boys.
If you don't teach your kids how to kiss,
I'm just kidding.
They're going to learn it from somebody else.
From the streets.
The streets.
Okay.
But
it feels like that's what you're saying. They're going to learn on the streets.
I know we got to go, but it was interesting talking about apologizing because today in therapy, our therapist said maybe sometimes instead of saying I'm sorry, start it off by saying, will you forgive me?
Great idea.
And I thought that's interesting. I never heard that before. That was
More
the first
likely
time
she
of will you forgive me for this instead of just saying I'm sorry? Because sometimes you can. I'm bad at this. Sometimes I can say I'm sorry you feel bad right now, and then start doing it. And I'm not meaning to.
Right, yeah.
I'm just a horse ass. I know you'd give the whole word here, but I'll just say horse ass apologizer. So I thought that was good advice to maybe say when I mess up, which I do, to say will you forgive me instead of I'm sorry, and then explain will you forgive me for.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I want to dive into one candidate just a little bit for this head coaching job who might not be a real candidate, but I want to continue Human Wednesdays by asking, have you ever had a visitation dream? We do it next on The Fan.
Mike McCarthy is not returning to the Cowboys sidelines, and we react.
We knew what the ceiling was for McCarthy, and I'm so thankful.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Angel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Really appreciate that. And again, we will have some more human questions coming up in this segment as well.
Because you're human?
Because I'm a human.
Nice.
From Earth. What was that? I remember that was hilarious. I need to find that.
There's an article written by somebody named Hugh Mann about, like, don't worry about what's happening on Mars.
But the question for you is, have you ever had a visitation dream, or do I just have The Shining? We'll get to that in just a moment. Before, though, I saw this yesterday from the fan text, and I was like, huh? And I just, went to look it up and everything. Bubba Thompson, or the Rangers' former outfielder, is enrolling at the University of South Alabama, and he's joining the Jaguars football team as a walk-on, not the Jacksonville Jags.
No.
He's not officially announced his retirement from baseball, but he did post on social media himself throwing a football inside a South Alabama facility and said, "We back, y'all."
Yeah.
Am I stupid here? Was he Jalen Tolbert's high school quarterback?
Yes. Stevenson notes. It was Craig Stevenson of AL.com. that he was teammates with South Alabama receiver Jalen Tolbert, who's been with the Cowboys. He passed on a baseball commitment to the University of Alabama to sign with the Rangers as a first-round pick in 2017 and made about $2 million. So
good for him. He just couldn't. He could steal bases.
Yeah.
He just, at the plate, just couldn't figure. It's tough.
It's a tough
He
game.
just couldn't figure out how to get on base.
Frequently, I mean, like, it is a very difficult game. And when you have that type of, Mike has always said this. Mike has always said, have your kids play multiple sports. Look at why. Here's why. You see Baker Mayfield slide the other day, and he slid with his stomach first, and I was like, how did he even do that?
Yeah,
like, that makes no sense. And every time I watch quarterbacks slide, all I think to myself is, if they'd have just played some baseball as a kid, they would know how to slide feet first, because you practice it, and it makes sense. It doesn't. I guess, Mike, for me, because I played baseball as a kid and always grew up doing it, even in soccer, I knew how to slide tackle. So it always it felt natural. I don't understand how these dudes don't. It's not natural to them. It doesn't make sense to me.
I couldn't figure out. I know it's an early age, but I could not dive head. I could dive head first back into first, but going like trying to steal second or sliding into second or third, I couldn't slide head first forever.
Your mind just wouldn't tell you.
I just wouldn't put my belly on the ground. It was just like I would protect myself, and for some reason I wouldn't lay out, and so it just looks stupid. But I finally, you just do it in baseball practice, do it over and over. Yes, you can slide feet first. We're going to figure out how to dive head first. And I don't know, 11 years old. That sounds like a long time, but you're playing for 4 or 5 years of baseball and you can't dive head first. But I figured it out. But Leody Taveras can't dive head first for a ball in the outfield.
And there is nothing more fun, in my opinion, just having played lots of positions as a kid than the softball. Diving in the outfield and making a catch is the coolest thing.
And he's not the only one. I think Steve Buechele told me Ryan Sandberg, Hall of Famer, could not dive head first for a ball to his left or right at second base. He couldn't do it. And so
R-Y-N-E.
there's other people, it's not just Leody. There's people that are major league players that, this is not stealing bases, but diving for a ball head first with a glove can't do it.
Josh Hamilton, dude, just slide foot first. And he's like, no, I want to dislocate my shoulder every chance I get.
That. 1 foot.
Yeah, 1 foot. I think this is interesting on perspective of relating to your players. Kevin, you really loved Mike Tomlin during the Hard Knocks episode, opening up his doors to the team on Thanksgiving. Was it Thanksgiving?
Very Ted Lasso-esque.
He was like, look, if y'all don't have a place to stay, if y'all don't have a place to be, my door's open. Any of y'all can show up. You don't have to. It's not, it's not mandated, but you can. This is Aaron Glenn on relationships with players.
Today's coaching, man, you have to be relatable. All right, the players have to be able to sit down and talk to you and have a conversation. Man, there are so many players I'll talk to this day. Say, man, I've never had a chance to just sit and talk with a coach. I've never had a chance to have interaction and confrontation with a coach. It's almost like I got to shut up. And I said, no, man, tell me exactly what your issues are, right? And we could talk about it. Man, me and Tracy Walker, Tracy came to my house, right, before training camp. Me and Tracy was sitting there just knocking tape out. And one day he was just quiet. And I was like, what's wrong? He said, Coach, I've never, ever had a chance to go to a coach's house. Your wife over there cooking dinner, your daughter is running around, all right? And I'm sitting here watching tape. Man, that just don't happen. And I was shocked, why? Right. Why can't it happen? Because you know what? As a player, man, I would love to sit down with my coach and sit there and pick his brain and watch. And so, man, that's what I want to offer to all my players, right? Dude, this is coaches over here and players over, that's not what we are. Man, we right here, right? 'Cause my job is to help you get better. That's my only job, right? My job is to create a winning environment for you, get you paid, right? Because everybody wins, right? The organization wins and you win if all those things happen. So yeah, I'm gonna sit here and spend as much time as I can with you because that's my pleasure anyway, to sit here and watch tape with you and get you better.
That is Aaron Glenn on the Pivot podcast right there. Now, look, not every player is going to need that or want that or desire that. But when I've told you multiple times that in my conversations with him, he was just very thoughtful. That right there kind of expressed what I got whenever I was able to interview him and talk with him. That's the kind of person that I think you're getting. Whenever he started as the defensive coordinator with the Lions, like their secondary was just getting ripped. And I was like, dude, you were a cornerback. Like, you were literally a cornerback. Why are y'all not? You're good at these things, but y'all are bad at something you played your whole career. And then he was like, the Lions said, well, let's get him some talent. And look what happened this year. You know, he got the talent.
Things changed.
And he has put together the scheme, but he also did the thing. He was like, why am I not good? Who do I need to talk to find out how to get better at this? And so he went out and he did those things. So that's just, again, not every player is going to need something like that. But when you have a coach, we have a manager that's invited us over to his house. It's pretty cool to be able to go watch a wrestling event and see those things and be out of the office just a little bit and see how they respond. And getting to know somebody on that kind of a level, I really think it does build a bond that makes you want to fight harder for them. It builds a bond that makes you want to be better for them, and that's the accountability factor of it. You hear Michael Irvin talk about those things. They were accountable to each other because of the way Jimmy put them in that pile together and was like, y'all have to be. So I really like that. I don't think he's a leading candidate by any means. And I don't know if he will get an interview. You know, I don't know.
I would enjoy that, though.
But I like him a lot, and I'm interested to see when the Cowboys start this process, why they, the type of people they want, to be at the helm of this organization, and what kind of coaches they are and how they connect with their players. Because I personally think Jason Witten comes in here, we got a 2 to 3 year window of bad. And next year might be a bad situation anyway. If you heard Mike on his podcast last night.
We'll get to that in a minute.
He was kind of in that window of, look, man, we might have a minute because we have to relearn defenses. We have to relearn some things. So that's just a part of the conversation I heard from Aaron Glenn that I really liked on the Pivot podcast. Now, the question of the day. Sorry, Alec, I didn't mean to steal that from you.
Trademark.
But the question I have, though, is have you ever had a visitation dream? Now, or do I just have The Shining?
Do you mean like from a dead person?
From a dead person. Last night, I had a dream that I was in...
Famous speech that starts off this way.
Yes, I was in Carlsbad with two of my cousins and my grandfather. My grandfather's still alive. But I was driving with him, and we pulled up to a movie theater, and everybody in my family was there. And my grandmother and my mom came out, and I introduced my grandfather to my grandmother. And they stared at each other in my dream like they had just met for the first time, and they met their soulmate. Like that's what, and when I turned around to walk off in my dream, they were still staring at each other. And then my cousin did a flip off of a cliff into a parking lot, and then I woke up. So that's how I know it was still a dream, but that's the kind of stuff he would do. But it was as if my grandmother is waiting patiently for my grandfather to pass so they can go together. And that's kind of what I got from it. Years ago, my other grandmother passed away, and about 3 months afterwards, I was having a dream about her in an ocean, and she just turned to me and said, "You married a good one," and walked off into the ocean, and that was her visit to me to say everything's going to be fine. That morning, Adrian had the same dream. Adrian woke up and started telling me about her dream first. And also during COVID, my uncle passed away, and he rode up on his motorcycle and told me to tell my mom everything was going to be okay. So I've always I don't know if other people have these types of dreams, and if that have y'all ever had one of those where somebody's passed and you connected with them and you felt like it was a little bit different than just a regular dream?
Yes. Now, I was young, but when my grandfather, I'll say my grandparents, there are multiple times when my grandparents died that I would, in that kind of, let's say, 1 month to 3 month span after their death, that I would have dreams where it felt like they were really, like I was really with them again. But I don't know what that means. Now, you're an adult.
Yeah.
I have not recalled recently as an adult having any dreams where it really felt like I was with a family member who has passed.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but I don't know. I don't know that I'm sure that we can look on the internet and you have to go like, do I trust this source that's telling me why am I having these dreams or what do these dreams mean? And maybe it's just personal to you that you have to try to figure out why am I having these dreams and what do they mean?
And that is kind of how I do look at them a certain way. Maybe it is just for me to personally have that kind of emotion, but and the thing was, my sister I texted my sister this morning, and I texted her that whole little story, and she was like, didn't their first date was at that movie theater in Carlsbad? And I was just like, oh crap. So like, again, in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. So, and I see some people saying, well, it sounds like Corey is Jesus. No.
Oh, man. That is not what I took from that story. But
That must follow Billy Carson.
The 817, yes, I've had these types of dreams. Do you mean The Shining? You want to get sued?
No, The Shinning.
Oh, The Shinning.
That's what groundskeeper Willie says in
right.
the Bart Simpson show. He goes, you mean The Shinning? You don't want to get sued, do you?
Stephen King wouldn't let him say The Shining? Is that what was going on?
He's a jerk.
From the 214, Corey going to sleep on acid. From the 469, it's the planetary alignment, Corey. Special things happening. Again, this is my little niece. She looked up at the moon and she goes, "Oh, I get it now. Grandma's on the moon." And I was like, I love the creativity because like I love knowing that her brain's working in that way because that's just her trying to figure out little things as she goes along, and that's the way that I like hearing and seeing that.
So see,
you're a very realistic person,
yeah,
very grounded.
But so I'm really intrigued by this. I have never experienced anything like this. But I think I want to because it just feels like look, Mike, we've talked about it. Like I have the same sets of thoughts and beliefs as you do about God and everything like that. And it just feels like that's a moment where like you're getting a hand, and they're like, hey, here's some advice from somebody who understands the bigger picture far better than you ever could hope to imagine in this form. And so like, I think that would be really cool. I've just personally never experienced anything like that, but I would definitely be open to it.
My mom just texted me and said it's called intuition. Actually, I think she typed institution, but she meant intuition.
Oh, you should go to an institution.
She correct. No, she didn't go to an
institution. Because those are very
institution.
two different options. Either she thinks you're intuitive or we need to get the white jacket wrapped around you right now.
But my sister said the same thing. She said that she's had dreams leading up to my grandmother passing of my grandmother telling her that it's going to be okay. So maybe that's just our emotions, our minds telling us things. I'm fascinated by the dream world sometimes, but because I want to know, like, is there another world that exists on another plane? I'm always interested in that like kind of concept, but that was just something that happened last night, and it does seem like there are a lot of people that have had that kind of situation before. So I appreciate seeing that I'm not the only one, and I'm not going crazy.
I do really think it's cool because that's something that comes up on this show quite a bit. When you like share an experience that you might think is like fringy or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you have all these
like
people.
your OCD talk yesterday.
Yes. And then you have all these people that are like, oh my God, that speaks to me. That speaks to me. Because like you never know who's listening that might be like, dude, I kind of needed to hear that today.
Do you have to say the F word 4 times?
I know.
Like a day? Like you've done it
That
once.
is a fair callback to yesterday.
I didn't know.
When I said I needed to do 4 things 4 times. And go back and check on the show earlier, all right? There was a moment where
from the 254, Corey, it's not your grandma, it's a demon. Don't trust that person in your dreams. It wants to harm you and bring you bad energy. And that is, now I'm scared. Now I can't sleep anymore. Thanks a lot. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep tonight because I'm going to be afraid of demons.
I can sing you a song that might help.
Go to sleep.
1, 2.
Okay, all right.
Coming for.
Stop that.
Okay.
What are you doing
all
right now?
Not that.
You know Freddy's the scariest thing to me.
I thought you were going to bring back the 2010 Texas Ranger song.
How does that go?
1, 2, 3. Look at Mr. Lee. Because we traded for Cliff Lee.
That was underwhelming.
I thought he was talking about Lee Stevens.
I'm not going to lie. I was really expecting more production.
Well, you started at 1, 2. I thought you were going to do that song. That's what I thought you were going to do.
I know exactly where we're
I didn't
headed
do like the Whitney Houston thing yesterday.
Exactly. Coming up next, look, we ranked all the coaches of the Jerry era earlier. What I want to know is, where do you think the new one will fit in? So essentially, are you pessimistic, optimistic, indifferent, or something else altogether about this new coaching search? Let's do that next, right here in The Fan.
has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And play action. Prescott back to throw. Deep to the right side. Lamb made a man miss and running down the sideline. And Lamb's on the horse. And Lamb's in the end zone. Touchdown CD Lamb. 65 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So earlier in the show, we kind of went through Corey's list of the rankings 1 through 8 of the coaches that Jerry has hired in his era. Now we're about to get. Go ahead.
Somebody on Twitter, by the way, took the 105.3 The Fan Twitter account. They took the link and they gave grades to the ranking. So like they gave Jimmy Johnson on a scale of 1 to 10, they gave him a 15. And,
Okay, yeah.
Parcells had an 8.5, and then there were a lot of 6s, and I felt like that was really accurate.
Yeah, because in the middle, there's a lot that I'm like, that's kind of the same.
Yeah.
So this is what came to my mind. Where is the next coach going to rank? Because, Mike, and I think you're in this boat, and maybe you rank it differently, but we don't know who the next coach is. We won't know I'm sure the Cowboys will take their sweet-ass time.
Can I ask you this real quick? Before or after the Super Bowl? That we'll know.
After.
Okay.
And that's infuriating. You got to hire staff, and you got to get started.
Yeah.
And we don't know. We don't, just like you said, we don't know who the coach is. We don't know when they're going to hire this person.
So I was looking at the list that you pointed out is not particularly star-studded. And in my brain, I said the new one is going to fit in at number 7 out of the 9. And so then that led me to thinking, are you optimistic, pessimistic, indifferent about this coaching search? And I realize that's not based on anything because we don't even know who the coach is. I think it's just based on, at this moment, I feel really defeated because, and I'm sorry, but Dak Prescott is injury prone. He's just starting his humongous contract, and you got to think he's going to be slowed by what just happened. You don't have a lot of cap space. You've given away a couple of 4th-round draft picks for nothing, and you're going to have an owner that's going to get in the way of things you want to do. When I stacked all of those things together, I was like, I already feel like your coach is behind it before he even gets hired.
I agree with you, and I would say, based off of, Corey, when you did your list, the coaches that got the most when they were hired, like, here it is, they're good. Barry Switzer and Wade Phillips, right?
Yep.
The people that came after Jimmy and Bill Parcells, your two, number 1, number 2 on the who Jerry has hired as a coach list, obviously Tom Landry did not get hired by Jerry Jones, is those guys had on a silver platter, this is really good.
Yeah.
Can you get this to the Super Bowl, right? You could maybe say Mike McCarthy is 3rd. I don't know. On the list of getting handed a solid team. You could obviously argue Chan Gailey had a pretty good situation. Jason Garrett, it was okay. But I'm with you. It's not what Jimmy Johnson had to deal with coming into the worst team in football. I mean, Bill Parcells was coming into a team that deserved to be 5-11 all those years. He had no quarterback in Quincy Carter, but he figured out how to win 10 games, which is amazing to me. One of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen in Cowboys history, getting 10 wins out of that team. But this one, I feel like, Corey, they're going to be a 7-10 or 8-9 team. So I think it will be an unbelievable coaching job to get this team to 10 wins.
All right. Yeah, that would be an unbelievable job because I'm with you. I think whoever the coach is going to have struggles their first year. Just plain and simple.
Yeah.
They weren't great this year. Injuries were a problem. Got a quarterback that's going to be, going through a rehab process that's going to, we have no clue what could happen there. Like, what? Here's a scenario. What if it happens again next year to him? I don't. Have they even considered that, or they're like, nah, he'll be back. If anybody can come back from this, it's that guy. I don't
think they have.
I want to make sure I implore this. I am not wishing that upon him.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, have you prepared for worst case scenario in a first year?
You have to, right?
You have to. Especially when you're in
that point. For anybody, any situation.
You have to, and that's one of the biggest failures is, when you think you're going to be good, go ahead and go all in.
Yeah.
When you think, hey, things aren't going to be that great, maybe you just understand what the reality is of your team. And a lot of times I've had I don't know if it's because of the people talking to Jerry or just Jerry's lifetime of optimism, but it just doesn't feel like he ever really has a reality of what his team is. Hey, we're not good this year. That's a problem. He was still trying to push it that we are good. So I feel like initially, Kevin, they're going to have a bad standing and people are going to be unhappy with what they're doing. But I think they're going to have to sit back and say, well, we're giving them a year to develop and grow. Unless they get a name, and even if it's a Pete Carroll, I think he's going to have to walk in here and start going, I need to fill. They got 22 free agents.
Okay.
22 unrestricted free agents.
So let's continue with what you just brought up. I want to go with cut number 11 here, Alec. You made reference to this. It's a longer clip. It's like 3 minutes, and I kind of boiled it down to like what I thought the most essential thing we were going to talk about here is. This is Micah Parsons reacting to McCarthy not coming back and what that's going to mean for the next team?
It's going to be very interesting off seasons. It's going to be very interesting, due to the free agents, the coaching. It's like, it's going to be a complete reset. So it's going to be a very interesting and challenging off season. But listen, I already know I trust my owner. I trust our GM. I trust Will McClay that we're going to make the right decisions.
So
complete reset.
A complete reset, which I know frequently comes along with a head coach, but it also seems like this ownership is not here for that, and they're going to expect, you bounce back into the playoffs. I want to be clear.
And a fan base that probably expects that too.
Yes. And
I'm interested to know where the fan base stands on that right now.
I absolutely 100% think that the Cowboys could make the playoffs next year. I'm just not sure if that is the best route to build a team that I want to see after that. Like, I feel like the best route is you make some of those cuts, you absorb the salary cap hits in 1 year, you accept the fact that you're going to take a step back, get another better draft pick. I'm not saying lose on purpose. I'm saying it's going to inherently be tougher for you to win because of some of these steps that I take. And I think that gets you so much healthier financially and asset-wise for 2026. And you're not going to make the playoffs. But I think pushing to make the playoffs next year could end up being a very poor decision.
Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of different things when it comes to what this team could be next year, Kevin. And I want that pop from the coach, because Bill Parcells walks in and what happens that first year? They made the playoffs, and you were like, how? And he said, smoke and mirrors. I'm a good coach.
Yeah.
And then they were never able to really build what he wanted to accomplish because, when the TO thing happened, I was standing there that day. Brad Sham asked him about it, and Parcells sat there and sighed and then said, look, you can't question his practice. The guy goes to work every day and practices his butt off. And you could tell at that point, he knew, I've been outvoted by Jerry Jones. And I'm going to get outvoted by Jerry Jones. It's going to cause headaches for me, but I signed on to be a coach that coaches the players, and that's going to be the case. But maybe the expectation once Bill Parcells walked in and they went to the playoffs was, they can do this all the time. Look, he can do this with anybody.
I fell into that trap. When they made the playoffs right away with the smoke and mirrors that you talked about, I think I did fall into the trap of, oh yeah, we were fine all along.
So I take plenty of shots at the Jones family. I think if you've been listening for a while, I take plenty of shots at them. Here's a compliment that's also a backhanded compliment, is Jerry's too smart to be this dumb. So he's intentionally doing this.
Yeah.
He's intentionally making this harder than it has to be. I know he can be a winner. I saw him take a team that was 3-13 and 1-15, and I'm not giving him all the credit, but he was part of then in the fastest turnaround in NFL history at that point in the NFL, and you could argue still to win 3 Super Bowls, and you're still you were actually the last Super Bowl you were trying to screw it up, and you still won because is such a good. So for me, I look at this and go, he's intentionally being dumb because he's not dumb. He's really smart. Jerry Jones is really smart. So he knows what you're saying is the way the history of the NFL works in trying to get good again.
Then why?
Because he doesn't want to go through it. And
I agree.
He's like, I know it's the smart thing to do or a smarter thing to do. Gavin Dawson talks about it quite a bit on kind of all these things, and you can listen to other people talk about it too. But Jerry intentionally is going to do it this way because it keeps it somewhat relevant that if they can win 9 games next year, because if they were to go to a 5 or 6 win team and not intentionally go to 5 or 6 wins, but if you let go of certain contracts and you go to, hey, I believe in 2027, we can have $80 million in cap space, and we have hopefully picked well through that time of struggling, that we could be sitting there with a team we really like. We have $80 million of cap space, or we have future first. We have more than just every year a first round pick. We have more than every year just a second round pick. We've actually done some things that we knew was going to hurt our now to possibly help our future. He'll never do it. Even though I think he's smart enough to know those are smart decisions, He's intentionally dumb to just get the most out of now.
I am kind of curious with teams that, Kevin, have been in the Cowboys situation, where they are financially and where they are with their roster and how they are doing and what they did to get out of it. And if there are other examples, because like Seattle had Russell Wilson and an aging roster, and then now they've done a couple things. They had to scale back a little bit on quarterback to enable to be able to do it. Detroit traded their quarterback away and just rebooted the whole thing, but they got a quarterback in return. There are a lot of other teams, I think, that have been in bad situations. It's your plan versus what other people are doing. Is your plan the right way, or is your plan just we're going to see it out?
And I'll tell you what, he's gotten so lucky, and I'll give him credit, to have Tony Romo and Dak Prescott from approximately 06 to 25 now.
Dak Prescott was like his fourth choice that year.
Like, they've gotten so lucky to not be, honestly, like the Washingtons for the most part, or like Chicago. And I get Chicago's made a Super Bowl with Rex Grossman. But, like, this, honestly, if you don't get so lucky with a undrafted quarterback and then a fourth-round pick that nobody thought a lot of, God, you are pretty much a 5-11-ish team for a decade or longer.
And the thing that annoys me is I agree with all of that. I agree with both of you guys about the intelligence for Jerry Jones, and then and it's not about Dak Prescott. It's about whatever quarterback you think is in the NFL that's good, but not really good enough to get the job done, that you should probably figure out a way to move on from that. And you've seen other teams do that. It's just there's nothing in the Jones Constitution that makes me feel like they have the stomach for that, even if they know in 3 years it could pay off huge, because they're like, or we could be good enough this year, next year, and the year after.
Because they're always constantly going, but this could be the year it could click. This could
and that's
be the
why
year that it all comes together.
And that's one thing I do kind of think they believe that annoys the crap out of me is when they talk about luck in the playoffs. Like, I do think luck is involved every now and again. And I know other people will say it's when preparation meets opportunity. But the way they describe who wins the Super Bowl, it's like Corey is shooting dice in the back alley, and they're like, well, looks like it's going to be the Lions this year.
By the way, it looks like Zion is out tonight, as well as Lively, and Kyrie is doubtful with the lumbar back sprain. So
catch the fever for what is going to be a terrible game of basketball.
Enjoy the sun, everybody.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, enjoy the sun the rest of this week. Have you seen next week?
I didn't look.
Oh,
I was looking for some positivity.
It's like a high of 37 for all of next week, and that's for one day. Like, there's highs in the 20s next week.
Wow.
So it's going to be some miserable. So if you do like the sun, go outside this week.
That's your public service address of the day.
From J-Met, luck is when you replace Kevin's favorite word with an L.
Mistakes were made by me today.
Are you embarrassed?
Yes, I am.
You're not supposed to answer it that way. You're supposed to jump down my throat.
I'm sorry. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Goes low. Nice move. Score! Matt Duchene. A gorgeous move. Beautiful hands in tight. And a power play goal doubles the lead.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where the Dallas Stars were victorious over the Maple Leafs 4-1. They'll get back after it tomorrow against the Canadiens. The Mavericks are playing tonight, and most people are going to go ahead and skip the game. So catch that excitement, both for the Pelicans as well. Just if you're curious. So if you want to see maybe not the best basketball in the world, have at it.
You tell me Zion's not playing?
He's not.
It's tough. And Kyrie's out, and Derek Lively's out, and Luka's out. And you're just like, I get it. Hey, I think they all legitimately, maybe Zion, no, but our guys legitimately probably should be out. But I just can't watch. I loved. I do want to put it in past tense. I do still really like NBA playoffs, but I struggle to tune into this because I just feel like it's just not – they're telling you we don't care about these 82 games. We care tremendously about the playoffs. We don't care about these 82 games. We just want to get into the playoffs, and then we will try our hardest and give great effort. That's really tough as a consumer to be like, okay, I really want to watch tonight's game. I have no reason to tune in.
No, I get it. Let's bring in the rest of the G-Bag Nation right now for that courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Aside from the one flub that I had earlier today, which you guys might hear in your show, I am doing fantastic.
Capital F flub.
Yeah. It's like a pitcher that gives up that one home run in the middle of the game. You know,
I felt like it pitched well. Otherwise,
was really good.
Did that all the time. Yeah. I know I might not pitch well all the time, but I always gave up the homer.
So the big news that we were talking about, and I think there's more to it. Just the way the Rangers are rolling this out is perplexing to me, because Evan Grant wrote in his story, this is the first step. There's going to be more to it. But they didn't really say that until this morning, when instead last night they were like, hey, we're going to be on what you thought was the free app, but we're also going to charge to be on what you previously thought of as that free app in Victory Plus. I understand the economics of baseball, and when people are like, hey, go sign Kirby Yates, and you're like, well, you know what, subscribe for $100. I get all of that. It's just the way they've rolled this out has been very curious to me.
You know, I'm just so used to getting put through the ringer at this point that I just think it's par for the course. Like, I want to watch a movie. I don't know what app to bring up. I don't know what to do. I guess we got to Google it. I'm looking for a game. It's on a special app and network, and I'm just like, what the crap, you know?
You know, there was an app or a couple of websites that would really help you about where to find that movie, but now I found on a couple of them, they're like, that license expired at the end of the year. Sorry, it's January. It's somewhere else now. And you're like, dang it.
What?
I have 8 million apps.
It's
like,
ridiculous.
How does it not have the movie I want to watch?
I mean, at one point, we were like, this is going to be a better deal because now everybody has the ability to access it. Or before, if it was on Bally, maybe they couldn't access it. But we're not going to be able to watch this unless we put some type of streamer, like a Roku or something in here.
Yeah.
Like if we're in the studio and there's a Ranger game on, right now we don't have the ability to watch it. A Stars game, can't watch it because we don't have anything that can actually access the Victory Plus app. And that's kind of a bummer.
And then you get the price tag of $100 for a season, which I don't think is crazy. I've heard a lot of people.
You think that's the final version of that, though? Because
I think there's going to be a monthly and like a micro game-by-game opportunity. That's just my guess. I don't know that to be the case. But people keep talking about, I just want to watch these things for free. And I think they're talking about a time that was like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Not like 5 years ago.
I think you're in a situation they can't give it to you for free.
Yeah.
Because there's a competitive situation with Major League Baseball with their streaming services and stuff like that. So as much as Victory would like to say everything is free, they can't give it to you free because it's against the rules of the broadcasting rights of Major League Baseball.
Yep.
So if that's the case, then Victory has to charge you something because they can't undercut what Major League Baseball has already negotiated. So that's your biggest problem.
I think paying for games is totally understandable, you know, with the amount of money that these TV rights are going for. Just make it simpler for me. You know, that's my only beef.
Yeah, like
can we
if it's
just
gonna
go
be
back to having the $200 digital cable package that gets me everything?
Yes.
You know, can we do that?
And that's the thing. Because I know people are like, oh, these streamers are going to consolidate. And I was like, eventually you're going to get cable again, which is what we all decided.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to get around the people that have cut the cable.
Yeah.
That's what they've done.
Yeah, 'cause you got the bundles, right? You got Hulu, you've got Disney Plus, you've got Max. Like you can buy them all together.
Guess what
now.
that is? It's cable.
Yeah.
It's just called something different. We all decided we didn't like it. We found a workaround. And then all of the people with all of the money were like, good for you. Here's what I'm going to do now.
Mm-hmm. They got the best of us on that.
Yeah. I just wish Victory Plus app is an imperfect app for this for me, just because if you're going to have to pay for it, I get it with the Stars. It's free. And I'm like, you know what?
There's no competition there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you're going to pay $100, wouldn't you like it available on all your smart TVs? Or wouldn't you like to not have to go buy a Roku? So then you have the privilege of paying to watch a game. Like, that part is a hassle, I get.
Yeah.
You know, it's driving a lot of people more and more to pirating these days.
We got so many texts about that.
It's ethically and morally bankrupt. It's something I would never do.
Never.
Hagee, but I certainly understand people that
Speak
do.
for yourself over there, bro.
And certainly not in another state. You would never do such a thing.
Never. I would never use a VPN to mask, the IP address.
I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you.
I know there's others that might. And then you watch a fight and it keeps buffering in the hotel lobby and you get all pissed off about it. But you,
I think some of these things have gotten better. I think there's better technology to help
that's what
that.
I'm talking about.
You got to do a little research if you're going to go that route.
Which you're not advising.
No, I'm not advising, but I'm going to do more research because I want to know. I want to know.
You want to know how to catch the people, right?
No, I don't want it to buffer anymore.
For this hypothetical fight that somebody might have been watching in the hotel lobby in a different state. I understand all of that. Thank you guys very much.
I watched a fight in at the Holiday Inn one year. With all you guys.
Yeah.
But we did that legit.
That was
legit.
different.
Yeah, that was very.
This is a different fight that kind of buffered for different reasons.
There's a lot of buffering.
Yeah, there's too many people in the hotel. I think is what happened. Hey, what are you
buffering at the event too?
Yeah,
Don't worry.
yeah. They just kept deciding to stop punching for a minute. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. 5 hours worth, including Mike Sando at 3:20.
Excellent.
Be a good football guest for you.
I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have in the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say the F word, Kevin.
Not again.
Well, screw the number right now.
The North. rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Hope you're having a terrific afternoon. General at your service. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fit 2. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in attendance, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys are bringing in Robert Saleh for an interview. Great defensive coach, high energy, great schemes, great relationships. You could do a lot worse than Robert Saleh, Brian.
Yeah, off to a pretty decent start when you start to talk about potential coaches for your Dallas Cowboys. I know the record isn't what it needs to be probably for a lot of fans, but it does check off a lot of boxes. I think if you were to pair him with, say, somebody like if Dak Prescott and Doug Nussmeier got along extremely well, do you try and go and get Doug Nussmeier from Philadelphia? I mean, maybe that keeps you from, I think that he and Kellen Moore are kind of tied together, but if you wanted somebody that worked very well with Dak, that Dak respects, that could kind of get him back to the level he needs to be, Robert Saleh going out and maybe pairing that thing up with Doug Nussmeier might be a pretty good start for your coaching search.
That would make sense, and that would make Dak very happy. I do know, we know Saleh has a great relationship with Matt LaFleur. He was with him in Green Bay. Mike LaFleur, current offensive coordinator of the Rams under Sean McVay. That was kind of my first guess of maybe guys, if he got the choice, maybe the Cowboys would be like, hey, the Doug Nussmeier route because Dak likes that, but Mike LaFleur coming from the McVay tree, I think that would get us pretty pumped.
Yeah, I mean that would be the one thing that would get you excited. Nussmeier, though it would excite Dak, I don't think that's exciting anybody else in the entire world.
I think the quarterback to me, they really don't give a rat's butt what we think about it, but you're trying to make your quarterback feel as comfortable. They game plan together. They worked on a lot of the things together.
If that's the goal, then I get why they would want to do that. But I think going to get somebody off the Shanahan, LaFleur, McVay tree, which Saleh comes from. And the best hire he's ever made was in Tennessee when he hired Matt LaFleur, and then he graduates to being the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. He followed up with Arthur Smith, which isn't terrible, but certainly a step down. But that would be one of the things you would want. Now, the problem with that and the whole idea of a Robert Saleh is, let's say you do hit the Matt LaFleur home run at offensive coordinator. Well, you're going to blink your eyes and he's going to go be the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. That's what's going to happen. And now you're the Titans and you've taken a step down.
What do you want to do then? I mean, seriously, if we all want to go out and hire that young coach, that young innovative guy, we're going to lose all these guys. Detroit's about to go through that.
Right.
I mean, what are we doing? Are we worried about losing Jogger Pants Boy coach? I mean, are we worried about that now?
I wouldn't say I would worry about it to keep me from Saleh.
We can hire some old bad offensive coordinator and never lose him, and then we could sit there and bitch about it the whole time.
Maybe make the young offensive coach your head coach so you don't lose him.
You skip the step. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's if in actuality, Jerry Jones, if he's forward thinking as much as everybody like Dan Quinn, you should have just blown Mike McCarthy out and elevated Dan Quinn. When he probably had the opportunity to do that a couple of years ago. But I'm just saying this. To me, I'm all for hiring the young guy. I don't think we have to lose that guy. I think it's part of football. I think you have to develop your staff. But I'm with you on going and getting a young guy.
That's what you want.
I don't want the coach that nobody wants.
No.
I don't want Jason Garrett, offensive coordinator, that nobody wants.
No, of course.
But I'm not going to sit there and make my decision about, well, I'm going to lose this guy because he's a young guy. I think I'm going to lose all my guys. That's what I kind of feel like that it could happen. But I mean, I'm with you on the plan. I'm not scared of losing guys. I just need to find a way to develop guys better is what I need to do.
Yeah, that's just the downside of the idea of a Saleh, or even with an Aaron Glenn when you have the defensive coach. But yes, it wouldn't keep me from hiring Robert Saleh. I think that would be an upgrade from McCarthy. I think it surefires your defense being legit. And I want to go get the best young Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur tree OC as possible. And then you just hope that you can ride that out for as long as possible. 817 says, I feel a Brian and Zach argument coming on. Get ready for that. It just mis-ID'd my voice. That's all. People confuse me in Wolchuk all the time.
Somebody on Twitter did it today, too.
Yeah. He's the thin one and the sexy one and the tall one and all that.
And Eric's balding.
By the way, the commercials are really good. I'm thinking about calling those
Advanced
folks.
Hair Restoration.
Yeah, I'm thinking about calling
I
them.
want to get you in the mix, bro.
I appreciate that.
It's a game
I need
changer
you
of
to
all
get me
game
involved with the
changers.
LASIK people. That's what I
We'll
need.
get you LASIK too, and we'll get that rug back on that dome.
But I don't think you're wrong. I wish somebody in this organization would develop coaches. I wish someday we'd catch a heater. Back in the 90s, yeah, they developed some coaches.
They were on fire,
Look at the coaches on the Jimmy Johnson staff that he had forever as college guys coming to the pros, and then they go on. Not all of them became great head coaches, but at least you were developing some coaches.
So check it out. I think Saleh's a good candidate. I think it didn't go right with the Jets because you had a coach killer, you had bad offense, you had injuries on your offensive line, you couldn't get many skill players going beyond that Garrett dude.
Yeah.
So I think wherever Saleh goes, he's a good hire and all that.
Hopefully, he learned his lesson.
But right now, it feels like the Cowboys know who they want to hire, and in back-to-back days, they're satisfying the Rooney Rule so they can get this done like before conference championship weekend or something.
Yeah, you probably nailed it. I mean, it definitely is. It's part of the Rooney Rule. Maybe it's also you're interviewing him, and then if you go a different route, could he still end up being a defensive coordinator?
That's what I was thinking.
Possibility.
Too.
So it's checking.
That's the perfect world.
Yeah, it's checking a bunch of different boxes for you. But yes, I would. I mean, Robert Saleh seems like he's kind of an alpha. I think that he's a guy that was forced a lot of his staff in New York because of Rodgers. Clearly, Nathaniel Hackett, like that wasn't a Saleh thing. That was because of Aaron Rodgers. I don't think he would have hired him. So it's probably unfair to criticize some of the hires he made with the Jets. And I'd be very interested if he brought in a Mike LaFleur, whoever it ends up being as an OC. That would get me excited because it's totally polar opposite to what you've had here. Like, Robert Saleh is the complete opposite to what you dealt with Mike McCarthy. Offensive guy, defensive guy, but also somebody who doesn't seem like he's going to put up with a lot of crap, and he's definitely going to instill some discipline.
All righty, at 877-881-1053. How about this one? Jason Witten was apparently the heir apparent for Mike McCarthy. How was this going to work?
Man, I didn't know. Jane threw that one out there, and Jane is, man, you talk about somebody who's working the phones. Jane Slater doing a great job. But yeah, I had not heard that. I knew that Jason Witten was going to get an interview. I didn't know that it was going to be to the extent of, was he going to be on the staff as a guy, kind of being the heir apparent. Coach.
Definitely not the heir apparent.
The heir apparent, yeah.
Well, if he goes to my guys at Advanced Hair Restoration, he can be.
Good
Get
point.
that FUE.
But I felt like that he was in the mix, but I didn't know it was to that extent.
So what would that look like?
That is very, very new.
So if Mike had been extended, Witten would have been on the coaching staff?
The possibility of him being on the staff was, that's how Jerry and Steven and we're going to try and get him on the staff. So maybe down the road they can get him experience in the NFL and then eventually be your head coach.
Which makes me feel like the next head coach is going to be, that's going to be part of the package. Like, hey, would you take Jason Witten on the staff as well? Or is that off now?
You know what? I think if they thought about it for one coach, you don't think they're going to try and push it for some others?
Yeah.
I mean, I just say, I think I didn't know it was to the point of maybe that being the future head coach. I thought it was, hey, let's get him on the staff.
Well, and maybe it wasn't out loud, this is the plan, but I never thought plan.
I never thought that Witten would agree to just coming on and being on the staff. I thought he was either
head coach or bust.
That's kind of where I was going with that.
It would be really weird, though, to take the job, have it be a 1 or 2 year deal, and they want to put Jason Witten on the staff with the idea that he's going to become head coach as soon as they're done.
Didn't they do it with Garrett?
Well, it makes a ton of sense why McCarthy was like, thanks, but no thanks to this whole situation.
Yeah, it's pretty disrespectful. If I'm Mike, that's how I felt, and that's how it seems like he did feel.
His last year was disrespectful. From a standpoint of, like, a guy that had the number of wins and they never ever talked about an extension or anything like that. Right. And they even got down to the end and they didn't. The 12 win, they even though they talked about winning 12 games 3 straight years, it just this ended. That never was a factor. I mean, they never could. They still disrespected the guy, even though they talked about respecting the fact that he'd won 12 straight games.
They didn't respect it.
Yeah, they didn't respect it.
They got mad at us for disrespecting it,
Yeah.
and they didn't seem to respect it. There's a lot of hypocrisy going on.
No, they were really, really adamant. Oh, no, 3 straight wins, or 3 straight years of 12 wins. Man, respect that. No, at the end, you didn't respect it. And you're asking us to respect it? No, you didn't do it. So why should we?
Good point, Brian. Yeah, they're full of it a lot of times. The 225 says, please just stop with the Cowboys coach. Nobody's going to make them better. At least Deion would be entertaining. I agree. For the most
fair
part,
assessment.
I think there's levels to it. Okay, speaking of Mike, the Bears are conducting their in-person interview with McCarthy this afternoon. Their second known candidate to interview in person after Ron Rivera did on Sunday. So if you're Mike and, a real opportunity to go coach the Bears with maybe, a better situation, more security is out there, you're closer to your home in Wisconsin and all that, maybe, that makes sense. Micah Parsons expressing his disappointment with Mike's departure from the franchise, calling the development devastating. Obviously very sad because of the relationships we had with Mike and everything he's done for our program. He said on his Edge podcast, 3 straight 12-5 seasons, playoff appearances, and obviously an unfortunate year of injuries. It's devastating. Coach Mike is a great father, a great coach, one of the most winningest coaches. He's always been good to us as a unit, coaches, players. Losing a great coach like Mike hurts. I think this goes to something we were just talking about with Dak. Like, Mike always had the love of the players, but is that the best for getting the most out of the players?
No, it's not a tough team.
Yeah,
it's not a tough team, and that's the thing is I respect Mike for that. You have to give him credit for those short week wins. There's something about it. He had a plan for that, but this team was not any tougher. When you don't handle players in a way of challenging them, and Bill Parcells said this all the time. You have to practice for the rigors of the NFL that way. So you have to practice in a way that allows you to be able to get through the season. Mike McCarthy doesn't do that. There's really no toughness to this team. It's something we've talked about ad nauseum. When this team has to play a big game or a game against somebody that might be a little bit more physical than them, they never answer the bell on that.
Yeah. Right.
So, Mike McCarthy, give him credit for, he got this team's health to almost a perfect condition last year to the second seed. What'd it get you? A big let's go home. Why did you lose again? You weren't tough enough. You just weren't tough enough.
There was a very telling, and I didn't see this until Bobby might end up playing it tomorrow, but Ezekiel Elliott, when he started in New England, his first go there for the year, he had his interview with the media, and they were asking him, what do you think of Bill Belichick? He's like, I love him. He's going to coach you tough. And that's what he likes. He played for Urban Meyer, played for Jason Garrett, and then now, of course, with Bill. And then he stopped, caught himself, and said, not saying Mike McCarthy isn't a tough coach.
He's
Mike
not.
just has a different way of doing things.
Yeah. I think a lot of the coaches want to be liked by the players a little bit too much, and certainly that strategy can work, but it also just strikes me as like maybe being afraid of taking that step of challenging some of these guys. Like Wade Phillips would say, I don't have to challenge you. You're a grown man. A lot of coaches will be like, well, if I got to motivate you to come here and try your hardest, then how are you a professional? You should hold yourself to this standard. I think that's a cop out that you don't really figure out the motivational tactics that it would take to, inspire a full grown man with family issues. He's coming to work. He's bringing a lot to the table, but you got to get him locked in and motivated. And it's the accountability, part that Mark Schlereth talked about, yesterday that is so important for helping a team go to the next level, right? You can be pretty good, but in order to be the best in the NFL, you got to have this emotional edge and energetic edge and momentum, that comes from the culture of preparation, right? And never taking things for granted, always being on top of it, right? And a lot of coaches are really unqualified when it comes to creating that kind of environment. So the next best thing is we're all going to be friends and healthy,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's you wonder how much of that is even allowed for with the culture that Jerry has set forth.
When Zeke's showing up late and doing all the stuff that he's doing, am I allowed to as the coach? Do I have the autonomy that Bill Belichick, you're late, you're fined, and you go home? That's it. Well, I don't have to go ask Robert Kraft anything. And I don't know what the situation was specifically, but it's fair to think that maybe McCarthy wanted to hand down some discipline, and we're letting things get to become now it's habitually Zeke is late, and I'm still having to play him. And how much of that is Jerry just that's how he wants it? Yep. Okay, Evgeny Malkin's home, the latest star across the world of sports to be burglarized. Okay, so Evgeny Malkin, the Pittsburgh Penguins star.
Forward.
Make me a milkshake Malkin, I believe, is the goal call for him. Steelers signed quarterback Skylar Thompson. That's just a little bit. Of course, the Stars get the win. The Mavs did not get a win. We'll talk more about those two games and why this guy didn't get more minutes. Then we'll hit the G-Bag of the day for you. It's all coming up next right here over the next 5 hours on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
But you heard him. You heard us just talking about him, the greatness of advanced hair.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
She said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, I think the topic here is how bad a shape are the Mavs in without Derek Lively? As he went out early in last night's game, Jamal Murray ends up going crazy, gets whatever he wants. And Daniel Gafford only had 4 rebounds on the night. I don't know where Daniel Gafford's game is right now, but he only played 19 minutes of action, so I don't believe the Mavs have a lot of confidence in his abilities or his injury status. Maybe he's still recovering from that sprained ankle from last week. Yeah. But anyway, they lose to Denver again last night. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Brian, what do you got?
No, I mean, I've reached out to a couple people over there just to maybe see. Hopefully we'll have something on that. But if you look all the way back to the game against Houston, on January 1st, his minutes have been going down. He played 11 minutes that night, 16 minutes the next game against Cleveland, 7 minutes against Memphis, and then he missed the Lakers game. He was inactive. Then he came back for Portland, 10 minutes, Denver 14 minutes, and then 19 minutes last night. So I don't know if there's something going on there that they're seeing. So I've reached out to some folks there and see if we can maybe get an answer on that.
Well, the Nuggets out rebound you by over 20, and Derek Lively went out very early in that game. I think he played just 4 minutes. So that's one big storyline right now is how bad is this ankle? You get dominated on the glass after he goes out. And I think it might be getting close, guys, where he's not only the third most important player on the team, him or PJ Washington, but it almost feels as big as when Kyrie is out, because right now Gafford's not playing the way that he did last year in the postseason, where he would come on at times and outplay Lively. He was an absolute animal, catching alley-oops, getting rebounds, getting loose balls, being active. But now Lively's game in the second year is so much bigger. His defensive presence, his ability on the glass, makes him the kind of player where projecting forward now between here and the All-Star break, if because we're talking about an ankle here where they had an X-ray.
Yeah,
and if it's that bad, it's got to be a pretty bad sprained ankle. I'm thinking maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks without. If him and Luka are out, guys, we're plunged back into a place missing 2 of your key players. And, I think we got to, really talk about what their path to victory is, because without Luka and Kyrie, okay, we have other guys that can score. Without Lively, your ability to win with defense and rebounding is just about totally eliminated.
100%. And a big reason why we've seen this team take that next step was because they finally got the bigs figured out, right? I mean, they really ascended as a team when they made the trade for Gafford. I guess he rolled the ankle in the Grizzlies game and then came back and played. So my only thought would be like the injury with the ankle. I don't know if they're trying to protect him at all there.
Yeah, I had somebody did reach back to me about this, and I was asking the questions that you just did, Dawson. With Lively being out, Gafford didn't play more than only 19 minutes, and the response I got from my sources over there was we didn't play him in the fourth because we play tonight. And we tried to play Kleba at the 5 for a few minutes in the third to see if we can make some threes.
Yeah.
He probably would have played 5 or 6 more in the fourth if the game had been closer.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the whole thing is, for them, yesterday was such a dud of a game.
Mm-hmm.
When Lively getting hurt, that really threw off any plans that they had with their lineup and how they were going to do some rotations and stuff like that. So that Lively injury early kicked it threw away some of their plans that they had in the game. So, but a little bit it had to do with because of the back-to-back tonight with Gafford and them needing him to play.
Well, hopefully Gafford steps up, and if Kleber's in the game, he's got to be making threes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
I mean, DeAndre Jordan was frustrating last night, though. I mean, when he's getting, Gafford in the pick and roll last night was bad, and maybe part of it is because of the mobility and the ankle, if he's still dealing with that. But DeAndre Jordan is dunking from the rafters. It was a turn back the clock game for DeAndre Jordan at times, and
he looks like he might permanently have a rolled ankle at times.
Yeah, and the rebounding, like even Gafford after the game, like he says, pretty much just physicality, lack of effort on my end. I got to be better. I got to be able to bring more energy. That's my job. Like It was not fun to watch him last night. Yeah, at times I was a basketball player that had to be high energy, right? And if you are a high energy guy and you're not, you're worthless. So that's it. Yeah, 4 rebounds for him last night. Some bad defense. He's got to step up. Kyrie Irving quote with the back. It's on and off. Got to be smart. I'm grateful I got the chance to go out and play tonight. But the quote is, I feel like I just hopped off the couch and decided to play an NBA game. That's about what it looked like. He was 4 of 18. Yeah. And in a night you failed to go over 100 with him taking that many shots, it really hurt you. But he said at first with his back, he couldn't put on his socks standing up. He says, I was getting a lot of uncomfortable feelings down my hamstrings and down my leg. I know a lot of people can empathize with that. Yeah, that's rough. Says dealing with a lot of uncomfortable stuff, but he says it's not bad to the point where I need surgery. So he is grateful for that.
Decompressing that thing, stem, ice. I mean, it's a tough place to be. I'll tell you, there's it's low when you're an adult grown man and you can't put on your own socks.
Yeah,
I've been there.
I've been there too, man.
Walchuk in college was literally putting my socks on before class at times. Like I can't bend over. Like I literally have to lay down and you have to put my socks on for me, friend. Are you down to do that?
Which is weird because you don't have your pants on at the time either. So
Right,
it's kind of uncomfortable.
Well, that was the only way I could get him to do it.
I wouldn't do it just on the grounds that you have mismatching socks.
Oh, that would have ticked you off. That just threw Walchuk for a loop as well. He got used to it.
To the point where I'm like, these socks don't match. I'm not making the effort to put them on him.
The OCD in you outshines the good friend in you.
At some point, you're just grabbing whatever's available.
It's kind of like how he does.
It's like, washed? Okay.
Yeah, just whatever's clean over there. Just got to put them on. They'll be fine.
For the most part, I'm wearing clean socks, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
How about the Stars getting
How
the
about
win?
them, baby?
How long of a losing streak had they had to Toronto?
7 games.
7
like
games.
3.5 years worth?
Yeah, they couldn't beat Toronto, and I think the big thing is not only did you get off the schneid against the Leafs, but Stanky got off the schneid too.
Yeah.
25 games in a row without a goal. That is crazy. Maybe this will be a spark. It was a little bit of a fluky one, but sometimes you need that. You need a little bit of puck luck.
Need a rain delay.
Yeah, exactly.
Need a rain out.
Going Stanky's way. The thing to be concerned about is Rope Hintz also left the game for the Stars yesterday very early on. He did not return. He's questionable moving forward. Again, we don't know what the injury is. They'll never tell us, but it was a collision with Austin Matthews. Did not look like that felt good. Wyatt Johnston got bumped up to the top line. Him and Jamie Benn, whenever on the same line together, I've really, really liked. I think Wyatt adds a little bit of pep for Jamie. So it was good to see with unbalanced lines they hadn't necessarily been playing with, that they still went out there and performed. But Duchesne continues to be a stud, and it was good for Stanky last night.
Yeah, Duchesne, Stankoven, the lads getting the job done. Okay, we'll get the job done here for you all the way until 7 o'clock this evening. Got Mike Sando coming up. He's with The Athletic now, right? Mike Sando, football insider for The Athletic at 3:20. He'll talk to us about, divisional weekend and everything going on with the Cowboys and more. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius. How's your G-Bag of the day?
Yeah, here we go. All right, man. I think this is day 3 for this right here. Day 3 for our winner. We go to the Cotton Bowl, the Pat McAfee broadcast of the Cotton Bowl. Tim Tebow jumped on the mic with those fellas, and he showed off his big QB brain to the whole world. He called for a QB sneak. He said, you know what? This game is lacking something. I can feel it. It needs a QB sneak, and it happened the next damn play.
You know, one other thing that we haven't seen today? We haven't seen a keep by Will Howard on a zone read when they think it's going to a Travion, a Quinshawn. That could be a really perfect time to pull that out too, because he's a capable runner. Just ask the Big 12 of what he did to him.
Travion Henderson's in the huddle.
Matthew McConaughey's losing his mind. He's asking the football gods in Texas Nation to come alongside with your voices. We need this one. A triple stamp and a double stamp here. Will Howard's making a check, so is the Texas defense. Will Howard, quarterback keeper. Good call, Tim Tebow. Will Howard stumbles.
You gotta keep your feet, young man.
Will Howard got tackled by the 20-yard line. Great call by you.
Great call.
But also,
It
great
is a
tackle.
great equalizer.
Great tackle.
Great tackle.
Great call by you, but also great tackle.
So they do that.
Quarterback tripped over his feet, by the way, for those that are not aware. Tripped over his feet on the
Lucius,
20-yard line.
They do that the whole game. They do the commentary down there the whole game.
Yeah, it was fantastic, bro. It was really good. He calls it the sideline pass?
Yes.
Pat McAfee's sideline pass.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah, it's legit, man.
I hate when I miss stuff like that.
Well, you can do it for the championship game.
the natty.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Okay.
Do you watch?
I'm back in.
Do you
Yeah.
watch the Amazon games on the alternative broadcast? It kind of looks like Madden a little bit. How they set the game up for you.
Oh, with all
They
the
kind of show you.
Yeah.
Should we?
I like it sometimes. Yeah, especially if I'm not like listening to the broadcast itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. This may be a 60 seconds on soccer right here.
Let's go.
This may be a 60 seconds. Arsenal lost to Manchester United in an FA Cup on Sunday. If anybody was paying attention to the footies. Anyway, they have a post game right there. They talked to a fan on the street.
Oh, gosh.
And, this is the English language. This is their language. They sound so eloquent when they use their language. You know what I mean? We sound funny. They sound good. Doesn't matter what they're talking about. They sound good.
Yeah.
They have dictation over their language.
They sound at least 10 IQ points higher than they actually are at all times.
At all times. It sounds kind of whimsical,
Yeah.
Sounds magical. Like they're casting a spell on you. Yeah, it sounds like they're casting a spell. This lady right here, she broke her team off proper. I think she's going for Arsenal, and she's not a fan of how that loss went down.
It was just a disgraceful performance. I don't want to hear people saying, oh yeah, let's protect the manager, let's back this. There's nothing positive to say today. That performance was disgraceful. I saw our captain today, who for games I've been saying, that's not a captain's performance. You step up, you take that penalty, you bury it. You're captain of your club.
Miss penalties.
No, you're captain of your club and country. We don't want to hear that. You get up there, you bury it. People saying, oh, the fans need to back you. How can I sing watching that? Just spent my hard-earned money.
You can miss penalties. It does happen.
No. But do you know what? I saw 5 United players today take every single one of their penalties. Professional, buried it. Not here doing this, trying to start. No, you bury it. Havertz today, abysmal, awful, dry, terrible. If we do not go in that January window, Kravitz-Skelly is out there. I'm seeing City trying to get Omar Mamouche. Guy scored 19 goals, about 12 assists. Go and get that guy. I'm watching Martinelli stink it up every week. I'm watching Trossard not even turn a flipping cross. You want to stick with that? I'm seeing Havertz. I would have scored that. Me and you would have scored that. With your shoulder, you can't even score. Your foot. You're a professional footballer. It's rubbish. It's awful. Sterling today, fair enough. The guy's not been given a chance. He came on. He did more than all 3 of them have done in the last 5 weeks. Go and get some. You care about you want to win the league. You want to try and get somewhere in the Carabao Cup. You want to try and win the Champions League. You go and get a striker. Simple as that.
Get a striker.
I'll tell you what, man. She knows her stuff.
She knows her stuff, dog.
God, if she called in the post-game show, I'd be like, man, thank you so much for that call.
Get this Gallon Arsenal podcast.
Wow.
She said all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Set us free. All 3 of them.
You bury it.
You bury it.
It's about 85% of the time.
Yeah. Gosh, that was good.
Professional footballer.
Yeah, professional footballer. You bury it. Bruv. Yeah, bruv.
Come on, bruv.
Eating it.
Brother.
Eating it. All right, what else we got right here? Oh, yeah, the AI Jerry Jones. AI Jerry Jones. On why he moved on from Coach McCarthy. This is vicious, whoever put this together.
I fired Mike McCarthy because he looks like a pork chop. And I hate that big-ass play call sheet he holds during games. We all know it's a Perkins menu. I'm not even sure we need a coach. Hell, maybe we already have a coach in mind. Maybe he's sitting right in front of you, half drunk on Johnny Walker Blue with only an Egg McMuffin in his belly and a pocket full of Dinger pills. Maybe he's 82 years old and needs his ass wiped from time to time, depending on how much Salisbury steak he's ate. Look, I'm going to do things my way, and my way is terrible. But if you don't like it, then tough, said the kitty, but the milk kept coming. Listen,
Well said.
I'm never going to die, motherfuckers. I drink 8 ounces of hog's blood every day, and I'm a vampire feeding off mass disappointment. So learn how to accept meaningless primetime games forever. What I'm looking for in our next head coach is someone that values analytics and also someone that lets me take he and his wife to a Hojo's and sit in the cuck chair.
Shout out to Hojo's for making the diss track. Now, Howard Johnson used to be the spot, boy. I tell you what.
It used to be the day.
It used to be the spot, Howard Johnson.
It used to be.
Get it cracking
good
over
meals,
there.
Good meals.
You run into people. Hey, what you doing over here?
I'm seeing from Google Dinger pills.
Yeah.
MDMA tablet. Really? I wasn't familiar.
I thought he was just talking about.
I think he was.
Blue chews.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
But who knows, Little man? of Jerry the, likes to party.
I don't know.
What are the funny gas station? What are the gas?
rhinos?
Yeah, the
Oh,
rhinos.
Yeah, I'll take a whole rhino and show out on you. I'll show. Hey, tell you. You won't see me for a good 2 weeks. You
Mess
like
with
that?
the
That
bull.
boy.
You're gonna get the horn.
That boy gave me whiplash. It's that rhino. Opened it up and took it too, right on the tongue and swallowed it. Popped up on your door. Eyes bloodshot red. Let's go. Let's go.
We got 4 hours.
I got the good stuff for you.
All right, is it Tim Tebow with the quarterback keeper call from Will Howard? Arsenal loses to United in the FA Cup and penalties. Get that Gala podcast, or is it AI Jerry Jones? That's my vote, Chief. How about you? Yeah. Same here. Lucius?
Shoot, yeah, I guess so.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, I got to go with AI Jerry.
Yeah.
Right.
Podcast lady.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's AI Jerry Jones on why he fired Mike McCarthy. He looks like an effing pork chop is how that clip opens up. That's pretty classic.
That's an attention getter. That's what they talk about.
Yeah, whatever it takes, man. Get the job done. Court attention at all costs.
You guys got dinger pills? You guys got any prescriptions? Am I being too nosy?
No.
I haven't reached that point yet.
Nah, man. You get it for a little boost, bro.
Yeah. See, okay.
Really? Just get it for a boost. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I need to dip into that. I really do.
I might have a couple on standby.
That's what I'm talking
You know what I'm saying? I just really do. In the special cabinet.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we going next, Chief?
Got that college football hump day darty for you, and among other things, we'll grade the halftime speeches. Freeman versus Day next in the nation.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. Coming up at 3 o'clock, your NFL news of the day. Right now, it's time to college football it up with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Quinn Ewers officially declaring for the draft. So I guess he was being super honest about the fact that he was going to push to the side potentially $4, $5, $6 million mercenary deals to go play with college football contender and boost the draft stock.
Very fortunate that he had a guy like Manning behind him, Arch Manning behind him. Arch Manning never made that really a rough situation for him, allowing him to play, and there was always going to be some questions and stuff, but you never heard Arch Manning publicly or anything say anything.
Patience, man.
He was always very supportive. And, Quinn Ewers is pretty fortunate that that type of guy behind him was able to allow him to play out this season at Texas and see what happens. They came up a little short, but and he's blessed because you usually get to a situation, there's always some kind of whispering going on, stuff like that. You never heard that from Arch.
No, not at all.
He did. He understood what he needed to do on the team. Good for him.
Okay, other college football housekeeping items here. Georgia running back, you have Trevor Etienne. He had apparently made it clear to coaches and stuff that he wanted to come back for one more year with Georgia and get his degree and fight for another title. But he has since changed course, and he has also declared for the draft. So Georgia loses their stud runner right there, which is going to be just another addition to what is a legendary, potentially running back class here in the draft. And then you guys will remember this name, but Washington football is set to hire Taylor Mays as the school's new safeties coach.
Yeah.
USC safety.
USC, yeah, he was just built like a brick S house. He's like 230 pounds,
Big
super
dude.
straight line fast.
Very straight line.
Blew up the combine from what I remember.
Heat-seeking missile and then just stunk, I think, with Washington.
Yeah, just couldn't really get it going.
At that time, the R-word team.
Yeah, second-round pick, 3-time All-American at USC, now the safeties coach with Washington. Okay, let's...
He's really big in that area of Washington. Like he supposedly recruited really, really well for USC up there, and so that was like another big get for them that they had a guy that had a track record of working well.
Well, they're losing all their guys to Bill at North Carolina.
Yeah.
Steve Belichick, and I saw there was another defensive coach that they had that is going to the Tar Heels as well, so they're having to restock a little bit. All right, let's go into the respective locker rooms of Notre Dame and Ohio State. We'll start with the Thursday night matchup, Notre Dame, Penn State. Notre Dame trailing at the half. Let's grade the halftime speeches. I only have a little snippet of each one, about 15, 20 seconds. This is like kind of the tail end before you're getting the team to run out of the tunnel and take the field for half number 2. Here's Marcus Freeman.
It's a 7-point game. We get the ball first. So just understand, that's all it is right now. Now, what do we have to do to change it? We got to be able to run the ball, right? We got to be able to run the ball, right? And we got to stop the run. That's all it is, man. We ain't about to panic. Ain't no need to be nervous. It's a fight. It's a 7-point ball game, and we get the ball first. It's a fight. Go out there and fight.
Lot of fight words dropped there. Run the ball, stop the run. No cursing needed. No. Get the guys amped. Let's go do this thing.
So, and actually, like when the sideline reporter came out for the second half, I talked to Marcus Freeman, and everything that's like kind of
run the ball, stop the run, and fight.
Yeah, exactly.
And
exactly
fight,
what
and
I said.
fight
exactly
some more,
what he said.
And fight and don't panic.
Yeah.
And fight.
Yeah, I like.
And you're
it.
only down 7, and you're only down 7.
Yeah.
And the thing about being down 7 is you're only down 7.
Just one score.
He hammered those points home, man.
Yeah, Holly Rowe was absolutely right what she said. Hey, they're going to come out and try and stop the run. They need to run the ball a little better. They're only down 7. Back to you, Kirk.
The thing that always impresses me, or the thing that stuck out to me, was there's no need to be nervous, and I think for a lot of those players in that moment at halftime down, you could easily get yourself psyched out like, wow, we're down at halftime, we've lost it, right? You're trying to inspire confidence and just to keep them in the present moment, because once you get nervous, you're going to start malfunctioning in a pretty big way.
Let me be nervous.
Coach Dawson, do you put a lot of stock in some of those halftime speeches to the girls before you take the field? The pitch, I should say.
Yeah. I feel like when you, the rare time where you absolutely nail it, you can see the results on the field, and if you screw it up, you can see the results on the field.
We got to get you. I mean, it's tough to do it to yourself, but we need somebody in there rolling. Because when we get one of those Dynamite Dawson halftime speeches to the 12-year-old soccer team and they go up and tear it up,
just roll on yourself, but cherry pick the good one.
Yeah,
I'll give
like,
you permission.
Let's get that in here.
Have you ever just told the girls we're about to get mauled today?
Yeah.
Have you like, hey, listen, it's not gonna be good today. We're probably gonna get beat. I want you just to play hard, and we'll see what happens. That kind of thing. Do you ever give that?
Spotted
speech?
one on the schedule just yesterday.
Oh, Did you?
But
we're in the Dallas Cup, right?
Yes.
So if we're in the Dallas Cup, are we gonna give a lot of mauled speeches, or are we gonna be okay?
We'll see by then. We got 4 months to work.
Like DC United and other.
Here's the Dortmund Club.
Yeah,
I don't know. I haven't seen a list, but it could be pretty nasty. Yeah, it'll be a great opportunity to test ourselves.
Somebody from Brazil, a team from Brazil.
Could happen. Yeah, maybe Real Madrid.
Wow, dude, it's gonna be tough sledding.
Yeah, all right.
That's exactly what the speech needs to be. This might be tough sledding today, ladies.
Yeah,
don't hang your heads out there.
Yeah,
those are some of the easiest games to coach too, because you don't worry about the score. You're like, let's just execute.
Have pride. You have two names. They have one.
Go the Micah Parsons route. Just take away the scoreboard, and then all of a sudden you start feeling good about moral victories.
Exactly.
All right, let's go into the Buckeye locker room at halftime, AT&T Stadium. Before they beat the Longhorns, here's Ryan Day.
It's their family against our family. And I know one thing. When you have family, you do everything you can to defend your family. Fight on 3, 1, go.
He went the family route on that one.
He went full Vin Diesel.
He tried to get, he did. He channeled his inner Dom Toretto and cranked out a hell of a second half for his guys.
See, and that's the advantage, I think, of coaching young men or boys, is you can get them with a speech like that. Yeah.
Just it's us versus them. It's your family versus theirs.
Yeah.
Go put food on the table, boys.
Yeah. You're not going to let them punk you, are you? That'll fire up a boy.
Absolutely. Dude.
You do that to a girl, she might roll her eyes at you and cry to her mom afterwards.
Whatever.
Speaking of NFL speech, I one time heard a coach say they're trying to break into our house. Like he gave that as a
paint that picture.
Yeah, you paint that. You got there, but there was a lot more to it.
That'll hit closer to home these days.
Yeah, but this coach said, "Hey, second half they are trying to break into our homes." You're
gonna let them in?
That's a little too real these days, though.
I know, but but there was more to it. I don't want to really get into it on the radio, but it was
sounds inspiring,
pretty graphic. Pretty graphic.
Yeah, I've gone there. React like they're trying to take your favorite toy when they're like 7 or 8. Your friend is trying to leave with your favorite toy.
Okay.
How would you react? Would you meander slowly over there, or would you be like, hell to the no? This ain't happening today, right?
You're going to haul ass over there and save that toy.
Yeah, you're going to save the toy, aren't you?
No, I like that.
Now it's imagine somebody is trying to take your phone.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Or that boba tea.
We all know.
I'll just get my parents to buy me another one.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
I think there's more to that one. Keep going with that impression.
No, I'm not going to go there.
All right.
I'm off the air. I'll tell you what the halftime speech was.
I wouldn't mind.
Pretty graphic.
All right. Here's the Buckeyes defensive coordinator. This is Jim Knowles, and he was asked basically in his presser to just take us through, describe those final 4 plays, that goal line stand that ends with Captain Jack Sawyer in the walk-off.
First play, we got into big people. Boom, stopped them. Ding, Second play, we were still in big people, and which leaves you vulnerable to some crack tosses and things. And our guys practiced it, and they read it, and Caleb Downs pulled his trigger exceptionally, and everybody rallied. Third play, we were in a red zone coverage that we haven't used before. So I think we had a good thing there, and Jack actually got pressure on that play, and we had all the routes covered. And then I decided to stay in the same call on the next play, and it worked.
So I love the idea of him pulling out a defensive play in the red zone that they had never shown before. That's obviously going to throw you for a loop.
New England in the Super Bowl against Seattle.
Perfect time.
Yeah.
It's about what it looked like.
It's about what it looked like. And then I love the confidence to be like, well, hell with it. Let's just double down. We'll go for it again. Yeah. And then you get the moment that is now going to live on forever in Buckeye history. Okay, now I also wanted to mention this.
So close.
couple of wide receivers as it pertains to the draft. I saw a tweet from Daniel Jeremiah about Texas's wide receiver Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
And he says he could easily be the best or the top wide receiver in this draft class.
True.
Disagree.
He's got it. I mean, when you start to talk about the receivers,
like more than Travis Hunter. Well, I guess you like Travis Hunter more as a corner, don't you?
We got Travis Hunter playing corner. If Travis Hunter's a wide receiver, he's going to be the best receiver in this.
Yeah,
draft.
I like Hunter more as a receiver than Golden. I like Ted McMillan more than Golden.
Yeah.
And then
Arizona guy,
I think Golden's in the conversation with Ibuka and Burden.
Yeah, kid's got a lot of talent. I'll tell you what, the kid Williams from TCU.
Yeah, Savion.
Savion. I keep seeing clips of him being a monster.
He's a big boy.
Wasn't it weird that Golden's not playing through a sprained ankle? He's over there on the sideline like, yep, can't go. I mean, come on. This is for a trip to the championship. Your team is struggling for the majority of possessions, moving the ball. And then you go out there and you do play a couple of plays.
Yeah.
Make a couple of catches.
Man, I tell you what, and I understand what you're saying.
Downgraded.
No, but every time they needed a big play on third down, you could watch his tape all season long when they needed a play.
But he's going to be hurt.
Ball went
this
his
is
direction.
I got to be 100% to play guy.
And there's things. I don't think that's the case. I think that, to me, that you're in a situation when you watch this kid play. If you watch him game after game after game, he was like, everybody talked about Bond, the other receiver. He was clearly the best receiver on Texas' squad. And when they and I'm just saying this, when they had to have a play, like, he didn't let them down. I mean, he found ways to get open. He found ways to separate. He found ways to contort his body, get his feet down, hurt, not hurt, whatever. But he makes a ton of plays. I
he
think
watched his team for a half.
I think whoever
struggled
drafts
to score,
him is going to get a really, really good receiver.
He was clearly fine.
I think
he watched his team struggle for a half. He plays that whole game. Maybe they win, Brian.
Yeah. I don't. I'd love to have the kid here, and I'll talk about him every week after a game on the post game, and talk about a positive, a player that I think can really
He's
help
very, very talented. He's a good receiver.
Win a game.
There might be some character stuff.
Yeah.
Wouldn't at least one scout in the building have my back on this though? Like, hey, we need more toughness than that, don't we? We got to look into this. Let's talk to some of his coaches, see how much of an issue this might be. NFL News Today coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, what did Kellen Moore have to say about this Eagles opening? We've got Jason Garrett talking Dak Prescott, and do you want to tick off Jet fans? Well, go ahead and hire this coach. That's next.
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jeff. My name's Jeff. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zachary.
Let's hit it. Robert Saleh is going to get an interview with the Dallas Cowboys. If you missed that, did see a pretty strong nugget. This was the graphic that Fox used in their final game of the season for the Jets. Defensive ranks for New York before and after the Saleh firing in Week 6. Yards per play, they were number 1 in the NFL. After, just 10th. Yards per pass attempt, 2nd in the NFL, 26th after he was fired. Opposing yards per game, 2nd in the league, dropped to 15th after him being fired. And points per game defensively allowed, 5th in the NFL, dropped to 28th after he was fired. So the impact Robert Saleh had for sure on the defense of the New York Jets, they felt his loss. So if he comes in here, at least you should really feel good about the way the defense is going to play, maybe how he utilizes Micah Parsons. And the big thing for me would be, all right, who is your offensive coordinator hire? Does it end up being, hey, we'd like to kind of push you a Doug Nussmeier route because Dak likes him? Or does Robert Saleh bring in his own guy? And I'm just connecting dots. I know he's got a good relationship with Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. He was with them after he got fired, consulting and helping out a little bit. Mike LaFleur, brother of Matt, offensive coordinator with the Rams. Does that make sense to go ahead and steal him off of that Sean McVay pipeline? Maybe.
That's way better than any Kellen Moore ideas that people are getting cooked up right now. That's for dang sure.
Really, yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, I think this is why I would love the Mike Zimmer idea most, because it kind of gives you a clean slate on offense, and I'd love to see, what kind of guys they could go out there and find for the OC role, maybe more than the head coach.
Yeah. I mean, I think what goes on, and we'll talk with Mike Sando coming up on the other side. He, I think, had an interesting article in his Pick 6 about, offensive coordinators as coaches. So he can address that, but this would be, hey, you bring in a defensive guy, and then I think you've seen a track record of success with some of these defensive coaches that do end up making a really good offensive coordinator hire.
Yeah, I was sitting there thinking that maybe, because if you got Aaron Glenn, I was thinking about Mark Brunell, being the quarterback coach who'd been with Ben Johnson for 4 years. Mm-hmm. So, Mark was... That's
going to be fascinating, right? Between Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson and fighting over maybe who they take.
Yeah. I mean, there's going to be... and I think that it would be easier, I think, for Aaron Glenn to get Mark Brunell to leave, because Mark then would call the plays here. Whereas if he goes with Ben Johnson, he's not going to be the play caller, I believe.
Point.
So I think that's why you have a chance.
All right, so on to Kellen Moore. He is, of course, wearing his Eagles shirt because he's getting ready for divisional playoff game here with the Packers, which, by the way, forecast is we're going to get a snow game, boys. It's going to be snowing there and filthy for this game between Packers or between Rams and Eagles. So I don't know if that's good news for the Rams or not, but it is good news for us because the aesthetic is absolutely the aesthetic. I can't say this word. I said aesthetic.
Yeah, you did. It's not so much
it's
as
aesthetically
as it is like S.
Aesthetically.
Aesthetically pleasing.
Man, that's a tough one. I
should be ass though. I like how ass rolls a little bit better.
Like the litness,
aesthetics.
Yeah. We're just creating our own words here in the G-Bag Nation.
I think that the snow would favor the more physical team though.
Yeah, I wonder, like the Rams an indoor bunch. I think that would probably hurt them, but they do run the football really well, and the defensive line is kicking ass right now. So maybe that can travel.
Matthew Stafford, he's got a cannon of an arm.
He does.
That thing's going to cut through,
pierce through that wind.
Give me Hurts, Barkley, and that offensive line though in the snow, and I don't know if anybody's beating me.
Okay, let me throw this little factoid at you though. Sean Smith, and it's Sean with the W. He's referring to the Eagle. He's refereeing. God, this is a bad segment for me.
Should we just restart?
Can
we run this? Is this live?
I don't know if this is podcast setup or not, but this is a bad day. I am so sorry for everybody listening. I'm going to go just wash my mouth out with soap after this segment and try and just regroup. Eagles have not won a game with this dude officiating in all their games since 2023. They're 0-3 with Sean Smith.
Ooh, we call that a trend.
So I'm hoping this can end up being good for the Rams here. Rams house. Whose house?
Rams house.
That's my guy. Here's Kellen Moore on the Cowboys gig, though.
I mean, obviously, I spent a lot of time there, 8 years there, and so obviously have plenty of relationships about that place. And so, I love it here. I've had so much fun here. It's been a really fun process, and we're in a really special situation right now. Getting the chance to play this Sunday, have a chance to make a run at this thing, and that's really all you worry about. Everything else is what it is, and we'll see where it takes you.
Sounds like he's very open to the idea.
Very excited.
If you didn't know any better, if I told you that was the 19-year-old Brick Johnson who runs the Jets, you'd be like, that might be.
It's Brick.
That could be him. Other than the fact that he's talking about winning where he is right now, which, of course, wouldn't be happening with the Jets. But I have some really damning numbers and evidence on Kellen Moore and this Eagles offense. And we'll talk about that in football's finest today.
That is what we call a tease, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Great work by you. All right, Bears are conducting an in-person interview with Mike McCarthy this afternoon. Might be going down as we speak. According to Courtney Cronin of ESPN, Chicago flew McCarthy in a private plane, which isn't something they typically do. So they're breaking out the red carpet here for our guy, Mike McCarthy. They want him in Chicago.
I didn't even know the McCaskies could afford that.
I think they were in a situation where they were embarrassed during the last coaching situation, the last coaching hire, that they made Dan Quinn fly private, I believe. I mean, not private, commercial.
Coach.
And they took some heat for that. And so maybe this is how we're circling back and chartering some planes and stuff like that to get our coaches around.
But we haven't heard about chartered planes for the other candidates that they're interviewing, right?
So far, no.
We haven't heard about it.
Haven't heard about it. It's very possible. Maybe they are sending planes. But as of now, Courtney is saying this is a rare occurrence.
They were embarrassed by it last year.
You embarrassed?
They were embarrassed.
It's a historic day as well. Not a good day for the Cowboys. They are no longer the winningest franchise in terms of win percentage in the history of the National Football League. The Ravens have now surpassed the Dallas Cowboys. Ravens have the most win percentage in the sport, followed by the Cowboys, the Packers, the Chiefs, and the Dolphins at number 5.
Perhaps even more impressive because the Ravens have compiled so much of it in the salary cap era across multiple different quarterbacks. The Cowboys made a lot of their hay before the salary cap even kicked in.
They did. Okay, we played some of Jason Garrett yesterday with Kevin Clark, and here is more of Jason Garrett talking about Dak, his evaluation of him as a quarterback, and he makes a very interesting comparison to a former Hall of Famer. What do you think about this from Jay Jeezy?
Quarterbacks in so many ways, their performance can be a reflection of what's going on around them.
Yeah.
And when the Cowboys have run the ball well and played good defense, Dak Prescott has played at a really high level. Now, he'd be the first to tell you there have been some disappointments in the playoffs, right? I mean, legacies are made by winning playoff games and winning Super Bowls. We get all that. But, there have been a lot of great players in this league playing that position who early on in their career and had some struggles. And then when they broke through, they broke through. And typically they broke through because the team around them had gotten better. I think about John Elway, one of the greatest players ever to walk. For years, John Elway would take the Denver Broncos and put them on his shoulders and take them through the playoffs into the Super Bowl. And they'd have these disappointing losses. And they did because they weren't as good as the team they were playing. And then when they got better and they got Terrell Davis and they running the football and all of that, all of a sudden John Elway's holding the trophy over his head. Peyton Manning, similar arc, some other guys. So, I think it's important to recognize that it's a team game.
Yeah.
Everybody's a part of it. And when the team around Dak, like any quarterback, has gotten better, he's played at a really, really high level. And there's no reason to think he can't do that for the rest of his career.
I appreciate that. I think your goal as a team should be to find a guy that is taking you to on a playoff run, maybe even making the Super Bowl when the surroundings around him aren't the best. And when you finally do get that complete team, he's giving you a great opportunity to win it all, right? I figure once you've gone to the playoffs multiple times with a pretty dang good team, number 1 seed, number 2 seed, and you're getting mopped before things really get juicy, that's a clear sign to me, that your quarterback's not the guy. I just feel like the Cowboys have settled way too much post Troy Aikman.
They did. And now the problem is he's not that guy. I mean, I saw a nugget, Josh Allen from NFL on CBS, only quarterback in NFL history to be named first or second team All-Pro over the last 15 years without an All-Pro teammate. So that's talking about talent around Josh Allen. That's a guy that is taking a team that he's clearly the best player and finding ways to maintain success. I think you can definitely see Dak's talent around him has just been deteriorating at a rapid rate over the last few years. This team is nowhere near as good talent-wise as it was as a roster.
But let's do this thought experiment real quick, okay? What if you had a great defense, right? And a defense that's going to hold a good playoff team to 17 points or 23 points, somewhere in that range, right below average.
You have had that.
Yeah.
In a couple of those Niners games, your defense showed up.
Yeah, they allowed 24 and 19 points.
Then I'm going to give you the 2016 offensive line and 2016 Zeke.
Yes.
Dak's going into the playoffs with, let's say, that and a great X receiver and then a pretty good secondary receiver, whether that's prime Michael Gallup or prime Terrence Williams or something, a pretty good second receiver. And, Dalton Schultz or something at tight end. How far is that team going in your guys' mind? Is that winning the Super Bowl?
I think I think you can get to a conference championship game finally with that. 100%.
Okay, with a great defense, great running game, really good passing weapons.
Yeah, because you were on the fringe in
NFC
16.
title game.
You were on the fringe, but you had no defense. I can't put him anywhere past the NFC title game because that's a tremendous achievement for Dak and this team right now. They might be able to get all the way to the Super Bowl, but that's what they need to do with Dak. That's why, I advocate for running back in Dallas. If we're doing this for the Rams or the 49ers, I'm talking about another organization, I wouldn't advocate for running back at 12. I will here because that is, in my opinion, a huge help to your quarterback. I've got to look at this from a Cowboys lens. Best way to help Dak Prescott, take the pressure off him. Find a way to run the damn football so he doesn't have to be Superman. And then, yes, let's put a ton of resources on the defense and help him. But I want to limit Dak's risk here. And I don't know now, as a pocket passer, how good is he going to be? What made Dak special was outside the pocket, being able to extend plays early on in his career. He was that guy that could steal you a first down here and there. You don't have that guy anymore. And Dak's game's never been from winning within the pocket. I don't want my offense relying on Dak Prescott anymore. I need a bell cow. I need somebody I can feed and give the rock 20 to 25 times a game, and I know it's the focal point of my offense, and relieve Dak Prescott of that goal.
I don't think they can win a Super Bowl without a difference-making head coach. I don't. I just don't think they can.
Totally.
I think that you have to, in these games, these championship games, these conference championship games, you have to be willing to do things. I think that you look at what Dan Quinn's been able to do, the way he trusts his team. That's a defensive coach. Usually they play conservatively, not try and put his defense in harm's way. Keeps going for it. Knows he's got the personnel. I need a difference maker head coach. Until I hire one of those, I don't think the Cowboys will ever win a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, Mike McCarthy did win one, but kind of to my point, that was with Aaron Rodgers,
right?
Who
a
was
difference-making quarterback
playing at a Hall of Fame level.
And the problem is, if it's going to take a difference-making head coach, then as long as Jerry Jones is here, this team's never winning a Super Bowl because he doesn't believe that. He doesn't think you need a difference-making head coach.
I've just, if you told me what this team has to do, this hire might be the most important that Jerry Jones has ever made because of his advancing age. And the fact that he can't go through this again. He's got to get this one right if they're going to have any opportunity. But he better go out and get a difference-making coach. That's just.
I hope he does.
If he goes out and gets just a guy, we'll be talking about hiring another coach in 5 years.
Right. And what do you expect him to do? Probably get a guy.
What? Just get a guy? I hope not. I mean, I'm hopeful that he realizes where he's at right now. That just getting a guy is not going to be good enough here.
I'm praying for the same thing. This is interesting from Connor Hughes. The Giants had a day 2 grade on Shedeur Sanders last year, if he had it declared. And now you're looking at number 3 overall. Are they even going to be in position to get him? So I wonder how the evaluation for Shedeur has changed, having another year of tape at Colorado. But he was a 2 for him last year. So maybe he jumped up and has a 1 this year. The other news of note
played
here,
better though. If you look at the team overall, played better.
The team was much better.
Yeah,
the team and he was better. I do think he showed a lot of progression. NFL Insider is predicting Woody Johnson is going to absolutely enrage Philadelphia or New York Jet fans. Okay, they want
more than he already has.
Even more. They want Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn supposedly wants them. We'll see how that ends up happening. But according to Dan Graziano, Arthur Smith is a candidate that is of supreme interest to Woody Johnson.
I know he was the last time they went around and they hired Saleh. Smith was one of their final candidates.
I just don't get it, man. Like, what did Arthur Smith do in Atlanta to warrant another head coaching opportunity?
Billionaire dad to billionaire friend.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, because he's the FedEx family. Arthur Smith
Fred
is.
Smith.
Yeah.
Fred Smith. FedEx.
Yeah, I don't know how you could see that. I mean, I don't
watching the Steelers.
To be
like,
fair,
that's gonna make me yay.
I don't think that's much worse, if worse at all, than Kellen Moore. Yeah. I mean, we can laugh at them for doing that.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
that's what Kellen Moore's the exact same.
You
thing.
hired Kellen Moore here. I'm just expecting more of the same.
Final thing, Colts announced as the designated team for the 2025 NFL game in Berlin. So they're going to sacrifice a home game, go play in Germany. We'll see who they end up playing when the schedule is released. It's later and later every year now. So maybe it'll be in May, June. I don't know when the schedule will come out anymore. It's crazy what
they have no respect for some of these fans. They gave who did they give? Was it Germany that they gave the Giants and the Panthers to this year?
Yes.
Like, hey, we don't care about you.
Now it came down to
throwaway
overtime.
game.
It's an overtime game.
It was a competitive game.
Yeah.
But bad team.
If you had no context for what the sport was,
they do. They have a lot of context.
But they do have context.
They do. They have a lot.
They must be a little ticked. Like, really, we're gonna get Anthony Richardson tapping out of a game. That's what you're inviting to us. You're probably gonna make the opponent the Jags. Like, here you go, Berlin. Enjoy.
Well, the Jags are already playing in London, so you can't do that.
Yes, you can. It's the Jags.
They love overseas football.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
NFL News Today, every day, 3 o'clock here on The Fan. Mike Sando, NFL Insider for The Athletic, joins you next here in the nation. Are you ready?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Welcome back, G-Back Nation. What is the mistake teams should avoid when hiring coaches, if you could boil it down to something? Our next guest has thoughts on that and more. Mike Sando of The Athletic. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. You can jump online at frankelfirm.com. The news today, Cowboys having interest in Robert Saleh, the former Jets coach, along with the report of Deion Sanders yesterday. Is that the only two we have so far that have been confirmed, I guess you would say?
Yeah. I know Josina Anderson is talking about that they're further along and they're just not, nobody knows about it yet. And I was just texting with Jane Slater and talking, and she and I are just trying to working on some names and stuff, but nothing, I'm like, is Josina on to something here? And she's like, no, this, kind of the things that we've been reporting the last couple of days seem to be where they're at right now. So, we'll just, keep digging on this thing. But, Josina seems to think that they're further along on their possibly of their names that they're looking at right now.
Let's kick this around while we get Mike Sando on the line here, one of our favorite NFL writers. Last time we had him on, we were talking fight, weren't we? It was Tyson and Paul, and you had some great insights on that as well. But to you guys, what's the one mistake to avoid?
Well, there's certainly a handful. I think just going with somebody that and that's really all. Like, that's the main qualification. I know this guy. There's so much of I know this guy, so you got the job at every level of the NFL. And for the head coaching job, I think sometimes it's like biases clearly show, oh, I was a roommate with him at Boston College in 2003. Sure, let's go ahead and give him the job.
I mean, it's amazing to get to work with your friends, and you haven't seen these people, but you know them, you believe in them. There's a lot of stuff you like about them, so it might be a blind spot for you. Like you like them so much, you have so much respect for them that you don't consider other people. But it is amazing when you see a long lost friend and now you get to, so I get it, and I think that's why, you have to defend against that yourself or maybe have somebody else in the building that can steer you away from that.
Yeah. And sometimes that when you interview a guy or a gal and they're in a very successful organization, they might not have been a reason for the success of the organization. And then all of a sudden you're now saying just because that's a Patriots coach or just because that's a 49ers coach or that's a Rams coach, that guy or gal is going to be successful. There's some people that these organizations have. I was a part of an organization in Green Bay where every one of the guys were general managers. John Dorsey's, John Snyder's, and stuff. That's no guarantee that I was going to ever be a general manager. If I'd stayed or something like that. But there's sometimes you're part of a group and you're part of the group. But just because you were part of the group doesn't mean that you're going to be able to navigate, being a successful general manager or coach, just being a part of that group. And I think that's where we get, we should have seen it over the years with all the Belichick hires.
Oh, yeah.
You should also look at what's going on with the Ravens, with all the Ozzie Newsome hires. They've had guys that have gone off, George Kokanis, Phil Savage, gone on and wrecked organizations.
Yeah.
Just because they were from the Ravens doesn't mean they're going to know personnel.
I mean, mentoring is so important, and I feel like Sean McVay is really, really good at it. Maybe Andy Reid is good at it, kind of explaining to your guys who are serving you, what is my thought process on this and what's my mindset when I'm evaluating things or looking for opportunities. And those can be massive light bulb moments. And on top of that, I think the guys that have the great coaching trees also are the best at finding new candidates. And as they're interviewing people, they're looking for traits that they share with them. And if you can find those and get that combination together, I do think it's very powerful. But you're right, you have to pay attention, like which coaching trees are working, right? Mm-hmm. In the late 80s, early 90s, you were brilliant if you picked somebody off of Bill Walsh's, right? Now, over the last 2 decades, you really had to be messing up if you kept taking Bill Belichick dudes. And now, if you're not tracking all of Sean McVay's employees, down to their film assistants, I think you're doing your organization a big disservice.
Andy Reid has had some misses here.
Has he?
He has. Matt Nagy was a miss.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Bieniemy was a miss. Mike Kafka, a miss with the Giants.
Yeah, maybe Andy Reid wasn't the best example.
Well, I think the two guys that probably...
I'm just saying, I'm just kind of thinking of these, when you start to think about overall successful, sometimes it is the person you get fortune, you hire the right guy or the right gal, but then when they go off on their own and they try and implement, they don't have a plan. I'm fascinated to see what happens at North Carolina with Mike Lombardi and also with Bill Belichick. I want to see if their thing actually really works.
So is Saban on Belichick's coaching tree? Does that count? Like I Googled it. They put Saban on there. You also have Brian Flores, Mike Vrabel, but then you have Mangini and Bill O'Brien and Josh McDaniels, and those are laughable. You could go back to the Paul Brown coaching tree with Shula, Walsh, and Chuck Noll. Yeah. That one was pretty good, but there haven't been a lot of great ones. Marty Schottenheimer's pretty good. Mike McCarthy's on that one, along with Tony Dungy, Bill Cowher, and Bruce Arians.
I think Mike Holmgren and Mike Shanahan. Those two have their and Shanahan's got his fingerprints all over the league right now. Those were two that it seemed like, hey, I mean, you were with a bunch of them under Mike Holmgren. That was a special crew.
That deal, that crew that Shanahan had at Washington.
Yep.
All those young coaches.
All head coaches now, and all really good.
All really good coaches, yeah.
So, I mean, McVay does seem like the current guy. Most of his guys have gone out and had some success. There's been some misses, Brandon Staley being one of them. We'll see how Raheem Morris does. But he's also done a fantastic job at retooling and reloading that staff. So, I do think that's one thing when you're looking at a head coach. Sometimes we kind of just get the blinders on where we're looking at like our team coming up. I mean, ideally, if you're hiring a head coach, I'm hiring a guy that's going to be here for a foreseeable future. So, I mean, I know my thinking is like, well, I'm locked up on Dak for 4 years. I'd like to get a guy that can help Dak Prescott. But again, that shouldn't mean I've got to hire an offensive guy. Maybe I interview an Aaron Glenn and he tells me, hey, I've got a good plan for the offense here too. Like just hire the best coach for the job. Yeah. Don't go into it with, I've got to get a defensive mind. I've got to get an offensive mind. I mean, hell, what Harbaugh's done as a special teams coach has been absolutely outstanding, and he saw that offense wasn't really working, went and got Todd Monken, and now Lamar Jackson's about to win possibly his third MVP. It's incredible.
Well, so I guess since Sando's not going to be able to join us right now, maybe later we'll get a chance to ask him about it, but I'll go ahead and spill what he had here for you. He says, with the hiring cycle for head coaches gaining momentum, here's a friendly reminder for teams tempted to chase hot offensive play callers. Do not fool yourselves. Okay? He says teams seeking new head coaches absolutely should consider the most successful offensive minds, Ben Johnson and Todd Monken and Cliff Kingsbury. But here are the head coaches with the top 5 EPAs in the NFL this season. It's Harbaugh with the Ravens, McDermott with the Bills, a couple of defensive guys. Dan Campbell, not known primarily for his play calling, doesn't call plays now. Todd Bowles has never called offensive plays, and Dan Quinn, obviously a defensive coordinator type of guy. So how do you reconcile that, Chief?
Well, I would say for some of those, if you get a transcendent quarterback, a lot of this stuff can solve itself. Like Dan Quinn right now with Jaden Daniels, that's going to help you a ton. But look what happened to Dan Quinn in Atlanta. He had Kyle Shanahan for a year or two, and the offense was humming.
Yeah.
After Kyle Shanahan's gone, now what is Dan Quinn providing for you?
Yeah.
Thank God he's got Jaden Daniels right now doing a lot of heavy lifting, and that's certainly the nature of the beast. Is Andy Reid what he is right now without Pat Mahomes? Well, of course not. Doesn't mean he's not a great, awesome coach, but until you get Mahomes, you're not going on any type of runs. You can get as much out of Alex Smith and Donovan McNabb as you want, but you get the transcendent core. John Harbaugh, there you go. I mean, you get you Lamar Jackson, that's going to help things. Sean McDermott, you have Josh Allen, and even they have gone through spells where we got to figure out with our offense here, how many offensive coordinators do we have to go through? But when you have, if you're going to have, as long as that coach, the defensive-minded coach, is bringing his stuff to the table, the defense has to stay strong. Yeah. Defense better be rock freaking solid, because as soon as the defense starts to slip, now what are you doing for me? So you better have that always buttoned up if you're the defensive coach, and you're gonna have to cycle through some things offensively more than likely until you find the right guy, and hopefully you have the transcendent quarterback. But you got Todd Bowles in there. Does anybody have any fear of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers doing anything? No, that's fine. Their EPA was great. Well, that's because they got an awesome play caller. He's about to lose them. So what's going to happen to Todd Bowles after that?
They got a
I don't know.
quarterback playing well, too.
Well, Todd Bowles did do a good job of hiring back-to-back coordinators. Dave Canales, and then maybe he's got another guy. I don't know. Liam Cohen.
Yeah.
So that Bowles does deserve some credit for that. Like, you need to be able to identify as the head coach who to fill in.
But you're also Todd Bowles, and your defense is slipping.
Sure.
Right? Now the Buccaneers
And
were like, your
that's on
defense
him.
isn't even any good.
Yep, that's on him.
But the head coach doesn't have to be a great offensive mind. You need great offensive talent or a great offensive mind somewhere in your organization. And I think to Chief's point, it's like if you make that guy the head coach, you don't have to worry about losing him to another team. If you get that right, maybe it's more permanent.
Yeah, I'll take my chances with Ben Johnson, and maybe he's useless in front of the room, and maybe he's got no interpersonal player connection, and all that stuff could be the demise of him. I will risk it with he is clearly the most forward-thinking offensive mind in the sport right now. I'll take my chances on that, and if it doesn't work, fine. But it's so inexact. You never know which one of these guys is really going to click. No one thought Harbaugh in Baltimore would be here as long as he has.
Yeah. 17 years.
No one thought Doug Peterson was winning a Super Bowl with the Eagles.
Yeah, I think the thing with these defensive coaches, if I was a defensive coordinator that got a head coaching job in the NFL, I would try and hire every son of a gun that I had problems with during the season. I'd go and look at the teams that really gave me problems on defense, and I would hire those. I would look at their staffs and say, okay, who do they got, and what do they know? That's because if they're stopping me and giving me problems or moving the ball on me, then they can move the ball, I think, on anybody else. So that's, if I was a defensive coach, I would be looking at all those guys that gave me problems.
All right, time now for some Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some tiers of possible coaching hires. I'm going to play a game with my guys and see who they would hire. We'll do that next.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. We have an NFL mock draft fund coming up at 4 o'clock. Dane Brugler has a 2-rounder for you, Brian. Thought you'd appreciate that.
Jeez.
It's time now for Krusty's
How did I miss
Corner.
that?
I don't know.
You missed it?
I missed it. How did I miss that?
Figure you know all about it already.
Good size mock for this time of year.
Yeah. I did a 3-round one the other day.
2 deep? You went 3?
Well, I saw one that was 3 rounds.
I'm sure other people are doing it, but they don't do it quite like Dan does.
No,
He's putting a lot
Dane-
of thought and love and care into these.
Does Dane ever reach out to you and ask you where you think guys should go?
I'm not on that level yet with Dane.
He hits me and Dawson up all the time.
I'll tell you what, I'd hit Dawson up for his defensive back evaluations and the tackle evaluations.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah.
He's
got
got
the
Let's
kicks.
ride.
He's got
I'm
the
ready to check in on that Cowboys draft show. You let Derek and then
Dawson's
guys
got the
go.
goods.
Kick sliding and all that. Hey, by the way, real quick, the old guy wants to, is TikTok really going away? Is that really going to happen?
I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it. It seems like a negotiation to get what they want out of it, but who knows?
Yeah, I've seen, like, if you currently have the app won't go anywhere. But it might end up being where you're no longer able to download the app.
So is it like, does it update? Like I like the cooking stuff's on there. I like the shorts of the cooking things.
There's a lot of fantastic things.
It's not going to update that anymore?
I mean, all the platforms have a version of TikTok now, though, so I don't really know.
Like
if that big of a
Instagram
deal.
Reels, I guess that's supposed to be similar.
YouTube has the shorts. Twitter has the shorts. Just scroll on videos.
Okay. Just, man, I miss it if they don't show cooking stuff.
I saw, multiple people are offering to buy it, to keep it in America.
Billions?
So
Elon Musk.
might be
Elon
changing
Musk.
hands.
Yeah,
I saw
wants
Mr.
to
Beast
jump in.
offer it.
Ooh, Mr. Beast too. Let's go.
Is it billions?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Could imagine billions for TikTok.
All right.
Because of China.
I've got an exercise for you guys, if you don't mind hanging along with me here, playing along with me
Let's
here.
hang.
I've got a list of coaches, and I broke them down into categories. I've got, and I want to thank Derek Eagleton for this, because we did this today on the break on DallasCowboys.com. But I think it's really cool. I've got a list of the various coaches, and I've got them broken down into categories. And I've got in-house, former NFL head coaches, NFL coordinators, and then college coaches. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around the room here if I could. And I'm ask you, who do you want, but who do you think realistically is going to be the guy out of this group?
Okay.
So I'm gonna go through the names, and then I want you to tell me who you think you want, and then who you think realistically it would be out of this group. Okay?
All right.
We're good?
Let's do this.
Chief, I'll start with you since you're sitting over there pondering things.
Yeah.
In-house. In-house. Let me read them.
Just thinking about dinner.
In-house, Mike Zimmer, Al Harris, Brian Schottenheimer, Bones Fossil. Give me who you would like out of that group and who could realistically be the coach out of that group.
I think it's the same answer. I would go Zimmer. I mean, I would prefer Zimmer out of those guys.
Okay, so you prefer Zimmer.
And I think that's probably the more likely route they would go. He's a guy who's been there, done that. It keeps the continuity defensively. Micah certainly would be happy about it. And Mike Zimmer was a solid head coach for many years.
How about you there, Wooly? In-house, Zimmer, Al Harris, Schottenheimer, Bones Fossil. Realistically, or who do you like? Or both?
I think realistically, I do think out of those, I'd lean Schottenheimer. I would prefer Zim. There. He's been a head coach before. He's got experience. He got the most out of Micah. I thought he showed that he can get a little bit more out of Micah than what DQ even did, which is saying a lot. The defense was trending in a positive direction the second half, allows you to keep some continuity. So I'd go Zim, but for whatever reason, I think Dak might be trying to make a push for Shoddy here.
Like it. Dawson.
Yeah, I think it's Zimmer is the answer for both. For me, the only other thing I could see realistically happening or could happen would be Schottenheimer. It's a guy with a lot of experience. I feel like he's got the energy and he's at the podium like a head coach. I think he'd be a good face maybe for a team that's maybe continuing to rebuild. Maybe you want to give a chance to a guy like that. And if Dak likes him, you continue with that. But I think Zim as head coach with Schottenheimer maybe as OC, has a high degree of probability to it as well.
Yeah,
one of the things I've been thinking about too with the Schottenheimer stuff, I think a realistic combination is Pete Carroll, head coach, Schottenheimer's your OC.
Here we go.
Like they had in
All right,
Seattle.
I think that's very real.
Here's category 2, former NFL head coaches.
Okay.
Pete Carroll, Ron Rivera, John Gruden, Doug Peterson, Robert Saleh. Wooly, I'll start with you. Coach who you would want out of that group and who would be the realistic one, you think?
Name them again.
Pete Carroll, Ron Rivera, John Gruden, Doug Peterson, Robert Saleh.
Okay. Who I would want out of this, oh, goodness gracious. I don't want Ron. I don't want John. I don't think I want Doug, even though I don't think Doug's as bad as he looked in Jacksonville. It comes down to Pete or Rob. I think I would want Rob. I think realistically out of this group, I do think it would be Pete Carroll. I think Pete Carroll could come in here and give a really good interview, much like Mike McCarthy did, and he checks off a ton of boxes, at least Jerry said 5 years ago that he wanted. Head Super Bowl winning experience, head coaching experience, he's a winner. He's won everywhere he's been. Does he have some kind of like a boring, like old school approach on game day with his decision making? 100% he does. He's not going to be super aggressive. I like Saleh getting a second chance. I'd like to see what kind of staff he could put together. And he's used to drama. Hell, he handled it with the Jets. But I think realistically out of that group, I'd go Pete Carroll.
How about you there, Dawson?
Out of that group, I want to see where the Robert Saleh thing could go with this defense. Okay. I think you got a lot of pieces. And yes, who he would hire, right? The experience working with San Francisco's coaching staff, I think, could potentially spell glory for your offensive coaching staff. We shall see on that. Is that realistic? I don't know. I think probably out of those names, well, I hope Gruden's not realistic for the Cowboys. I think for one reason or another that would get blocked, so I'd go with Ron Rivera.
Okay. How about you, Chief?
I think the most likely, clearly Saleh's getting interviewed. I think that's very likely. The other one would be Pete Carroll that I think they would absolutely be interested in. The Schottenheimer connection, keeping continuity to some extent with the offense. Hey, Schottenheimer, now you're not just the OC, you're actually the OC that's calling plays, familiarity with Pete Carroll. And for all the reasons you mentioned, Wolchuk, about why they would like Pete Carroll, I think that is very, very real. I would prefer Saleh. I know his defense works versus today's offenses. And like Dawson mentioned, I think the guys that he could go get, the young offensive minds, he's from the Shanahan, McVay, LaFleur kind of group. Mm-hmm. I think he could actually do something with the OC that would be much better than Schottenheimer.
All right, how about the NFL coordinators? We have Kellen Moore, Aaron Glenn, Brian Flores, Ben Johnson, Todd Monken, Liam Cohen, Cliff Kingsbury. You need me to read them again?
I think I got them.
How about you over there, Chief? You got them?
Yeah.
Everybody got them?
Moore, Glenn, Johnson, Monken, Flores, Cohen, Kingsbury.
This is the sexiest group of options, I think.
Well, yeah, because you got Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn in there.
Yeah.
Those are the two standouts for sure. I'd be happy with either one of them, but because I prefer to have an offensive head coach, I think Ben Johnson's the obvious choice here. And then
your choice has been Johnson. Who do you now the most realistic coach?
Most realistic, I would say, is probably Kellen Moore.
I agree. Kellen Moore's the most realistic out of this group. Boy, Ben Johnson is fun, but I like the thinking of Aaron Glenn maybe more so as a head coach, leader of men type, and then who from that staff does Aaron Glenn believe can be the next Ben Johnson, the next guy to be a good play caller? I think I would go Aaron Glenn, but realistically, unfortunately, Out of those options, it's Kellen Moore. What do you think of Liam Cohen? Do you not have Liam Cohen quite up there just because Ben Johnson's done it for more amount of time, like we've seen that?
Yes.
Liam Cohen maybe just a flash in the pan, one-year wonder?
Absolutely. Yes. I like Liam Cohen as a one-year offensive coordinator, but we've seen Ben Johnson do it for many years now. And Ben Johnson's talked about how, like, this particular season, he was viewing things from a little bit different perspective. He wasn't just so married to, I'm the offensive coordinator. He was kind of really trying to wrap his arms around the entire process of what it takes, because he's been a guy that's been building for this moment. Liam Cohen just got microwaved and had one awesome year, and huge respect to him for it. But that's jumping the gun a little bit in my mind. Ben Johnson, to me, is clear.
I think Monken and Cliff are just good coordinators. I don't know that they'd be great head coaches.
What's so interesting to me is the aftermath of Detroit, because you mentioned, who does Aaron Glenn take? Who does Ben Johnson take? But who also does Dan Campbell? Like, whoever the next guy in line is offensively, don't you think that guy just wants to stay with Dan Campbell and be now the play caller?
Sure.
Like
with a ready-made team that's got a lot of talent.
So Campbell's going to keep some guys. Johnson's going to take some guys. Glenn's going to take some guys. It's going to be super interesting. And the Lions, you better go get it done right now, because that staff's going to look a whole lot different.
Yeah, I wondered, like I said, if that would be the case too, because and Dawson, I'm sorry, go ahead and get your
No, I just pretty much agree with these guys. If it came down to me, I'd want to talk with Johnson and Glenn and see which one of those two I liked their plan better, or I was more impressed with their handle, their confidence. But I think out of that group, Kellen Moore is the clear favorite, probably against the field.
I was interested because nobody really brought up Monken from the Ravens.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is there something about the Ravens offense that doesn't fit your guy's eye?
Well, he was a huge problem in the AFC Championship game last year. Like, let's not forget the reason
didn't run the ball.
Didn't run the ball at all.
Yeah.
And now you're getting a lot out of two of the best playmakers in the sport. You have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
So it's like, and respect to him for what he's doing, but the other guys here, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, I'll take those.
Yeah, I don't know how you score that, right? With if you have Lamar Jackson, who is a cheat code for so much, and Derrick Henry, I would really have to look into the Todd Monken resume. But from what I've understood throughout his career, he has been criticized for having a bad pass run balance, and I think it's only because you have Lamar and Henry he's even doing that. So I think there's a lot of stuff to figure out there.
Okay, and the final group is known as the college group. You have Deion Sanders, Bill Belichick, Marcus Freeman, Steve Sarkisian, Lincoln Riley, and Lane Kiffin.
Okay, I'm taking
definitely no Lincoln Riley. That's surefire.
No Riley
chance,
and no Kiffin for me. Although Kiffin I think runs a really good offense, and that'd be entertaining. I think Prime would be really entertaining. I want Marcus Freeman out of this bunch. I think Marcus Freeman can be the next really really tremendous coach that falls in line with okay, here's Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, what Kirby Smart's
I think
been
he'd be
doing.
like D'Amico Ryans down in Houston.
Yeah, I think Marcus Freeman, he gets it. I think he's just he's built for this, man. He's the future next great coach, and this thing, him and Dan Lanning, I'm big fans of. Realistically, out of this group, I guess Prime. They've talked to Prime. I don't think that the other ones are really real. I think Bill's turning them down. I don't think they're going to talk to Marcus Freeman. And Lincoln Riley and Lane Kiffin, I just don't see happening either. I think Lincoln Riley, the shine's worn off on him. So Prime probably the most realistic of the bunch, but I'd go Marcus Freeman in a heartbeat. He'd be my favorite pick out of anybody we've talked about.
Yeah, I think Belichick has to be the most realistic, even though, his situation at UNC. I just think the other ones are so far-fetched that the Cowboys would do this. Have they gone college since, Jimmy? I don't think so. I would love Sarkisian. I'd love Freeman. I'd love Prime. I think a lot of these would be really fun stories to cover. But Belichick's the most realistic.
What you, Chieftain?
Oh, man. The Freeman one is very, very interesting. I'd probably go Deion for both, though. In terms of likelihood and of what I would want. He understands what the deal is with the star, and I think he could channel some level of what it used to be.
I didn't see it at first. I didn't want to believe it, but I think the Rooney Rule angle is so clear here that their coaching search started, and on back-to-back days they announced these guys.
Yeah.
We haven't heard about anybody else. I think they know who they want to hire. They're going boom, boom, out of the way. Thank you very much. Now it's our
time
guy. Yeah, they're gonna have drinks with one guy and hire him.
Okay, real quick, one final one. I'll call it the wild card one. You could trade for this guy. You trade for McVay or O'Connell.
McVay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love both, but McVay.
Thank you.
I mean, the track record of getting it done, multiple quarterbacks, injured teams. When he's got a healthy, good roster, he's going to the Super Bowl, and putting on a hell of a show while he's at it. Yeah, there's, I don't think there's anybody else, maybe him and Andy Reid, that I'd actually trade for.
It's funny, but O'Connell, though, he did win 14 games with
O'Connell's
Sam Darnold.
a tremendous coach.
Sam Darnold was his quarterback. It's pretty impressive.
It is, absolutely. Yeah. I think the last 2 games maybe and the offensive performance there maybe takes a little luster off that.
They lost games. They lost twice to the Rams and twice to the Lions.
Those are the only losses all year.
Yeah.
Wow. Didn't know that. Okay, NFL mock draft time. Dane Brugler has a 2-rounder for you. Who are the Cowboys getting? Maybe we can look at some more coaching candidates as well. It's coming up next right here. G-Back Nation, the fan.
Uber Eats has low-fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
The Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on a 105.3 The Fan. Are you ready for the first Dane Brugler mock draft of the 2025 draft season here on your home of the Cowboys? You're about to get it. You are about to get it right now. You guys ready for this?
Kidding me?
We got a 2-rounder. So it's not just who the Cowboys take at 12. Titans take Cam Ward, Miami quarterback, with the first pick. Do you guys agree with that?
They haven't studied the quarterbacks yet, have they?
Just Shador. That's the only one I've seen.
Just avoiding the quarterbacks.
Yep.
Abdul Carter is gone with the second pick to the Browns. Makes sense.
Yeah, he reminds me very much of a current player here in the system we've seen with Jared Verse from Florida State that plays with the Rams. That type of player.
Carter
More speed.
and Garrett. Watch out, quarterbacks.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that's a hell of a tandem.
Yeah.
The Giants snag Travis Hunter at 3. That stinks. I don't care what side of the ball he's playing on. That Giants starting to put together some pretty good players. We'll see if they can get a quarterback and get it figured out. Would you be passing on the opportunity to get a QB, though? If you're the Giants there at 3?
I wonder what's going to happen in the second round on these quarterbacks with the top of the list there. At the top of the round. They might wait. Might be a team that wants to jump back in there, too, with the Giants, maybe at the back end. But, I think that I don't know how you pass on Hunter there. I think the quarterbacks are so iffy right now. I can see a bridge player being there.
Patriots at 4 obviously need a wide receiver, and they go with the guy who's electrifying but not fast, McMillan from Arizona.
I love Ted McMillan. 6'5", dude is massive, wide catch radius.
Smooth.
It's very smooth.
Powerful, too.
Really good route runner. I've seen comps to like Drake London. I watched him and I saw a less fast Mike Evans. I mean, the dude, he catches everything.
The Jags take maybe the best corner after Travis Hunter, Will Johnson, Michigan. Shador's gone at 6 to the Raiders. No surprise there. Mason Graham's off the board with the Jets. This is Dane Brugler's mock draft here. The Panthers, Jalen Walker, edge Georgia. The Saints taking the safety, Malachi Starks, Georgia. That's a player that I would have liked to see at 12. But he's off the board. So is Josh Simmons to the Bears. They got themselves a new tackle there, the Ohio State Buckeye, to help protect Caleb Williams there.
Best tackle in the draft.
It's a good pick.
The Niners taking the Missouri tackle guard, Membu, right ahead of you.
That's a reach on my half right there.
I haven't even studied him yet. This is a fresh name that's starting to be talked about here earlier in the draft than I anticipated.
Which leaves on the board for the Cowboys now a somewhat interesting collection of players. The LSU tackle guard, Will Campbell, that might be your pick. Obviously, Ashton Genty is out there. Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman from A&M, is still on the board. So is Michael Williams, the edge from Georgia. But he has the Cowboys going with Luther Burden, the third wide receiver out of Missouri, saying the Cowboys have to find more answers in the passing game outside of CeeDee Lamb. Explosive threat, all 3 levels. Does his best work with the ball in his hands, becoming a running back after the catch. Would you like that pick? Do you think it's among the realistic possibilities, Brian, for the Cowboys?
I think it absolutely is a realistic possibility. I think you mentioned Campbell. Banks was not mentioned, I don't think, in some of the picks.
No, Will Campbell's still there.
Yeah.
Kelvin Banks still there.
So you're looking at potentially a tackle or a guard. I think that Banks is a guard myself. That's how I view him. I'd be interested to see what the Cowboys do. We'll try to dig that out. But, yeah, I don't think that you take Burden right there, and I think you'd be really, really happy if any other thing would be one of those offensive linemen. I think I would take Banks over Campbell myself if I didn't have a chance at that wide receiver.
Egbuka still on the board there. Obviously, I know you like him a lot, Wolchuk.
I'd go Egbuka over Burden personally, but I understand the upside with Burden and the playmaking ability after the catch. Both of them are good yak guys. Burden can be special, though. I mean, he's got the speed, the start-stop quickness. He is special as a playmaker once you put the ball in his hands. A bigger version of Kevontae Turpin, in a sense.
Yeah, Brugler calls him a running back after the catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and watching him play, I would absolutely love that. I think, though, I would be building more long-term, and I would be leaning offensive lineman unless all my scouts were telling me this guy is so much better. We have a higher grade on him. We can't go for need here. And plus, wide receiver is a big need. If that's the best player on your board, you stand up and take him, and you get excited as a Cowboys fan.
You said, though, that Genty had not been picked, right?
Yeah, no, he went to Denver at 20.
Okay, see, this is where, and I'm just going to say this, and I understand where we are in team building and running backs and all these things. Yeah, it is an absolute deep draft for running backs, no question. I would be interested to see if we got to 12 that if Genty, I would think he would be their best player on their board. That's where I think. And if that's the case, then I wonder how, usually you don't want to jump tags. Usually you don't want to, if you put a guy there, you put him where you would take him. And you don't want to window dress your board either. But I bet you when they get to 12, if he's there, he will probably be the best player on their board. If they take somebody else, my gut feeling is they jump to tag. That would be my guess.
The only indication we got is that they moved on from Pollard, and was it Gelkin who right before he left he said the Cowboys have sort of changed their view at running back, and I don't know if that was for 2024 or if that's going forward. Did they change the positional value and how they look at it?
Johnson from Iowa, Hampton from North Carolina, Henderson from Ohio State, Scatteraboo from Arizona State, Sampson from Tennessee, Harvey from Central Florida, Junkins from Ohio State, Neal from Kansas. It's a long list, and it goes to the fourth round. If they want to pass on a runner at 1, there's quality runners in the second, third round, and Neal I have in the fourth.
DJ Giddens, Kansas State.
Dane did note at 20 when he put Genty with the Broncos, saying, should Genty fall this far? Of course not, but if Dallas decides to pass, there aren't many obvious landing spots for him.
There you go.
In the top 18.
Which is why if this scenario fell, you have 2 tackles that go right ahead of you with Simmons and Membu. Simmons, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, Membu, the offensive tackle / guard from Mizzou. If I'm the Cowboys and I'm looking at how this is falling, I'm hoping a team wants to call up, jump the Dolphins maybe for a tackle. Maybe somebody wants Will Campbell. Maybe somebody wants Kelvin Banks Jr., and I want to slide on back because I got a list of guys that I'd be interested in. I've got them kind of all around that same clump range right now. You're
interested in Green, the edge from Marshall at that time?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're doing.
I would love me some Mike Green, who unfortunately goes to Washington, and that would be a nightmare to deal with for the foreseeable future if he ends up with Dan Quinn in Washington.
Okay, we jump down to the second round then, and Dane Brugler here at 44 for the Cowboys. You have Jahdae Barron on the board there, Wolchuk. I know you're a big fan. So is the Florida State cornerback Thomas. But Dane going with the runner at Ohio State, Travion Henderson, to the Cowboys at 44. Would that be something you guys would love?
Yeah, no, I have no problem with Henderson. That would just, but I think if Johnson from Iowa or Hampton from North Carolina was there, but I don't know if those two have been gone.
Johnson went in the first round.
Okay.
He had 2 running backs in the first. He had Caleb Johnson off the board already.
I would take Hampton. I'd take Hampton over Henderson if it was me right now.
And I think Hampton went right before you to the Raiders at 37.
Okay, then I would. Then now the thing is open for Henderson. But I have a first round grade on Barron, the corner.
Same.
And I would take him over the running back at that point.
The scouting department has been good at finding defensive backs on day 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much you would look at that, but if I don't get another offensive lineman in the first round, I feel like I really want to get him in the second round or at late the third round, because by the time we're on day 3 with offensive linemen, I mean, you're mostly talking about projects, aren't you? And we haven't looked at the defensive line either. Is Osa gone? Do we have a a pass rusher there?
Yeah, I have
do we need another
round
linebacker?
Yeah, I have a third round 3 technique for you. Norman Lott. It's a hyphenated name from Tennessee that you need to take a look at. That would be pretty good there. Sanders from South Carolina would be in the mix as well as a 3 technique.
Yeah,
and then also Nolan from Ole Miss is another guy that I would look at.
Okay, it is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to the GOAT, Dane Brugler there, the king of the media scouts anyway. And he's, been producing this beast publication every year for years and has so many players in it for you, and we always look forward to his content. Okay, and that's obviously Brian's the godfather of scouts. He's a former NFL scout.
Dane Brugler, I'm really surprised. He's done such a great job in his career of being. I'm surprised a team hadn't picked him up. I really am. I mean, but he loves doing the media. He loves doing the work. But man, he would have been a really, really good scout for somebody if they would have given him the chance.
You guys want some under the radar head coach candidates? How about Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph? Okay, this is our friend David Howman over there at Blogging the Boys put together this list for us. Ravens special teams coordinator Chris Horton. There's only one special team coordinator currently sitting as a head coach who came from that background,
but that's John Harbaugh.
Yeah, we hired him at Philly
as the special teams coordinator.
Yeah, Lombardi hired him. Lombardi found him and hired him for Philly. Yeah.
He says, you're just kind of tapping into the Ravens' organizational greatness and, being mentored from John Harbaugh and all that. Cardinals defensive coordinator Nick Rollis, youngest coordinator in the NFL at 31 years old, just finished his second season running the defense. Longtime confidant of Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. But he's steeped in defensive schemes, and he's learned from both Zimmer and Vic Fangio, two of the most respected defensive minds out there. How about Browns running backs coach Deuce Staley? That would definitely be, an outside type of candidate, and a former Eagle as well. You'd have to consider that.
I think that would be very much like hiring Antonio Pierce.
Yeah.
I don't think that would go very well.
Lions offensive line coach Hank Fraley. I know that one would get Chief excited, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. As a head coach, I don't know. Obviously, that he might be in over his skis a little bit there. But in terms of, I would guess he is going to be the guy that replaces Ben Johnson as the play caller with the Lions if Ben Johnson leaves there. So,
if they get Mark Brunell to stay at quarterback coach. Detroit.
Then maybe Fraley goes with Ben Johnson. I don't know.
Yeah.
But Fraley's a beast when it comes to designing rushing attacks. There's no question.
How about the Brian Johnson angle? He's assistant head coach with Washington.
Did he get let go to Philly?
So that was the Philly guy. He's got a relationship with Dak, coached him at Mississippi State. I was very intrigued with Brian Johnson, but I don't know that he's quite ready for a head coaching job yet.
Yeah, Prescott has remained close with Johnson, especially since he arrived in the East. Landing Johnson would guarantee a strong head coach-quarterback relationship and one of the up-and-coming coaches in the NFL. Yeah, last time around, Johnson was a really hot name. Was that a couple of years ago or maybe after
It was right before last year. They gave him the play-calling duties with the Eagles, and he was one and done. It just didn't go well.
Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Zach, where are you taking it?
It's a special day. It's National Bagel Day. What are the top 10 bagel flavors in the U.S. of A? That's next in the Nate.
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be...
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Heading for a top 10 here at 420 with Wolchuk and so much more. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214-817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
All right, thank you very much. Happy National Bagel Day. I've got the top 10 most popular bagel flavors in the United States of America. What's your ideal bagel? What do you like on that thing? What kind of schmear? You putting any, like an egg salad, a tuna salad? You want some salmon and lox? Let me know how you're doing your bagels out there. 877-881-1053. There's a conversation going on, though, regarding Travis Kelce. And this time of year, I think it's important to remind people it's the playoffs. And what does Travis Kelce do in the playoffs?
He cranks it up a couple of notches, Wolchuk, generally, and then he hoists a Lombardi.
Yeah, that's what he does. Like, I'm seeing some fat-shaming pics out there. You know, we're getting some photos where he's got a little bit of a belly.
A little bit.
Yes, yeah, a little bit. And
the evidence is a little damning, but here's what they did, okay? Because my research confirms this is like the before and after picture. The before picture is like year 2 Travis Kelce.
Right. He's older now.
So he is older now.
He's not in peak physical form anymore.
And that's evident by the now photo.
Yeah.
He's letting himself go a little bit. That doesn't mean he still can't catch passes and be clutch, when it matters.
Exactly. And this is a guy
big man TDs.
Had the chance.
Maybe every Kelce TD moving forward can be considered a big man TD.
He can truffle shuffle it. I mean, this dude is an absolute stud. When you look amongst the best ever in postseason history, he's a stud. In the postseason, he's got 355 yards, 3 touchdowns, 32 catches. He's been a Lombardi machine. We know that. He's got the record for most amount of receiving touchdowns. I mean, the guy's a freak of nature in the postseason. I expect this to continue. Patrick Mahomes is asked about Travis Kelce. He didn't get 1,000 yards this year. So people are looking at his stats and they're thinking, gosh, he's not even any good.
Because he's 1,000 pounds.
He's not even good. And here's Travis.
I think it meant a lot to the team that he put the team above himself in that moment. I mean, he obviously could have got 1,000 yards pretty quickly there, and all of us wanted him to get 1,000 yards. And he said, "That's not my goal. My goal is to win a Super Bowl." And I think guys took that and they ran with it. And then obviously he stepped up his play and made a lot of big time plays, and it worked out all for the best.
What did that mean to you?
I think, I still wanted him to get it, to be honest with you. But I think it inspired the team, and I think he kind of has that the heart of a champion, and I think that inspires everybody. And so when your leaders and your Hall of Fame guys are doing that, I think everybody knows that they got to put it all on the line.
70-plus receiving yards in 13 straight games. He's putting that on the line against the Texans on Saturday afternoon. Longest streak in NFL history. He's trying to make it 14. He's looking to get his 18th touchdown from Mahomes. The tandem has the most in history. They passed Brady and Gronk. Can they continue this? I'm expecting beast mode Travis Kelce, and if we don't get it, I'll be very sad.
Yeah, and the photo, I think, was from the Christmas game, right? It was like the last time we actually saw him.
And he had a pretty good game.
Yeah, and I think he could probably do some level of crash course. He had basically 3 weeks to get playoff dialed, from from a gut standpoint.
Just go ahead and have some liquid cleanses.
There is the possibility this
Fasting.
is a sign maybe at 35 he's starting to get older. Maybe he's not finding the discipline off the field to keep slim and trim. Maybe it's why he only had 3 touchdowns this year.
He's got to drink a lot of beer to get through those Taylor concerts.
I could imagine. Yes. Now his brother's retired. He's probably cracking all the coldies. So, there might be a little bit of peer pressure there to party it up a little bit more. I don't expect Travis Kelce to play after this season based on that gut.
I would not be surprised if this is his last ride, but I think he's going to ride out.
But he proved last year he's playoff clutch.
Yeah.
He will elevate his game
career.
as the greats do.
Yeah,
Totally.
I've always thought worrying about him in the regular season this year was like, guys, take a chill pill. It's going to be okay. Wait till the playoffs. If he plays like crap on Saturday, we can have a serious conversation.
And
like
850 yards is still a really good tight end season.
Yeah.
Really
He was
dang good.
He was good. All right, top 10 bagels. We got a lot of good texts coming in. Blueberry with the honey almond schmear from the 817 is their favorite.
Ooh, I like that honey angle.
Bacon, egg, and cheese from my guy from the 469.
That's a winner.
Ideal bagel is the bagel bite. Yes, it counts from the another 469, and it does count. The bagel bite does count. It is
Are those tiny full bagels or just chunks of a bagel?
Mini bagels.
Slices?
Pizza bagels.
Oh, yeah, I do like the pizza bagel.
Cinnamon raisin with honey pecan spread.
Okay, well, that's where I got to chime in here. I was just going to say, just nothing with raisins.
Okay.
Okay.
I do like the cinnamon raisin.
Raisins are good in a few environments, like on Raisin Bran, good.
No, gross.
Wrapped in chocolate, good. I don't know of any other situations.
I can't make Raisin Bran pretend to taste good.
It's really good.
I don't know what it is.
You got to sprinkle it with sugar.
That the key.
You got to add a little bit more
At
sugar.
that point, you might as well just have the crunch berries.
Yeah. Crunch snozberries taste like snozberries. The everything bagel double toasted onion and chive schmear on one half, jalapeno salsa schmear on the other, unless there's bacon chive schmear
Wow.
from 214. This person knows their way around a bagel place.
Schmear expert right there.
We're schmearing.
The everything bagel is the best of the bagels.
I agree. I'm an everything
What
bagel
is an everything
person.
bagel?
Everything.
It is.
It's a mixture of the onion, the garlic.
It's all the
sesame
spices.
Sesame.
seeds.
There's what are the little black
Chives
seeds?
or something? I don't know.
I've been trying so hard not to eat any carbs, but today I was driving to the Star and I stopped off at Einstein's and they had something I've never seen before. They had a hash brown and cheese bagel.
Oh, yes.
Like
That's the whole contents of the innards?
bagel. No, not in the
that's
innards.
the
It's
flavor
baked
bagel.
in the top. Hash browns and cheese baked in the top.
And then you put sausage or
You
something
can put
in the
whatever you
middle.
want in the middle of it.
Brisket.
Or
Get
egg or whatever. No, I just had one. But I tell you what, man, it was really, really good. I didn't expect. I was going in there just to get a blueberry one, and I saw that and I said, "No, I got to try this."
See, I like the blueberry one with a lot of butter on it. I do mine more as a treat, though, than a sandwich. It sounds like a lot of people with the chives and the onions and the garlics.
Well, and you don't like cream cheese.
Yeah.
So I can understand that. I mean, what they're doing with the cream cheese game these days.
my God.
But it's unbelievable.
A ham and Swiss bagel with mustard, that works.
Yeah.
A French dip bagel, I'll do that. But butter and jelly, just on a regular bagel.
It is divine.
You know, Wolchuk.
It is divine.
Cinnamon and sugar bagel.
Hey, I grew up like family functions. We're now planning like Eliza's first birthday, which has
Like
me,
she'll remember it.
It's a big one, dude.
Makes you spend a lot of money
to
on
me,
it.
Pictures are important.
The only thing I'm really going to spend money on is the smash cake. That's what I'm here for. I want to see her smash that cake and get all the funny videos, and it's going to be fun. But the food-wise, it's like, what the hell are we even going to do? Because I agree with you, Brian. It's like she's not going to tell us what her favorite food is. She's drinking milk and baby puree foods.
My ex made me have I had a shrimp boil. I had to fork over a bunch. I had to buy a bunch of shrimp, and the funny thing about it was, I cooked so much of it but these people didn't eat it. Like they were just coming over to see
the baby and leave.
The baby and leave.
Yeah.
And here I had this huge shrimp boil, spent about $300-400 on it, and we didn't eat it. I'm like, I'm over there.
I threw out the bagels. I'm like, Jewish event, we do the bagels. You do the bagels and cream cheese, bagels and salmon, lox.
Don't people bring those over for
do
you?
Whatever
though?
you want.
No.
Some people do. I'm trying to have it where we've got food for other people. I mean, maybe we do the little finger sandwiches, like a high tea, little cucumber sandwiches. I don't know. We're gonna do something. We'll figure it out. Lucius, the bagel talk. Let's get your opinions here, sir, please.
Somebody said it earlier. Nice cheesy, eggy, and bacon bagel. You know what I mean? Just it's sloppy. So you have to watch every bite so it won't fall apart on you.
Yeah.
And then a regular bagel with a whole lot of cream cheese on that junk.
Yep.
Whole lot of it.
Like half a pound of cream cheese.
Yeah, just a whole layer on that thing.
Do you guys like going with a flavored cream cheese? Like every once in a while mix in a little strawberry cream cheese or something like that?
A little strawberry. I do think the chive is good. And now, I mean, you can just dip some of these, like chips. Get some chips and dip in the cream cheese.
I was doing that. What was I doing that with?
You better have
some
pack
pretzels.
you better have a pack of mints if you're eating some of these bagels you guys are talking about.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
With all the garlic and chives.
Go brush your teeth afterwards.
God, I mean, you're walking there
It's
like
going to be stanky.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be stanky. Cream cheese chives lox, plain with peanut butter and dill pickles. You'll need to try it from the 6-8.
No, the bagels with lox at Sydney's Deli is really, really
fantastic.
Good. It's excellent.
Grapes are fantastic.
Grapes on a bagel?
$4.69. I don't know what was going on here.
Well,
There's something
that's
with like
what
a
I'm
raisin. I'm sorry, I couldn't follow.
Okay, what they're probably talking about, maybe they've got a tuna salad with grapes.
Okay.
Cut up in the tuna
And
salad
something about the grape.
on a bagel.
Yeah, tuna melt on a bagel.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Dominant.
That'd be good. Okay, here are the top flavored bagels in the U.S. of A. Honorable mentions here. We've got like plain bagel. You know, I think a lot of people like that. The wheat bagel goes in here in the honorable mentions. A French toast bagel.
Yes,
Never
please.
had.
Saw that today. That was next to
Did it look good?
Yeah, it absolutely looked
That
good.
should probably be in the top 10.
Yeah.
And the Asiago bagels, number 11.
That's all those mixed cheeses is what that is.
That looks very cheesy.
Yeah.
So you're dipping the actual bagel in the egg custard and French toasting that, or are you
Yeah.
putting a piece of French toast in between?
They're actually making the flavor. It's a regular bagel, but it's flavored like French toast. So you would put the French toast mix into the bagel batter and then make it up that way.
Sounds promising.
Have you ever had the rainbow bagel? Is that basically just a plain bagel that's colored with rainbow stuff?
Yeah.
So there's not like an actual flavor there
I
that
don't
makes
think
it
so,
special?
no.
Okay. Number 10 is the blueberry bagel.
Awesome.
Do you like the blueberry bagel as much as you love the blueberry donut?
No, I would say they're both awesome, but the blueberry donut stands above the rest by a large amount. I mean, it's like the cake donut. You know, it's not even just like blueberry donut. It's a blueberry cake donut. There's something very, very special with sort of the density.
No, and you put me on that. I don't even like blueberry, but the blueberry donut is can't miss.
Me too. I'll
so
co-sign on
delicious.
that. I didn't think anything would ever beat a standard glazed donut. But
Right.
that blueberry cake does it.
It really is good.
And you get the glaze factor as
And
well. There's consistency across donut shops with it.
Yeah.
You know, like
They've perfected
they
it.
almost have like a standardized recipe for this thing. You know what you're getting if you say blueberry cake. It's going to be a 9 out of 10 at least, probably 10 out of 10 though.
Number 9 is the pumpernickel bagel.
What are we talking about there?
Never had a pumpernickel bagel.
Okay, you used a pumpernickel bagel for like when you start to do the meats and stuff when you're making sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you go with the corned beef and
yes.
stuff like that.
They're saying like it pairs well with like a strong smoked lox,
There you
for
go.
instance, or
There
a
you go.
pastrami.
There
Yeah,
you
you
go.
crush that. A multi-grain bagel at number 8. 7 is an egg bagel. That's big in New York,
It's
right?
kind of yeah. It's got more of a yellow tint.
Yeah,
to
it looks a little fluffier.
Yeah, a little fluffier. Yep, sure is.
6 is the poppy seed bagel.
That's another one you can put turkey on that with onions and
Oh yeah, my dad was a big lover of that. growing
tomatoes
up.
and stuff. It's really good.
5 is the onion bagel.
Okay.
4 is the chocolate chip bagel.
I was going to say that today in the window looked really, really good.
Ooh, and you get they're melty a little bit.
It's a little melty.
chips.
Yep.
3, we've got the cinnamon raisin. And I know you don't like that, Dawson. What if it was just a cinnamon bagel and we removed the raisin for you?
Yeah, I think that could work. You know, with a good butter, maybe some icing.
OMG Donuts in Arlington makes jalapeno cheddar bagels that are amazing.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Jalapeno cheddar
I've seen
bagel.
the Hatch
great.
chili bagels. Like,
Oh,
they take the
nice.
whole Hatch chilies and put them in the bagel. It's really, really good.
The pizza bagel's getting a lot of love here. Steak, egg, and cheese from McDonald's. Yeah, I've never had the McDonald's bagels. I know Bobby was really advocating hard for them.
So you're making a pizza out of the bagel, putting it in the oven?
Yeah.
I think I like that. We used to do those with English muffins a lot.
So we've got a Shug's bagel, which is down the street from us.
That's fire.
And they do a pizza bagel. And it's supposed to be outstanding. I've never had it, but Shug's is really, really good. 2 is the garlic bagel. That's number 2 of the most popular bagels, and that's going to be bad breath for sure.
Like garlic bread, but in a bagel?
Yeah, essentially.
Yep.
Yeah. But number 1, most popular bagel in the U.S., say it with me now, the Everything Bagel. Yes, indeed. Absolutely delicious. I'm a big fan as a kid. I'm like, ew, that's gross. As an adult, I'm like, please.
It's kind of
put
like
that
eating,
Everything Bagel in my mouth.
it's kind of like eating brisket rub on a bagel there, Dawson.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah.
I think you'd like it.
It's just seasoning. It's not actually putting all those things on there. It's the seasoning equivalent.
You're just putting all the stuff that you would put on a brisket.
You make a sandwich out of that. You're in good shape.
You can just buy the everything bagel seasening now and put it on whatever you want.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Chuck. Another top 10 in the books. Let's hoop it up, Chief. What do you say?
Yes, we asked the question: is this the worst sports dad of the year? Next in the nation.
Coming up on the
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. You're just less than an hour away now from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Of course, the Expressway and all that. Football's finest coming up here at 5 o'clock. But there's a lot going on in the association. And here's the chief to tell you more about it.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when the Mavs have an opportunity to lose back-to-back games to the Denver Nuggets, and they come through on that command. 4 of 18 for Kyrie Irving. You get Derek Lively 4 minutes into the game. There's another ankle. I mean, this is just a snake-bitten team right now from an injury standpoint. I don't know if there's going to be any way to get out of this particular darkness, but it hurts. It sucks. Watching Gafford trying to defend a turning back the clock game for DeAndre Jordan. Just get Gafford in the pick and roll and watch folks dance on him and dunk on him. So huge bummer with the Mavericks right now. And as I see it, a lot of the important stats that you would look at since Luka went out of the lineup, you're talking about being bottom third in the league in basically every important metric. So it's tough sledding right now for the Mavs. Hopefully they can get some injury luck going their way. I guess what they said the X-rays on the Lively ankle were negative, which is actually a positive.
Yep.
So we'll just be on the lookout for his particular timeline, but don't expect to see Luka until probably after the All-Star break. Kyrie's got the back issue, and I mean we're almost to the Pets' heads falling off portion of the program.
Getting darn close.
All right, now we'll pin the tail on the positive. How about this? Kevin Harlan, Prime Video, collision course. This is exactly what we wanted and needed. TNT, of course, is going to be no longer the NBA rights holder like they are right now. You get a lot of ESPN and ABC and stuff, but obviously next year it's going to go to Prime Video, NBC, and Peacock, so they're putting their lineups together. Kevin Harlan is apparently going to be their number 2 man. If he's their number 2 man, who would be their number 1? Do you know who number 1 is? I know who number 1 is.
Marv Albert in his prime. Have he cloned Marv Albert, bringing him back? I don't know who's better than Harlan.
Is it
Brent Musburger?
Which Eagle? Is it Ian or Noah?
It's one of the Eagles.
It's one of the Eagles.
Probably Ian.
Ian.
It's Ian.
Eagles not better.
It's Ian for Prime. Now he's also the voice for the Brooklyn Nets.
Brooklyn Nets.
I did not know that.
But Prime Video wants to get him as their number 1 NBA voice, and then Kevin Harlan as their number 2.
So are we losing him from Westwood One Radio as well?
No, Kevin Harlan, he will still, from what I read, he will still be doing his NFL college basketball duties for CBS, and then Monday Night Football and the Super Bowl for Westwood One. So none of that gets messed with.
Nice.
We'll still get a Super Bowl edition TD Tuesday call from Kevin Harlan for the Super Bowl.
And so then my other follow-up would be, is it possible we get Dirk working with Harlan?
Dirk?
Yeah.
I think Dirk's going to be doing more studio stuff. But you never know. I think they might have some hybrid roles for some of these former players. Maybe they're doing some games from time to time. Maybe they're doing some studio work. So I won't completely rule it out, but I think Dirk is headed for more studio stuff. You do.
Sorry if I threw you off there by pronouncing Dirk as DJ Flula does. Dirk.
It did. There was a split second where I was like, "Wait, what did he just say?" Now
crosstalk last night.
We will relive crosstalk at 6:20.
That was jarring.
That was
I mean, I
hilarious.
Tolo and I know their show name. That's what they're trying to get going. So I was just trying to help
I can't
them
wait to
out.
hear it back. It felt like maybe somebody cut off the last sound that Wolchuk word was making. So I was like, what did I just hear?
It was a 3-letter word that started with F and A, and that last letter could have gone any direction. It was scary for a second, and we will address it. I have a theory on what happened.
Okay,
I do.
Okay, good.
And I feel
because I was in it.
I feel
confused.
Exactly. And I had to dip over into the production studio, but I was listening as I was pulling some stuff, and I hear it in real time, and I was just very, very thankful for the moment because I thought it was fantastic. And I don't know I don't know if the evidence when we played at 620, if it's more damning for Wolchuk or for the take that Fred was sort of in the midst of, because it was a special.
I often wonder the same thing.
Sports take.
I'm not accepting any guilt here. I said fatty.
You
With a
didn't.
D.
You didn't. You didn't say fatty, and we'll address it at 6:20.
The fatties.
Now, the other Eagle, Noah, the son, is going to be doing some Peacock stuff, and Mike Tirico. So those are going to be the NBA voices for Peacock, NBC, and we'll see.
Hardest worker, Kevin Harlan or Mike Tirico?
Oh, gosh. I'm going
Kirk
Harlan.
Herbstreit.
Over both.
Herbstreit's flying all over the place,
Herbie
man.
is.
I'll tell you what, Herbie is.
I mean, Herbie called Ohio State, Texas, and the next day is doing the NFL game with Al Michaels. That is unreal.
Everywhere, all at once. What was that movie? It was about him, right? It was his biography.
Everywhere, all at once.
It was the
He's got
Kirk
those
Herbstreit.
jets that gets him around.
It was about
jets.
Herbie.
Jet. But no, seriously, hardest worker, Kevin Harlan or Mike Tirico?
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I think it is Kirk Herbstreit.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you. I think it is. I mean, Harlan does everything. Harlan can be go. I think the thing with Harlan is he's going.
You ever watch Mike Tirico do the Indy 500 and the next day do outdoor hockey?
I just think the calendar lightens up for him a little bit.
I just
How like during the football
That's
season,
pretty
he's
bad
calling
'cause one's in May and hockey's not in May. But you understand what I'm saying?
But like Tirico is calling one game a week during the football season. So for half the year, he's got one thing to do.
Yeah, but then he goes and does golf, and then he does he does Olympics, and he does. I mean, he's
Harlan's juggling an NFL game on TV, then an NFL game on radio, then a college basketball game on TV, all at the same time. That's like 3 days in a row. I just think his are all like he doesn't have an off season.
No.
When's Harlan's off season?
No, Harlan's crazy.
No.
Adam Silver on players taking too many threes. We're on it. As stewards of the game, we'll tweak it. We will correct those issues.
Okay,
what does that mean?
He's acknowledged.
Yeah. 3-point line's now 45 feet from the basket.
Yeah, you're gonna have to put a little more distance on that thing.
We're adding a 4-point line. We fixed it, guys.
Yeah. Keeping the same three.
Now we're shooting
If you
fours.
take a 3, you're allowed to get fouled.
So we'll see what exactly that means.
Like a month ago, they said they were looking into it, so maybe they found some stuff and came up with some interesting ideas.
Okay, I'm going to have Carter Freeman throw something up on the fan cam for us, Twitch and YouTube. Get there. It's a heartwarming photo. Look at this awesome photo. This is the best jersey swap I've ever seen. And you know I'm sort of anti-jersey swap. Like, come on. We're competing. We're battling. Let's not have a Broadus and play-by-play voice of the Eagles moment where it's just who can make out harder with the other guy after the game. All right, let's keep.
Stop being jealous about that stuff.
Let's keep the
I'm just in such a
separation here.
bad mood when I lose. I wouldn't want to go up to some guy and be like, "Hey, how's it going, man?"
Yeah,
you know, I guess after so many years and so many games being pros, they get used to it.
Just damn you for being a competitor. You know,
Mike said it earlier. He feels like in the NBA they're telling you we don't really care about the regular season. Maybe it's just all about the playoffs.
Yeah,
and that real competitive blood doesn't start pumping until you get to April.
You need games with stakes. You need games with stakes.
They tried the play-in the mid-season tournament, right?
It's a joke. It's a fart in the wind.
They tried.
Stinky one.
Okay, so what you're seeing now on the fan cam is the most adorable jersey swap you've ever seen. This is a game from a few weeks ago in San Antonio when the Spurs were wearing their City Edition uniforms. So kind of an alternate fun jersey. They actually got a really nice alternate uni.
They do.
The Spurs do. And there was a young child in the stands, a young boy with his dad, and they were actually holding up a sign. Now, the boy is wearing a 5-year-old size Spurs Wemby jersey. And the dad is holding a sign that says something like, "Let's do a jersey swap." They were sitting pretty close, and they're the sign says they were calling for a jersey swap between the young Wemby fan and the real Wemby. And so Wemby, kind-hearted guy that he is, he grants the jersey swap wish. This is the highlight of this kid's life. It is all downhill from here from a sports fandom standpoint, right? But it was still unbelievable moment. And then we find out just a mere 2 weeks later, the jersey from December 27th, 2024, jersey swap with young fan after game, Victor Wembanyama, game used. Photo matched San Antonio Spurs edition jersey, team high 19 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 6 blocks. They are putting it up for auction.
Oh no. Maybe they need the money.
This sports okay, maybe they need the money. We have to leave we have to leave some
pay for the seats
window of opportunity that maybe this guy does have good
maybe,
intentions.
but
we do have to do that, Walsh.
Is he donating the money?
But from the evidence that we have here, this feels like early nominee for Bleep Hole Sports Dad of the Year.
It does.
I mean, that's the moment.
So use the kid to get the jersey, right?
Yes, because exactly. It wasn't even like it was an organic thing that you weren't expecting to happen. Wemby points the kid out. You were calling for this. This was your entire plan. You went to the game and you set your son up to have an awesome moment, but now you were just going for the bag, Dad.
I think this is why players like refuse autographs and pictures quite often is because they feel like they're just being constantly preyed upon by these losers who don't have anything better to do than figure out ways to get. Now, obviously, if you're sitting courtside, you can't be that much of a loser. You got something going on.
That was going to be my rebuttal to Wolchuk there.
Fair.
Like if they don't have money, but you never know.
Maybe they were given the tickets.
Maybe.
I just don't. You never know what somebody's dealing with.
Yeah.
But yes, unless they like really needed the money and there's like a good reason for this, this is absolutely a
$10,000 is just a lot of money, though, and it doesn't matter how comfortable you might be. I think the majority of people, especially in this economy, you appreciate the jersey, then you look at the jersey, you're like, man, this jersey can sit in here for 3 decades and do our family actually no good other than the memory. We have pictures of the memory. We know what that was like. We will always cherish that moment. We need $10,000. That's like 5 mortgage payments, guys.
Wemby quote tweeted the announcement that this jersey was now up for auction just with some crying emoji face.
Yeah, I bet he's upset.
So he's a little bit bummed by it. I do give it, but maybe let it simmer a little bit. Do you want to let it simmer?
It's just
do you want to blink you want to just snap your fingers and put it online within a couple of weeks, or do you want to maybe a few years later? Now it's like, okay, let's get something for this.
That's a ballsy move.
Follow-up interview with the Sun. How's the Sun feeling about this?
Because that's the immediate icebreaker when you got company over. That's the first place you're taking them, dude. Like, don't worry about anything else about what I got going on. I know I got that beautiful deck out there. You want to see it, right?
Yeah.
But it's all about the man cave where that Wembanyama jersey is.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. It's a great story. I mean, I'm sure the kid is not going to appreciate it when he turns 13, 14. Wemby's probably got 4 titles, and he's like, hey, remember that jersey we had, Dad?
Yeah, remember that,
you
Dad?
gave away. Where'd that money go?
I thought you were going to do the jersey swap. Did you see the Roger Rosengarten for the tackle from the Ravens?
Oh, with Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
Oh, that was a great moment as well.
And
I was thinking about putting that in the rim sesh.
I'm
just busting your balls.
I know you are, but
that was a good clip. I thought it was a little cheesy though, Myles Garrett.
Did you see it by any chance? Rosengarten, the tackle, asked Myles Garrett for his jersey, and he says, "Man, I'm a nobody. Could I have?" And he goes, "Man, you play in the NFL. You're somebody. I got you, man." So yeah, it was pretty
supportive.
Cool. It was very supportive.
Yeah, those are cool, and a lot of those players do that on the field just because they're not going to see the guy again. I mean, after you go into your deal and there's a whirlwind, and after the locker room, the team's going the separate ways. They're going to be on a jet in 2 hours. All righty, thank you, Chief. We got football's finest coming up next. Where are you taking us?
All the reasons why Kellen Moore is not the answer.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go with hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Expressway starts in 20 minutes. We'll go commercial-free all the way to the top. LA Live at 5:40. Here's the Chief with football.
Okay, we'll get to the Kellen Moore stuff here in just a moment. Broadus is chuckling over there.
No, I was laughing at you just going after him.
I'm not. It's not a personal thing. This has nothing to do with his face, his voice, his general demeanor, his stature, his inability to command a room, personality, all that kind of stuff.
His body posture has always lacked. He's a little hunchy. He's a little hunchbacky.
Right. And I could get over all of that if he brought other things to the table that a lot of people want to allege he brings, but he doesn't. We'll get to it momentarily, but I do want to play a game with you guys called Who Sounds More Delusional? And your competitors today are Myles Garrett.
Okay.
Brought us this guy, Sean Payton.
Oh.
Is Mike in here?
Start with Myles Garrett. Is Micah in here? Okay, that's a great point because I was thinking about Micah when I heard Myles Garrett say what he just said. And Myles Garrett's is worse because how long have you been in Cleveland, bro, to know that this thing's going nowhere fast?
He should really be pounding the
Been
table
there
like
since
you were just doing for a trade.
2017.
The quote reads, I've talked to GM Andrew Berry about how we're going to make the most out of the talent that is here. Here's the kicker. He says, we're closer than some may think we are. Yeah. Unbelievable. The delusion is high. Now we head to Denver, where Sean Payton is looking back on his season. And he says, quote, there's a lot of confidence in this team. If we could get past that game versus the Bills, the next game we felt real good about. Of course, that next game was going to be
Kansas
at Arrowhead against Pat Mahomes, who's 6-0 in the divisional round. Best completion percentage in NFL history in the divisional round. 13-0 when it comes to the touchdown interception ratio. 16 total touchdowns, 0 giveaways, and a passer rating of 116. All of those first all time in the NFL for a starting quarterback in the divisional round of the playoffs. Sean Payton, what are you sipping, sir?
I think they have the best winning percentage against the Chiefs over the last 3 years. I think they're actually 500 against them somehow. So maybe he's just kind of like having fun with that, but I think they match up well with the Chiefs. I'd say Myles Garrett more delusional.
Yes.
Probably based on 2 years ago where they kind of catch on fire late and make the playoffs. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I know players lean optimistic, but you got a major quarterback situation on your hands right now. And you haven't even started to move on from Deshaun Watson yet. So, yeah, if I was him, I think the only thing I would be saying is asking my agent to request a trade ASAP.
Couldn't agree more. So we all agree. Is it Myles Garrett for the win?
Yeah, I'm going Myles Garrett.
Local legend. Let's give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, I get where Sean Payton's coming from, but Andy Reid is what, like 28-3 in his history after a bye. So they weren't winning that game, even if they do playing well. But I'm going with Garrett here. He needs to get out of there.
Andy Reid saying of Pat Mahomes now being a dad of 3 kids, he says once you have 3, 4 and 5 are easy. That's what I told him. You made 3, add a couple more. We'll talk.
What are you thinking? Adding a couple more here?
For me personally,
you got 3.
We've already cut that stream off, my friend.
We can reverse it.
Not the hose, but just the stream.
Just the stream. Just have that thing flowing again.
Best decision I ever made. NFL housekeeping for you. Aaron Glenn has continued to tell people that the Jets are his first choice for the head coaching job. We continue to see all signs pointing to Ben Johnson and the Raiders. Somehow the Bears are going to swing and miss on the only top-tier, surefire, unanimous, best opportunity out there to groom their young quarterback. And looks like they're maybe going to go with old Mike McCarthy. We'll see. How about this from Diana Rossini, though? This is interesting, and it actually explains a lot because one giant issue league-wide for the most part is these coaches' inability to manage games, clocks, timeouts, fourth downs, all that kind of stuff. And we see it every week. And so she says that in some of these head coach interviews, they are being asked about specific game situations and clock management decisions. Like, what would you do in this situation? She says that's not as common as you think. It's like, maybe
we're not running through scenarios. Yeah. We're not working on it.
I guess that's going to be a new thing. Maybe these organizations are getting so frustrated with, in particular, the primetime game, standalone game, everybody's watching, and your coach just did the most elementary mistake of all time. We think about Matt Eberflus, of course. He's most synonymous right now. But
I think the analytics department, the guys telling you to go for it on 4th and 2, they need to be charged with this, because the thing that I believe happens with head coaches is the expectation is that I have the answers. We're getting into the final 4-minute situation. One of your main responsibilities as a head coach is having the answers here. And none of them want to admit, I need help. I need lots of help. I'm trying to figure out what the play is. I'm trying to manage so many different things. And to have this sort of, Rain Man-like ability to know what the highest probability is right now is just asking way too much of some of these guys. So I would have a game management regular weekly meeting, right, where we're going through scenarios on what could happen. But more than that, you need guys in your headset who are just tracking this as their main responsibility, other than are we going for it on 4th down?
I couldn't agree more with you. I think it's a lot to ask for a guy, and some dudes can pull it off. You have, Belichick was maniacal about some of this stuff, and you can have coach. You want your coach to be that way, but also having that lifeline, and then you can still ultimately make the gut decision. Hey, I understand what the numbers are telling me right now. I should punt it, but I really want to go for it, or whatever. You're the head man. You get to make the final call, but you'd like to see that process be more streamlined, and I think things could be made easier, at least for a lot of these coaches that have no freaking idea what they're doing.
I said Rain Man. Belichick had Ernie Adams.
Yeah,
he had a dude who wasn't quite the same as everybody else up there,
and he's was so tenured that you could develop an understanding over the course of 20-some years as a head coach. Most of these guys they're getting 4 years or whatever.
I think that you also have to have a head coach that knows the condition of his team.
Amen.
Right, and that's where the gut comes in.
Yeah,
Ultimately, it's your call.
You could have analytics folks, but you're down there on the sidelines. You see your players going off and on that field, and you see how the game is going. You have to have a feel. I mean, we get on Todd Bowles that time he's got Kansas City. He's got Kansas City on the ropes, and he could go for a 2-point play, and he doesn't do it. Hell, we were talking about Denver and Kansas City. I know Kansas City bailed on that last game. If you remember that game, that was a blocked field goal. Like Denver got their field goal. They were going for the game-winning field goal, and it got blocked.
Yeah.
And it was like a makeable field goal. It wasn't like kicking a 60-yard field goal.
Injuries, all that type of stuff would also factor in.
But you got to know the condition of your team as it's playing this game. You could tell, hey, listen, I'm not going to be able to score much today. I'm not going to be able to stop this team. I'm not going to be able. You got to know these things as you're playing the game, and the really good ones do, and the ones that struggle, they make mistakes at the end of games because they don't have a feel of how the game is gone, or they know their own condition of their team.
Well, I mean, it is kind of like chess where you're thinking 3, 4, 5 plays ahead, and a lot of people just don't have the intellectual brain power to keep that organized. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
totally, dude. Especially for a lot of these guys that are calling plays. A lot of these guys they're having to deal with, like, I'm the head coach, but I'm also the play caller. So you're juggling a lot of crap in real time.
Yeah, I think to me that the really good ones have a feel for how the game is flowing, and they know that, like, listen, this is going to be my one chance. If I don't go for it here, or if I don't get it here, I'm not going to win this game.
But some of these are elementary. Like week in, week out, it's like there is no excuse for not calling the timeout in whatever scenario. Like some of that stuff is just black and white. There's plenty of gray area on these things, and that's fine. And that's where you can, hey, whatever you want to do there, you're the coach, do your thing. But some stuff is supposed to just be football 101. You have to be able to get these things right.
Well, sometimes, though, you have your own bench sabotages you. 12 men on the field, you have to burn a timeout. Now it changes everything. Instead of 3 timeouts at the end of the game, I've got 2, or you get down in the play clock because you can't get the play in fast enough, because of a substitution or something. A lot of this is self-inflicted stuff that they need to be better at. But, man, I mean, like I say, these coaches, they need to adapt better as the game's going along.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if Kellen Moore is adapting. We go to the Ringer, Shale Kapadia, doing an overall overview of some of the postseason stuff, and the team's still in it. He covers the NFL in a great way, but he's a Philadelphia guy. He's an Eagles guy, really, at heart. And when he talks about the Eagles, the headline reads, the Eagles' passing game has to get better. And he says that, how are they winning with this? They obviously just beat the Packers, and now we'll see how they handle the Rams in the snow, as Walchuk mentioned earlier today. It's going to be fun.
Possible snow game.
But he says there have been many weeks this season when I've watched their passing game and just thought, like, how are they winning with this? And on Sunday, of course, they have 121 net passing yards versus Green Bay. They're able to win the football game. But he says this isn't just a one-game thing. The Eagles finished the regular season ranked 14th in passing DVOA, their lowest ranking for any season since Jalen Hurts became the starter in 2021.
Wow.
Their lowest passing DVOA since Jalen Hurts became the starter. Okay,
you got 2-star wide receivers, great line, awesome running game, and you can't get anything drawn up. Wow.
And not only, like, yes, you have some limitations with Jalen Hurts, but you're getting the least amount of production out of him than any of these other guys one of them that was fired. The other one graduated to being a head coach himself, but Kellen Moore comes in here, and you're getting the worst production out of the passing game that Jalen Hurts has ever had.
It does surprise me because of how creative his offense was at Boise State and just the lore of Kellen Moore growing up for a coach who was considered like a really good offensive mind in the high school area of Washington State. I was living and working there at the time, so I covered Kellen Moore extensively. He came down to Oregon as a freshman and won. I was like, wow, this kid's got a great feel for the game, right? And he didn't have the great athletic tools, so I thought, boy, his football IQ, right? And then you hear the stories, or you read the stories of Kellen Moore as a young quarterback searching in the early days of the internet for other playbooks because he just wanted to continue to feed his mind to give himself an advantage. And then so far in his 3 stops as an OC, it's just been unimaginative and boring, and does not appear to give the quarterback or the offense like an edge or easy plays to make.
Yeah. He says they run a low volume of passing concepts. They major in predictability and lack creativity. Okay, this is the guy that people are making the Cowboys head coach. For what reason? He says it feels like the aggressiveness has been coached out of Hurts. In previous seasons, if he thought wide receiver A.J. Brown had a chance to win a one-on-one matchup, Hurts would take the downfield shot. But after a rash of turnovers early in the season this year, Hurts has seemingly prioritized avoiding mistakes over everything else. And against a Packers defense that was playing without its best corner, Jair Alexander, Hurts attempted just one pass that traveled more than 20 yards down the field. So they did get, I don't know what the stats say, but they did get better as the year went on, and maybe part of that is just, guys, we can't turn the ball over.
Hurts targeted the outside the numbers on 45% of his attempts this season. That's the highest rate in the NFL.
Yeah, he doesn't want to throw to the middle of the field.
Hurts is ranked inside the top 7 outside the numbers target rate in every single season since becoming the Eagles' full-time starter in 2021. When throwing outside the numbers this season, Hurts has averaged 8.3 yards per attempt. That's the 5th most, while completing 64% of his passes. That's only 13th best. His 105.8 passer rating on such passes is the 6th highest in the league.
Yeah,
that's a career thing for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not necessarily an indication on Kellen, but I'm with you, dude. I mean, I've not seen anything from Kellen Moore when it comes to this is the guy that is going to come in and just completely bring some more juice and creative ideas and be very inventive offensively.
Yeah, and one of the issues we've had for the Cowboys for a long time, including when Kellen was here, was the lack of a productive screen game.
Right. And a lot of that's timing, and I don't think Kellen's got a feel for that.
Jeff McClain covers the Eagles. He says, if you thought the Eagles' screen game on offense was lacking this season, the numbers back it up. They averaged just 3.8 yards per attempt on screens, which is second to last in the NFL behind only the Panthers. The league average is 5.7 yards per screen attempt. They're getting less than 4. A lot goes into making screens work, he says, design, blocking, timing of the call, ball placement, decision-making when they are part of RPOs. But for whatever reason, Jalen Hurts' numbers when throwing screens has decreased each year. And this season has been the most precipitous fall from just under 5 to now under 4 yards per screen attempt.
Yeah.
And they got playmakers. So,
yeah, they do.
I mean, and you have Jeff Stoutland. I mean, they're running the ball and playing defense. And I don't know how much involvement Kellen Moore has in their rushing attack, because Jeff Stoutland, he's their run game coordinator. He's their offensive line coach. He's super respected. Of course, you have Barkley being a monster. But what is Kellen Moore doing tangibly? He brings nothing else to the table. It's only supposed to be what he's able to do with his creativity. And that isn't even there. The idea that he would be the Cowboys head coach would be as laughable a hire as we've seen in a long time, dude.
I mean, I guess the only defense would be them saying, we're going to play good defense. We just don't want to lose the game by turning it over a bunch, so we're going to neuter the offense and bring it down. And, with the screen game, I don't know. It was really bad with the Cowboys as well. How much of that is just on a quarterback's ability to put that in the spot where I can catch it and in one motion start heading upfield? I think that quarter second or half second that the inaccurate quarterbacks take away from the runners just completely knock the legs out from underneath those plays.
Yeah, we can factor that in, but Jalen Hurts has had much better screen attacks offensively in his career. This is the worst of his career. So you're
controlling the science.
You're trying. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I wonder the offensive line, how much of an impact that has. Because that's been declining, maybe. I don't know. But they're running the ball well.
Like not having Jason Kelsey as the centerpiece.
Still,
sure.
But the screen game wasn't good here, and I don't think it was good with the Chargers.
What do you add, Brian?
No, I'm just looking up something because I think they've replaced the screens with the wheel routes because they're getting Barkley and those guys up the field throwing the football. We just talked about the outside numbers. Their screen game is really the tight end screen game. When it's Goddard. What Goddard catch the other day that passed the stiff arm? Was that a delayed screen pass that he
Yeah, I don't know if that was necessarily a screen, but yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see with Barkley how many of his routes have been up the field because I think that's what they're trying to get those guys instead of the screen game, which was synonymous with Andy Reid and Brian Westbrook and those kinds of guys. I think with Kellen, it's more the wheels and the stuff trying to get Barkley and their running backs Gainwell up the field and instead of throwing the screen.
So do you think Kellen Moore would be a good hire?
No, hell no.
I don't think anybody thinks Kellen Moore's a good hire.
I'm not. You can't get me to want to hire Kellen
Jerry
Moore.
loves Kellen. Steven loves Kellen.
Yeah. We're about 20 minutes now from LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Thank you for that, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll hit the expressway, get you caught up on everything that's been breaking throughout your broadcast day next in the nation.
But let me tell you about my friends at advancedhair.com. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unbelievable. And unfortunately for many of us,
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, please.
And planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. Let's go commercial free to the top. LA Live's coming up here in 15 minutes. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the expressway itself is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Mavericks back in action tonight, guys, taking on the Pelicans. Feels like a must-win situation because the Pelicans are one of the worst teams in the league. Now, it's not truly a must-win situation because the Mavs at 22-18 have wiggle room. They are going to get healthy. But games like tonight, you're facing a 9-32 team. That's an opportunity. The Pelicans without Ingram, Zion, and Herb Jones. The good news here, boys, the teams 9-10 in the standings currently are still at 500. So between now and a month from now, as you get out of the All-Star break, can you stay even with them? But we need some good news here, and we're going the wrong direction on that as Kyrie Irving is back out tonight with that a back injury that's touch and go, and Derek Lively now joins Luka Doncic out. And we're waiting for more information on that. We need some good news.
We do.
At least the X-ray was negative, which means there's no break in there. But I think now without Luka and Lively here for the foreseeable future, wins are going to be very difficult to come by, especially if Daniel Gafford plays like he did last night, just 4 rebounds and 19 minutes of action.
Oh gosh, yeah, man, it was not a good Gafford night at all. He spoke to his lack of energy and effort, which is definitely troubling. So hopefully you have a revitalized version of him tonight, playing with an extra chip on his shoulder. But you're just going to need somebody offensively you're going to need one of those nights where Dinwiddie, Hardy, somebody's got to step up offensively. It's got to be a couple of guys. But yeah, this is, even with the Mavs looking the way they are, this is certainly a winnable game.
I think it's a Hardy party night. I think that's what you're going to need. You need that 3-ball raining for Hardy, and hopefully Gafford's able to come back and play better. I mean, Maxi Kleber just looks like a different player this year. I just
injured a bad way.
He just doesn't even look like. Going into that Clippers series, he gets hurt, and he was playing unbelievably well. And since that injury, he's just timid on the offensive side of the ball. He doesn't want to shoot, and if he's not making threes, what's he really doing for you? And he's getting boxed out by everybody. So physically, if you don't have Daniel Gafford, and he better go ahead and pick up the energy, they're in for a world of trouble because you don't want to see a lot of Dwight Powell minutes. That would be a nightmare.
No, you don't. And I think Lively has risen to a point where he's no lower than the 4th most. Maybe he's the 3rd most important. I mean, he's your defensive anchor. He is a rim protector and a rebounder. Last night, you absolutely get crushed. Now, that's against the Denver Nuggets, who are one of the better rebounding teams. But, you got 22 wins now. You're likely going to need 41 or 42 to at least be in the play-in. Does this Lively injury, and you guys know how sprained ankles can be. This could be 4 to 6 weeks.
Could be a lingerer, and maybe that's why we're not seeing Gafford playing as well, because he also suffered that ankle injury and then was able to get right back. That's what I'm hoping happens with Lively. But yeah, I'm hoping they can find a way to navigate this. I mean, we were doom and gloom, and then they find a way to get a really big win against the Lakers shorthanded. So this team is capable of picking themselves up off the mat. But yeah, it certainly does feel somewhat reminiscent of what we went through with the Rangers. This team's certainly not anywhere near the Rangers. They dug themselves too big of a hole to really climb out of, but they were never healthy. Is this team ever going to find a way to be healthy? We just got to hope they are by the end of the season.
The text asking, is Klay Thompson out? I haven't heard. He says it's sad that we don't even mention needing a big night from him.
Clay's playing.
Yeah, I just feel like Klay is in that category of your collection of good players who can get you 20 points, maybe 25 points, but you need guys to be able to threaten the other team for 40. In this situation, if you're trying to get into the 115 area in order to feel good about getting a win,
And if Clay has a big game, you've had during this time some quality performances from a lot of your role players, but I do feel like that's all Clay is at this time. He's just another pretty good player.
Maybe Najee. I think this is his first game back in New Orleans.
Okay, I can see that.
You get a big Najee. Maybe he's wants to prove something back where he used to play. You get a big Najee Marshall night.
Yeah, but last night, Jamal Murray showed you, what the star player in his bag can do. You don't have any answers for him. He goes off for like 45 points, and the Nuggets have a comfortable win. Quinn Ewers has declared for the draft. Let's talk expectations here for Arch Manning going forward. What do you think next year? Is he in the Heisman conversation? Is he better than Quinn Ewers? Is it a disappointing? What do you think from Arch next year, Brian?
I'll tell you what, and I'm going to bring Wolchuk in on this one because he knows Texas. How good is the depth behind? Because you're going to lose offensive linemen. Obviously, you're going to lose skill at receiver.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that you have enough? Do you have the running game that can help? Or is he going to play quarterback with a team that's kind of having to use young players, portal players, and all that stuff?
Yeah, they're going to have to go ahead and probably win some more in the portal. You're losing a ton of offensive linemen. You should have some of your running backs get back with C.J. Baxter, who was out for the year.
Sure.
That'll be a big get. Jadon Blue, who obviously left. I don't know if the skill talent is going to be as good as it was this year.
That's what I would worry about.
I think you're probably replacing 4 of 5 starters along the offensive line.
Yeah. It's a veteran group up front. Likely going to have a first-round tackle, a second-round tackle that's going to go into the draft.
The
center's
maybe a day 2 guy.
Made a ton of starts.
You need that portal and that 6-figure salary to come through for you.
I'm just saying, I don't know, because Texas, to me, and they're tight end Helm.
Yeah, Gunnar Helm's in the draft as well.
He's a really good player. So I think Arch Manning his first year as a starter. Texas is going to have a lot of guys kind of grow up quick on him.
I guess Ryan Wingo would be the name to look at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Maybe if he can step up and be Arch's top guy.
Deontay Johnson waived by the Ravens earlier this season, claimed by the Ravens one day after he was waived by the Texans. The reported reason is they want to get a comp pick for Johnson when he signs somewhere else. So he's not going to be on the roster till after the Super Bowl, and then he will be, and then they'll let him go, and he'll go sign somewhere else. So I think that's 3D chess there from your Baltimore Ravens front office.
Assuming a team has any interest in actually giving Deontay Johnson a contract that's worthy of a compensatory pick, I don't even know if we're at the stage now where I don't know who's going to give him more than a 1-year low money kind of offer.
So what he was productive in Carolina and then moved on from
Pittsburgh.
He was productive in Pittsburgh. Gets traded to Carolina,
and then the quarterback situation with their
and he was their best receiver for Carolina.
So 4 different teams moved on from him this year.
He's had 14. He's been on 4 teams in one calendar year. Yeah.
Okay, Cowboys are bringing in Robert Saleh for an interview. If they hired him, I think it would be really exciting to see what kind of an offensive coach he would bring in there. Obviously, it would give your defense a chance to be special, and the defense was good with the Jets, right? It was Alex and Aaron that kind of screwed up the offense, or injuries, or lack of playmakers, or whatever, and then. Maybe did he get got by a coach killer there? I don't hold the Jets experiment against him in any way. I think that'd be a good head coach or defensive coordinator. That'd be a great hire here for the Cowboys. I'd love to see what he could do with these guys.
I would kind of like to, maybe if things don't work out in San Francisco, we've seen that they're talking about Dennis Allen. They're talking about some others there. I think the guy who Ulbrich. Ulbrich. Yeah. They're talking about him potentially going back to San Francisco. So maybe Saleh might not be a lock for him to go. And if he doesn't get a job as a coordinator, doesn't get one of these head coaching jobs, man, I would be all over that. I would be right now. I think the smart thing, if you don't have an intention of hiring him, say you have somebody in mind, but you talk to him and get a feel for him, maybe he would be a good DC for you.
Absolutely.
You kind of do a little recruiting right now. You show him the building, kind of talk to him a little bit, get a feel. That's kind of how I feel. I would play this if and hope that maybe you can get him to come on board with you as a defensive coordinator.
The Deion update is he hired an assistant coach today. which doesn't make it sound like he's getting ready to talk with the Cowboys seriously about their opening.
I did see Jane Slater have a clarification of like, this guy's been around, he's been with them, but he got a promotion. So it wasn't like an outside bring-in hire. It was a promotion hire for a guy that's been with the team, I believe, since last year.
Okay. All right. So he might just be going about his daily business and handling things, that would otherwise be getting done. But I just feel like if it's a serious opportunity with the Cowboys, maybe, you would drop everything. You would hold off on anything and until at least this situation is resolved, or we have a chance to have more serious meetings as the week goes on. Okay. The Jason Witten heir apparent note from Jane Slater, interesting as well. It deserves a reset here, as the angle had it. If Mike McCarthy had gotten the job, Jason Witten was a candidate to be brought in with the understanding that he would become the head coach. You'd be like the head coach in waiting. And if I'm Mike McCarthy, that's a total deal breaker. I couldn't imagine one of the fan favorites of all time and a future Hall of Famer looking over your shoulder and, everybody expecting that if things start to go wrong, is it time for Jason Witten? That would be maybe the most dysfunctional thing that Jerry had ever done to a coaching staff.
Well, and if you're Mike, gosh, I would have hated that. I mean, we heard some whispers he was a little bit intimidated by having Dan Quinn in the building, because maybe Dan Quinn could have gone ahead and gotten that job and he would have been fired. Now, I've also heard that he went and asked, and Dan asked him, like, should I leave? And Mike said no, but it might be one of those things where he's not going to tell Dan to just go because I'm scared you're going to fight for my job. So I'm not trying to be looking over at my shoulder here and, there's Jason Witten, who's already been named the heir apparent to me. And I'm also not being given a 4 or 5 year extended contract because they're like, well, if you have a bad year, maybe we're going to fire you anyway. So the whole thing seemed to, like, if I were Mike, the writing's on the wall. I need to get the hell out of here before they fire me.
I mean, you're just setting things up for resentment, right? And the temptation of, if things start to go bad, if you don't like the head coach, now you're getting together with Jason Witten saying, do we need to go to Jerry Jones and, try to get this thing done right now? Just the dysfunction and the, cancerous nature of that kind of a relationship. I think it's good that that didn't happen, and hopefully it doesn't happen to the next guy. But, maybe if you do go with a Mike Zimmer, who is he over 70 now? If you go with an older coach, maybe that could work out. If it's a guy that doesn't necessarily look at it like it's a super long-term opportunity. Speaking of Mike McCarthy, the Bears are conducting their in-person interview with him today. No word yet on how that went. It is their second candidate to interview in person after Ron Rivera. So maybe it looks like they're going to go with a veteran coach. And I think if you're looking, at Mike McCarthy in that way, obviously he knows the division well. I think. Do you think you'd have success there, Brian, working with Caleb Williams?
It sounds like to me it'd be some of the same things that we kind of dealt with here. He would probably get Scott Tolzien. I don't know if Brian Schottenheimer would go with him. I think that, the things you hire Mike for is to be a guy that kind of, we talked about it, gets the team, ready to go and all that. The X's and O's stuff, I think he's probably behind on that. I think a lot of it, if he brings a lot of the same guys that he had here to go be coach up there, then I would expect you're going to have the same results.
What do you think about Mike in Chicago? If you're a Bears fan, how bummed are you, Chief?
I would be bummed because I would want the home run hire. But I do think McCarthy would certainly be an upgrade over Eberflus, and I think he would be the kind of coach that can get you from being NFL sewage to back in some level of wild card contention. Maybe you sneak in one of his years, but ultimately you're going to want to move on from him within 4 or 5 years to graduate to the next level of actually being a contender.
Him or Cliff?
Oh, I'd take Mike.
As a head coach, Mike.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I would probably go Mike as well.
Well,
we got to follow up on.
Maybe we shouldn't have fired this guy.
No, just to get me to the middle of the pack. You're talking about trying to go from one of the worst franchises to somewhat respectable, and can I do some competing? There's a chance Cliff comes in here and nothing. You're still sewage. There's probably a little bit more boom, but the bus factor is huge. I think McCarthy can get you to be, hey, you can Chicago. You're usually picking in the top 5. Right. You could be a consistently 8 to 10 win football team, perhaps, but you have no chance at a Super Bowl.
For here, Cliff or Kellen Moore?
Cliff.
Yeah, I want the Cliff upside,
Yeah, I'd go
and
Cliff
I
over
feel like
Kellen.
he and Kellen are on even footing as far as does this guy have what it takes to be a head coach. I mean, the way Kyler Murray openly disrespected him on the field and like nothing ever happened, and then Cliff was fired, I just felt like you were exposed to not have the cojones that it takes to get the job done. Time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
What up, though? What's up, Dallas? Fort Worth? Arlington, Louisville, Mansfield. What up, though? What up? Cedar Hill, what up? DeSoto, I ain't forget about you. Denton, Carrollton. All right, I'm done.
That was impressive.
Hey, I know a lot of cities. Wiley, what up, Wiley? Huh? All right, Keller.
Saxy.
Yeah, okay, Saxy. We went over there to Keller's Burgers. Ooh. All right, man, let's get into
Keller's Burgers are really good.
Really good. Hump Day
Really good.
edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. Garland? What's up, Garland?
All right, you squares.
Wilma Hutchins?
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Lancaster?
It'll make you dance.
South Fort Worth? Barry? What up, Barry?
Cleburne's checking in, Argyle and Rockwall, Lucius.
Andrew, Uncut Cockle.
Andrew, you heard that right. Andrew, Uncut Cockle. It's making his way to the mats now. We told you the man was all about entertainment.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
That is a hell of a name right there. Andrew Uncut Cock. He's leaning into entertainment, and I'm not mad at that, bro. This is LA Live for Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Word to Miss Badu for naming today. I didn't name today. Miss Badu did name today, and I too was born underwater with $3.06. Yeah, you might laugh. That's because you did not do your math, cuz. I know today's mathematics too. I know it. Supreme mathematics. I know it all. Peace to the gods. Knowledge is power. I'm telling you all that good stuff. Let's see here. Before I get started, bro, on my mind all day is this American Primeval show that has been on Netflix. I'm like on episode number 5 right now. I tell you what, Brigham Young, you are looking real funny in the light, sir. You are looking real funny in the light, BYU. American Primeval is crazy. I cannot
I've seen
wait.
quite a bit of that.
Cannot wait to get to the boom boom room and watch that again. Get to the rest of that. Holy
Yeah, that's one of
smokes.
those shows that she was watching that just continued to pull me in, and the next thing you know, I'm locked.
Oh, yeah, I was doing my Googles. I was doing research. I'm just not going to let it be a show. I'm like, oh, maybe this is, it is real. Okay. This is how
So
you
it's
get
like a
down.
history lesson?
This is how you get down. This is how you get down.
Yeah, they were wilding, dude. They were burning towns.
It's your
and
modus
killing people.
operandi.
Yeah.
That's how you do it. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all. We find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Our winner right here, AI Jerry Jones, on why he moved on from Coach McCarthy.
I fired Mike McCarthy because he looks like a pork chop. And I hate that big-ass play call sheet he holds during games. We all know it's a Perkins menu. I'm not even sure we need a coach. Hell, maybe we already have a coach in mind. Maybe he's sitting right in front of you, half drunk on Johnny Walker Blue with only an Egg McMuffin in his belly and a pocket full of Dinger pills. Maybe he's 82 years old and needs his ass wiped from time to time, depending on how much Salisbury steak he's ate. Look, I'm going to do things my way, and my way is terrible. But if you don't like it, then tough. He said the kitty, but the milk kept coming. Listen, I'm never going to die, motherfuckers. I drink 8 ounces of hog's blood every day, and I'm a vampire feeding off mass disappointment. So learn how to accept meaningless primetime games forever. What I'm looking for in our next head coach is someone that values analytics and also someone that lets me take he and his wife to a Hojo's and sit in the cuck chair.
Yeah. Girl, you want to come to my hotel? I figure I will give you my room key.
Incredible, man.
Feeling the way you carry yourself.
Yeah. Salisbury steak is amazing.
Absolutely.
Gosh, it's so good. What do you eat with Salvador?
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Potatoes.
Oh my
Maybe a
God.
veggie
That
medley.
small little brownie they give you too.
Oh, that little brownie.
Oh, you're talking TV dinner, Salisbury steak.
Yeah, he is.
Is there any other kind?
Peas? Do you eat peas with it? Green beans?
Green beans.
Oh, man. My green beans have to have some hog on it, or I'm just not going to be a fan of the green bean.
I need a fresh, snappy green bean. You know, I don't need a TV dinner green bean.
Yeah. TV dinner.
Needs to buy
green
back.
bean.
Yeah, I think the only veggies it was a starch. The only thing I'd eat out of there would be the corn.
I
Along with the
hate
mashed
corn.
potatoes.
Oh, my God. I hate corn so much. I feel
What's not to like about it?
You didn't like
I
the corn.
feel like it's a filler.
Yeah.
Like it's not really even food. It's just to get you by.
It's because of the way it goes in the same way it comes out.
Well, it keeps you regular, doesn't it?
Does it? Does it have fiber?
It does.
Okay, I don't know. I'll stay away from it.
I notice
I
it's still
really
whole
don't
quite
like
often.
it.
The body just can't break it down.
Yeah, that is a little weird. Yeah, it's just, okay, here's your kernels.
Let me catch a vibe. Hold up. Hold on, hump day. Sun's coming down over DFW right now. Oh, my God. Hey! LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Butt Naked Wednesday. Shout out to my homeboy Wee Tran. I see you, dog. It's my boy Wee Tran. He owns like a construction business, I guess you could say. What is that, contracting? Maybe? Hey.
Oh, where you're going around striking up the deals and the other people come work for
And
you?
he's
Man,
getting-
that's a good gig.
Gee, that's mad. He eats all his lunch at strip clubs.
Yeah.
Yo.
You're just driving around the Metroplex. You drop off at a couple of spots, sign a few contracts, 20 grand. See you tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, he sent me a plug for these cars. You know, I'm trying to get into buying these cars and flipping them. He sent me a plug. We Tran, I'm going to dance at your wedding, sir. Hey! Keep on dancing. Got a question for the Tolos on a hump day right here. In lieu of Martin Luther King's birthday, which is today, name a villain you liked more than the hero. And I say that because when Martin Luther King was alive, boy, they called him a villain. All types of words. They treated him bad. When he died, they said, you know, he wasn't that bad.
Yeah. That was for them.
Yeah. Now they use him to pacify you. Check it out. Name a villain you like more than the hero. I got answers like Bane from Dark Knight.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
I like
good.
Bane. I like Bane.
I was going to say Penguin, but I don't know if there was a hero in that show.
No, I don't think so. Everybody was despicable. Maybe that kid. Poor kid. He didn't deserve that.
Vic.
Yeah, he didn't deserve that.
Yeah.
I think by the end of Breaking, Vic's a good one. Maybe the little girl, but she didn't do anything heroic. I forgot what I was going to say, Lucius.
You want to say your show that I still haven't seen, Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, Breaking Bad.
You going to say Gus?
So by the end, like Jesse was maybe the good guy.
Yeah, Jesse Pinkman went from kind of villain to good guy.
I definitely liked Walt White.
Walt flipped. Walt went from good guy to bad guy.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they were both bad guys, but I was rooting for Jesse the whole time.
Well, the Tolos told me it was Gus.
Yeah, Gus was a likable villain.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. And then when we find out his backstory, you also kind of feel for him.
That's like Carlos Esposito.
Yes.
He's an amazing
he's
actor. Oh, my
outstanding.
God.
I think I got it.
Come on.
Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, he did make the list, dog. Hannibal did make the list. People like Hannibal Lecter. What's going on, man? I got to go rewatch that movie. I don't remember
He's
being
so
a likable
brilliant.
character.
No, he was terrifying.
Okay.
But the hero was so boring, Clarice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, who was that? Jodie
Helen Hunt?
Foster?
Jodie
Foster. I don't know which one that was.
She was in the new season of True Detective, just won an award, a Golden Globe, and I didn't see it, but there's something about Jodie Foster. I'm with you. Boring.
Yeah. It's just dry. Drier than Rusty Simmons' lips. If you guys know who Rusty Simmons is, look that up. Rusty Simmons' lips. That's dry as hell. Drier than Michael Irvin's lips after he licks them. Like, how you just lick them and they still dry, bro?
Killmonger and Black Panther,
They
Michael B.
said
Jordan.
Killmonger was right.
He was badass.
That is on the list. Killmonger was right. Thanos?
Yeah, Thanos had some truth to him.
Now, what is he? Who's the good guys in the Thanos situation? Are we talking about like Avengers?
Yeah, that would be the Avengers.
Damn, he was better than the Avengers, bro.
I mean, it took all of them to bring him down.
He was just so badass.
He was so badass.
And then once he got all the
he was so
Infinity
real. He was basically saying life sucks, man. I'm gonna kill you
But
guys.
his chin did kind of look like a ball sack.
Yeah, poor dude. I said Bane already. How about Denzel Washington as Alonzo Harris? Training day.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, he killed that.
He did.
Alonzo Harris, real person too. Look that up. What is that? The Rampart in L.A. Jerry from Tom and Jerry. Jerry was definitely the bad guy.
Jerry was the bad
Jerry's
guy.
the rat.
Yeah, Jerry's the
Rat
rat.
does not belong in your house. Cat was the pet. I'm just saying.
He was just trying to survive, though.
Yeah, you need to get the hell out of my house. Oh my gosh. Oh, Thomas. Vince McMahon. Name a villain you like more than the hero. Tolo said Vince McMahon. Yeah,